Chapter 1: The Beginning. The Tetanus Blade. In the suburbs of China, the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. Vehicles traversed the asphalt road, while the sight of electric bicycles was a rarity. At this moment, a tall and slender figure moved slowly, head bowed, wielding a metal grabber and carrying a large basket. The unpredictability of life. Su Yun lamented, out of 360 professions, why did I end up with the role of a scavenger? Today marked the first day of his participation in the reality show The Strongest Challenger, where contestants drew lots to determine their professions. The competitors either emerged as white-collar workers, business owners, or entrepreneurs, while he drew the short straw of being a scavenger. When the production crew handed him a metal grabber and a large basket, Su Yun's spirits plummeted. Should he give up? Having just crossed into this parallel world, what right did he have to abandon his endeavor? Fortunately, like other transmigrators, he awakened a system, the scavenger system. His beginner's reward was the scavenger radar capable of scanning a radius of 10 meters for all recyclable items. Well, having a reward was better than nothing, although it felt somewhat lackluster. Hey streamer, don't be dazed, pick up more bottles, and may you strike it rich. You're too handsome for scavenging, why not join me at the construction site, where you earn a dime per brick? Scavenging is great, it saves you decades of detours. The streamer knows how to enjoy. A garbage bin has been spotted ahead, hurry and search. In Su Yun's live stream, only a handful of viewers remained. Yet, those few were entertained by his scavenging antics. The human inclination to spectate has evidently persisted through the ages. Su Yun ambled leisurely, picked up a plastic bottle, and crushed it underfoot. The metal grabber deftly grasped it and flung it backward. With a graceful arc, the plastic bottle obediently landed in the basket. This series of motions flows seamlessly. The streamer possesses talent. It's so skilled it's almost painful to watch. From morning until noon, he scavenged for several hours. Upon careful counting, he had collected a broken iron rod and over 40 plastic bottles. Even with the system, it could not save Su Yun. If only I could find a few more red points. He discovered that the system's reward for the recycling scanning skill had its intricacies. For instance, scrap iron was marked in red, plastic bottles in orange, glass bottles in yellow, and cardboard boxes in green. Most items were orange plastic bottles, with the occasional red one appearing. Su Yun was akin to a walking radar. He merely had to walk to accurately pinpoint where recyclables were located. Under the blazing sun, suddenly, a red light appeared in his mind. Within the 10-meter scanning range, round the corner in a narrow alley, there was a red point. Scrap iron. It couldn't be wrong. Su Yun quickened his pace. After all, a decent-sized scrap iron piece could afford him a bottle of mineral water. He jogged to the corner, following the mental blueprint. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself in a dimly lit alley with a dismal environment. The passage was narrow, littered with garbage and sewage. Dark and damp. It was challenging to find a place to step. Su Yun pressed onward. 10 meters felt interminable in this cramped alley. Hey handsome, need a haircut. A complete wash, cut, and style for only 80, not far ahead. A provocatively dressed woman with striking red lips called out to Su Yun. Leaning against a supporting iron pipe and swaying enticingly. How thrilling! Su Yun stole a glance and hurriedly fled. What? The streamer finds the best spots. I can't even locate places like this. Please share the location. Oh. The streamer is too kind-hearted. Is he here to do charity? Let's talk about charity. What's the streamer doing here? The popularity of the live stream increased slightly. As Su Yun rounded the corner, he continued deeper into the alley. He was nearing the end. Was the system's scanning skill faulty? The radar indicated he was only 0.5 meters from the red point. In his line of sight, there squatted a woman in a black form-fitting dress, her figure appealing, smoking a cigarette, her legs encased in black stockings. Su-Yun's arrival made her laugh. The system. Surely it can't be wrong. With trepidation, Su-Yun approached the location of the red point, precisely where the woman sat. "Handsome, what do you want?" The woman extinguished her cigarette and extended her delicate hand. Could you please move aside?" Su-Yun nudged the woman. "Ouch." She stumbled unsteadily. "Are you in such a rush, handsome? Is it your first time?" "Don't worry, I understand young people have a natural need to let loose." The woman was adept at teasing. In mere moments, Su-Yun's face flushed crimson. Positive energy. Positive energy. "I see the plastic bottle. Brothers, I'm heading to the restroom." Oddly enough, where was it? After pushing the woman aside, he found no scrap iron. "Could you lift your leg and let me through? You little brat." The woman feigned shyness. "Still nothing. Could you turn around? Is there something hidden in those stockings?" After an inexplicable search, the woman grew impatient. "You can't play fair, can you? If you can't, don't waste my time. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you're special." She huffed, taking a few steps toward the alley entrance. "Streamer. Amazing. The streamer really knows how to run a show. There aren't many good streamers like him left. Haha. I must say, that woman has a great figure. For free, I got to see everything." "Is this a streamer?" "This is my good brother, my good father figure." The live stream's popularity began to rise steadily. Su-Yun remained unfazed. The red point was clearly beneath his feet. Could it be? A peculiar thought struck him, and Su-Yun kicked the ground below. With a whoosh, the soft soil yielded to his foot, creating a shallow hole. The opening was dark and deep. Su-Yun bent down. "Hey, there's something inside." He first used his index finger to probe within, then fully inserted his hand. Reaching the depths, he felt something very hard, akin to iron. It was cold. With a heave, Su-Yun steadied himself and pulled, mud splattering everywhere. A 1.7 meter long object, entirely enveloped in dirt, emerged. Upon closer inspection. The item bore a stock at the rear, with a rusted bayonet at the front. "What the?" Su-Yun's eyes widened. "A rifle? The legendary 38 type." Chapter 2, the 38 type. I found it. Long gun was securely in Su-Yun's breast. He examined the gun, his mind in a daze. "This," he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts for a while. Inside, he mentally cursed the system's ancestors. Goodness, did the system classify the 38 type as scrap iron? In his consciousness, the flashing red dot had vanished, indicating he had indeed found the scrap iron. This very 38 type, having seen it in anti-Japanese war drama, this thing grew stronger when faced with adversity. At this moment, dozens of fans in the live stream recognized the rifle. Reflecting on Su-Yan's journey thus far. "Wow! Streamer, your radar is incredible. How did you even find this? This scrap is amazing. Just picking it up could last years of sewing. I seriously suspect the streamer possesses some other abilities." Popularity. Popularity. The number of viewers in the live stream began to rise steadily. Su-Yun remained in a stupor. Digging up a 38 type was indeed impressive. But could there be more hidden within? Lowering himself, Su-Yun eagerly continued to dig. He probed to the bottom, reaching left and right. Not far away, the woman clad in a black bodycon dress swayed her hips as she hurried home, cradling a burly man in her arms. What is that poor fool doing? Why hasn't he left yet? The woman in black stockings furrowed her brow, disgust evident on her delicate features. From her vantage point, she spotted Lu Chen lounging at the entrance of the alley, obstructing her path home. Reflecting on how Suyun had just mocked her, anger simmered within her. Obstructing my means of making money is tantamount to threatening my very existence. In that moment, the woman tightened her grip on the burly man's arm. Brother, it's that little punk up ahead. He's been bullying me. He made me take off my shoes and my stockings. The burly man, consumed by primal instincts, yearned to assert his masculinity. That freeloader must be dealt with. He bellowed, that stinky brat up ahead. The commotion caught the attention of several residents nearby. At that moment, Suyun pulled something from the entrance, causing a cascade of bullets wrapped in tattered old paper to spill onto the ground. He steadied himself with a Mauser rifle, rising to face the approaching duo. What's the matter, big brother? He inquired nonchalantly. The burly man opened his mouth, his gaze fixating on the rifle in Suyun's hands. Any profanity he intended to unleash was swallowed back with a gulp. Where did this formidable figure come from? I merely shouted at you, and you brandish a rifle. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. This woman is yours. I can't afford to provoke him, nor can I escape. The burly man shoved the woman in black stockings away. Help! Murder! Help! Someone's trying to kill me. He turned and fled. The woman remained frozen, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Suyun. In that instant, she regretted her actions. Why did she provoke this handsome man? It was just a bit of fun, surely. It wouldn't lead to death. Her shapely legs, clad in black stockings, began to tremble uncontrollably. Handsome, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Whatever you want to do, you cooperate. Just please don't kill me. The woman in black stockings began to weep. A cacophony of doors slamming and locks clicking echoed around her. Just moments ago, the onlookers were engaged in the spectacle. Now they wished to hide away securely in their homes. Call the police. It's imperative to call the police. What a huge misunderstanding. The police will arrive at the scene in 10 minutes, with a Mauser rifle in one hand and bullets in the other. Who wouldn't be terrified? Wait, that burly man isn't foolish. He actually ran away. It's over. It's over. There's no explaining this. Popularity 111, popularity 111. The more chaotic it became, the more people were drawn to watch. I am speechless, Suyun sighed. Do not fear, I mean you no harm. For now, just do as I say. Suyun scratched his head. The woman in black stockings was tearful. Handsome, I will listen to you, just don't kill me. You'll do anything. Suyun smiled slightly. First, call the police and inform them of our location, okay? The woman indeed made the call. Watching her sob, Suyun felt a pang of sympathy. Beautiful lady, perhaps you should consider a different profession in the future. Nowadays, even those in society can pursue further studies. Why not aim for a graduate degree or even a doctorate? He often saw such advice online, and he hoped to help at least one person. After he spoke, the woman nodded earnestly, her expression sincere. She remained silent, fearful that Suyun might change his mind. Handsome, maybe you should give it a shot. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? The woman gazed at him anxiously, fearing he might renege. I'm going to die laughing. The black-stocking beauty. I'm not reassured. Ridiculous. He's gone home to find his mother's already home, finding a Mauser rifle while scavenging. That's unbelievable. Host, look how sincere the beauty is. Why don't you consider staying a while? The stream's viewership surged past 1,000. The production team quickly noticed the unfolding situation with Suyun, gazing at the rifle and the dozens of bullets. The staff trembled in fear. They rushed to the leader's office to report. Team leader, contestant 54 found a firearm and several bullets. The monitoring group leader nearly choked on his drink. What on earth? Wasn't contestant 54 just scavenging? Where did he find the firearm? And bullets too. Is this some sort of divine intervention? I don't know. The staff member was caught between laughter and tears. Who would have thought that a mere scavenger could stumble upon a Mauser rifle? Team leader, in watching the live stream, local residents have already called the police. The police are on their way. What should we do now? Do we need to cut the live feed? This was the first time the police had been called since the show began. Not yet. As long as contestant 54 hasn't done anything outrageous, there's no need to cut the feed. Finding a firearm and bullets while scavenging, that's his skill. Let's observe. The leader waved for the staff to leave. He himself opened the office computer, searched for the program, and precisely located contestant 54 Suyun's live stream. At that moment, in the narrow, filthy alley, a police car with sirens blaring arrived. 4 officers in uniform exited the vehicle, instinctively reaching for their holsters as their gazes fell upon Suyun and the rifle he held. Instantly, the 4 officers' muscles tensed, and their paws stood on end. Don't move. Put down the gun.
Chapter 3. Bonus, Ambassador. Regardless of whether Suyun would fire the weapon or not, the duty of the police was clear. All potential dangers must be eliminated. The 4 officers shouted, their voices echoing throughout the alley. Do not be alarmed, comrades. I'm a good person. I was just about to turn in this gun, Suyun chuckled. Upon hearing this, the 4 police officers felt relieved and cautiously approached. A Type 38 rifle, along with dozens of bullets. It was indeed perilous. The officers exchanged glances, their hearts easing. Hey, buddy, someone reported that a man was firing a gun. It wouldn't TB you, would it? In an alley, one could encounter all sorts of people, and that burly man had been running and shouting about murder. Among the callers, there were certainly those who exaggerated the situation. Comrades, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding, Suyun said with a wry smile. He was merely a scavenger. Who would he ever kill? Finding this gun had brought him nothing but misfortune. The 4 officers inspected the rifle and the accompanying bullets. The weapon was in overall good condition, and the ammunition was still usable. It seemed to have been left behind decades ago. Fortunately, it had not fallen into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals. Otherwise, the danger would have been exceedingly high. Where did you acquire this, young man? The officers inquired about the basics. After all, firearms and ammunition were classified as prohibited items in Huaxia. Suyun scratched his head. Comrades, do I look like someone who engages in such activities? I'm just a scavenger with a basket on my back filled with bottles and jars. You can't possibly be a scavenger, can you? The officer's lips twitched. You found a gun and dozens of bullets while scavenging. You've got quite the knack for picking up treasures. Most people would consider themselves lucky to find a dime. What does this even count as? I didn't mean to. I thought it was just a metal rod, something I could sell for a little money. Who knew it would turn out to be such a troublesome item? I've wasted time here and missed out on collecting a couple more bottles. The officers were at a loss for words. All right, how about this? You'll come with us to the station. We need to take a statement. More time wasted? Suyun's face was filled with bitterness. He was somewhat reluctant. Today was the first day of his program, and also the first day of his scavenging endeavor. He hadn't collected much junk, and he had no idea where he would eat or sleep tonight. Comrades, if I go to the station, will you provide meals? Suyun's eyes sparkled as he winked at the 4. The officers were taken aback. Huh. It's the first time I've seen someone eager to go to the police station for a meal. Quick, someone wake the host up. We might have a diabetic situation here, lest the host feels too sweet. What a fine scavenger. And now he is off to the police station. This host is bold, truly daring to speak up. Haha, is the host trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my joy beans? I love it. I'm definitely following. The atmosphere was lively, while a woman in black stockings trembled in fear, worried the police might glance her way. Meanwhile, Suyun was hopeful about going to the police station for a meal. Rest assured, young man, as long as you come, there will be plenty to eat. The 4 officers were amused by Suyun's antics. Since you're providing meals, how about you also arrange for me to stay the night? Suyun asked earnestly. Meals and lodging? Do you really think of the police station as your home? The officers exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. All right, We'll arrange for you to stay. But don't take offense. We are professionals. Unless we can't help it, we usually don't laugh. Honestly, it's our first time seeing someone request to stay at the police station. After packing the weapon and ammunition, the 4 officers got into their vehicle. Su-yun, however, kept urging the woman in black stockings, remember, you must prepare for your graduate exams. Make sure to study hard. Once inside the police car, Su-yun lay back in the rear seat and promptly fell asleep. Hey, the host is amazing. He can sleep even in a police car, encouraging streetwalkers to study for their exams. This host is truly impressive. Who says scavengers must endure hardships and sleep under bridges? Brother Sue is staying at the police station. Just ask if that's not cool. Brother Sue has redefined the heights of scavenging. The police, this scavenger has a big heart. Throughout the journey, Su-yun remained asleep, entirely unaware that his casual find of a Type 38 rifle had caused a sensation in the livestream. Originally, with over 1,000 viewers, the number skyrocketed to over 3,000. In the program's backend, the head of the livestream monitoring team pondered deeply. Number 54 showed great potential and had a knack for capturing attention. He was daring, capable, and diligent. A promising talent. The head nodded in agreement, expressing approval of Su-yun's performance. I believe that tonight, his online viewer count should surpass 10,000. If that happens, he'll rank within the top 200, and we'll need to assign him a cameraman. One of the monitoring staff remarked. Yes, I see the data trends. He has that potential. Go arrange for a perceptive cameraman to head over there immediately. The head commanded, as the program's backend began to push traffic to Su-yun's livestream. The title scavenger finds firearm and bullets. Police provide meals and lodging, drew in more curious fans and viewers. At the Longhai City Police Station, a beautiful police officer woke Su-yun. Good sir, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The chief has heard about your situation and specially ordered the cafeteria to prepare meals for you. Additionally, there is something the department would like to ask your assistance with. Come, let us talk as we walk. The policewoman spoke softly and sweetly, and Su-yun followed closely behind, all ears. The first matter concerned the firearm and ammunition that he had found. Currently, the department was conducting a large-scale operation regarding the control of dangerous weapons and items. Your case is the first of its kind, setting a precedent. The chief wishes to commend your proactive behavior in turning in the weapon, and we will award you a cash prize of 2,000 yuan. The second matter, also related to the firearm and ammunition you found, is that the department has recognized the need for similar cases to be addressed. We would like to ask you to help produce a public awareness campaign regarding the management and disposal of dangerous weapons, and you would serve as the ambassador to assist in educating the public on prevention. Chapter 4. Skillful and heart-wrenching. The first matter at hand was a cash reward of 2,000 yuan, which posed no issue. The second matter, however, raised a perplexing question. What was this about being a public ambassador? Su-yun was utterly baffled. But I'm just a scavenger. How can the police station appoint me as an ambassador? He recalled that public ambassadors were typically depicted as tall, handsome figures, exuding an air of sophistication. Although he possessed charm, he was merely a scavenger due to the current circumstances of the show. Nonetheless, the chief insisted that contrast breeds attraction and garners attention. Though you may be a scavenger, your ideological consciousness is commendable, the beautiful police officer explained with a smile. They proceeded to the cafeteria, where they found it nearly deserted due to having missed mealtime. Su-yun contemplated the spread before him, a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, featuring 2 meat and 1 vegetable dish, along with the enticing 2,000 yuan reward. He decided to accept the role of public ambassador. Being handsome really does have its perks. Even a scavenger can become a public ambassador. Scavengers are starting to rise too. Will we ever get a break? Wow, what an eye-opener. I love you, streamer. Popularity 111. Popularity 111 in the afternoon. Su-yun succinctly recorded the events. The police assessed and archived the firearms and ammunition. Just as he sat alone in the tea room, enjoying his tea, he heard a knock at the door. Come in. He responded casually. Moments later, a short, plump man entered, grinning widely. Hey, Brotersu. The little chubby man beamed upon seeing Su-yun, bowing slightly. Dressed in a black jacket over a short-sleeved shirt, His ample flesh jiggled with each movement. You are. Hello, Brother Sue. I'm the personal photographer assigned by the production team. Their SA rule that those in the top 200 get a personal photographer. The little man explained, his smile wide. I'm Wong Fan. Brother Sue, I'm all yours from now on. This is my first time as a documentary photographer, so please be gentle with me. Su Yin was left speechless. Later that evening, he received a call from the police officer, informing him that he was to be made up for shooting a promotional video. Due to the show's popularity, the police station wanted to capitalize on his newfound visibility. Upon arriving at the studio, he found the police had already set up the scene. Many participants were present, but Su Yun's role was limited to a single line. I found a penny by the roadside. It was merely a cameo. Is that all? Wong Fan grimaced, clearly dissatisfied with the police's arrangement. Brother, do we really want to do this? Just a face reveal and one line? That's barely a role. Indeed, it's a minor role, Su Yun admitted. How about we figure out where to stay tonight? With a simple line and a fleeting image of a scavenger. Su Yun refrained from overacting. With a metal clamp and a basket, he tossed a coin into the basket. His solitary figure heading toward the police station stretched long under the lights. Wow, even finding a penny leads to the police station. I am crying. Why does the streamer look like a scavenger by default? He doesn't even need to act. This set of actions is skillfully heart-wrenching. The shoot concluded simply, and Su Yin along with photographer Wong Fan were assigned to a double room for rest. The events of the previous night began to gain traction online, with various platforms seizing the trending topic for commentary. Early the next morning, Su Yun awoke to the sound of notifications in his mind. Today is yet another hopeful day. Sign in successful. Physique 1, appearance 1, today's fortune, small blessing. Is it possible to gain such benefits? He stretched his arms, feeling invigorated. Glancing in the mirror, he noticed his skin had brightened. After some contemplation, he concluded that the system implied that signing in as a scavenger could enhance his attributes. Additionally, it could predict his fortune for the day. With a small blessing forecasted, it seemed a promising start. He hoped for a bountiful day ahead and wished to avoid scavenging for a rifle. As a new day's live stream commenced, traffic surged past the 10,000 mark. Wow, brother, we're on fire. Wong Fan exclaimed. The chat room exploded with comments. Is this the guy who found the rifle? He's quite handsome. Quick, the early bird gets the worm. Time to start scavenging. Su Yun and photographer Wong Fan didn't rise until around 8 or 9 in the morning, having missed breakfast at the police station. After collecting the 2,000 yuan reward, Su Yun resolved to stop aimlessly searching. Let us go, brother. I'll take you for breakfast. Upon hearing about the meal, Wong Fan perked up. I want soy milk, fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs. I want to eat hearty. Su Yun casually led him to a relatively large breakfast stall not far from the police station. Meanwhile, a diligent figure with a brisk stride navigated through the crowd, closely followed by a photographer. The two, driven by dreams of becoming billionaires, were filled with hope for their current lives. Indeed, the waitress at the breakfast stall was also a participant in the Strongest Challenger variety show. He was fortunate enough to have drawn the position of breakfast server, earning 2,000 yuan a month, with accommodation included but meals excluded. This wage brought him great joy. Contestant 87, washing dishes while boasting, said, Hey brother, how's it going? Following me is the right choice, right? The photographer nodded in agreement. Absolutely, brother. You're smart. Being a server is versatile. If customers leave food, we can pack some leftovers to take home and enjoy a little feast. Many people couldn't eat on the first day of the show. So, how does it feel following me? Great. The photographer chimed in. As they fantasized about a better life, the boss stormed into the kitchen, shouting, Hey, stop bragging. There are customers waiting to order. If you keep dawdling, you're out. Contestant 87 wiped his hands and nodded. Got it, I'll be right there. The photographer quickly followed suit. Before long, a table laden with breakfast specialties filled nearly every inch of space. Contestant 87, smiling, announced, Here's your meal, dear customer. Enjoy. See you know that, thank you. Just as they lifted their heads, photographer Wong Fan locked eyes with contestant 87. What the heck? Are you serious? They both exclaimed in shock. Su Yin paused for a moment. Do you two know each other? Wong Fan replied, Brother, we're both photographers. The four exchanged glances. and contestant 87's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, you're a contestant too? Indeed. What role did you draw? I'm a scavenger. Chapter 5, Master. Do you believe in love? I'm a scavenger. Just one sentence. Number 87 was bewildered, his mind buzzing. A scavenger? How could a scavenger enjoy such a lavish breakfast? Observing the meat-filled pan-fried buns, tea, eggs, and braised delicacies he had personally served. Can scavenging be so lucrative? At that moment, number 87 felt utterly foolish. The little sense of superiority he had as a server vanished in an instant. Su Yun, on the other hand, immediately broke into a smile and greeted him. Brother, would you like to sit down and have a bite? Did he not want to? Of course he did. But could he sit? He knew all too well. If he dared to sit, the boss would not hesitate to fire him. The show emphasized authenticity. The harsh reality was such. If he refused to wash dishes, the boss would promptly dismiss him. Reflecting on his earlier bravado in the kitchen, number 87 felt a chill run down his spine. While he had relished the thought of enjoying leftovers, the breakfast before him was worth more than his entire day's wages. Without comparison, there is no harm. How embarrassing. Number 87's face flushed crimson. Faced with Su Yun's kindness, he forced out a few words. No, it's fine, brother. You enjoy your meal. Number 87 turned and picked up a plate from the neighboring table, leaving. The live stream had over 10,000 fans watching. Upon witnessing this scene, laughter erupted. It's over. Number 87 has lost all enthusiasm for washing dishes. Don't cry, number 87. We can still eat leftovers. Haha, just now I saw number 87 boasting in his live stream. And now he's being slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, a crowd of die-hard fans praised number 87's cleverness, and now it's utter chaos. The old lady crawled into bed. This had me laughing. Requesting the psychological shadow area of number 87. This guy is simply too unfortunate. Comparisons can be deadly. While number 87 is still eating leftovers, Brother Su is already dining out. Popularity 111, popularity 111. The photographer for number 87 was kept back by Wang Fan, who shoved a tea egg into his hands. Brother, what kind of life are you living? What kind of family do you have, eating so lavishly for a meal? I mean, can you two finish all this? With such a sumptuous breakfast. What about dinner? The photographer, experiencing a freshly cooked egg for the first time, felt like crying. Hee, we have a big appetite. Su Yun grinned, saying little more. The three sat at the same table, conversing about scavenging. Su Yun asked, Brothers, with so many people coming and going to your breakfast shop, do you know where the resources are abundant in Longhai City? Well, if you don't mind, you can check out the construction site. However, those iced teas and green teas can be scavenged but not consumed. Moreover, there should be plenty of scrap metal over there. You might get lucky. They decided to act immediately. Due to the remote location, Su Yun and photographer Wang Fan opted to take a taxi there. We should save where we can and spend wisely. Brother, I believe our expenditure is justified, said photographer Wang Fan, attempting to alleviate the guilt of spending money. The taxi driver, a middle-aged man, drove seriously, unable to resist teasing them. Master, do you believe in love? Photographer Wang Fan asked. The taxi driver glanced at Su Yun and Wang Fan through the rearview mirror with a peculiar expression. Not that I doubt you, but I see you haven't even drunk. Not haggling over prices, he stated 500. Huh, wasn't it 200? Why are you charging 500? The taxi driver, without looking back, replied, 200 is not enough. Love has increased in price. Su Yun and Wang Fan were momentarily stunned by the taxi driver's remark. Noticing their confusion, the taxi driver grinned broadly. Love, it's just a simple matter. It's akin to different cars with varying performance and brands. Luxury cars require luxury maintenance, while shabby cars are easy to maintain. Love is primarily about mutual consent. Nowadays, I see many people online who are desperate for love. From my experience, it's not worth it. Lovers must first learn to love themselves. Good wine doesn't fear being hidden in a deep alley, and fragrant flowers attract butterflies. Boys, you must learn to protect yourselves out there. Never become a licker. If you succeed, it's fine, but if you fail, you'll be utterly disgraced, understand? Su Yun and Wang Fan exchanged astonished glances. Master, I didn't see that coming. You're quite the seasoned veteran. They bowed in respect. At this moment, the live stream's popularity skyrocketed. The comment section was inundated with the taxi driver's astonishing words. Impressive, this logic is unbeatable. Love has increased in price? This is quite a revelation. It seems rather reasonable. Honestly, brothers, I've realized I will no longer live and die for women. I will live for myself. I'm with a foot massage parlor. Everything is increasing in price these days. It's unbearable. This world is unworthy. Is this something I can actually hear? This is exactly what I love to hear. The wheels are crushing my face. Is this not a bus to kindergarten? The driver is talking about love. You all misunderstood. Popularity, 111. Popularity, 111. In the morning, Su Yun and Wang Fan had boarded a rogue taxi. Along the way, the taxi driver drove recklessly. They arrived at the construction site. This area was surrounded by metal fences, dust swirling, with towering buildings under construction, cranes, and concrete trucks everywhere. The taxi casually stopped at a construction entrance. The taxi driver poked his head out, mysteriously warning, "Brothers, be careful. This construction site isn't very safe." Photographer Wang Fan dismissed it as a joke. "What do you mean, master? Is there something unclean here?" The taxi driver shook his head. "Not during the day, no. But I've heard this site often has fatalities. Serious incidents occur one after another. You should wrap up your business before dark." With that, the taxi driver turned around and sped off. Strange. "Brother, what do you think?" That taxi driver was acting all mysterious. "Brother?" Photographer Wang Fan turned to find Su Yun already clenching a full bottle of iced tea. Furthermore, within his mind, the system radar was scanning with red, orange, and yellow dots. Scrap metal, plastic bottles, glass bottles. Densely packed, this construction site was indeed a treasure trove, considering the system's calculations. Little luck. Today is sure to be a bountiful harvest. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and scavenge. Chapter 6. Iced red tea on the construction site. Rubbing his hands together, Su Yun felt a surge of excitement. The day after the program premiered, on the second day of scavenging, it was finally time to make a big haul. The cameraman, Wang Fan, followed closely behind Su Yun, adapting to local customs by collecting plastic bottles in a large sack. Money. It's all about the money. Look at those two. Their lack of ambition is hilarious. It's all about the cash. Scavenging is just a way to collect money. I've learned that construction sites are excellent places for scavenging. By the way, the police department in Longhai City has an ambassador that is quite an unexpected choice. It's just for show. Do you really expect them to scavenge every single day? The popularity of Su Yun's livestream continued to rise steadily. Currently, it ranked over 180th in the program's popularity standings, a position that could fluctuate at any moment. The head of the livestream monitoring team occasionally checked in on Su Yun and Wang Fan, noting their knack for entertaining content. They produced quick results without the burden of celebrity pretensions. What a relief. Some individuals simply couldn't shed their pride, which would inevitably hinder their success in this line of work. The monitoring chief nodded in agreement. After all, they are just scavenging. What need do they have for celebrity heirs? If they manage to pick up a couple more bottles in a day, that's already a success. A staff member explained with a smile. This group, I suspect, has the toughest job. The police department had recently awarded them 2,000 yuan in cash, along with a breakfast and taxi fare, which had already consumed nearly 200 yuan. Moreover, they still had to cover meals and lodging, and at this rate of expenditure, 2,000 yuan might not last a week. Who could guarantee that they would find anything each day? Among the myriad professions, scavenging was undoubtedly the most unpredictable. Fortunately, Su Yun and cameraman Wang Fan maintained an optimistic outlook. As they strolled around, they soon filled a large portion of their container with recyclables. "Brother, honestly, I don't think scavenging is so bad. I didn't get the chance to tell you this morning, but on the very first day of the program, 2 contestants were eliminated. They sat beneath a tree's shade as Wang Fan spoke. 2 people eliminated in just one day? That's astonishing." Su Yun was genuinely surprised. In a vast array of professions, could there be conditions worse than scavenging? With only a pair of tongs and a basket to rely on for sustenance, he had thought himself unfortunate enough. What could have happened? Logically, one should not be eliminated from a regular job, right? Every profession has its outstanding talents. That should be the guiding principle of the program. If they were chosen, it meant their occupation could indeed sustain a living, merely a matter of differing levels of success. To be eliminated on the very first day, what kind of individual could that be? Brother, those two individuals are rather amusing. The first one, his profession is quite decent. He is a zookeeper. A cushy job, feeding animals and taking leisurely strolls. He could easily take it easy. Yet, an incident occurred yesterday when this contestant was feeding a Siberian tiger. During the live broadcast, viewers urged the host to come closer, expressing their curiosity about whether Siberian tigers have single or double eyelids. In a moment of distraction, he was bitten on the arm by the tiger while it was eating. An ambulance whisked him away that very day. Suyin couldn't help but chuckle, his lips curling into a smile. I know. I was in that guy's live stream. The viewers were ruthless, but that host was incredibly brave. Unbelievable. And what about the second contestant? What happened there? Suyin could not resist asking. Wang Fan scratched his head, pondering for a moment. The second contestant's profession was that of a circus performer. Quite straightforward. While performing the act of breaking stones on his chest, he misjudged and ended up spitting blood due to internal injuries. Now he is also lying in a hospital bed, waiting to sue the production team. All right, those two are in the same ward. Where there's a dragon, there's also a phoenix, I suppose. Reflecting on it, Suyin felt scavenging wasn't so bad after all. At least he didn't have to feed wild beasts or perform dangerous stunts. With a clap to brush off the dust, he stood up to continue his search. Suddenly, after taking a few steps forward, he sensed a multitude of red dots appearing on his system radar, about 10 meters ahead. The location was rather remote. The presence of red dots indicated scrap metal. Suyin never worried about picking up the wrong items or mistakenly collecting someone else's belongings. The system radar automatically identified unclaimed objects. This was a potential treasure trove. Even short, thick steel rods could fetch a few yuan, right? Wang, come here. I found a great spot. Suyin beckoned to cameraman Wang Fan. They approached the area dense with red dots. The soil here was very loose, located in a corner of the construction site. Brother, there's nothing here, Wang Fan remarked. Let us dig a little and see. Drawing from his previous experience of scavenging, Suyin found a thick branch and began to dig into the ground. The branch was slow to penetrate, but the soil was soft. Suddenly, the branch struck something soft. How odd. Why does it smell so foul all of a sudden? Wang Fan furrowed his brow, unable to stifle a gag as he looked at the half-meter-deep pit they had dug. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Surely they hadn't unearthed some dead animal? The overwhelming stench was reminiscent of decaying flesh. As they continued to dig, the odor intensified. Wang Fan stared into the deepening pit, now nearly a meter deep, shrouded in darkness as loose soil cascaded downwards, obscuring whatever lay beneath. Yet the smell was impossible to mask. The pit exuded the unmistakable scent of something rotten and putrefied. The odor became increasingly nauseating, akin to decaying meat simmering in a damp, warm environment. Taking a deep breath, Wang Fan felt bile rising in his throat. What on earth is that? It's unbearable. I might just lose my breakfast. His face turned pale, consumed by curiosity about the source of the horrific smell. Could it truly be a dead cat or dog? How can it be this foul? Chapter 7. I found a corpse. Suyin manipulated the branch in his hand, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and continued to dig. Surely, the system scan could not be erroneous. Having begun the excavation, it was imperative to uncover the nature of what lay beneath. With that thought in mind, Suyin pinched his nose, furrowed his brow, and squinted down at the gradually exposed object. Wrapped in a black plastic bag, it was somewhat elongated and bore a considerable outline. With a sharp jab, he pierced the bag open with the branch. The contents remained obscured, compelling him to bend down for a closer look. In the pit, over a meter deep, lay a decaying corpse. Its body was a sickly yellow-brown, emitting a stench that assaulted the senses. The skull and joints revealed ghastly white bones. The entire body was more than halfway decomposed. A steel pipe, as thick as a finger, was gruesomely embedded in the skull, teeming with writhing maggots and scattering ants. From a distance, the entire scene was horrifying, with limbs and head all punctured by steel pipes. 5 pipes stood upright, firmly pinning the body into the earth. This was indeed a corpse. In the next moment, Wang Fan's blood-curdling scream echoed across the construction site. There's a dead person. The sound was piercing, drawing the attention of nearby vendors selling drinks. Half an hour later, gazing at the decaying body, with limbs and head completely pierced by steel pipes, the state of death was utterly tragic. Some bones and joints were grotesquely twisted. Officer Hong, who had just arrived from the police station, raised his head, casting a peculiar glance at Su Yun and Wang Fan. "You two just said you stumbled upon this horrifying corpse while scavenging?" Photographer Wang Fan nodded, inadvertently glancing at the body before hastily turning away, retching once more. This marked his 10th bout of vomiting, while was threatening to escape. He appeared utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Apart from the 3 officers from Longhai City Police Department, a crowd of workers surrounded the scene, pointing and murmuring, their expressions grim. Some even took out their phones, snapping pictures as if it were a mere spectacle, perhaps to post on social media, or maybe to share on Douyin. Su Yun's expression darkened. His dismay stemmed not only from the shock of the unexpectedly unearthed corpse, but also from the frustration directed at the system. What sort of luck is this? On the first day, I dig up a weapon, and on the second, a corpse. Is this supposed to be a stroke of good fortune? This is a harbinger of doom. Recalling the myriad of red dots that had appeared in his mind, they were indeed the steel pipes protruding from the corpse. How audacious the system was to present such a thing. Yet, while it dared to present, he dared not claim it. For a few scraps of iron, was this worth the trouble? As he stared at the grotesque corpse, Su Yun was about to utter something when a layer of information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Name, Yang Qingshan. Gender, male. Age, 43. Occupation, as class fugitive. On the run. Crimes, previously committed burglary, killed a family of 5. Attempted revenge on pedestrians in a busy district, resulting in 10 deaths and 3 serious injuries. Time, deceased for 3 months and 11 days. Cause of death, steel pipe piercing the brain and limbs. Note, suffered inhuman torment prior to death. Slightly. Was this the system? This individual was indeed a victim of homicide, but if it was a murder case, who could the perpetrator be? Could it be a crime of vengeance? Suan is Alid's twitched. He glanced at Officer Hong and, with a hint of intent, remarked, "Officer, judging by the clothing, this person appears to be a worker from the construction site. Furthermore, these 5 steel pipes suggest he may have endured abuse in life. Could this not be a murder?" Taken aback by his words, Officer Hong nodded in agreement. "It seems likely, but we will need further examination from the coroner to ascertain the specifics. It certainly appears that way. Otherwise, who would have the idle mischief to impale 5 steel pipes into their own body?" Wang Fan interjected with curiosity. Even in a cosplay scenario, that level of cruelty is unfathomable. At present, the likelihood of homicide was substantial. However, the particulars would require verification. Based on the clothing, it may indeed be a worker from this site. The facial features of the corpse are beyond recognition due to decomposition. We cannot ascertain identity without DNA testing. In matters of life and death, we must approach this case with utmost caution. Our immediate task is to secure the scene and await the coroner's arrival. Officer Hong explained to the onlookers. "Impressive," Su Yun remarked with a slight smile, recognizing the officer's analytical prowess based on mere superficial details. "All right, bystanders, please step back. What is so fascinating about this corpse? It's neither a black silk nor a beauty. Do not congregate for mere excitement." Officer Hong waved his hand, establishing a perimeter around the area. Checking the time, he inquired, "How long until the coroner arrives?" A nearby officer replied, "Approximately 10 minutes. "Good, don't rest. Secure the scene and disperse the crowd." As he spoke, the area surrounding the site of the corpse was cordoned off with police tape. However, this did little to deter the curious onlookers. Meanwhile, as the crowd awaited the coroner's arrival, the head of the monitoring team from the production crew was in shock. Unable to remain seated, he rushed to the director's office. "Director, contestant 54 discovered a corpse while scavenging." "Director, contestant 54's popularity is skyrocketing, having entered the top 100. "Director, contestant 54 has trended on the hot search list, currently holding the top position. The head of the live monitoring team gasped for breath. Director, videos of the corpse are appearing across major short video social platforms, with someone deliberately boosting the traffic. Director, this situation has escalated. Will it affect the program? Should we take action? The production headquarters was thrown into disarray, beginning with the live monitoring team. Shortly thereafter, the head of the photography team burst in. Director, the corpse is too horrifying. Several children have been frightened to tears. We've received complaints. The logistics team leader interjected. Is it not normal for children to be scared? They just need to acclimatize. Besides, if it affects the program, we can always blur it out. If necessary, a friendly warning will suffice. We absolutely cannot shut it down. Thus, the program headquarters split into two factions. Some believed that the emergence of such a terrifying scene would hinder the program's development, while others, with a bolder mindset, felt it could generate more hype and increase viewership. However, the majority echoed the frustrations emanating from the program headquarters. Damn it, of all things to scavenge, you find a corpse? Is this really what you should be picking up? Chapter 8. The Police Station. Free meals and lodgings? The program headquarters was in complete disarray. Finding a discarded rifle might be understandable, but discovering a corpse? Even if one could stumble upon it, was this truly the appropriate moment for a live broadcast? Why pick it up now of all times? The gruesome imagery with exposed bones and entrails, and that foolish photographer, Wang Fan, what an imbecile. The camera zoomed in so precisely on the writhing maggots infesting the decaying body, highlighting the grotesqueness of the situation. Did he truly expect viewers to be unfazed? If he felt nauseated, why impose it on others? It seemed these two were here merely to cause chaos. The director's office was rife with discord. Everyone voiced their opinions passionately. The director, overwhelmed by the cacophony, shut his eyes, haunted by visions of maggots crawling in his mind. Enough already. Let us air the footage of the body. It's not illegal. He merely found a corpse, not broadcasting a murder scene. Why can't we show it? At that moment, chaos erupted in Su Yun's livestream. The surge in viewership was relentless. Hundreds, even thousands, flocked to the broadcast. A multitude of onlookers, hungry for excitement, yearned to witness the spectacle. Hey, I heard contestant number 54 from The Ultimate Challenger found a corpse. How terrifying. No way, I need to see this. This is so disgusting, I might vomit. Misery loves company. I can't be the only one witnessing this. Wait, isn't this the guy who found the rifle yesterday? Right. He asked the police department's ambassador for dangerous equipment. An ambassador? More like the most dangerous one. With 360 contestants and their corresponding live streams, viewers from all platforms flocked to Su Yun's broadcast. Soon, her viewership soared to a staggering 100,000. This meant over 100,000 people were watching Su Yun discover corpse. Haha, I'm here. New viewers are asking how he found the body, while the regulars are already placing bets. Oh gross, this corpse is naturally decomposed. It's absolutely revolting. I can smell the stench through the screen. This is unbearable. Isn't this the notorious construction site where accidents frequently occur? This is solid proof. Why the pixelation? I wanted to see if the deceased had single or double eyelids. I'm offering a handsome reward for unedited footage. At the construction site, police sirens blared as several squad cars hurriedly arrived, accompanied by forensic experts. After briefing Officer Hong on the situation, the forensic team donned their professional gear, rubber gloves, scalpels, and saws. They began documenting the scene to preserve evidence. Soon, the forensic expert, unfazed by the grotesque reality before him, calmly picked up the scalpel and commenced his work. Oh, the smell was unbearable. Many in the crowd began to disperse, with several individuals retching nearby. It is crucial to understand that a forensic dissection is not something the average person can endure. Before long, the forensic expert removed his gloves and stated matter-of-factly, "The body has been decomposing for over 3 months. From what I can ascertain, the victim is a male, approximately 40 years old, standing around 175 meters tall, with multiple fractured joints. There are signs of blunt force trauma, indicating he suffered abuse prior to death. Additionally, the body is in a state of advanced decay. The fatal wound is a steel pipe that penetrated the brain, while 4 other pipes appear to have been used for restraint. Judging by his attire, he was likely a worker from the nearby construction site. No identification or items proving his identity were found. This could be a homicide or a targeted killing. We need to collect blood samples and fingerprints for further confirmation. Upon hearing this, Officer Hong nodded. The situation aligned with his expectations. It could be confirmed as a murder. The priority now was to ascertain the victim's identity. Addressing Su Yun and Wang Fan, he stated, "You two, as the discoverers and witnesses of the body, must accompany us to provide your statements." Statements? Su Yun hesitated momentarily. "Don't worry, it won't take long," Officer Hong reassured, assuming they were reluctant to comply. "Well," Su Yun chuckled nervously. He had just visited the police station yesterday to provide a statement. Did fate have such a peculiar affinity for him? Very well. Perhaps he should embrace it. "Officer, it's getting late. If we're going to provide statements, will you be providing meals as well?" Officer Hong. The crowd. Photographer Wang Fan gaped in disbelief. "Dude, how can you still think about food with a corpse in front of you?" I'm dying of laughter. This guy is something else. Witnessing a corpse and still thinking about food. Now that's impressive. Indeed, like a cow on an electric blanket. Utterly remarkable. He was just at the police station for a free meal yesterday, and now he is back. So, he treats the police station like his home, eating, drinking, and staying at will. At the program headquarters, the directors observed the live stream of Contestant 54, Su Yun. A group of executives wore expressions of disbelief, their lips twitching uncontrollably. "Director, I must concede." The chief director rubbed his temples, exasperated. "If he can dine at the police station, that is quite the skill. Perhaps you should try your luck as well." In response to the skepticism, Su Yun shot a glance at photographer Wang Fan. "You don't understand. It seems this fellow has yet to grasp the allure of free meals. While they scavenge under the scorching sun, collecting bottles, they wouldn't even earn enough for a bowl of rice. And now, another trip to the police station for a statement. If it's free, why not?" I just remembered. Officer Hong scrutinized Su Yun closely. "You're the one who handed in the rifle yesterday, right?" "Oh, yes. Not exactly a heroic act." Officer Hong patted Su Yun on the shoulder. "All right, let us go. Providing meals in exchange for statements. My word." Chapter 9. An Unexpected Delight. "Slow down. There's no need to rush. There is plenty more in the pot, and no one is competing with you," Officer Hong remarked, bemused. In the past, those who visited the police station were either thieves or criminals, reluctant participants, or ordinary citizens, earnest and serious in their affairs. Today, however, the arrival of Su Yun and Wang Fan brought unrestrained laughter to the kitchen staff of the police station's canteen. Finding a decaying corpse amidst the refuse was one thing, but to consume it with such relish? Where did that appetite come from? Officer Hong recalled his own early days as a policeman, when he had taken a long time to acclimate to the sight of a corpse. Watching the two devour their meal voraciously left him somewhat speechless. "Your psychological resilience is quite impressive. I'll fetch you some soup from the kitchen," he offered. After a brief interlude, they finished their meal and began to take statements. "Tell me, how on earth did you end up finding a corpse while scavenging?" Officer Hong inquired, puzzled. He had never encountered anyone who could find a body while rummaging through trash, let alone with such precision. Su Yun nodded, feeling a twinge of anger. "It's absurd. Who would expect to uncover a corpse while collecting garbage? I barely found any trash, but I certainly found the body with remarkable accuracy. I've never seen anyone discover a corpse while scavenging," Officer Hong chuckled. "Well, let's wrap this up. Please leave your phone numbers and addresses, and then you may go. If there are any developments in the case, we will contact you promptly. Do keep your phones accessible," he instructed. "Phone numbers, addresses." Su Yun glanced at Officer Hong, a sheepish smile crossing her face. Ever since joining the program, her phone had been confiscated. She had no means of contact. "Officer Hong, I truly have no way to provide that information," Su Yun confessed, her expression troubled. The production team had ensured that everything was based on merit. "What do you mean you don't have any contact information?" Officer Hong was bewildered. "How about this? Since the DNA results will be available tomorrow, it would be rather troublesome to keep running back and forth. Why don't we just stay at the police station tonight?" Su Yun suggested earnestly, rubbing her hands together. Wang Fan raised an eyebrow, while Officer Hong was taken aback. "Are you serious?" You want to stay here for free, eat, and sleep without any payment? He responded, dumbfounded. After years of service, he had never encountered anyone so audacious as to request such a thing. However, after contemplating Su Yun's reasoning for a moment, he relented. They could use the same temporary accommodation, the same spacious room. Though modest, it had all the necessary amenities. Brother, I'm a bit excited. Do you think the owner of that corpse might come looking for us tonight? Brother, do you think the police station will provide meals tomorrow? How did you even know there was a corpse in that place? Su Yun felt exasperated. Why had the production team assigned her a chatterbox? The following morning, at 7 o'clock, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful, Strength 2, Wisdom 1. Daily lottery successful. Receive a special iron claw. Special reward. Throwing skill, 100 accuracy. Daily divination successful. Today's fortune, minor auspiciousness. On the third day, a new daily lottery appeared in the system. A special iron claw. A throwing skill. Excellent. Minor auspiciousness again. How is it that I found a corpse yesterday amidst such minor auspiciousness? Su Yun lamented, dragging herself out of bed. The cameraman Wang Fan switched on the camera, capturing the 2 servings of breakfast laid out on the table in their temporary accommodation. Brother, we're living the good life. The police station provides everything, food, lodging, even room service. I have no idea when it all arrived. Each took a portion. At that moment, Su Yun's livestream in room 54 had an immediate audience of over 50,000 viewers upon starting. Let us get this show on the road. The host is back. That breakfast looks lavish. I can't even afford a tea egg. I'm not one to bow down, but I have to admire the host. Did those 2 really spend the night at the police station for free? That's impressive. If this continues, they might as well treat the police station like home. Thanks to the kind-hearted police officers, they seem to be quite pitiful. These 2 may only excel at scavenging, but they could do anything else. They wasted an entire afternoon yesterday without finding any trash. As the broadcast commenced, the comments section erupted in excitement. The discovery of a corpse while scavenging was indeed sensational. However, fans were also mindful that Su Yun was participating in a program. The ultimate challenge was not solely about survival time, but also about financial resources. This meant that survival and earnings from their respective professions would be evaluated collectively. Currently, Su Yun managed to sustain herself through scavenging, but financial prospects were bleak. In the eyes of the audience, Su Yun and Wang Fan ranked relatively high in popularity, around the top 100. Yet, in terms of comprehensive evaluation, they hovered around the 300 mark. Alas, what a pity. At the program headquarters, department heads sighed in dismay. They had initially believed Su Yun would be the greatest dark horse in history, but the nature of scavenging destined him to rank lower. The show emphasized authenticity, and despite Su Yun's high visibility, a lack of funds was detrimental. Presently, their overall ranking was around 300, largely thanks to a 2,000 yuan bravery award. Meanwhile, as Su Yun and cameraman Wang Fan chatted in their temporary accommodation, discussing plans for scavenging later, the door swung open. Officer Hong entered, glancing at the 2. Have you eaten? If so, come with me. We need to talk in the car. Su Yun and Wang Fan, bewildered, were led to the vehicle. Officer Hong, it's only a little past 7. Is there such a rush? At that moment, Officer Hong wore an enigmatic smile. The DNA results are in. It's quite unexpected. A deux fut surprise. Chapter 10, Rewards. Officer Hong, please spare us the suspense. Su Yun said without hesitation. The blood test report, DNA results, and fingerprint analysis from the deceased have already been released. The body belongs to a man named Yang Qing-shan, age 43, an S-level fugitive wanted by the police for home invasion and the murder of a family of 5 3 years ago. His crimes are numerous, and he is even entangled in state secrets. Currently, our police department is offering a reward for any substantial leads, with a minimum of 5,000 and a maximum of 50,000 yuan. Officer Hong said with a smile. It could be said that he was in good spirits today, having confirmed the identity of a deceased as a wanted criminal. The case of Yang Qing-shan has always been a matter of intense scrutiny across various cities in the province. Any case that endangers lives is escalated to higher authorities. 3 years ago, the province deployed nearly 2/3 of its police force for the Yang Qing-shan case. Yet they found nothing. Who would have thought that today, this S-level fugitive would be found dead? It is indeed a cause for celebration. A murder case of this magnitude can finally be archived, and naturally, Officer Hong felt elated. What? 50,000? Photographer Wang Fan racked his brain to digest this information. This is incredible. They stumbled upon the body of an S-level fugitive? What a coincidence. Su Yun was aware that Yang Qingshan was an S-level wanted criminal, but was astonished by the prospect of a reward as high as 50,000. This is an opportunity of immense fortune. How did this happen? Officer Hong, this seems a tad too fortuitous. How much reward can we possibly receive? Su Yun asked excitedly. If there is a reward, one should not refuse. 2,000. Officer Hong pondered for a moment and explained. The official reward states that although the maximum is 50,000, since you found a body, the prize will naturally be lower. You wouldn't find it insufficient, would you? 2,000. Hee hee. Su Yun's face lit up with joy. Insufficient? Only a fool would think that. How long would it take to collect 2,000 from scavenging? 2,000 is quite good. After all, it was obtained without much effort. With this 2,000, I won't have to worry about food and drink for the next few months. At that moment, tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream were unable to contain themselves upon hearing Officer Hong's words. What the heck? They found the body of an S-level fugitive. No way. Are you kidding me? They stumbled upon the corpse of an S-level fugitive while scavenging? Why can't such good fortune fall upon me? Damn, I'm so envious. 2,000. That is 2,000 yuan. Is there anyone who scavenges like this? Who allowed you to do that? Popularity 111, popularity 111. The headquarters of the production team was in an uproar. A group of department heads exchanged bewildered glances, each one in disbelief. The 54th contestant found that ghastly corpse, an S-level fugitive, receiving a reward of 2,000? No, he is merely a scavenger. This is too much information for me to process. This 2,000, can it really be counted as funds? The head of the camera crew felt somewhat uneasy. Why not? As long as it belongs to the contestants, it counts. The head of the surveillance team suddenly became resolute. If that is the case, this contestant, earning 2,000 on the first day and 2,000 on the second day? This. The logistics head was already too excited to speak. Goodness, this salary is fantastic. I want to become a scavenger too. Before long, the situation was reported to the director's office. The higher-ups were left with headaches. Yet again, it was the 54th contestant. One cannot deny that he is fortunate. Alas, it is his. What is meant for him is his. While you all envy his earnings, did you not feel envy when he was scavenging under the scorching sun? With a single remark, all opposing voices were silenced. In the police car, Su Yun was completely oblivious to the happenings in the live stream. Photographer Wang Fan was counting on his fingers. 2,000. How to spend it, what to do, it's impossible to spend it all. Brother, remember that everyone who saw the body deserves a share. You can't forget me. Wang Fan immediately latched onto him. Rest assured, we are brothers. We shall split it evenly. Officer Hong, who was driving, smirked. Goodness, it sounds like your bond is stronger than the legendary brotherhood of Liu, Guan, and Zhang. However, do not get too excited. I understand your situation. For now, the reward cannot be dispersed. According to regulations, the reward can only be applied for after the case is concluded. So we have to wait. Seeing Officer Hong's meaningful smile, Su Yun felt a sense of foreboding. If the reward is issued only after the case concludes, when will that be? No, I cannot wait at all. Officer Hong, how soon can the case be resolved? Su Yun inquired with concern. Well, it depends on the time taken to apprehend the criminal. If all goes well, a week, but it could also take months. However, you need not worry, given your circumstances. I can assist in applying for a special request after a month. Officer Hong reassured the two with a smile. This is ridiculous. A week at best. Several months at worst. Normally a month later. Officer Hong, can you expedite the process? A month is too slow. Only money in hand is truly yours. Su Yun was understandably anxious. Today, perhaps? It seems unlikely. We will have to see how things unfold. If today brings good fortune, and we can uncover leads on the suspect, I will immediately assist you in applying for the reward. Therefore, bringing you out today is a matter of chance. To see if we can encounter the criminal, Officer Hong remarked. Let us go. If we can catch the perpetrator today, I can help you secure the funds. Officer Hong teased. Upon hearing this, Su Yun, who was seated in the back seat, rolled his eyes. What a joke. He is not a magician. This case, with no leads to follow, is the most challenging. Even the police might take months to investigate. How could he possibly manage? With no clues whatsoever. How can one catch a suspect? Alas, a few minutes later, the police car returned to the construction site, surrounded by caution tape. Despite the area being cordoned off, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered. Most were laborers, along with some elderly individuals and a few young people armed with cameras and smartphones, seemingly aspiring social media influencers. How is the situation? Are there any relevant leads? Chapter 11. The killer emerges. No, it is merely the first day. The clues are elusive. Whether they exist or not remains uncertain. Officer Hong stepped out of the car, and a middle-aged police officer at the scene remarked, "This construction site is extensive, filled with dust and loose soil, and the flow of personnel is considerable. Searching is no easy task." Su Yun followed suit, alighting from the vehicle. Several media reporters immediately raised their cameras, eager to capture the moment. "Hello, we are reporters from 2.5 years. Do you have any comments regarding the corpse case from yesterday?" "Greetings. We are journalists from a news magazine." "Hi, I'm a self-media blogger." The crowd surged toward the isolation area. Officer Hong led Su Yun straight inside, where they beheld the freshly excavated grave of the deceased. An idea sprang to Su Yun's mind as he casually scanned the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, his expression turning playful. Curiously, a line of text materialized in his mind. Name, Kai Kuan, gender, male, age, 19, identity. First-year student at Longhai Electro-Vocational Technical School. Identity 2. The murderer of Yang Qing-shan. Traits, enjoys singing and dancing. Fond of basketball, easily excited, prone to impulsiveness. Notes, carries a small hammer in his pocket, the weapon used to assault Yang Qing-shan. Fascinating. Su Yun's gaze fixed upon a slender figure amidst the crowd beyond the isolation barrier. A smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "It seems films about criminal investigation, like those featuring Sherlock Holmes, may indeed provide some insight. There's a hint of truth here. After committing a crime, a beast often returns to the scene. Indeed, it is true that sometimes one finds what they seek without much effort." "Officer Hong, I'm going to the restroom over there," Su Yun called out as he made his way towards the perimeter. "Brother, wait for me. I need to go too." Wang Fan blinked and followed suit. The two arrived at a public restroom on the edge of the construction site. "Brother, your bladder is impressive. If we can't secure the 20,000, maybe we should consider part-time work elsewhere? Picking up scraps, perhaps?" "That sounds disheartening," Wang Fan lamented. "It's easy to say, but finding a criminal is no simple task." "Hey, don't be hasty, little Wang. Have you ever heard the phrase, after the mountains and waters, when all seems lost, a grove of willows appears, and a new village comes into view?" Su Yun patted Wang Fan on the shoulder, noticing the latter's look of confusion. Adjusting his trousers, Su Yun strode purposefully towards Kai Kuan's direction. "Little Wang, there is much for you to learn." "What is that?" "It sounds profound. The streamer is just showing off again. I can't wait to see him get slapped down." Sigh. "In this vast sea of people, if he finds the criminal, I'll live stream myself, washing my hair upside down." "Dude, don't jump to conclusions. What if?" "Em Qin Shu Huank. Do you believe me or the streamer?" Su Yun approached the crowd directly. Photographer Wang Fan followed slowly behind, thinking, what a waste of a day. All efforts to collect scraps were hindered. My brother is truly dedicated. He comes to the crime scene to assist the police, yet brings along his work tools. It was then that Wang Fan noticed that earlier, when he went to the restroom, Su Yun had placed a brand new iron clamp at the door. Now, Su Yun wielded the clamp single-handedly as he approached the crowd, heading towards Kai Kuan. Everyone's attention was focused within the construction site's isolation barrier, where several police officers were aimlessly searching for clues. None noticed Su Yun's movement, including Kai Kuan, as the true perpetrator of the murder. Kai Kuan's nerves had been on edge upon hearing about the discovery of the body at the construction site. He had abandoned basketball and dance, arriving at the scene early to assess the situation himself. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. Seeing the police search aimlessly without a clue, Kai Kuan felt a swell of confidence. Police are not gods. Without witnesses or evidence, how could they possibly find him? Everything was as he anticipated. Exhaling deeply, Kai Kuan turned to leave, eager to merge his creative endeavors in singing, dancing, and rap when suddenly he felt a powerful jolt. His shoulder was bumped, and his overalls slipped slightly. Instantly, he fell to the ground, wincing in pain, as a handsome young man expressed his apologies. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I got a bit distracted while walking. Are you all right? Damn it, that hurts like hell." Kai Kun naspith, cursing inwardly. "Can't you watch where you're going?" He swiftly rose, glaring at the youth before him. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he noticed many eyes were now fixed upon them. Moreover, this young man appeared to be significantly taller than himself. Kai Kuan swallowed hard, his irritation still evident as he retorted, "Be more careful next time. Not everyone has my patience." "Absolutely, I will be more mindful next time." Their unexpected collision drew the attention of many nearby. Su Yun, with a broad smile, expertly clamped down on a dark object from the ground with the iron clamp. "Ah, is this yours? Let me help you pick it up." "Wait, is this a hammer?" Su Yun feigned surprise, looking at Kai Kuan. "Buddy, you carry a hammer with you when you go out? And it seems to have some blood on it. Don't tell me you use it for manicures." "Blood? There's blood?" "Blood." The mere mention of blood sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who brings a bloody hammer to a murder scene? Under normal circumstances, even an average person would find it alarming. The atmosphere, already tense from those who had witnessed the body yesterday, escalated with the sudden appearance of the bloodied hammer. It was akin to walking alone at night in a graveyard when your phone unexpectedly starts playing a horror movie. "Mind your own business. Give me back my hammer." Kai Kuan's face turned serious, as though his very life was being threatened. Su Yun ignored him, scrutinizing the hammer in his hand. Meanwhile, not far away, Officer Hong, alerted by the commotion, approached with two officers. The presence of a blunt weapon at a crime scene was already a cause for suspicion. Chapter 12. Captain Hong's Shock and Invitation. Su Yun meticulously pondered over the small, iron hammer in his hand. The hammer, which featured a claw for nail removal, had one sharp end and one dull end, was smeared with blood. "This hammer, surely you don't use it frequently for murder, do you?" "Friend, you ought to clarify. The deceased at the crime scene. There's no chance he is connected to you, is there? You didn't kill him, did you?" Su Yun interrogated, his gaze piercing. "I've told you. Return the hammer to me. This is none of your concern." Kai Kuan's temper was escalating, his expression becoming increasingly menacing. At that moment, Officer Hong, accompanied by two police officers wielding batons, rushed over. "Friend, in a society governed by law, carrying a bloodied hammer is somewhat suspicious, don't you think? Even if you slaughtered chickens or pigs, some explanation is warranted." "Slaughter chickens or pigs? I would never stoop to that." But as he noticed the three policemen drawing closer, a fierce glint crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Su Yun chuckled at the scene. Officer Hong and the other officers were taken aback. Why would a guilty person run? There was definitely something amiss, and carrying a bloodied hammer was a sure sign of foul play. After him, Officer Hong commanded as they swiftly pursued. Su Yun scanned his surroundings for anything to throw. With nothing but a specially designed iron clamp awarded by the system in hand, he hurled it with all his might. A perfect parabolic arc formed, and with a resounding thud, the clamp struck Kai Kuan on the head, causing him to stumble and fall. Well done. At that moment, Officer Hong brushed past Su Yun. Even as an experienced officer, he was astonished by Su Yun's impeccable throwing technique. In mere moments, Officer Hong and his team lifted Kai Kuan from the ground. Officer Hong seized the bloodied hammer, demanding fiercely, "Is this yours?" "Yes." "Then why did you run? Are you hiding something?" Officer Hong pressed. "I panicked when I saw the police, so I ran." Kai Kuan's eyes darted about nervously. He's lying. This man is definitely lying. Officer Hong saw through the facade and instructed the other two officers to commence interrogation. Meanwhile, in Livestream Room 54, a flurry of fans and viewers were abuzz with excitement. That throw by the host was impressive. Come on, admit it, you've practiced before, right? That was a perfect headshot from such a distance. I bet a pack of spicy strips that this guy showing up at the crime scene means he is guilty. I love you, host. Shortly thereafter, The two officers responsible for the interrogation emerged from the police vehicle. Officer Hong, this man admitted the hammer is his, but he hasn't said anything else, they reported, looking exasperated. This guy's lips are sealed. Sealed lips? Just wait and see. I'll give it a try, Su Yun said, feeling irritated. Others might not know, but he had a system that revealed the truth to him. Kai Kuan was undoubtedly the murderer, an easy $2,000 for him. He had to confess. With that, Su Yun hopped into the police car, leaving Officer Hong and the two officers in stunned silence. 3 minutes later, Su Yun emerged from the vehicle, a relaxed expression on his face. Officer Hong, we could take notes now. He confessed everything. He murdered Yang Qingshan. Officer Hong. The two officers? With confusion etched on their faces, the two officers climbed back into the police car. After more than 10 minutes of recording, they emerged, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They were trained interrogators, yet they had gleaned nothing substantial after extensive questioning. How had Su Yun managed to extract a confession in just 3 minutes? Officer Hong, astonished and curious, inquired, Brother Su Yun, how did you accomplish that? At that moment, he glanced into the car and saw Kai Kuan curled up in the seat, his face a mask of terror, yet without a single mark on him. 3 minutes inside, and he was a changed man? Su Yun scratched his head, chuckling. Officer Hong, it's simple. I had some prior knowledge of psychology. Under extreme stress and panic, a person's nerves can fray easily. I used a little trick, showed him a horror film, and educated him on the laws. I informed him that the blood on the hammer could undergo DNA testing, making it clear he couldn't escape. After that, he confessed everything. Officer Hong. The two interrogating officers. Wait, you showed a murderer a horror film and kindly educated him on legal knowledge? How novel. Officer Hong chuckled, bemused by the young man's ingenuity. Youthful passion is commendable, but impulsiveness can be perilous. Now, let us get you to sign and fingerprint. After a cursory review, Kai Kuan signed the confession. He recounted how one night he was busking outside of school to earn some pocket money when Yang Qingshan passed by and criticized his performance. Their argument escalated, and in a fit of rage, Kai Kuan struck Yang Qingshan with a hammer in a secluded spot. Afterward, he even attempted to make Yang Qingshan learn to perform with him. Kai Kuan had divulged everything, and now he harbored no thoughts of fleeing or denying his actions. He simply wished to cooperate with the police to expedite his time in confinement. An hour later, the case reached a satisfactory conclusion. Observing officer Hone Proching, Suyun Flashtagrin. Officer Hong, I've helped catch the culprit. What do I get my 2,000? Officer Hong's lips twitched. Don't worry. A gentleman's word is his bond. I've already applied for your reward. It should arrive today. Noticing that Officer Hong had not forgotten, Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. Great. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Where are you off to? Officer Hong asked, puzzled. Now that the case is resolved, I certainly must be on my way. I'm a scavenger, and a day without collecting makes me feel uneasy. Su Yun shrugged. Officer Hong, Brother Su Yun, I heard the department recently appointed you as a safety ambassador. How about this? Seeing your exceptional potential, would you consider becoming a volunteer officer with us? I assure you, after a year, I'll have you promoted. He genuinely saw potential in Su Yun. Such a promising young man shouldn't he be reduced to scavenging? Should he? Becoming a volunteer officer? Su Yun paused slightly. Officer Hong, do police officers get vacations? Yes, but not many. Can I freely come and go? Not really. People often said that the end of the universe was bureaucracy. However, Su Yun believed that the allure of millions in program rewards was truly irresistible. Then I think I'll stick to scavenging, Officer Hong. Chapter 13. Anomalies. The stray animals with red eyes. Brother, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. The photographer, Wang Fan, beamed with excitement, recalling how Officer Hong had previously extended an invitation. After a year of serving as an auxiliary police officer, he was on the verge of securing a stable position. Brother, I've never seen a man so handsome before. Wang Fan immediately clung tightly to his thigh. All right, enough flattery. Let's get to work. The two of them, each wielding an iron clamp, began patrolling the vicinity of the Longhai City police station. Not far off, Officer Hong stood on the steps of the station, speechless. It was no wonder this lad was so carefree. He had even left a contact number, making it seem as though he was indifferent to the 20,000 yuan reward. It turned out he was merely wandering around the police precinct. On the roadside, Su Yun meandered aimlessly, picking up plastic bottles when he spotted them and otherwise treating the outing as a leisurely stroll. He showed no signs of genuinely scavenging. After all, the 20,000 yuan reward was nearly in his grasp, ensuring his future was free from worries about food and drink. Why bother picking up trash? He had traversed into this world to participate in a show, not merely to scavenge. Surely, it was to savor life. Time to relax. I hereby declare that contestant number 54 is officially embarking on a laid-back lifestyle. I envy you so much. This life is what I desire. Who knew scavenging could be so enjoyable? I should give it a try someday. A flurry of comments began to fill the live stream from a crowd of overworked 996 employees. Although scavenging appeared grim and undignified, the key was that it was exhilarating and liberating. Brother, what shall we have for lunch today? Wang Fan glanced at the time. It was nearing 11 o'clock, almost lunchtime. Having aided the police in cracking a major case, we must treat ourselves to a good meal today. The boxed lunches at the police station are quite decent. I can smell the aroma of meat. It must be twice-cooked pork, my favorite. Wang Fan's mouth twitched in response, speechless. Brother, you're truly impressive. He was somewhat aware of the case's resolution, while a multitude of newcomers in the live stream appeared bewildered. What? The case has been solved already? Some newcomers chimed in. I came here to watch scavenging. You helped the police solve the case? Come on, streamer. Tell us how the case was cracked. Quick, spill the beans. Don't keep us in suspense, or I'll curse you to find no trash today. I admit I was too loud just now. Paying no heed to the barrage of comments, Su Yun and Wang Fan wandered aimlessly until they paused near a secluded grove. Brother, let us wait a bit longer. In about 10 minutes, the police station will probably start serving lunch. Wang Fan insisted, fixated on the time. Su Yun sat on the roadside, his mind drifting to how he would spend the 20,000 yuan. Suddenly, he noticed a series of grayish dots flickering with red light appearing on the radar in his mind. Red dots, more red dots. Having encountered two unexpected incidents, Su Yun felt a sense of aversion towards the radar's red markers. However, what did this grayish hue signify? It seemed to lack a clear definition. Brother, what's wrong? Are you hungry? It's not mealtime yet. Wang Fan stood up in response. There seems to be something over there. Let us check it out. Ever since he had acquired the scavenger profession through the show, Su Yun had become particularly sensitive to the word scavenge. What others discarded, he could pick up. What others deemed worthless, he could still collect. In short, he was equipped solely with a clamp and a basket, relying entirely on scavenging for resources. The two meandered leisurely until they arrived at a secluded garbage station. From a distance of over a meter, they could see that, under the oppressive heat, the garbage piled high, like a small mountain, rotting, molding, and emitting a foul stench. Ugh! Brother, we can't possibly stoop this low, can we? I can hardly bear it. I'm about to be sick. Wang Fan clearly had not yet recovered from the shadow of the corpse. The refuse near the garbage station consisted either of household waste or kitchen scraps. Nevertheless, Su Yun, battling against the foul odor, felt his curiosity intensifying. He noticed that the garbage station contained a fair amount of bones, and even entire fresh chunks of meat. Surveying the surroundings, he observed that strays, cats and dogs, were beginning to converge towards this spot. Brother, why are there suddenly so many stray dogs and cats? Wang Fan exclaimed, the camera panning over the scene. Dozens of stray dogs and cats rushed toward the garbage station, drawn by the fresh meat and bones piled high. To Su Yun and Wang Fan's surprise, these stray animals showed no signs of fear upon seeing them. Oh dear, what brings you two young lads here? Suddenly, an elderly man riding a garbage truck approached, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Dressed in a sanitation worker's uniform, with a large broom resting on his vehicle. He appeared quite disheveled. Hello, sir, we're just here to take a look, Su Yun volunteered. I thought you were inspectors. It's a scorching day, and this young lad is carrying a camera. The old man dismounted from his tricycle and casually picked up a twig from the roadside. Hey, you lot, get out of here. He waved the twig dismissively, attempting to shoo away the strays. However, the next moment, woof, woof, the strays, seemingly triggered by some instinct, bared their teeth at the old man. This startling scene was witnessed by Su Yun. Well, A bunch of beasts seeking food and drink from me. Yet they dare to snarl? The old man, true to his character, seized the broom and swung it forcefully at a few robust strays. Woof, woof, woof. The stray dogs began to act aggressively, preparing to attack. Observing this, Su Yun bent down, mimicking the motion of picking up a stone, his gaze fixed intently on the lead strays. Woof, woof, woof. Subsequently, the pack of strays snatched the unfinished bones and meat, turning tail and fleeing. Hey, you lads are something else. Thank you. The old man chuckled. No trouble at all. Su Yun waved his hand and inquired, Sir, I'm curious. How did bones and meat end up in this garbage station? Also, have you noticed that the stray animals' pupils are blood red? Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head, somewhat resigned. Sigh, these beasts are clearly feasting on meat. For the past few months, this garbage station has frequently received meat and bones. I've asked around about why people discard these items. A butcher told me they are spoiled meats, unsellable lymphatic tissues. People have no choice but to throw them away. Why do you suddenly want to know about this? Is there a problem? Chapter 14. A frightening revelation. Is this human flesh? At the butcher shop, the old man explained about the discarded bad meat and lymphatic tissue, which left Su Yun feeling perplexed. It was not that he blindly speculated. He simply questioned whether a butcher shop would truly throw away bad meat or lymphatic tissue into the trash, even if such meat existed. It just did not seem right to Su Yun. Brother, what are you doing? You're not actually going to rummage through the garbage, are you? Wang Fan, realizing Su Yun's intentions, panicked. The putrid stench emanating from the garbage heap was so overwhelming that even the old man was wearing a mask while handling it. Surely, they could not be so lacking in principles and boundaries. Su Yun, using a metal claw, sifted through the refuse. Perhaps due to the sudden appearance of the old man's reprimand, the dozen stray animals had not completely carried away the meat chunks from the top of the pile. He picked up a bone and a small piece of meat, which appeared remarkably fresh and did not resemble any lymphatic tissue. This meat did not give the impression of being spoiled or lymphatic at all. Su Yun tossed the meat onto the ground, and three burly men stared intently at it. Well, young man, I must admit, after a month of clearing trash, my old eyes have failed me. I didn't recognize this as good meat. The old man's eyes brightened. Which butcher shop is so affluent as to discard good meat? But wait, there is something wrong with this meat. Su Yun casually picked up another piece, scrutinizing the surface and its skin tissue. The moment a chilling thought struck him, he gasped sharply. Uncertain, he carefully examined the other pieces. All identical. The tiny pores and distinctive hair. This was not pork. It was human flesh. Su Yun's breathing became rapid, his expression tense and serious. Beside him, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief, and Wang Fan stuttered, their faces turning pale. Brother, don't scare me. How could there possibly be human flesh in broad daylight? At the mention of this, Wang Fan involuntarily recalled the scene of the stray animals ravenously devouring the meat, their blood-red eyes and fierce demeanor. You must be mistaken, right? How could a butcher shop discard human flesh? The old man stared in horror at the pieces strewn on the ground. Just as he spoke, Su Yun suddenly turned, disregarding the disgusting garbage, and fished out several meat chunks with metal skewers. This is what the red dot scan detected quickly. Call the police. Su Yun had no time to explain. He realized that the meat chunks did not fit together at all, coupled with the old man's statement about meat being discarded here for the past month. Moments later, Wang Fan, panting heavily, rushed to the police station and back within a few minutes. Officer Hong arrived, accompanied by two seemingly young interns. What is going on, Su Yun? Have you encountered trouble again? Officer Hong instinctively inquired. Su Yun picked up a piece of meat and handed it over. Officer Hong, take a look. This chunk of meat is very likely human flesh. Officer Hong paused, his brow furrowing. Are you certain? These bones and pieces of meat, if it is human flesh, that would indicate a horrific dismemberment case. It could be other types of meat, perhaps beef or donkey meat. Some butcher shops in Longhai City do sell crocodile meat, one of the interns suggested. No, Su Yun abruptly turned, his gaze intimidating the two interns. Officer Hong, I can assure you, this is definitely not crocodile meat, nor could it be beef or donkey meat. Donkey and beef are both classified as pure red meats, superior in quality to pork. Imagine the deep red color of these meats compared to the pieces we found in the garbage, regardless of hue or fat content. And the unmistakable foul odor. If you don't believe me, you can search online right now. After comparison, you will see the distinction. As he spoke, Officer Hong led the group in pulling out their phones to search the results. Just as Su Yun had asserted, in terms of color and texture, they were entirely incompatible, including detailed explanations from experts regarding human flesh found online, all correlated with the meat before them. Even if it isn't other types of meat, we can't definitively conclude it is human flesh, can we? The sanitation worker, the old man, was reluctant to accept this. How could human flesh appear frequently in a place where he had worked for so long? In response, Su Yun shook his head impassively. I have already stated, it is human flesh. Firstly, we assess by color. The meat is darker. Secondly, the texture. Human flesh has a finer grain than other meats. Lastly, regarding the taste, I cannot confirm whether anyone in Longhai City has consumed these meat chunks, but I can guarantee that the texture is far chewier than any other type of meat. Finally, and most critically, the human tissue, the skin, the pore size. Look closely at these meat pieces. Some even have fine hairs. You can compare them to your own body hair. Upon hearing this, everyone present instinctively raised their arms to inspect themselves. As they realized that all the characteristics matched Su Yun's description, a collective gasp echoed through the air. The group trembled, their skin prickling with dread. Wang Fan, overwhelmed by graphic imagery, began to retch violently. Officer Hong and the two interns stood frozen in shock. Truly, words that astonish are not to be spoken lightly. How did Su Yun possess such knowledge? The texture of human flesh, the skin tissue, the muscle fibers. Was it possible that he had consumed human flesh before? The thought of cannibalism was terrifying, shaking, and nauseating. The two interns had already begun to gag. Even Officer Hong, a seasoned veteran, felt his heart racing at the confirmation of such horrific truths. Human flesh, if it were any ordinary type of meat, they would not perceive any issues. But this was human flesh. Chapter 15. Is the anchor Hannibal? No. Immediately seal off the scene. Notify the forensic experts inside the bureau to arrive promptly and deliver their findings. Officer Hong was sweating profusely. According to the elderly sanitation worker's description, there had been discarded rotten meat at the garbage station for nearly a month. If the final forensic report confirms Su Yun's assertion that it is indeed human flesh, then this case could very well be a serial murder and dismemberment incident. Moreover, the severity of the case would undoubtedly reverberate through the upper echelons of the provincial capital. Sigh. Officer Hong lamented. How could such a calamity occur at this critical juncture? Su Yun, Wang Fan, and the elderly man remained on site as witnesses to assist with the investigation. Within mere minutes, police vehicles, sirens blaring, quickly cordoned off the area surrounding the garbage station, establishing a perimeter of caution tape. The forensic expert, clad in a white coat and equipped with a toolkit, returned to the scene. The commotion attracted a throng of bystanders, curious onlookers. From a distance, as refuse was rummaged through at the bottom of the garbage pile, a putrid stench assailed their senses. Ugh! What is that foul odor? It reeks like a dead rat, far worse than my girlfriend's armpit after a month without washing. 80% of the onlookers were doubled over, clutching trees as they retched, including the police and gathered citizens. Even the elderly sanitation worker, who managed this area, appeared pale. The scene was simply too revolting. As the refuse was disturbed, a trickle of liquid seeped from the concrete beneath, revealing chunks of decaying meat, festering with mold and rot, laying bare before the crowd. The flesh, infiltrated by various fungi, bacteria, and viruses, had degraded into a sickly yellow-brown hue. On the bones, swarms of white maggots writhed and gnawed. These repugnant creatures emerged in droves from the depths of the garbage heap. Most notably, the bones at the very bottom, ribs, tibias, were gnawed to pieces, and through the hollowed marrow, one could even observe maggots relentlessly tearing their way out. Ugh! I can't take it anymore. I feel bile rising. This sight is utterly grotesque. I need to see a psychiatrist. The entire scene resembled an epic horror film. Chaos reigned. Some newly arrived bystanders, even seasoned officers from the precinct, were now leaning against trees, turning their backs to the garbage station to vomit. The sounds of retching echoed throughout the area. Among the throng of several dozen, only the forensic expert, diligently documenting the evidence, and Su Yun, who had collected some of the flesh, maintained a calm demeanor. At this moment, in Su Yun's live streaming room, a flurry of desperate messages flooded the screen. "Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. I've already thrown up 10 times. If I do it again, I'll be out cold. Heaven help me. I just wanted to watch an ordinary stream of the anchor picking up trash. This anchor is a devil. He picks not just any refuse, but human flesh. Does he? Whose trash-picking routine involves either corpses or human flesh every day? The production team should thoroughly investigate the anchor's family history. His understanding of human flesh is far too horrifying. Admit it, Anchor, your other name is Hannibal, isn't it?" The police continued their search at the garbage station. To ensure a methodical and thorough examination, a substantial police force had been deployed. Braving the foul odor and enduring both physiological and psychological discomfort, they sifted through the repugnant refuse in search of bones and flesh. Being a police officer is not an easy task. Wang Fan reflected, having already vomited over 10 times, breaking his personal record for daily retching, his complexion ashen. "Xiao Wang, are you all right? If it's too much, find a place to catch your breath. Don't collapse here." Su Yun offered him a few tissues. "Iem me fine. Brother, I can still." Ugh. Before he could finish, Wang Fan turned away, gripping a tree as he began to regurgitate once more onto the grass. The stench was unbearable, far worse than the corpse unearthed the day before. After being dismembered, the body already carried a foul odor. In a garbage station, where it had sat for so long, the myriad of microorganisms, fungi, and viruses had exacerbated the stench to an unbearable level. Most alarmingly, as the refuse was meticulously searched by the officers, the amount of flesh had spread out over an area the size of a living room. Piles of brownish rotten meat, bones, and a multitude of maggots littered the ground. Half an hour later, every bit of refuse in the garbage station had been thoroughly examined. All the putrid meat and bones lay exposed before the crowd. The sheer quantity was enough to cover an area the size of a 2-bedroom apartment. "Officer Hong, look at that bone. It appears to be a severed finger." Su Yun's keen eye recognized the uniquely shaped fragment that differed from the others. The severed finger was unmistakable, and after Su Yun's identification, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. "A severed finger? My goodness, that's a human finger." The evidence was compelling. I had begun to believe what that young man claimed. The severed finger is human, and those meat fragments, without a doubt. The onlookers had already begun to speculate. Meanwhile, the officers maintaining order and managing the case grew increasingly somber and serious. Officer Hong exchanged a grateful glance with the forensic experts. They were not quick to jump to conclusions. In police work, it is paramount to rely on evidence, with all findings grounded in scientific validation. At this moment, the forensic expert was carefully using tweezers to lift decaying flesh into a container, employing a scalpel to dissect some of the larger pieces to examine their interiors. They even collected a few maggots and a spoonful of the putrid liquid from the ground for analysis. Thus, after another half hour, the gathering crowd of onlookers continued to swell, until the forensic expert finally provided the report. "Officer Hong, prepare to inform the director. This situation is very complex and dire." The forensic expert's expression had grown markedly grave. In response, Officer Hong nodded. "Dr. Wang, please speak. I am bracing myself for what you have to say." Taking a deep breath, Dr. Wang conveyed his findings. There are 8 victims, both male and female. Based on the condition of the meat and the state of the bones, the victims' age predominantly range from 20 to 40 years. Chapter 16. Are you a scavenger engaging in forensic work? The results of the identity DNA analysis would require time. Patience was essential. Forensic expert Wang had little to say. As a seasoned forensic pathologist at the Longhai Police Department for many years, today marked his first encounter with such a perplexing case. The number of deceased had reached 8. 8 individuals, all dismembered, reduced to mere pieces of flesh. The atmosphere at the scene was thick with tension, as the officers, including Officer Hong, gasped in horror. While Wang did not explicitly state it, The implication was unmistakable. The flesh was indeed human. In that moment, all present stared, slack-jawed, at one of the witnesses, Su Yun, as if they had seen a ghost. Officer Hong was no exception. He swallowed hard, his mind reeling. Wang took half an hour to confirm through examination that the flesh belonged to a human, while Su Yun had achieved this in mere minutes. Furthermore, everything Su Yun had previously stated and analyzed was correct. It was worth noting that Wang was regarded as the foremost forensic expert in Longhai City. Yet here was Su Yun, a mere scavenger, seemingly performing the duties of a forensic specialist. What was most bewildering was the unwavering conviction in Su Yun's demeanor while he spoke and analyzed the situation. Was it merely luck? No, he was accurate in every detail. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became eerily silent. Wang had heard about the events leading up to this moment. As a prominent figure in the field, he understood that distinguishing human flesh solely through visual inspection was a remarkable feat. Su Yun, my friend, it appears we meet again. To be honest, were you able to determine the gender of the flesh before I arrived? Wang inquired, gazing at the handsome young man before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. Suddenly confronted and under the curious gazes of the crowd, Su Yun scratched his head, saying, I suppose so. Officer Hong. The crowd? With that statement, the police officers and bystanders began to reassess this young man before them. Here was someone who could discern results that required extensive testing and equipment, merely by standing there, without any tools. Was he some kind of monster? Su Yun, could you elaborate on how you came to this conclusion? Wang pressed. To be honest, after years in this profession, I have never heard of anyone discerning gender from a piece of flesh without any instruments. This seems far-fetched. Wang's lips twitched. His casual inquiry had led to a bold hypothesis, and to his surprise, Su Yun seemed to possess the insight to back it up. At this moment, Wang regarded Su Yun with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, akin to a young student adorned with a bright red flower seeking wisdom from a distinguished scholar. My dear Wang, I assure you, I am not speaking nonsensically. With Wang's serious expression prompting him, Su Yun decided to explain further. Have you noticed the skin texture between the pieces of flesh? Wang nodded. Yes, some are coarse, while others are soft. From a forensic standpoint, the flesh could belong to various body parts, perhaps the chest, the calves, or even the buttocks. Yet this alone was insufficient to determine gender, was it? At this point, the expressions of those around them grew increasingly peculiar. In a live stream, the audience's enthusiasm surged, and a flurry of comments erupted. Wow, is being a forensic expert truly this impressive? Shouldn't the streamer be the more impressive one? I suspect they've had some unusual side jobs. Wait, I'm in the middle of eating here. Seriously, discussing human flesh during a live stream. Oh no, I think I'm about to learn something bizarre. Little knife to the butt, this has truly opened my eyes. Clearing his throat, Wang posed his question again, and everyone turned their attention back to him. Su Yun coughed lightly and humbly replied, It's really nothing. I can't discern everything. Among these pieces, some have distinct skin textures and unique hairs. I won't elaborate further, but if you're truly interested, you could search online for more information. Everyone has hair. In truth, Su Yun's ability to make precise judgments was largely attributed to the system itself. He couldn't very well claim that the system provided him with hints, could he? Wang furrowed his brow, pondering deeply as he nodded in understanding. Su Yun, your insights are enlightening. I find myself somewhat blinded by my own narrow perspective. I am truly impressed that you notice such subtle details. To be frank, have you ever worked as a forensic expert? Wang asked earnestly. Oh well. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. Please don't misunderstand. I simply have a keen interest in this field. I have never studied forensic science. I'm just a scavenger. Wang. The crowd. Never studied forensic science? A scavenger? A mere hobby? In that moment, the live stream chat erupted with excitement. What the hell? I can't believe this. I feel my brain is insufficient. Can someone lend me theirs? Streamer, aren't you a scavenger? How do you know so much about human flesh? Wait, Hannibal? What the heck? Goodness, what kind of normal person considers studying human flesh as a hobby? Streamer, you should confess. Perhaps you could receive leniency. Wang was utterly bewildered. He was at a loss for words. Su Yun's situation had completely shattered his understanding. Here was someone who was not a forensic expert, lacking any medical knowledge. yet who analyzed the situation with greater skill than him, a seasoned professional. The most perplexing part was Su Yun's earnest admission of being a scavenger. Who would believe such a claim? At this moment, Wang yearned for a moment of solitude. This was the second time he had faced such bewilderment. After a brief pause, Wang took a deep breath, blinking as he looked intently at Su Yun. Su Yun, abandon the life of a scavenger. What future could it possibly hold? Come study forensic science with me. With your talent and abilities, you should not waste them on scavenging. I assure you, within a year, you will stand among the elite forensic experts, not just in the country, but across the globe. Chapter 17. The winds of fortune shift the forensic expert. Dr. Wang extended an invitation on the spot, disregarding the other young officers within the precinct. It is well understood among those in the field of forensics that once one can surmount psychological and physiological barriers, this profession becomes highly coveted. Moreover, Dr. Wang is renowned as the foremost forensic expert in Longhai City and even across the nation. To learn under his guidance or to work alongside him is a dream for many aspiring professionals. Undoubtedly, everyone present believed that Su Yun would seize this golden opportunity with enthusiasm. However, to their astonishment, Su Yun exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. With a smile, he gently shook his head. I appreciate the invitation, Dr. Wang, and your regard for me. While I have an interest in the field, I believe there is no shame in scavenging. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang was momentarily taken aback, while Officer Hong, standing nearby, chuckled. Do not be disheartened, Dr. Wang. To be frank, I invited Su Yun to join the precinct yesterday, and he declined just as you have. The revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of officers who were still in the dark. Goodness, Officer Hong is a second-level police supervisor, and even his invitation was turned down? Suddenly, Dr. Wang felt less disheartened by his own rejection. Yet, who exactly is this individual? A second-level supervisor rejecting the offer of a renowned forensic expert? One must consider how many people would go to great lengths to secure a position within the police force. Alas, what a pity. Dr. Wang shook his head in regret. Come now, do not be disheartened, Dr. Wang. Who knows, perhaps my brother will reconsider in the future. The photographer Wang Fan interjected with a grin. Everyone has their aspirations. My brother has his reasons for scavenging. Despite his current endeavors, one must remember, fortunes can change drastically. Since my brother began scavenging, how much benefit has he brought to your precinct? Wang Fan's words detonated like an underwater explosion, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. For the first time, they had stumbled upon a Mosin-Nagant rifle along with a considerable cache of ammunition. The second time, they discovered a body, aiding in the capture of a murderer. The third time, they unearthed a significant quantity of human remains. Wang Fan's reminder made Officer Hong realize Su Yun's exceptional nature. The surrounding officers began to murmur amongst themselves. I remember now. I thought he looked familiar. He is one of the specially appointed safety ambassadors for our precinct. Well, the so-called safety ambassador has certainly been involved in a few peculiar activities. Thousands of online viewers in the live stream resonated with Wang Fan's observations. Indeed, police work is a stable profession. Forensic science is indeed prestigious. But I must say, without the streamer, Officer Hong and his team would still be grappling with the murderer. The only oddity is that the streamer is a safety ambassador hired by the police. In the past, I wouldn't have given a single glance to the safety campaigns by the cyber police, but now the streamer has reversed the narrative, and I dare not blink, fearing to miss a classic moment. I seriously suspect the streamer is doing this on purpose, enabling him to enjoy free meals and lodging at the police station while taking full advantage. In truth, Su Yun himself yearned for a simple and unremarkable life as a scavenger. Yet, his capabilities did not allow for such simplicity. Who could have predicted that excavating steel bars on a construction site would lead to finding a body? Who could have guessed that a mere iron rod at a garbage dump would yield a trove of human flesh? The unpredictability of life. Some circumstances are beyond his control. Listening to the ongoing discussions, Officer Hong felt a weighty realization settle in his heart. From his initial surprise at meeting this young man, to admiration, and now sheer astonishment. The truth is, Wang Fan's assertions held no flaw. Each individual has their own aspirations. Whether as a police officer or a forensic expert, both paths would confine Su Yun's talents. A gem will shine wherever it is placed. At this moment, not only did Officer Hong come to this understanding, but Dr. Wong also gained clarity. All right, enough of this. The case is of utmost importance. We shall address future matters in due course. Officer Hong gestured as the officers present began to gather all relevant clues for the case. Currently, according to the elderly sanitation worker's account, the police were to investigate the butcher shop in the market. Fortunately, the old man had previously visited, providing significant assistance to the police inquiry. Without delay, we must hurry there to prevent the suspect from fleeing. Officer Hong commanded, as several police vehicles prepare to set out. Oh, Su-Yun, you should accompany us. We need to take a statement. Furthermore, Officer Hong believed that having Su-Yun along might prove beneficial. All right, but Officer Hong, as you know, I am participating in a live challenge. Will it interfere with your investigation? Su-Yun understood the implications. To his surprise, Officer Hong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No worries, if a broadcast needs to be cut, I will inform you." Each party conceded a little, and all was well. In truth, police investigations, especially in homicide cases, are strictly prohibited from any form of live coverage until the case is resolved. Officer Hong's willingness to agree stemmed solely from the regard he held for Su-Yun. Not only was he a witness, but his experience with human remains could greatly assist the police. Thus, the group set off. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the elderly sanitation worker, 2 police vehicles sealed off the entrances to the market. A dozen uniformed officers fanned out in a semicircle around the butcher's stall. With a splat, they stepped upon the bloodied, uneven concrete, sending nearby market-goers, elderly men and women, into a panicked frenzy, screaming as they fled. Those customers at the butcher stall, upon witnessing such a commotion, immediately dropped to their knees with their hands over their heads. Several women, still clutching their purchases, dropped their black plastic bags with a thud. "Please, don't shoot. I'm a good person. I have a centenarian mother to care for and an ungrateful son at home." The elderly woman stammered, nearly trembling from fear. Her mind raced through a lifetime of misdeeds. Could it be that during the square dance yesterday, she inadvertently touched her partner's abdomen, and now it had come to light? No, I was merely here to buy some meat. Surely it wouldn't warrant such a police presence to apprehend me. Chapter 18. The Butcher's Shop, Human Flesh. In the vicinity of the western district of Longhai City, the bustling marketplace is adorned with prominent butcher stalls, attracting a considerable number of repeat customers. At this moment, several elderly women, trembling and clutching their heads, are crouched on the ground, encircled by a dozen police officers, effectively sealing off the butcher's shop. Regardless of the circumstances, the elderly ladies are simultaneously confessing and repenting. "Oh, dear officers, please don't arrest me. I promise I won't play mahjong again. Was it my husband who reported me? I swear I was just out to buy meat, not engaging in any illicit affairs." Their statements become increasingly absurd. The officers maintain their professionalism, suppressing laughter, while thousands of viewers in Su-Yun's livestream are left in a state of amused disbelief at the elderly women's candid reactions. Is this the moment when the elderly lady's will to survive is most potent? What else with this inexplicable delight? Indeed, when it comes to silencing the unruly, it is the police who must step in. Haha. Honestly, the situation is quite overwhelming. If it were me, I would have surrendered without a shred of dignity left. Elderly lady, I have never repented like this in my life. A dozen uniformed officers, wielding batons and armed with firearms, form a fan-shaped perimeter around the scene. With such an imposing display, one can hardly blame the elderly ladies for their fear. Even a tall individual would instinctively crouch and shield their head. Apologies, everyone. Due to special circumstances, the police are conducting an investigation. As this involves a serious criminal case, all individuals present must cooperate with the inquiry. Officer Hong boldly presents his credentials, speaking with an authority that brooks no dissent. In an instant, the elderly women exchange anxious glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they absorb Officer Hong's words. Before they can exhale in relief, they begin to mutter complaints under their breaths. How unfortunate! I didn't check the calendar before leaving today. Why must I encounter such misfortune? As long as I have done nothing wrong, I fear no shadows. Officers, you conduct your investigation, and I'd like to record a video for my social media. After all, it's my first time being investigated by the police. How thrilling. The elderly ladies form a unique and often misunderstood demographic. Officer Hong assigns a few gentle, soft-spoken young officers to question the women, recognizing them as regular patrons of the butcher's shop. Given their frequent visits over the past month, if they had purchased meat, it had likely been prepared at home. Alas, the situation is becoming increasingly complex. As this major criminal case involves 8 individuals, Officer Hong cannot afford any mistakes. The butcher shop has been completely vacated of customers, and aside from apprehending a few employees responsible for cutting and selling meat, the owner remains elusive. Where's your shop's owner? Officer Hong demands sternly. The entire butcher shop, including the front entrance, is now under the complete control of the police. The 2 employees, pale with fear, resemble individuals who have spent a night with a ghost. Our owner might be in the back warehouse, one employee stutters, visibly trembling. Could I ask what is happening? To this, Officer Hong refrains from answering. To be cautious, he immediately orders the 2 employees to be detained. Meanwhile, in the butcher shop, slabs of bright red meat lie on the long wooden cutting board. So, Su-Yun, have you made any special discoveries? Officer Hong had specifically brought Su-Yun along for this purpose, to identify the types of meat. Forensic expert Wang has also arrived, standing a few steps away, examining a piece of pork belly closely. No issues here. This is indeed pork, Su-Yun replies, shaking his head. It might be hidden in the back warehouse. Let us go check. Officer Hong trusts that the elderly cleaning worker would not lie. If it's not in the shop, it's highly likely stored in the frozen cabinets of the warehouse. Minutes later, Officer Hong and his team burst into the warehouse, only to find a middle-aged man leisurely seated, engrossed in watching dance live streams on Douyin. Without hesitation, Officer Hong and his team rush forward, swiftly subduing the man and pinning him to the concrete floor. Don't move. The man, bewildered, is none other than the butcher shop's owner. Just a moment ago, he was captivated by the dancers. Now, he finds himself face down on the ground, restrained. Officers, what is the meaning of this? He protests, his face pressed against the floor, hands bound behind him, unable to move, his eyes darting around as if seeking answers. Tell me, what kind of meat do you sell in your shop? Speak truthfully. Officer Hong barks. At this moment, the butcher shop owner is overwhelmed with confusion as a swarm of officers interrogates him about the types of meat sold in his establishment. Officers, have you made a mistake? I am merely a seller of pork. He implores, looking utterly aggrieved. Despite his protests, Officer Hong remains silent, directing his team to break through the warehouse door. With Su-Yun leading the search, in the back warehouse of the butcher shop, there is a sizable cold storage room, perfectly suited for preserving meat, with a low temperature. The group ventures deeper inside. The cold storage is neither too large nor too small, comparable in size to a 2-bedroom apartment, filled with a dense assortment of fresh meat. By visual assessment, they can rule out half as pork. As they tread forward, Su-Yun's keen eyes scan the surroundings. Suddenly, he catches sight of a stack of meat blocks in the corner of the warehouse, narrowing his eyes. It's this one. Quickly, pull out. Without a moment's hesitation, Officer Hong commands. A few officers work together to extract the palm-sized meat block Su-Yun pointed out, gently placing it on the ground. Indeed, Su-Yun, you are impressive. This piece is certainly not pork, forensic expert Wang asserts. Su-Yun reaches out, touching the cold surface of the meat block. Indeed, the exterior is hard and frigid due to a layer of frost, but the distinctive characteristics of human flesh cannot be concealed from his discerning eye. Officer Hong, I can confirm this is human flesh. Su-Yun announces. A collective gasp fills the air as everyone shudders at the chilling revelation of those 2 words in such an environment. Chapter 19. The Shock Director. 18 stabs. Due to Su-Yun's astute analysis and precise judgment earlier, the police held no doubts about him. Officer Hong's eyes fixated on the frozen mass of flesh on the ground, his gaze igniting with fury. He turned and suddenly yanked the middle-aged owner, who was sprawled on the ground, to his feet. I demand to know where this meat came from. Officer Hong shouted angrily. This is, of course, meat I purchased from a specialized slaughterhouse. Additionally, some of it is from our own farm. We also do the slaughtering ourselves, the middle-aged owner replied. Slap. Officer Hong, unable to contain his rage, struck him across the face. Are you still trying to deceive me? Does a wholesale market sell human flesh? Or are you suggesting you kill people to sell their meat? The owner gasped in shock at the mention of human flesh, his pupils dilating with terror. His face contorted in disbelief. He stammered, Why, you can't be serious? How could this possibly be human flesh? In the next moment, the middle-aged owner's legs buckled, and he collapsed on the ground. I advise you to confess the truth about the origin of this meat. Also, according to reliable intelligence gathered by our police, have you disposed of large amounts of meat and bones at the garbage station over the past month? Officer Hong's sharp eyes bore into the owner, his words carrying the weight of a judgment from hell. Now thoroughly panicked, the middle-aged owner realized that every word spoken by Officer Hong was true. He had indeed committed those acts of disposal. I will tell you everything. Officer, I truly did not know that this meat was human flesh. If I had known, why would I ever consider purchasing it? How could I dare to sell it to others? The middle-aged owner's complexion turned ashen, his expression revealing genuine fear rather than pretense. Officer, I am not lying. I did not kill anyone. This meat was bought from a professional slaughterhouse. Initially, they told me it was horse meat. I didn't think much of it at the time, merely seeking something fresh to sell. On the first day, I bought 20 pounds, and it was sold out immediately. The next day, I ordered another 20 pounds, only to find that demand far exceeded supply. Subsequently, I began to purchase an additional 10 pounds every few days until I noticed that this meat emitted a strange, foul odor after being stored for too long. In an effort to maintain my reputation while trying to earn more, I decided to continue purchasing, even if it meant discarding unsold stock. Officer, I truly had no idea this was human flesh. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. It was unclear whether his sorrow stemmed from fear or regret. Perhaps he recalled some horrific event as he hunched over, violently retching. A murky yellow liquid mixed with bits of rice spilled forth. Suyin observed that the middle-aged owner's pants were dripping with an unknown, acrid liquid. Seen such sin, he groaned. I truly did not know there was human flesh. The owner cried and vomited, repeatedly slapping his own cheeks in a frenzy. The resounding slaps transformed his face into a swollen mess. It was clear to everyone present why the middle-aged owner was behaving this way. Officer Hong's expression darkened. He realized that this man had undoubtedly consumed. The clues once again pointed toward the slaughterhouse. The owner's words could be partly trusted, but not entirely. Take him back for further questioning. And those elderly women outside, arrange for a professional psychologist to assist them. We must avoid further traumatizing them. Officer Hong instructed his fellow officers with concern. One must recognize that if the meat shop owner truly remained oblivious, he too, like those elderly women, was a victim. Regardless of how the case ultimately unfolded, the psychological burden he bore would likely be insurmountable. Sighing, Officer Hong rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. It must be understood that a slaughterhouse is vastly different from a meat shop. The scale of such facilities far exceeds that of a mere meat shop. Furthermore, slaughterhouses supply numerous meat shops, implying that human flesh may have circulated unknowingly among various vendors. Now, Officer Hong hesitated to delve deeper into his thoughts. 8 bodies had been discovered at the garbage station, and this was merely one meat shop. If the investigation led to the slaughterhouse, how many more lives could be lost? 3 times? 5 times? A heavy stone lodged in Officer Hong's heart, causing great distress. Hong, sir, what shall we do now? Do we need to deploy more personnel? Dr. Wong, the forensic expert, approached and gently patted Officer Hong's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As a forensic officer, he understood the complexities of dismemberment cases. Now, the case transcended a mere dismemberment. With each clue, it was evolving into a series of brutal murders. Officer Hong raised his head, not responding to Dr. Wong, but instead looking toward Su-Yun. Gazing at this youthful, handsome figure, he found it hard to believe. Had Su-Yun not made his timely discovery, how long would it have taken for this case to come to light? Within the police department, reports of missing persons had been continuously filed. Yet, There had been no similar cases in the past 6 months. What on earth was happening? Thousands of online viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Popularity 111, popularity 111. Wow, this is terrifying. The more this case is investigated, the more severe the issues become. The host has clearly stirred up a hornet's nest. Murder, selling human flesh. This is utterly inhumane. Do these people not fear retribution? Believe it or not, I dare say the murderer is undoubtedly a psychopath, perhaps even suffering from cerebral thrombosis. Exactly. One doesn't commit such madness without at least 10 years of mental instability. Right now, I just want to catch the killer. And then I'll stab him 18 times with my newly bought 3D carrot knife. Though it remains unverified whether the middle-aged owner's claims are true or false. One thing is certain. In Longhai City, numerous lives have been lost. The only distinction lies in who the perpetrator is. The complexity of this case has far exceeded Officer Hong's capacity to handle alone. He must refrain from hasty actions and avoid issuing commands without careful consideration. The first thing he must do is take out his phone and report the situation to the department. Chapter 20. Invitation and Assistance in Case Handling. In the office of the Chief of Police at the Longhai City Police Bureau, Chief Chun was seated, meticulously organizing the day's reports. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying a call from Captain Hong of the Criminal Investigation Team. "Hello, Captain Hong. Weren't you out on a mission today? What prompted you to call me?" Chief Chun inquired with a cheerful tone. "Chief Chun, it's bad. A major incident has occurred." Captain Hong's voice trembled with urgency. "What kind of major incident? Is there anything you can't handle?" Chief Chun asked, puzzled. He was well aware of Captain Hong's capabilities. He was a sharp asset to the Longhai City Police Bureau and had consistently been recognized as an outstanding officer in the province. In other words, it was unprecedented to see Captain Hong so flustered, except perhaps when he encountered his wife. Chief Chun, this is serious. While leading an investigation, we discovered a large quantity of human flesh at a garbage station near our precinct. The forensic examination confirmed that there are at least 8 deceased individuals. Based on eyewitness accounts, I traced it to a butcher shop in the West District Market. The shop owner is currently under custody. What is more horrifying is, the owner claimed that the human flesh was purchased from slaughterhouse. Captain Hong's voice quivered as he relayed the shocking news. Upon hearing this, Chief Chen's expression shifted dramatically. A large, scarred hand slammed down on the desk. The sound echoed in the office as Chief Chen's breaths grew heavier, struggling to process the gravity of Captain Hong's revelations. The discovery of human remains at the garbage station, followed by the butcher shop, and now implicating a larger slaughterhouse. The weight of this information was staggering. Stay calm. Do not act impulsively. This case could potentially involve a significant crime. Chief Chen urged himself to maintain composure. What he needed most was to infiltrate the investigation and track down the slaughterhouse. Until definitive information was confirmed, rash actions could not be taken, as it was uncertain whether the slaughterhouse still held other victims. Taking a deep breath, Chief Chen's demeanor shifted to one of fear. The butcher shop, the slaughterhouse, coupled with Captain Hong's report of the death toll exceeding 10. Such a tragedy occurring under his watch, without his prior knowledge. The implications of such a large case unraveling in an instant were profound. If Captain Hong's findings were accurate, an investigation from higher authorities could lead to his accountability, or even dismissal. It was utterly bizarre. How could so many deaths go unnoticed in a single city? It had been ages since such a sensational case had transpired domestically. The more he pondered, the more dread seeped into his thoughts. "Chief, we have 2 options. First, we can investigate swiftly to gather information and act only when fully prepared. Second, we can wait until dusk, and I can lead a team to pose as buyers and scout the slaughterhouse." Captain Hong proposed after careful consideration. "Understood. This is a critical matter. Grant me a moment to deliberate." Chief Chen acknowledged the severity of the situation. He understood the consequences of each choice. The first option was cautious, but could result in greater casualties due to delays. The second option involved infiltrating the slaughterhouse under the guise of buyers, risking exposure. "Very well, Captain Hong, I trust your judgment. I will dispatch additional personnel to safeguard your team. Report any developments promptly." Chief Chen resolved. One must not hesitate when faced with such dire circumstances. Regardless of whether the slaughterhouse resembled a furnace or a hellish abyss, it was imperative to confront it. Okay. With that, Captain Hong began outlining the operational strategy. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Wang Fan were leisurely wandering around the market, collecting scrap materials. Brother, I must say, you are truly impressive. You can gather trash and corpses alike with that claw. Wang Fan teased. Su Yun retorted. Do you think I want to dig up corpses? Do you think I want to collect human flesh? What can that stuff be sold? I just want to pick up scrap peacefully. Do you think putrid flesh and decomposing bodies are appealing? Why do I always find a worse trash while others seem to find nothing? Could it be a matter of luck? No. They usually move around a lot and don't linger in one place for more than a day. Maybe it's the people? I've decided. Tomorrow I'll scavenge in a different area. The West District is too chaotic. It's either corpses or chunks of meat. Maybe when the system grants me a stroke of luck, then I'll know good fortune is on the horizon. Each day I encounter bad luck. It's either corpses or human flesh. What a joke. Su Yun thought to himself. Not far along, Captain Hong and his team had devised an action plan and called the two back. Su Yun, I have a favor to ask of you. This time, could you assist us in our investigation? Captain Hong implored, a strained smile on his face. We truly need someone with your talents. Su Yun's heart sank. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help. It was just that he was participating in a program. Even if he weren't, he still needed to make a living. After all, he had finally landed a job with a substantial reward. He genuinely wished to focus intently on his scavenging. One day of delay meant less scrap collected and less money earned. Hong officer, you know I have to survive. He shook the basket of recycled plastic bottles on his back, as if to say if I don't focus on my scavenging, I might starve. In that moment, Captain Hong and the other officers exchanged glances, bemused by the situation. Seon, I understand. How about this? If you assist us in solving this case, you will be eligible for a reward. Given the gravity of this matter, if you can truly make a significant contribution, I will do my utmost to secure it for you. Captain Hong asserted with sincerity. A reward? Su Yun felt a flicker of interest. Picking up scrap is profitable, and helping the police solve a case could yield financial benefits too. Moreover, since Officer Hong had reached out personally, even rejecting the offer would leave him with a sense of guilt. With so many missing victims and the perpetrator still at large, Su Yun felt uneasy at night. With that prompt, he was waiting for Captain Hong's words. All right, regardless of the amount of the reward, whether it be several thousand or several hundred, just for the sake of your request, I will certainly lend my assistance. Chapter 21. Is this the task for a scavenger? As dusk fell, Officer Hong, Su Yun, and photographer Wang Fan, disguised as plainclothes officers, drove towards the slaughterhouse indicated by the butcher shop owner. Behind them, two ordinary Chang'an sedans maintained a safe distance, following closely. Su Yun, when we enter, you will follow closely behind me. If there is any danger or unusual circumstance, you can call for help through the earpiece. Our supportive officers stationed outside will arrive immediately. Officer Hong instructed, his concern palpable. As they approached the slaughterhouse, the roads grew increasingly desolate, hinting at a more remote area on the outskirts of Longhai City. After several minutes, they arrived at a bumpy dirt road, surrounded by a few scattered metal factories. The largest of these, a blue tin building, was the slaughterhouse mentioned by the butcher. The evening sky was dim, and swarms of small black moths filled the air. The road was marred by potholes and foul-smelling, thick excrement. What a stench. It's enough to make one lose their dinner, Wang Fan remarked with disdain. Are you certain this is the slaughterhouse? Officer Hong asked the butcher shop owner, who appeared dazed and pale as if gripped by fear. Why, yes, this is definitely the place. The slaughterhouse is quite secluded. It has its own breeding farm and a frozen food factory. All the factories in this area are related to the slaughterhouse. Is there just one owner then? It seems this proprietor is quite adept at business, establishing all his factories in the suburbs where labor efficiency is high and living arrangements are uncomplicated. Thus, the group walked to the entrance of the slaughterhouse, where they could clearly see several large trucks transporting goods. The modern slaughterhouse was substantial, equipped with extensively adopted modern technology. Stop! What brings you here? A guard at the entrance called out. We have regulations prohibiting non-factory personnel from entering. Come on, buddy. We're here to discuss a business deal worth millions. Please inform your factory manager, Su Yun confidently stated. Medial, are you here to negotiate a deal? Which one of you is the big boss? The guards, sensing something odd and fearing it might disrupt factory operations, exchanged glances. Very well. Please wait here while I notify the factory manager, said one guard, who hopped on an electric bike and sped off to the manager's office. Standing at the entrance, Officer Hong and his companions praised Su Yun's audacity. To catch a thief, first capture the king. To expedite an investigation, directly seek the factory manager. If the butcher's claims about illicit activities of the slaughterhouse hold any truth, the manager would undoubtedly be the most informed. Even if he is unaware, he should be able to assist with the investigation. Before long, a portly middle-aged man clad in a suit, with a few streaks of gray in his otherwise black hair, arrived on the electric bike. Upon spotting the group, he approached with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, I hear you three are here to seek collaboration. It's not convenient to discuss matters here. Let us move to my office. A deal worth millions? As the factory manager, he certainly could not afford to take that lightly. Officer Hong and the others exchanged glances filled with excitement. Allow me to introduce our slaughterhouse. Established for 2.5 years, we have nearly completed the modernization of our operations. We pride ourselves on a clean, hygienic, healthy, painless, and silent slaughtering process. The manager elaborated eagerly, patiently explaining as they walked. At that moment, thousands of viewers tuned into the live stream. Clean, hygienic, and healthy, I understand. But what on earth is painless and silent? Put simply, in a modern slaughterhouse, one moment a pig is contemplating its dinner, and the next, it meets its maker. Such a vivid portrayal. The taste and texture of pigs slaughtered under such conditions must differ. Oh my, I can hardly wait to find out who the culprit is. It's like Kudo Shinichi and Sherlock Holmes combined. The live stream continued to gain popularity. Back at the program headquarters, leaders from various departments, accompanied by the chief director, watched the live feed from Su Yun's stream on a large screen. Initially, they only needed to manage their respective duties. Now they were all on edge, fretting incessantly. In fact, ever since Su Yun discovered the meat chunks at the garbage site, an internal meeting had been held at the program headquarters. Discussions ensued. It's that number 54 again, the scavenger. Finding a corpse wasn't enough. Now he has found human meat chunks. Voices of discontent arose. Is number 5 sent by a rival company to torment us? And that pesky photographer, has he lost his mind? Why focus on those wriggling maggots? Does he find them charming? The leadership of the program headquarters felt utterly overwhelmed by Su Yun's discovery of human flesh. How little time had passed since the body was found. As disagreements escalated, the chief director finally stated, "We've already aired a decaying corpse. Why not the meat chunks? Let us broadcast boldly. Let him scavenge. Can he really turn the tables on us?" Unexpectedly, things took a turn. Initially, everyone thought Su Yun's discovery of the meat chunks was unfortunate. He'd report it to the police, make a statement, and then leave. Yet, was this number 54 simply stubborn, or what? His astonishing comments drew the ire of the program headquarters from fans and viewers alike. How does number 54 know so much about human flesh? Has he tasted it? Has he prepared it? How can he even discern gender from the meat chunks? The program's official website struggled to address such inquiries, attempting to salvage Su Yun's reputation. Just as one wave settled, another arose. Number 54, Su Yun, had now become the focal point of the program headquarters' attention. His live stream's popularity and topics effortlessly catapulted him into the top 10. With the force of a mighty tiger, he overshadowed numerous contenders. Oh dear, this number 54 truly knows how to captivate. Initially, I thought we were the puppeteers, controlling everything from a background, but now it seems we're merely marionettes. I genuinely fear number 54 might jeopardize our program. Why can't he just stick to scavenging? Is this truly the task befitting a scavenger? Chapter 22, A Sudden Shift in Atmosphere. Hannibal, in the office of the slaughterhouse. The middle-aged manager epitomizes the adage that one should not judge by appearances. He does not view others through tinted lenses like the security guard at the entrance. It is no wonder that he has risen to the position of a slaughterhouse manager. Upon entering, he instructs his secretary, clad in black stockings and a sleek outfit. To prepare tea, her long, alluring legs, accentuated by black high heels, create a tantalizing sound with each step, particularly enhanced by her perfect figure. Gentlemen, please enjoy your tea. Be careful. It's hot. The secretary's attentiveness is striking, her every movement infused with grace and beauty. The king does not hold court. The king does not hold court. Damn, is this the joy of the wealthy? Is this the happiness of the rich? Oh, just thinking of such a sexy and beautiful woman makes my heart ache. I can't help but worry. The middle-aged manager observes the subtle shifts in the trio's expressions, making mental notes of their reactions. The older, more composed one appears to be the leader, while the handsome man resembles a young Peng Yuyan, exuding calm. The last, a portly fellow, seems to be merely a commoner. These three, each distinct, seem to fit together perfectly. I'm feeling a bit peckish. You three are new here and have brought a substantial order. You are my esteemed guests. I wish to share my hospitality with you. Hee. It would be rather dull to discuss business while sitting idly. Why not indulge in some of the unique offerings of my factory? With a clap of his hands, the manager signals for the secretary to leave. When she returns a few minutes later, she is accompanied by three stunning women in revealing attire, their beauty and figures strikingly impressive. Mr. Nyo, what does this mean? We are here to discuss business. Officer Hong interjects, filled with a sense of justice. As Mr. Nyo presses an intelligent button, the office transforms, with pink curtains drawn and colorful lights flickering to life. The sound system, projector, and microphone emerge, reminiscent of a KTV or nightclub. In that moment, the office transmutes into a nightclub booth, pulsating with rhythm. The secretary leads the newcomers, moving in time with the music. Ah, gentlemen, I must confess, I abhor rules and formality. Life is about experiencing the extraordinary, is it not? To be honest, seeing you all has stirred a hunger within me. I hope you don't mind if we indulge in some dopamine before dining. Let us relish a meal together before discussing business. Mr. Nyo's expression is peculiar. He sits calmly in his leather chair, exuding stability, yet his eyes betray a hint of madness. What has triggered such a transformation in his demeanor? Officer Hong senses something amiss. Before he can act, a woman leans toward him. Sir, you are a valued guest of our manager. I must take good care of you. Are you hot? Would you like something to drink? No. Thank you. Officer Hong, seasoned in his profession, attempts to rise and silence the music. The atmosphere is unsettling, as if it might erupt at any moment. As he stands, the young woman exhales cigar smoke, her youth suggesting she is merely in her 20s. Officer Hong shakes his head, a surge of indignation rising within him. Mr. Nyo, let us discuss business. I'm not accustomed to this, he asserts clearly. Mr. Nyo smiles broadly, seemingly unconcerned. Very well. As long as it pleases you, I will accompany you in whatever you desire. To be honest, I too find little enjoyment in these diversions. I smoke this cigar simply for its cost. Upon reflection, it is rather unremarkable. Now, let us discuss how we might collaborate. The abrupt shift in Mr. Nyo's attitude raises alarms for the perceptive Officer Hong. Could he have uncovered something illicit? I would like to understand the operations of your factory. Is your primary source of livestock from your own farms? Besides pork, do you offer other types of meat? Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Su Yun and Wang Fan enjoy drinks and light banter, one adorned in black stockings, the other in white. Hey, handsome, want to have a drink? Your friend has already had 3. The secretary's hand hovers, offering a glass of whiskey. Su Yun demands un moveth. In this high-tech, alluring setting, a lyric echoes in his mind. The most captivating is also the most perilous. Suddenly, detailed information about a character flashes in his consciousness. Name, Nyo Tai-jun, gender, male, age, 45. Personality, eccentric, intelligent, sensitive, suspicious, irritable, prone to anger. This individual suffers from extreme schizophrenia and possesses a high IQ. Hobbies, cooking, particularly fascinated by Hannibal's culinary skills, enjoys dismantling objects, appreciates fine cuisine. Note, this man has a particular fondness for handsome men. He enjoys challenging various personalities and charms. His hunger stems from the soul. He takes each meal seriously. Elegance manifests in his culinary skills. Refinement is evident in his taste. He harbors a profound affinity for liver, possessing a unique understanding of its preparation. If an animal experiences ultimate pleasure before death, then its flesh and organs must be equally delightful. That is perfection, an unparalleled delicacy. Warning: notorious murderer, enjoys dismemberment and consuming organs. Everything has shifted. Su Yun comprehends the truth. Neo Tai-jun, the seemingly respectable manager, is a cannibal, a brutally deranged individual. No wonder the women are so compliant. With the system's guidance, Su Yun deduces that Neo Tai-jun is not short on money. The discarded human remains are likely those that this cannibal has willingly relinquished. In a moment of fury, Su Yun curses under his breath. Damn it, the butcher is lying. Chapter 23. The Truth. The Ogre. What nonsense is this about human flesh being purchased without knowledge? It seems more likely that it was scavenged, does it not? Judging by his various actions, Neo Tai-jun appears to hold little regard for money. He is not in need of it. This suggests that the butcher has failed to disclose the truth. However, this is of little consequence. The most pressing matter at hand is that Neo Tai-jun has undergone a sudden and drastic change in temperament. Is he planning to turn on the three of them? The system's personal profile indicates that Neo Tai-jun possesses a profound fondness for handsome men and has a propensity for violence against them. Perhaps others might be oblivious, but Su Yun harbors a modicum of confidence in his own appearance. A high-end chef often requires the simplest cooking methods, demanding the utmost quality in ingredients. The state of an animal prior to its demise, particularly if it is kept in a state of happiness, can significantly affect the texture and quality of its flesh. Damn it, Su Yun's mind was flooded with a torrent of frustrations. It seemed they had caught the attention of a cannibal. In an audacious turn of events, was Neo Tai-jun intending to feast upon the three of them? Handsome, your complexion appears rather unwell. What weighs on your mind? You are a distinguished guest of our factory manager. Feel free to share your concerns with me. The secretary in black stockings approached. At this point, the live broadcast had erupted into chaos, filled with raucous cries. Is this heaven? If not, why do I feel so euphoric? One more glance, and I might explode. I mean it. This is the stuff of dreams. I wouldn't dare even imagine such a thing. Coward, what is there to fear? I dare to dream. Such beauty, with a figure so stunning, is a rare sight. Is this even something I should be looking at? Are we testing our officials with this? Which official could withstand such a trial? Honestly, I've never witnessed such a mesmerizing performance. Can this even be seen without a VIP membership? Before the secretary in black could proceed further, Su Yun deftly evaded. He cast a glance at the photographer Wang Fan, who was already wearing a foolish grin on the nearby sofa. Had he not known these women were akin to venomous sirens? What if he were to be ensnared and left bereft of his vitality? Apologies, fair lady, but I harbor no interest in women. Moreover, I must confess, I possess a certain aversion to messiness. Kindly step aside, my apologies. At this juncture, Su Yun retracted his earlier thoughts. The black-stockinged secretary was an embodiment of technology and ruthlessness. It was all too artificial, utterly contrived. This world is rife with hypocrisy. At this moment, he could only ponder, what is real? What truly is? The black-stockinged secretary feigned ignorance, as though executing a specific task. Suddenly, a startled exclamation erupted from the photographer Wang Fan, his vision blurring. As he reached for a glass on the table, it crashed to the ground. The splash of water upon his face granted him a fleeting moment of clarity. What on earth is happening to me? Why do I feel so lightheaded? I seem to have lost my strength. Wang Fan collapsed onto the ground, confusion and excitement evident in his eyes. Young Wang, what is happening to you? Officer Hong noticed the situation and turned. In the next moment, he stumbled, feeling as though he were treading on cotton, staggering unsteadily. What is happening to me? Officer Hong's forehead glistened with cold sweat. At that moment, the previously upbeat DJ music in the office ceased, and Neo Tai-jun rose, approached the counter, and selected a music disc. Suddenly, the strains of a piano piece filled the air. It was Beethoven's First Symphony. Neo Tai-jun, what have you done to us? Officer Hong exclaimed in anger. He could now affirm that Neo Tai-jun had manipulated their circumstances. With a greedy smile, Neo Tai-jun waved his hand. signaling the black-stockinged secretary and others to depart. Now, it is time for my enjoyment. One steady, one handsome, one unremarkable. Congratulations to you three for igniting my appetite. Neo Chejuan's corpulent frame began to sway in time with the symphony, executing an oddly graceful and clumsy dance. He was in a rare good mood today. You all speak of monumental deals and business negotiations. I, however, have no interest in money. I merely wish to sample. Amidst the thrill and terror, whether your three livers possess any notable differences. Neo Taijun slowly extracted a beautiful set of knives from the drawer. Damn it, you fat bastard. Are you intending to feast on me? Wang Fan screamed, yet found himself devoid of strength. So you are the murderer, the cannibal. Officer Hong retorted coldly. At that moment, the live broadcast audience, previously fervent and animated, fell silent. The previous moment's allure now turned to the grotesque intent of cannibalism. Please, don't do this. I am frightened. What good does it do to scare my goddess? Now, she may punish me next time by making me fetch her cold medicine. But thank you, streamer, for allowing me this chance to be closer to her. Have you all considered how my brother feels? This must be scripted, right? Surely the streamer is collaborating with the police for this scenario? This does not seem staged. Could this middle-aged man truly be a cannibal? Please no. I still want to see the streamer picking up trash. Don't let anyone die. Could someone please call the police? This is no joke. A cannibal? This is a scene only fit for a horror film. The thousands of viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Terror and a chilling sense of dread crept up their spines. What had happened to the investigation? What had happened to the business discussions? Neo Taijun was the first to draw 3 vials, inserting them into syringes, approaching the trio with an eager grin. Fear not, it will not hurt much. Although you have inhaled the carefully prepared miasma, to ensure the optimal quality of your livers, I will administer a measured dose of anesthetic. This way, you will remain conscious yet feel minimal pain, thus allowing you to witness the moment your liver is prepared. Chapter 24. The Twist. Are you sweating profusely? Truly, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Fear not, if you can endure until then. I would mind sharing my delicacies with you. Neo Taijun displayed a maniacal, twisted smile. Wang Fan and Officer Hong struggled incessantly, trying to rise. I never expected that the handsome young man would be the most honest and emotionally stable one among you. This behavior is detrimental. It will affect the meat quality. Let's start with you. Neo Taijun produced a syringe, crouching before Su Yun, his gaze darting about in search of the optimal injection site. You bastard! If you have the guts, come for me. What kind of man attacks a child? Officer Hong roared. He had brought Su Yun and Wang Fan here. He could not simply stand by and watch as the 2 children were slaughtered. They're still young. They have ample time ahead. You pervert! Let go of my brother. I suggest you release us. My uncle is a policeman. We have someone waiting outside. You can't escape. You fat pig. If you're capable, come at me. Wang Fan was willing to sacrifice himself. He was tough and resilient. Even if he was afraid, he would cry desperately to save Su Yun. Haha, rest assured, it will soon be your turn. Neo Taijun rolled up his sleeves, preparing to inject the anesthetic. However, just as the needle was aimed at Su Yun's arm before it could descend, a pair of hands suddenly grasped his wrist, and the syringe-S needle was thrust into Neo Taijun's chest with a pop. You! Neo Taijun reacted, realizing that half the anesthetic had already been injected. Su Yun swiftly rose, locating a broomstick around the office corner, discarding the broom and wielding the iron rod. Neo Taijun, did you not expect this? Sweating profusely now, are we? After injecting half the anesthetic, Neo Taijun hastily withdrew the syringe from his body, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he looked at Su Yun. You're unharmed? He was acutely aware of the potency of the sedative in the cigar. He and his female subordinates had taken the antidote beforehand. How could you be unharmed? Neo Taijun could scarcely believe it. Wow, brother, you're incredible. How did you manage that? Wang Fan gazed at him in admiration. Su Yun, Fedi, lock the door. Notify the brothers outside to come in. Officer Hong had already informed the outside officers through his earpiece. At this moment, Su Yun remained unflustered, iron rod in hand, glancing out the floor-to-ceiling window. The support officers had arrived and were swiftly controlling the entrances to the office building. Neo Taijun, Yuan-Ti escaped today. The mastermind is none other than Neo Tai-jun himself. Su Yun had nothing left to fear. Well, after years of playing with eagles, I never expected to be blinded by one today. Trying to capture me? Not a chance. Before the anesthetic took effect, Neo Tai-jun turned, pushed open the window, and jumped from the second floor. Goodness, this agile fat man. With a loud crash, Su Yun saw Neo Tai-jun stagger onto a Range Rover. Oh no, he is trying to flee. Su Yun instinctively rushed downstairs in pursuit. At this moment, the support officers had stormed into the office. Officer Hong, are you all right? Hurry. We've been injected with anesthetic. The murderer is trying to escape. Quickly notify the brothers outside to chase him. Officer Hong exerted every ounce of strength. The murderer, Neo Tai-jun, undoubtedly bore the weight of numerous lives on his conscience. Downstairs, as the officers helped Officer Hong and Wang Fan down, they spotted a lone police car, sirens blaring, speeding out of the factory. The speed was soaring to 80 miles per hour. What the hell? Isn't that my brother? Why is he driving the police car out alone? That is a serial killer, a cannibal. Does he want to die? Wang Fan assisted the officers, his strength gradually returning. Didn't he remove the keys from the police car? Officer Hong laughed incredulously. Well, we were in such a hurry. The officer scratched his head, pointing to another police car. There's only one left. Should we still pursue? Chase. Officer Hong's expression turned serious, leaving no room for doubt. Of course. We must pursue. Help us up. We cannot allow Su Yun to face danger alone. What is happening? It's on fire. I was scared to death. I thought we were going to live stream the cannibal cooking. Does this pervert really think he is Hannibal? Does he possess the same capabilities? Huh? It's a twist. The host is amazing. How did he manage that? Why wasn't he knocked out? Popularity 111. Popularity 111. On the suburban asphalt road, a black Range Rover sped at 100 miles per hour. Behind the wheel, Neo Tai-jun gripped the steering wheel, his right foot firmly pressing the accelerator. The anesthetic was taking effect. His body felt weak and numb. Fortunately, only half the dosage had been injected, and he strained to escape. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed a police car with its siren blaring closely pursuing him. Also exceeding 100 miles per hour. Damn it. Why are they chasing me? Aren't they afraid of dying? Do they think they can catch up with me? Neo Tai-jun's anxiety morphed into anger. Toyed with by that young man, exposed by him, pursued by the police. All this unrest irritated him, igniting his fury. Boom! His previously numb foot pressed down with all its might. 110 miles per hour. 120 miles per hour. The speed continued to climb. Behind him, the drivers of vehicles overtaken by the Range Rover shouted in outrage, rolling down their windows. Damn, are they trying to kill themselves? Just because they drive a Range Rover, they think they're special. Damn, driving so fast. Are they in a hurry to meet the Grim Reaper or afraid of missing out on the hot soup from the afterlife? What is the rush? Friendly greetings echoed along the suburban asphalt road. However, just as these drivers finished their complaints, another vehicle zipped past them. What the? Some agitated drivers were about to chase after it to give them a piece of their mind. Upon hearing the siren and seeing the police car, oh, it's the police. The police are driving too fast. Safety first. The police are chasing that arrogant Range Rover driver. Go get him. 150 miles per hour. Take that bastard down. The police must be safe. That Range Rover idiot can. 180 miles per hour. Inside the Range Rover, Neo Tai-jun could no longer see the road ahead. Yet behind him, the sirens persisted. Damn, do you want to die? Do you really think Neo Tai-jun, am easy to bully? Neo Tai-jun rolled down his window. With his left hand, he struggled to raise his middle finger, extending it. An international gesture of goodwill. Ha! So Yun Chekev. Half rising, he pressed the accelerator down hard. Very well. That middle finger of yours can bid farewell. Chapter 25. Are you taking off at such speed? Boom! The Chang'an police car, its siren wailing, roars down the highway like a ferocious beast. On the suburban asphalt road, vehicles coming from both directions hastily maneuver to avoid this spectacle. The speed has surged to approximately 230 kilometers per hour, leaving other vehicles to either be overtaken or choked by exhaust fumes. Is this a real-life rendition of Fast and Furious? Even Hollywood directors would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, wouldn't they? Goodness. Is there really someone daring enough to drive recklessly on the suburban road? That car ahead, which appears to be a police vehicle, is in pursuit of a Range Rover. A leisurely taxi driver, sharp-eyed, easily notices this scene. As a participant in the reality show The Strongest Challenger, contestant number 88, who has drawn the taxi profession, possesses the title of seasoned driver with exceptional skills. With a warm heart, he decides to assist the police in their investigation. I heard that a contestant, number 54, was rewarded with 20,000 yuan for helping the police solve a case. I want that too. Seizing a rare opportunity. As the Range Rover speeds past his taxi, contestant 88 drifts and pivots his vehicle. Come on, let me show you what it means to be the king of the mountain. Contestant 88 floors the accelerator. Roar. As the engine revs at high speed, Neo Taijun's consciousness begins to blur. Damn it, another reckless driver? Do they think Neo Taijun is easy to bully? What will my idol Hannibal do? He would surely devour them. Neo Taijun realizes that he cannot escape Su Yun without dealing with him first. As for the taxi trailing behind, it's merely courting death. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a traffic police car emerges slowly in the distance. Inside, the captain of the traffic police team curses under his breath. You reckless bastards, daring to drive at 200 kilometers per hour on a suburban road. Do you want to die? Drive faster. Why are you shaking at just 60 kilometers per hour? The young traffic officer at the wheel wears a tense expression, visibly agitated. Captain, there's a turn ahead. If we go too fast, we might flip. Meanwhile, in another police car, traveling at 180 kilometers per hour, Officer Hong and photographer Wang Fan cling tightly to their safety handles. This is madness. What are they doing? Are they trying to kill themselves? Are they driving a car or launching a rocket? Officer Hong exclaims, cursing. Photographer Wang Fan, reclining in the back seat, feels the overwhelming force pushing him back. Is that police car in front being driven by Streamer Suyin? Is he out of his mind? At this speed, he could take off like an airplane. Are they not going to slow down for that sharp turn ahead? This is too thrilling. Who could have anticipated that the usually refined Su Yun would exhibit such audacity today? Goodness, a sharp turn ahead. The driver of contestant 88's taxi hits the brakes early. However, Neo Taijun, seated in the Range Rover, has bloodshot eyes filled with rage. Come on, since you're looking for trouble, I'll oblige. None of you will survive. With a drift, the Range Rover nearly skids off the road, readjusting its trajectory to target the taxi behind. The gear shifts rapidly, charging back in the direction it came. Goodness, this is insane. The driver of contestant 88's taxi is dumbfounded. He merely wanted to make a name for himself and assist the police. Does he want his life as well? In the taxi, contestant 88 yanks the steering wheel. With a thunderous crash, the taxi veers off the asphalt road and crashes into a tree. Oomph. Neo Taijun snorts derisively, glancing at Su Yun in the police car behind the taxi. His Range Rover is not a toy. Its performance and durability far surpass that of a mere Chang'an. In the traffic police car, Officer Hong and his team simultaneously recognize the predicament. The two police cars come to a halt on the asphalt road. The captain of the traffic police jumps out hurriedly. Old Hong, is it you? Old Lu, why have you brought the traffic police here? Officer Hong is taken aback. Now is not the time for this. I say, Old Hong, your criminal investigation is a bit too reckless, isn't it? Your speed is nearly that of an airplane. Despite the urgency of their investigation, safety must be a priority. The lives of criminals are important, but the lives of our officers are even more precious. This reckless approach to investigations is not something to be admired. Officer Hong finds himself at a loss for words, unable to provide a clear explanation. Rushing out, he begins to disperse the vehicles and crowds behind. Since the criminal Neo Taijun is being aggressive, they are unprepared, and all they can do now is this. If they cannot apprehend him this time, they will have to wait for the next. In this modern society, with cameras everywhere, they can prepare thoroughly next time to capture Neo Taijun. This is what Officer Hong is thinking. He believes Old Lu is correct. It is better to miss a chance for capture than to put his officers in danger. Several officers exit the vehicle to organize and redirect traffic. From a distance, photographer Wang Fan focuses on the Range Rover. The courageous taxi has chosen to avoid confrontation. The fierce Range Rover shows no signs of letting up on the accelerator. At this moment, the live stream's popularity has soared past 100,000, with comments flooding the screen. Goodness, this criminal is too ruthless. Knowing he can't escape, he has turned around to confront them head-on. Get out of the way. This is a speeding car, not a bumper car at an amusement park. This is too thrilling, brothers. My mother asks why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. At this moment, faced with the oncoming aggressive Range Rover, everyone assumes Su Yun will simply dodge. However, boom! Su Yun floors the accelerator. The speed escalating, the vehicle starting to tremble violently. Is he out of his mind? Officer Hong notices this scene, his heart racing. Brother, are you pressing the accelerator instead of the brake? Are you mad? Photographer Wong fan exclaims. In the Range Rover, Neo Taijun, dazed, catches sight of the approaching Chang'an police car. Not evading, not fleeing. One police car, one Range Rover. A kilometer apart, they charge at each other like two frenzied bulls, roaring fiercely. At the wheel, Neo Taijun's plump face quivers with determination, twitching. Damn it, D. If you dare to turn. Chapter 26. Comparisons could be infuriating. Inside the Land Rover, Neo Taijun roared in frustration. Although he could not discern Su Yun's face on the police vehicle, he defiantly extended his middle finger, a blatant act of provocation. Very well. I have never feared anyone in a confrontation. Just wait. I shall return the favor for that gesture. The final distance. 100 meters. 80 meters. The taxi driver, a disheveled figure from number 88, stepped out of the driver's seat, blinking in disbelief as his expression changed dramatically. Is it true that the police have become this reckless in their pursuit of justice? The last 10 meters. Both vehicles emitted a thunderous roar. Neither driver showed any intention of veering off course. They were set to collide. The only difference was that the flesh on Neo Taijun's face trembled uncontrollably, while Su Yun maintained a calm and composed smile. What the hell? Is this person a fool? Does he have a screw loose? In the final moment, panic seized Neo Taijun. It was too late to swerve. Boom! It sounded as if two colossal iron hammers had clashed. The police car and a Land Rover collided head-on, producing a thunderous noise akin to a tempest. At the moment of impact, the shockwave kicked up dust from the ground, making the branches of trees sway. On the suburban road, all vehicles witnessing the spectacle came to a halt. Drivers disembarked one after another, their expressions frozen in disbelief, their minds buzzing. Good heavens! What manner of person could commit such a reckless act? This is beyond comprehension. Even a Hollywood blockbuster would not dare to portray such a scene. Quick, call for an ambulance. There is still a police officer inside. Soon, Officer Hong, Captain Liu of the traffic police, and a group of others arrived at the scene in their vehicles. The two cars were completely embedded together, with coolant, windshield washer fluid, and oil spilling everywhere. Gulp. The crowd swallowed hard. Captain Liu was taken aback. Good grief. Even during police operations, one should not drive this recklessly. I have witnessed more brutal traffic accidents, but never one so utterly devoid of caution. Traffic accidents typically occur under unforeseen circumstances. This was akin to a reckless game of bumper cars. Officer Hong was at a loss for words. After years of service as a detective, he had never encountered a young man as audacious as Su Yun. This fierce determination was unanticipated. Hurry! Save him! A group rushed into the police vehicle's cabin, where the airbags had deployed. Su Yun lay al-Friklineth. At the moment of collision, he had instinctively pulled his legs back and ducked into the passenger seat. Consequently, he suffered several fractures and abrasions, but miraculously, he had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, thanks to the enhancement from a system. Brother, wake up, brother. How can I live without you? The photographer Wong fan sobbed, having come to regard Su Yun as a brother over the past few days. Don't move yet. Let us pull him out. He might be unconscious. The shattered windshields lay scattered on the ground. Su Yun was dragged out and placed on the ground, surrounded by drivers staring at his youthful and handsome face with disbelief. It was unimaginable that such a refined young man could engage in such reckless behavior. The life of a police officer has become perilous. They're truly risking everything. The driver's admiration for Su Yun was palpable. He dared to do what they feared. Number 88 stood dumbfounded among the crowd, gazing at Su Yun as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth agape enough to fit 2 fists. This the contestant for number 54? The one who scavenges for scraps. Number 88's mind was in turmoil. His once proud driving skills had been overshadowed. A mere scavenger surpassed him in prowess. Is this what a scavenger ought to do? However, just as Officer Hong and the others managed to extricate Nyo Tai-jun from the Land Rover, a loud slap echoed as Wang Fan delivered 2 resounding slaps to Nyo Tai-jun's face. "You fat fool." The crowd fell silent. As they dialed for emergency assistance, Officer Hong and the others also checked Nyo Tai-jun's injuries. He was severely injured, with multiple fractures, a concussion, and internal bleeding. This fellow was in a dire state. Strangely enough, despite the police car colliding with the Land Rover, Nyo Tai-jun emerged with the most severe injuries. Captain Liu pondered the situation with a hint of novelty. Perhaps our police vehicle is sturdier, or perhaps Su Yun's quick reflexes saved him. Officer Hong could only reason thus. As they spoke, Su Yun began to regain consciousness, unsteadily rising to his feet. "Officer Hong." The crowd? Everyone looked at Su Yun with incredulity. After such a severe crash, he was standing up. "Brother, don't scare me. Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? Maybe you should lie down and rest." Wang Fan was alarmed. He often surfed the internet and had come across a saying: in car crash scenarios, the most terrifying are those who immediately spring up and appear unscathed. It's akin to a final burst of life before death. Officer Hong and the others were also concerned about Su Yun's condition. Yet, to their surprise, Su Yun began to hop in place, swinging his arms and twisting his waist. He was unharmed. Upon reflection, the system had enhanced his physical attributes over the past few days. His physique was quite robust. While not superhuman, his skin, cells, and organs possessed remarkable resilience and recovery capabilities. Turning to the unconscious Nyo Tai-jun, Su Yun snorted, a smirk playing on his lips. If he hadn't braked at the last moment and slightly altered his course, under such terrifying speed, Nyo Tai-jun would have met his end. "I'm fine, really." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, striding towards Nyo Tai-jun. "Brother Su Yun, you're really okay?" Officer Hong asked, still uneasy. Seeing the curiosity in his eyes, he added, "We just checked, and Nyo Tai-jun's injuries are serious. Fortunately, they aren't life-threatening. This time, we truly owe you, Brother Su Yun. Without you, we would never have been able to stop him." "Not a problem at all." Su Yun smiled. Then, he seized Nyo Tai-jun's middle finger with sudden force. The unconscious Nyo Tai-jun jolted awake, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd looked at Su Yun in confusion, questioning whether he was taking revenge. Chapter 27. The police cannot strike. "Allow me to handle it." With a swift motion, Su Yun bent Nyo Tai-jun's middle finger, a seemingly casual act that, unbeknownst to the onlookers, resulted in a fracture. "You scoundrel! Just wait. I will kill you and devour your entire family." Nyo Tai-jun, unaccustomed to such torment, erupted in fury. Without hesitation, Su Yun delivered a resounding slap across his face. Gasps filled the air as the crowd watched in awe, secretly reveling in the spectacle. "Officer Hong, the police cannot strike. Allow me to take care of this." Nyo Tai-jun attempted to retaliate, but Su Yun swiftly countered with another powerful blow, each strike resonating with a crisp and delightful sound. Whether striking forward or backward, leaping into action, or executing a rapid series of slaps, Su Yun demonstrated a mastery of the situation. The notion that police are prohibited from physical confrontation was quickly questioned as the crowd turned to Officer Hong, their confusion palpable. "It cannot be concealed any longer. Actually, Su Yun is not one of our criminal investigation team." Officer Hong confessed, bemused. "Is he from the technical investigation department?" Captain Liu, the traffic officer, inquired. In disbelief, they pondered how a mere civilian could exhibit such audacity and bravery, especially in the face of a murderer. The average person would flee from danger. Yet here was someone who boldly charged at it, even at high speed. "Well, this brother is actually a witness to the case. We intended to bring him in to assist us, yet he has effectively completed our tasks." Officer Hong lowered his head, a flush of embarrassment coloring his features. From unearthing the gruesome remains to piecing together clues, and ultimately apprehending the perpetrator. It was Su Yun who played a pivotal role throughout the entire process. Without him, Officer Hong might have faced a far graver fate. He is merely a scavenger? Indeed, Officer Hong still struggled to comprehend how Su Yun had managed to dispel the toxic gas. Silence enveloped the crowd, a moment when words failed to capture the shock they felt. A layman, an individual outside the realm of law enforcement, had accomplished what the criminal investigation team could not. In a live broadcast room, excitement surged like boiling water. Incredible! This host is truly remarkable. I finally grasped the essence of the show. Excellence can emerge from any field. It's the individual that matters. A scavenger accomplishing the work of the criminal investigation team? The irony is both minimal in harm and maximal in insult. Did you see the killer-esque expression? He must be searching for a hole to hide in right now. I heard the 54th host was impressive, but I had no idea he was this extraordinary. Who could resist such a righteous and positive host? Su Yun's display left everyone astounded, particularly Captain Liu, who regarded him as a treasure. With a series of slaps, Netizens' face swelled grotesquely, blood mingling with drool as it streamed uncontrollably. Officer Hong, I must inform you, there are hostages in the basement of the slaughterhouse. Su Yun was not acting without reason. Firstly, Netizens' intent to consume him was infuriating, justifying the beating. Secondly, it was reasonable to deduce that someone who feasted on human flesh would likely have a supply stored away. After enduring several strikes, Netizens, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, divulged vital information. Given Su Yun's robust physical condition, it was remarkable that Netizens could withstand such punishment. Perhaps his resilience stemmed from his thick skin, high fat content, or the effect of anesthetics. All right, Officer Hong nodded, immediately instructing his team to take action. The night was deepening, and with the culprit apprehended, the rescue of the hostages was paramount. Reflecting on the rapid resolution of this serial murder case, it was clear that Su Yun was instrumental. An investigation that would have overwhelmed even Officer Hong was resolved within a day, thanks to Su Yun's assistance. Consequently, the perception of Su Yun within the hearts of those present shifted dramatically, engulfed in gratitude. Su Yun, we owe you a debt of thanks. Let's go. It's getting late, and no one has eaten yet. I will report to the chief. Please return and have a meal, Officer Hong declared, ensuring that the kitchen was informed to prepare extra meat dishes for the team. Before departing, Officer Hong publicly commended the taxi driver, the 88th contestant, for his selfless actions. The driver, bewildered, responded, "Officer, you flatter me," as he hastily drove away. Despite receiving compensation for repairs from the police, the driver could not shake the feeling of inadequacy. How could a mere scavenger outshine him? In the police car, Officer Hong took the wheel, while Su Yun and Wang Fan rested in the back seat. Captain Liu observed Su Yun through the rearview mirror, his concern evident. "Are you truly all right? Don't you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" "Me fine," Su Yun waved dismissively. "My physical condition is quite good, just some minor abrasions. I'll wrap them up at the police station. It's nothing serious." In the vehicle, the other three swallowed hard, still in disbelief over the day's events. The collision of two vehicles at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour had resulted in total destruction. Yet Su Yun emerged with only minor injuries. Is this even human? What monster? Captain Liu marveled. Officer Hong mentioned you're currently unemployed, scavenging for a living? A familiar sensation washed over him. Captain Liu boldly proposed, "Given your extraordinary talents, how about joining our traffic division?" Chapter 28. The Director's Surprise. "It's you again?" "Enough already, old Liu." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Officer Hong, who was diligently at the wheel, interrupted. He was all too familiar with this sensation. "This wasn't a statement I was meant to make, but given that Brother Su is injured, he has work obligations, and 1T be coming to your traffic division. If you don't believe me, then I shall speak plainly. Our criminal investigation team, along with Dr. Wang's side, has also been turned away." Upon hearing this, Captain Liu of the traffic division was left dumbfounded. The criteria for entry into the criminal investigation team and Dr. Wang's unit were far more stringent than those of their traffic division. "So that is how it is." "Very well. I merely felt that." At this point, Captain Liu hesitated, unable to continue as disbelief washed over him. Su Yun, a mere scrap collector. Look at the expression on the traffic captain's face. He is stunned, as in Teehee. Who would have thought that a scrap collector could be so formidable? A little cow going to Antarctica. Truly astonishing. In the police station of Longhai City, under the shroud of night, the hall was teeming with people. Officers from the entire precinct had gathered. Director Chen personally led the team to welcome the heroes. Every officer wore an expression of excitement. The news from Officer Hong of the criminal investigation team had just reached them. The perpetrator of the serial murders and dismemberment case had been apprehended. This revelation meant that those long-dormant missing persons cases and headless corpse cases could finally be archived. Officer Hong is indeed impressive. In less than a few hours, such a significant case was resolved. As murmurs of discussion filled the air, someone remarked, "If my memory serves me right, this should be the quickest resolution time in the history of our Longhai City Police Department. A record has indeed been broken. It seems I shall have to learn from Officer Hong for his case-solving speed rivals that of Sherlock Holmes." As the officers praised and discussed, a police car pulled up. Officer Hong was the first to step out. "Officer Hong! Officer Hong!" The sound of thunderous applause erupted within the precinct. Officer Hong paused for a moment, then moved to the back, opening the rear door. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he gently placed Su Yun's arm around his shoulder, carefully assisting him out. "Wait, is Officer Hong helping someone who is injured?" The officers rushed forward to offer assistance. Director Chen approached. "Old Hong, what happened to this young brother?" Upon lifting his gaze and noticing the admiration in the eyes of the gathered officers, Officer Hong realized the misunderstanding. "Director Chen, I may not have conveyed the specifics clearly. The culprit was apprehended by Brother Su, who put his life on the line to stop him." Director Chen. "The officers?" "So was it Officer Hong who caught the criminal? It was an outsider?" "Wait, this handsome fellow looks familiar." Director Chen suddenly recalled. Had he not seen Su Yun somewhere before? "Young brother, have we met before? Let me think. That, the one who found the body while scavenging at the construction site. Is that you?" Gasp. At this revelation, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. A group of exemplary officers gaped at Su Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This young man, this scrap collector, was he the one who solved the last case? And now this one as well? Not far away, a chef in the cafeteria overheard the commotion and spotted the familiar faces of Su Yun and Wang Fan. Amused, he thought, do these two really enjoy my cooking that much? No wonder. Director Chun had an epiphany. In an instant, his perception of Su Yun underwent a significant transformation. He was the specially invited ambassador for safety awareness. Ever since then, Su Yun had consistently aided their police department in solving cases. Remarkable. Remarkable indeed. Without further ado, Director Chun grasped Su Yun's hand and headed toward the cafeteria, calling out as he walked, "Chef Li, prepare the side dishes for me. I will personally cook to reward our great hero." A group of officers watched longingly, envious to the core. Who didn't he know that Director Chun had previously served as a cook in the military? To be able to eat dishes prepared by Director Chun himself meant he held them in great esteem. Such individuals are rare. "Hey guys, I heard that brother is a scrap collector." "Nonsense. How could a scrap collector be this impressive?" "No way. I must clarify this with Officer Hong." On the second floor of the Longhai City Police Station cafeteria, Director Chun donned an apron, eagerly serving Su Yun dishes, urging him to eat while it was hot and to savor his culinary skills. The table was laden with exquisite dishes. If there were more than 2 vegetarian dishes, it signified a lack of hospitality on Director Chen's part. Thank you, Director Chen." Su Yun had merely bandaged his wound. The two began to devour their meal ravenously. Officer Hong sat beside them, recounting the entire case to Director Chun in detail. Initially, accompanying the investigation was manageable. However, as the narrative grew more outrageous, Director Chun's gaze towards Su Yun morphed into one of disbelief. The drug that incapacitated Officer Hong didn't affect Su Yun? A high-speed chase on the suburban asphalt road? A luxury Land Rover worth over $1 million couldn't compare to their police station as Old Chang'an. These incredulous events truly unfolded around Su Yun. He is a prodigy. Bro. Slow down while eating. You truly are a marvel. I still can't fathom how you evaded that narcotic gas. And your driving skills. Did you have another profession that you hid from me? An old Chong in your hands performs better than $1 million Land Rover. How did you manage that? While they ate, Wang Fan's curiosity could not be contained. Director Chun and Officer Hong simultaneously looked up at Su Yun. As for the narcotic gas, given the circumstances at that time, there's only one antidote. It's an ancestral remedy, but since we're eating a 1T elaborate. As for the driving skills, there's nothing much to say. The quality of a vehicle doesn't always correlate with its cost. It's about who is behind the wheel. Su Yun refrained from elaborating. That air of confidence left the three present utterly captivated. Brothers, I've already guessed what the antidote is. I don't know whether to envy the streamer or ridicule him. Enough about that. I'm off to find our five-fingered lady. The quality of a vehicle relies on the driver. I deeply resonate with this. Let us discuss this in detail upstairs. No more riddles. Top-tier understanding. Su Ge could easily become a race car driver, undoubtedly securing first place. Chapter 29. Is the Big Mouth still going strong? In the dining hall of the Longhai City Police Department on the second floor, after several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Director Chen expressed his commendation for Su Yun. Were it not for Officer Hong's intervention, it seemed he might have embraced Su Yun as a brother. Brother, you are currently thriving. Director Chen wishes to personally invite you. Wang Fan remarked with a chuckle. It was evident to all that should Su Yun express his desire, a place within the criminal investigation team of the police department would undoubtedly be his. All right, enough boasting. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. It's time to retire for the night. The two were left to spend the night at the police station. They returned to the familiar accommodation, to the long-lost spacious bedroom. The only difference was the 2 steaming cups of honey water and a plate of fruit that had appeared on the table. Quite the treatment. Isn't it? For a mere scavenger to reach such heights, truly a source of pride for the family. Let us not kid ourselves. If I were a scavenger like the streamer, even the clan leader would have to ask if I wanted to take charge. Am I here to watch the streamer scavenging? I came to see the streamer flaunt his prowess. The reality show The Ultimate Challenger featured shocking discoveries, including corpses and human remains, astonishingly resolving major criminal cases. Various short video social platforms exploded in popularity. Late into the night, the program headquarters began directing traffic to Su Yun's livestream room, number 54. Currently, as a scavenger, he was ranking first in popularity. His funding fluctuated within the top 10. His overall ranking, remarkably placed second, just a hair's breadth away from the first-place secretary of the CEO. The directors' meeting clearly articulated. Contestant 54, Su Yun, is audacious, proactive, and industrious. He is the most formidable dark horse I have encountered since hosting this program, without a doubt. Different departments at the program headquarters began to mobilize their forces. Late at night, as the live stream channel was closed, the backend still displayed over 20,000 viewers entering and exiting. The logistics department's leader sighed in unison. Contestant 54 is exceptional, if only he could refrain from discovering corpses. As a scavenger, he and T found much junk, yet had already uncovered numerous bodies. Knock, knock, knock. At 6 o'clock in the early morning, the door of the accommodation was rapped upon, rousing Su Yun from his slumber. Officer Hong? It's only 6 in the morning. What brings you here? Had it not been for the pressing need to relieve himself, he would never have answered the door. Hearing this, Officer Hong gave a wry smile and apologized. Well, there's a matter that requires your assistance. Su Yun, let us head to the dining hall for breakfast first. Around 6 in the morning, with dawn just breaking, the chefs at the Longhai City Police Department were already busy preparing breakfast. It wasn't lavish, but it wasn't overly modest either. Simple soy milk with fried dough sticks and 2 tea eggs. Another day of enjoying complimentary breakfast. Su Yun, here's the situation. We took Nyo Tai Jun to the nearby hospital's emergency department yesterday. That fellow is tough-skinned and sturdy, but given his internal injuries, we are concerned he may face unforeseen complications. Last night, we conducted a preliminary interrogation in his hospital room. The results were, Officer Hong's expression grew troubled, indicating the interrogation had not gone favorably. Are you suggesting that you want me to assist with the interrogation? Yes. I was hoping, since you managed to uncover the whereabouts of those hostages yesterday, perhaps. Before Officer Hong could finish, Su Yun grasped his implication. Finishing the last sip of soy milk and wiping his mouth, he declared, Officer Hong, let us go. I know what needs to be done. By 7 in the morning, they arrived at Longhai City's First People's Hospital in the inpatient department. As Su Yun walked through the corridor, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's check-in successful. Wishing the host finds even more treasures. Today's check-in reward. Heartfelt Big Mouth. Additional rewards. Constitution 1, Wisdom 2. Today's fortune. Great luck with minor misfortunes. Ah, splendide. Stronger and smarter. What caught Su Yun's attention first was the fortune reading. He considered himself somewhat superstitious. No longer was he merely experiencing minor fortune. After discovering 2 bodies, the difference between minor fortune and great misfortune seemed negligible. Great luck is wonderful, though it came with a hint of minor misfortune. It was not a significant concern. Due to Neo Taijun's status as a notorious serial killer, the police had placed him in a single patient room. For detectives were stationed outside and inside the room at all times. Medical staff had to undergo identity verification before entering to diagnose and treat him. Officer Hong. The officers within the room nodded in acknowledgement to Officer Hong before stepping aside. In the single patient room, Neo Taijun lay bandaged, the strong scent of medication and antiseptic permeating the air. Hey, this guy doesn't he look so bad now? I still can't resist the urge to give him a good thrashing. Wang Fan felt nauseous just recalling how close he had come to being devoured. Su Yun, I leave this to you. Director Chen assigned me a task, and I genuinely had no other choice but to seek you out. Officer Hong spoke earnestly. The dark circles under his eyes revealed he had been tirelessly working since dinner the previous evening. Due to the program and Su Yun's involvement, the dismemberment case had garnered significant external attention. The pressure from the public weighed heavily on the Longhai City Police Department, with Director Chen applying additional pressure on Team Leader Hong. Sai, we have already investigated Neo Taijun's background. This fellow is quite the enigma. He excelled academically, possesses high intelligence and emotional acuity, and graduated from a prestigious university. Coming from a privileged background, his life is one that our officers envy. Yet, he chose a path of crime. Officer Hong expressed his bewilderment and frustration regarding Neo Taijun. Last night, we expended significant effort to hire experts from the fields of interrogation and psychology. We conducted rigorous questioning. The result, aside from some superficial information, he revealed nothing. Hypnosis proved ineffective, and psychological experts were equally unsuccessful. Truly, there was no way forward. Recalling how Su Yun had managed to extract information from this individual previously, he decided to pay a visit early in the morning. All right, Wang, prepare a basin of water for me. I just woke up and haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Su Yun instructed, and Wang Fan complied. A basin of cool water was brought in. Seeing Officer Hong anxiously standing there, Su Yun chuckled, Officer Hong, you haven't slept a wink, have you? Wash your face. Refresh yourself. Fretfulness 1T help. The 3 of them gathered around the basin. They washed their faces and brushed their teeth, with no shame in their appearances. After finishing, as Wang Fan prepared to dispose of the water, Su Yun gestured toward the veteran Neo Taijun. Don't be hasty in throwing that away. Can't you see there as someone who isn't washed yet? Give him a wash too. With that, Su Yun took the murky water from Wang Fan and splashed it right onto Neo Taijun's face. Chapter 30. I am a murderer. You want me to write a review on a horror film? Splash. Water used for washing face and brushing teeth was suddenly thrown onto the sleeping Neo Taijun's head. Neo Taijun jolted awake, attempting to sit up, but the movement tugged painfully at the wound he had just bandaged the night before. What are you doing? Gagging, he opened his eyes to find a piece of dead skin mixed with thick phlegm flowing into his mouth. The strange taste made him feel nauseous. Officer Hong cast a glance at Wang Fan, suspecting that the thick phlegm was his doing. Hee. Wang Fan scratched his head sheepishly. I caught a bit of a cold lately. My throat's itchy and I've got phlegm. Just went down the wrong pipe, along with the brushing water and dead skin from my face. Quite the flavor. Officer Hong and Wang Fan looked expectantly at Su Yun. Neo Taijun glared at them. Upon realizing that it was Su Yun who had splashed him, he felt no anger. What? It's you again? Kinda chat with me? Something like that. Su Yun sat down and turned to the other two. Officer Hong, Xiao Wang, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to speak with him privately. Also, could you prepare a bundle of rope, a set of headphones, a projector, and a screen for me? Give me half an hour. Are we starting the interrogation now? Officer Hong was surprised. The tools for interrogation seemed rather unconventional, but if Su Yun asked for them, he would provide them. In just over 10 minutes, all the requested items were prepared and handed to Su Yun. The moment the hospital room door closed, only Su Yun and Neo Taijun remained. Haha, kid, you don't think you're more skilled than those psychological experts, do you? Neo Taijun scoffed with disdain. To be frank, I am a top psychology professor. I have studied human psychological environments. You think you can extract anything useful from me? Dream on. Yesterday, under the influence of anesthetics and a minor concussion, he had divulged some inconsequential information. Neo Taijun, wealthy and intelligent, immediately sought to contact his lawyer. He intended to turn the tables. There was no way he would disclose any evidence. As Su Yun busied himself with the projector and screen in the hospital room, Neo Taijun looked on with indifference. All right, put on the headphones. Next, we will watch a horror film. Su Yun drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness once more. He began searching online, and a plethora of horror films played from the projector. Neo Taijun donned the headphones, his eyes glued to the screen. Kid, you don't really believe that I will yield to this, do you? I am a cannibal, a serial killer. Do you think I would be scared by these horror films? They can't compare to my own terror. Sujun Biman Saident. Outside the hospital room, Officer Hong and Wang Fan peered through the only glass window, puzzled. Stimulating others to the point of mental collapse to conduct an interrogation was a smooth process. But the individual lying on the hospital bed was a genius with severe psychological issues and exceptional counter-psychological abilities. Would it work? Minutes passed. A short horror film concluded. Su Yun retrieved a notebook and a ballpoint pen from the table, handing them to Neo Taijun. Now, write a 5,000-word review. Additionally, list the terrifying characters from the film, whether they have single or double eyelids, whether they have acne or not, how they died, and why they harmed others. Write it all down. You have 10 minutes. Neo Taijun. Officer Hong. The half-reclined Neo Taijun was utterly bewildered. You want me, a serial killer, to write this? Even if I excel in academics, isn't this an insult? Writing a review? Who interrogates criminals by having them write reviews after watching horror films? Officer Hong, an experienced detective, was stunned. The youth certainly had a unique approach. Neo Taijun crossed his arms defiantly over his chest, grinning. Sorry, but I can't write a thing. Slap. Before he could finish, Su Yun delivered a crisp slap across his face. What? You hit me? Slap. Another resounding slap followed. In that moment, his calm demeanor was completely shattered. Neo Taijun wanted to resist, but suddenly an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He introspected. What was happening? A cannibal, a merciless killer, was on the verge of tears. He felt pity for those he had slain. Slap. Another strike fell, and Neo Taijun began to weep. He picked up the pen. I will write. 10 minutes passed. Neo Taijun rubbed his sore, aching wrist. The 5,000-word review was completed precisely as Su Yun had demanded. Not bad. Su Yun glanced at it briefly without paying much attention, adjusting the projector. Now, let's move on to the next. Neo Taijun. What the hell? Slap. Look, is that not acceptable? Another few minutes passed, and a more terrifying short film concluded. Neo Taijun rubbed his aching ears. Hey kid, what kind of rubbish are you showing me? It's so horrid and ugly. Not to mention the volume is deafening. Can't you play something I enjoy? In response, Su Yun delivered yet another sharp slap. You're being picky now? All right, same as before, 10 minutes, but this time I want a 10,000-word review. Make it detailed and moving. Neo Taijun's forehead pulsed with veins. He was a serial killer, a cannibal. Is this how you choose to torment me? Even a genius with a top psychology degree could hardly endure this. Could they? At the 10-minute mark and glancing at his swollen face, the genius Neo Taijun scribbled furiously. Su Yun, with a swift motion, delivered another heartfelt slap. You only managed 6,000 words in 10 minutes? What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Is this all you can do? Netizens' eyes were bloodshot. He was furious, but unable to express it, as long as he dared to resist. Another slap would follow. The key was that each slap was peculiar. Again and again, they dismantled his psychological defenses. Each hit felt like torment. Tears streamed down his face. I truly can't take it anymore. If I keep watching, I'll go insane. Please, I beg you, stop hitting me. I really can't handle it. Isn't it just confessing my crimes? I will confess, I will. Chapter 31. The Worthlessness of Humanity. The Power of a Silver Tongue. If one is insufficient, then let there be several. In mere minutes, a document detailing the complete criminal process, painstakingly penned by Netizens himself, lay before him. As he set down the ballpoint pen and reclined on the hospital bed, he closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Is this truly the end? Officer Hong was summoned to the ward, incredulous as he gazed at the meticulously detailed confession record. He was bewildered. After a night of consulting interrogation and psychological experts, a multitude of specialists had failed to accomplish what Su Yun had achieved in half an hour. The ease of it all felt almost surreal. What? Still not satisfied? If you wish for more, I can certainly oblige. I am weary, exhausted. Humanity is indeed not worth it. Netizens stammered. The expression on his face, the look in his eyes, revealed the torment he had endured. At that moment, he could not even bear to glance at Su Yun. Officer, please ensure the door is closed upon your departure. I no longer wish to see this handsome gentleman. I would like to rest for a while. Thank you. Netizens lay down obediently, crying and laughing. Alternating between writing reflections and his confession, he was utterly fatigued. Officer Hong grasped Su Yun's hand, beaming with joy. Brother Su Yun, you truly have a remarkable talent. You have resolved this tremendous predicament. How can I express my gratitude? In response, Su Yun remarked, Officer Hong, it was but a simple task. Oh, by the way, Director Chun just sent me a message. For capturing the body of an S-level wanted criminal, you received a reward of 20,000. This time, for assisting us in cracking a major case on the same day, another 20,000. That totals 40,000. Provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds. In a matter of minutes, the sum of 40,000 arrived. As he prepared to leave, Officer Hong chuckled awkwardly. Brother Su Yun, while we may scavenge, let us agree to refrain from picking up corpses. Su Yun, I certainly do not wish to collect corpses. No, we must find a different place to celebrate. Currently, Su Yun's program ranks first in popularity, first in financial income, overall ranking first. After departing from the Longhai City People's Hospital, Su Yun, accompanied by photographer Wang Fan, approached an ATM. First, he withdrew 2,000. With this 40,000 reward, we need not worry about food and drink for the coming months. The crisp notes filled his hands, a tangible delight. Brother, shall we visit heaven on earth tonight? I hear the ladies there are quite splendid, beautiful and clad in sheer black stockings. Having been single for over 20 years, I have yet to hold a girl's hand. Wang Fan was brimming with excitement. Su Yun pondered for a moment, then declared, Let us go. Today, we shall take a break from scavenging and allow ourselves a half-day of rest. I too have heard delightful things about that place. One can bathe, dine, and enjoy massages. Today, I shall indulge your modest wish. Heaven on Earth, a high-end entertainment venue encompassing dining, massage, and cinema. Here, as long as one possesses wealth, extraordinary experiences await. Su Yun and Wang Fan decided to indulge themselves. Each ordered the 999 package. After enjoying a lavish buffet lunch, the two reclined on small beds, applying facial masks while awaiting the arrival of the massage therapist. Soft music played in the background, and they nibbled on fruit. The atmosphere was utterly blissful. This is the essence of life, Wang Fan mused. At that moment, although delayed, the program's live stream had just started. Hundreds of thousands of fans flooded the chat with messages. Heaven on Earth? Are the hosts off to indulge themselves? What the heck? Even scavengers can visit heaven on Earth? I'm done for. Look at the room's decor. Did they really order the 999 package? As the door creaked open, Two beautiful women clad in standardized uniforms, their legs adorned with black stockings, entered. "Good day, sir. I am your assigned technician number 8. And I am delighted to serve you." "Good day, sir. I am your assigned technician number 6. The two women stood before Su Yun and Wang Fan, toolboxes in hand. Good heavens! Wang Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, sat upright. He had seen much in his life, including collecting corpses and nearly facing a gruesome fate. Yet upon first glance at the two technicians, numbers 6 and 8, he was utterly captivated. It was said that number 8 was exceptional, and today he bore witness to it. With cascading waves of hair, large eyes, and a flawless figure clad in a fitted skirt and black stockings. They stood in silence, captivating the attention of all. "Gentlemen, if you have no objections, may we commence the massage?" "Yes, let us begin." Suyun. He found it all rather agreeable. The only thing that struck him as odd was the insignia on their uniforms. Was that a camera? Meanwhile, at the program headquarters, the heads of various departments were watching the live stream of Su Yun's program. While feeling envious, they also noticed the two massage therapists who had begun their work. The observant head of the monitoring group paused in disbelief. "These technicians are not our program's contestant number 66 and her photographer friend, are they?" Indeed, it appeared so. The other leaders were taken aback. The chief director recognized the two massage therapists, and a complex array of emotions washed over him, leaving him speechless. Initially, contestant number 66 and her photographer friend had consistently ranked highly in the program. Being a massage therapist is a respectable profession. Yet now, contestant number 54, a scavenger, was indulging in a massage alongside a photographer, enjoying the services of contestant 66. How absurd can this be? Are these two collaborating to boost the program or to undermine it? Is contestant 54, named Su Yun, truly a participant? Surely, he has come to enjoy himself. Ha ha ha, my dear, who would have thought that you are also a contestant on the strongest challenger variety show? I wondered why you were carrying a camera with you. Photographer Wang Fan, ever the social butterfly, struck up a conversation. Contestant number 66 exchanged a glance with her photographer friend, a faint smile of bittersweet recognition gracing their faces. They too had only just discovered that this handsome, composed gentleman before them was the wildly popular contestant number 54 online. Who could have imagined that such a striking man would be assigned the role of a scavenger? Moreover, he excelled at it. In no time, contestant number 66 found herself captivated. "Sir, how is the pressure?" It's quite satisfactory. You may apply a bit more force." "Certainly, sir. If you feel any discomfort, please do let me know." Contestant number 66 exerted her utmost effort, especially on his lower back, pouring all her strength into the task. Yet, Suyun diman tranquil, en fast. In that moment, contestant number 66 understood a profound truth. This man possesses remarkable vitality. Indeed, he is exceptionally vigorous. One more glance, and I shall explode. Closer, and I shall melt. Dear friends, who massages like this? It's sheer torture. Report. Contestant number 66 is taking advantage of my brother. What? Is no one going to intervene? Is this something I can witness? This is precisely what I adore watching. Chapter 32. Purity 99. 99. Genuine rock candy. The 999 yuan package. An experience worth 9,999 yuan. Wang Fan lay nearby, utterly astonished. A mere moment of massage from the enchanting beauty number 66. And he was left in a daze. When the manager of the establishment called her away, there was an unmistakable reluctance. "Brother, being handsome has its perks. Soft meals are hard-earned," Wang Fan chuckled. "What are you babbling about? Hurry up and pack your things. We're going out to eat." Su Yun washed his face in the restroom. As he turned his head, his eyes landed on a plastic bottle in the trash. Hey, a professional's instincts strike again. He grabbed the iced tea bottle and stuffed it into his pocket. He might not pick up rubbish for a living, but it didn't mean he could ignore it when he saw it. The iced tea bottle felt surprisingly heavy in his pocket. What character this person is. It was one thing to find a bottle containing water, but what else was stuffed inside? What on earth? Su Yun stepped out of the restroom. Under the dim yellow light, the iced tea bottle revealed several transparent little bags inside. Some contained notebooks, others inspiration, and some even 6 cents. Essentially, Everything that sells well on the market was there. As for how Su Yun could discern the brands from those transparent bags, he would not disclose that. Wow, is there some special service here at this establishment? Should we call over the number 8 technicians and inquire? Wang Fan blurted out, completely oblivious. Su Yun scrutinized the little bags. Some were large, some were small. Something fell off. Ding! Just as Su Yun was about to cut the bag open to inspect its contents, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a detailed and precise information panel appeared in his consciousness. Item, plastic bottle. Contents, small umbrella. Rock candy. Note, this rock candy possesses an exceptionally high purity of 99.99. Gasp! Su Yun took a step back, a chill running down his spine. The system analysis suddenly appeared. Genuine rock candy? With a purity reaching 99, infinitely close to 100? This is insane. Cold sweat trickled down Su Yun's back. He never imagined that a casual act of picking up a plastic bottle would lead to discovering such highly concentrated rock candy. 99, certified by the system. Brother, what is wrong with you? Wang Fan noticed the change in Su Yun's expression and asked with concern. You didn't get too relaxed from that massage, did you? No, it has nothing to do with the massage. Su Yun was in no mood for jokes. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought, to leave this place immediately and call the police. We should head out. The establishment bustled with people, and no one would suspect what had transpired. Along the way, Wang Fan's camera lens captured the beautiful women around, clad in either black or white stockings. The viewers in the live stream remained oblivious to the unfolding drama as they clamored to return. Host, don't make me beg on my knees. Hurry back. Really? My dear father, I haven't had enough yet. That girl in the tight jeans. Could you please give me your contact info, Dad? For 999 yuan package, we should at least enjoy it until evening, right? Could it be that the host, overwhelmed by his career, suddenly decided to work picking up trash? No way. I refuse to believe there exists a man so absorbed in his career. No way. Host, I just want to ask if you could be a good person and help me get that contact info. Such opportunities shouldn't be wasted. Popularity 111, popularity 111. Speculations ran rampant in the live stream. Yet, without hesitation, Su Yun pulled out his phone. Officer Hong, I need to report something. Meanwhile, several hours earlier, after resolving the case of Netizens, Officer Hong hurried to the Longhai City Police Station to report. He approached Chief Chun and recounted the bizarre interrogation process. Unsurprisingly, Chief Chun expressed admiration for Su Yun's intimidating and torturous interrogation methods. Your brother Su Yun is remarkable. It would be fantastic if we could recruit him into our police department. Chief Chin's eyes were filled with regret. They understood that Su Yun had compelling reasons for his scavenging. A criminal investigation team leader and a director meticulously reviewed the details of recent cases in the office. As Officer Hong organized the information, he stumbled upon a revelation. Chief Chun, it seems, in the recent 2 cases, the culprits were not apprehended by us. Our involvement in solving these cases is non-existent. Records were laid bare. Officer Hong was taken aback. They had merely documented the events. The significant clues and arrests were all thanks to Su Yun alone. This, Chief Chin's expression grew somewhat awkward. Logically, the credit for these solved cases belonged to Su Yun, yet he was not a member of their police station. Ultimately, the only reward would be monetary. Chief Chun, I feel a bit guilty receiving accolades while lying down like this. Is it not a tad inappropriate? Officer Hong felt a pang of guilt. It was as if Su Yun were a lucky charm. Wherever he went, major cases were solved, yet the credit remained with their investigation team. With this thought, Chief Chin recognized the issue. How about you form a brotherly bond with Su Yun? You become the younger brother, and Su Yun takes the role of the elder brother. Officer Hong was left speechless. Just as he pondered how to reward Su Yun appropriately, the phone rang. Officer Hong, I need to report something. Huh? Officer Hong sprang from his chair. Brother Su Yun, what's wrong? Why do you need to report again? Don't tell me you found another corpse. Please don't scare me. Hearing Su Yun's voice on the line, Officer Hong felt a creeping dread. It's a bit unclear over the phone, but I'm at a massage parlor, and I discovered rock candy. Officer Hong was bewildered. The speakerphone was on, and Chief Chun was equally puzzled. What rock candy? The kind you can eat? Officer Hong, you'd best come see for yourself. I'll send you my location. This isn't the kind of rock candy we typically consume. Well, actually, it can be eaten. I mean to say, this rock candy is light blue with a purity of 99. 99? It's south infinitely close to 100. Such a high concentration of rock candy? Wouldn't eating a piece be overwhelmingly sweet? Officer Hong's mind was still processing the information. Meanwhile, Chief Chun's face underwent a series of frantic transformations. Rock candy, light blue purity. The mere mention of such terms could only refer to something dreadful. Without a moment's thought, Chief Chun exclaimed, "Old Hong, mobilize the criminal investigation team. Immediately. Right now." Chapter 33, A Sensation. Host, you're a lucky charm. On the roadside of Tianshan Renjian, a few hundred meters away, Su Yin unexpectedly called the police. The cameraman, Wang Fan, was bewildered. Bro, why are you calling the police again? After the previous incident involving Neo Taijun, the production team had specially arranged for Su Yin and his companions a Huawei Mate 60 phone for safety. With over 100,000 fans in the live stream, viewers were puzzled and began to speculate. Is it possible that the host is worried about Officer Hong and asked him for a massage? It can't be that mundane. Perhaps the host discovered illicit dealings at Tianshan Renjian. Wasn't the host previously advising streetwalkers to pursue their studies? And besides, the girl from room 66 is still inside. Confusion reigned. Su Yin picked up the heavy bottle of iced red tea in his hand. It had been difficult to see clearly in the dim light of the private room, but now, under the sunlight, the light blue rock candy wrapped in a transparent bag was particularly glaring. What is this, bro? Is this ice? It doesn't look like it, Wang Fan said, looking foolish. Su Yin frowned. This is rock candy. It has a purity of 99, almost reaching 100 concentration. At these words, cameraman Wang Fan fell silent. His hands trembled like he had Parkinson's, and his complexion turned pale. Instinctively, he lowered the camera lens. Bro, let us run. It's too late to hide now. With the live stream's heat, who knows if the criminals dealing in rock candy are inside? Wang Fan's hands shook, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He felt utterly speechless. They had just come out for a massage, hoping to enjoy some leisure time. How did his brother casually pick up a plastic bottle with rock candy inside? Moreover, a concentration as high as 99? It was utterly absurd. Su Yin remained silent, standing still, lost in thought. In the live stream, the comment section was in chaos, with a flurry of viewers buzzing like ants on a hot pan. What a spectacle. Hey, cameraman, show some respect for the audience, okay? What else with the camera angle? Did I just hear correctly? The host said rock candy? What kind of rock candy? The kind you use for soup? We have some at home too. The person above is a fool. Ignore them. Seriously, host, why not just turn yourself in? You are in deep trouble. With a purity of 99, taking a whiff would surely be exhilarating. Exactly. You'd be able to wave hello to your great-grandmother in an instant. The trending topics and headlines flooded the executive meeting room of the show's headquarters. Heads of various departments and leaders sat solemnly around the long table. The atmosphere was strange. Each department head had their heads down. Come on, don't be silent. Speak up. What are your thoughts on this matter? The chief director sighed, breaking the silence. The first to step forward was the monitoring team leader, thoroughly impressed by Su Yin. Director, I believe contestant 54 knows how to stir up excitement. Although I'm not sure if this was intentional, the show's effect is undeniably great. The editing department head exploded in rage. What nonsense. You think the show's effect is good? Do you know how we were berated by netizens last time? Do you know we didn't eat for days after dealing with those disgusting images? Whether it was rotting corpses or swollen human flesh, it was all we had to handle. The logistics department head chuckled, patting the editing department head's shoulder. Director, what do you think we should do? He tossed the question to the chief director. After a moment of contemplation, he said, let me tell you this. We have received news that a company is willing to offer a high price to poach contestant 54, Su Yin. Et für Teichers, Bronze. These heat-seeking folks are eyeing Su Yin directly. With this revelation, the previously argumentative department heads fell silent. While Su Yin's act of picking up a corpse was outrageous, the show's impact was substantial. Currently, their show, The Strongest Challenger, was dominating the trending charts, maintaining a top 3 position. The cumulative heat was over 10 million views. This was a height the show had never achieved before. The chief director mused, "The heat is indeed real. There's no way to control contestant 54 from picking up whatever he finds." What is the essence of the show? ISNT at authenticity? While Su Yun's actions may be a bit outrageous, they reflect reality. As long as the show remains popular, this approach could work. Dancing on the edge. I will bring this matter up with the higher-ups in the company. To prevent contestant Su Yun from being poached by rival companies, we must offer him some rewards. The police department of Longhai City took the matter regarding the rock candy, with its terrifying 99 purity, very seriously. They arrived in 5 minutes, covering the 10-minute distance in record time. Officer Hong, relieved to see Su Yun unharmed, sighed with relief. "Su Yun, did you really find rock candy?" Without hesitation, Su Yun tossed the plastic bottle filled with iced red tea towards him. "Be careful." The group got into the car, carefully extracting the light blue rock candy. Upon meticulous examination, they confirmed that it was indeed as Su Yun had described. Only rock candy with extremely high purity would exhibit such a pale blue color. "Su Yun, aside from that, we need you to come with us to make a statement," Officer Hong said, at a loss for words. Reflecting on the situation, he thought, "It's a pattern." The police station staff believed that Su Yun's previous finds were mere coincidences. They probably wouldn't see him again. Yet, hours after their last meeting, here they were again. What baffled Officer Hong even more was that before he left, he had advised Su Yun, "Please, whatever you do, don't pick up corpses." Indeed, Su Yun had not picked up a corpse. However, he did find rock candy, and not just any rock candy, but one with a purity of 99, nearly reaching 100. The bottle was filled to the brim with the heavy rock candy, weighing approximately 1 to 2 pounds. The quantity was quite alarming. Now, Officer Hong no longer knew whether to be grateful to Su Yun or not. This young, handsome lad was simply incredible. The Longhai City Police Department might deal with such major cases only a few times a year, yet Su Yun managed to bring them such surprises almost every few days. In a live stream, the comments continued to soar. "Eating melon seeds while watching. Front row for the show. Didn't someone say the host wouldn't find anything good today? Talk about a slap in the face. No way. Host, you were a lucky charm. Finding these treasures daily." Chapter 34. 5-star model citizens. An unintentional intrusion into the Tower Village. In the office of the director at the Longhai City Police Department, the case involving a high concentration of rock candy drew Chief Chen's personal attention. Su Yun sat in a chair, meticulously recounting the entire sequence of events. Concerned that Chief Chen might harbor doubts, he proactively adjusted the live stream playback. Fortunately, there were numerous cameras on standby, all in pristine high definition, allowing Chief Chen to observe every detail clearly. In the restroom, Su Yun casually picked up a rather fine plastic bottle of iced tea, identical to the one he currently held. Chief Chen fell into a contemplative silence, his emotions mirroring those of Officer Hong. The way Chief Chen regarded Su Yun gradually transformed into something peculiar. This young man, could he possibly be cursed? His record was astounding. The first incident involved surrendering a .38 caliber revolver along with dozens of rounds. The second, scavenging at a construction site only to unearth the body of an S-class wanted criminal. The third, discovering human remains at a garbage station, unveiling a horrific series of murders. And now, he was foraging for high-concentration rock candy? Was there ever a youth so absurdly fortunate in his finds? It hadn't even been a few days since the previous cases were submitted to the prosecutor's office. They might still be preoccupied with those, and here he was, embroiled in yet another incident. On the one hand, one could argue he was inadvertently drawn into these situations. On the other, the evidence was irrefutable, as video footage substantiated his claims. Before him sat two individuals, each more innocent than the last. After a prolonged silence, Chief Chen regained his composure. "Officer Hong, this rock candy incident carries significant implications. We must investigate." "Understood." Officer Hong's expression was grave. It was crucial to recognize that the emergence of rock candy signified the existence of a production hub in Longhai City. Moreover, it likely indicated a considerable number of buyers and users. This substance, with its dangerously high concentration, could induce hallucinations. The consequences of addiction could lead to financial ruin, or worse, familial devastation. With Chief Chin's direct orders issued, the Longhai City Police Department regarded the rock candy case as their utmost priority. This malignant tumor must be excised swiftly. Brother Su Yun, we must trouble you once more. Allow me to escort you to your destination, Officer Hong offered, driving them personally. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yun had assisted the police by uncovering potential hazards, a matter of great significance. Chief Chun expressed his gratitude, stating that Su Yun had rendered considerable service to the Longhai City Police Department. He intended to petition for a personal commendation on Su Yun's behalf. While the monetary reward might be modest, the 5-star Model Citizen Award would be documented in his record. As Officer Hong drove, Su Yun chuckled, "Please extend my thanks to Chief Chen. The 5-star Model Citizen Award, while an esteemed honor, may pale in comparison to tangible rewards for ordinary citizens. However, being included in official documentation is another matter entirely. Much like possessing advanced degrees, the more accomplishments and certifications one has in their records, the greater the likelihood of being recruited by high-paying employers. It is a proportional relationship." By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky grew dim as the sun set. At the entrance of a popular entertainment venue, Officer Hong led the charge, citing the investigation into the case as a reason to temporarily seal off the premises. A multitude of wealthy patrons and heavily made-up massage therapists emerged from the establishment. Wow, quite a sight for sore eyes. Wait, isn't that my wife who said she was working overtime? Who is that balding man beside her? Streamer, turn the camera. Poor guy upstairs. Whenever my wife claims to be working late, I always ask her to send me a video to prove it. Goodness, isn't that the spicy girl from room 66? Now, she has had a job. The unpredictability of life. As more massage therapists exited the venue, Su Yun, idly observing from the roadside, was soon spotted by the spicy girl from room 66. Oh no. Run. Wang Fan sees Su Yun, pivoting to flee. Ha ha. I didn't know you two would be scared. Must be worried that spicy girl from room 66 will cling to them. Come on, you're blind. That spicy girl is gorgeous. A little drink at night, a hotel room, and it's done. Black stockings, how exhilarating. I can't even bear to imagine. Viewers expressed their frustration. Meanwhile, the leadership at the show's headquarters faced their own dilemmas. Director, what do we do about the spicy girl from room 66 losing her job? The massage therapist, known for her striking beauty and stable income, had been a promising candidate. Now, due to the police investigation, her employment was likely suspended. Hearing this, the chief director's lips twitched, let it unfold as it may. Since the show's debut, numerous contestants had left for various reasons, both subjective and objective. The fickleness of life ensured that no job could be guaranteed indefinitely, much like the initial zookeeper who was undeniably foolish. There were simply too many variables at play. Time passed swiftly. Su Yun and Wang Fan arrived on the outskirts along the asphalt road. To avoid a repeat of previous mishaps, they opted for the eastern district of Longhai City. This area, although categorized as a suburb, housed numerous villages and towns. The previous issues had all arisen in the city center, so now, Su Yun and his companion sought a fresh locale to explore, hoping for tranquility. The city is full of schemes. I prefer the countryside. Wang Fan chuckled. Brother, that town ahead looks promising. It should be quite affluent. Let us stay at a farmhouse. Sounds good. I've never experienced a farmhouse stay before. The pair journeyed onward until darkness enveloped the land, finally reaching the village entrance. At a distance, the village appeared modest, but as they approached, it revealed itself to be quite substantial. What a fascinating village, Wang Fan exclaimed. It seems to still uphold the clan system. As night fell, they made their way to a well-decorated farmhouse. Excuse me, do you offer accommodations? Who is it? In response to the commotion, the young proprietor, around 30 years old, emerged from the backyard. The establishment was deserted, suggesting an early closing time. Upon seeing Su Yun and Wang Fan, the owner scrutinized them with evident caution. Are you visitors from far? If you seek lodging, perhaps you should consider another place. Our tower village does not welcome outsiders. Chapter 35. Brother, please don't cause any trouble. Ta village. The shopkeeper's words left Su Yun utterly astonished. Wasn't he that the sugar village he had seen in a film during his previous life? At that time, it had stirred quite a commotion. Calm down. Su Yun made a concerted effort to rein in his emotions. The shopkeeper continued, I sincerely apologize. In Ta village, the patriarch has a rule. Outsiders are permitted to enter during the day, but not at night. You must seek shelter elsewhere. With that, Su Yun, accompanied by the photographer Wang Fan, stealthily departed from Ta village. Brother, why did you stop me? That arrogant fellow deserves a beating. What rules are there? In my opinion, he simply looks down on us. I sense something fishy is afoot. Wang Fan grumbled, his stomach growling in hunger. Hold on, I need to confirm something. We will return, Su Yun teased, having discerned that in this parallel world, the true nature of Ta village remained shrouded in mystery. As dusk approached, Su Yun quietly approached the heart of Ta village via a narrow path. The village committee, the largest building in Ta village, should, if memory served, be where Lin Yaodong resided. However, before they could proceed with any further actions, a cacophony erupted. Suddenly, a throng of villagers armed with sticks surged from the alleyway. What the hell? A bunch of ruffians. Wang Fan was taken aback. Yet, Su Yun remained unfazed, exuding calmness. Just as he had suspected, the entirety of Ta village was outfitted with high-definition surveillance cameras. Their appearance at the village committee naturally marked the core of Ta village. Before long, they found themselves surrounded. Then, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, clad in a Zhongshan suit, not particularly imposing in stature, yet his presence commanded respect, causing the villagers to part in reverence. Un Sozong. The newcomer was Lin Yaodong. He cast a glance at the camera Wang Fan held. Everyone, please disperse. This is a misunderstanding. The villagers, momentarily stunned, quickly scattered. Lin Yaodong waved his hand towards Su Yun and Wang Fan, then smiled. Gentlemen, what brings you to Ta village? Oh, it's quite late, and we have nowhere to stay. We thought we might find a farmhouse to spend the night. Since the shopkeeper declined, we decided to sneak into the village and find a shrine to make do for the night. Who would have thought we'd be discovered by a bunch of ruffians? Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong scrutinized them for a moment longer, relieved that the villagers had already vacated. Otherwise, had they heard Su Yun's words, some villagers might have erupted in anger. Ta village had long adhered to a clan system, with ancestral records meticulously maintained. The shrine was regarded as the most sacred place by the villagers, housing the tablets of their forebears and continuously receiving offerings. Lin Yaodong squinted and adjusted his glasses. I see. I sincerely apologize. Our village indeed has a regulation prohibiting outsiders from entering. This is a tradition passed down by our ancestors, and we must adhere to it. However, you two seem rather unfortunate. How about this? Our village has a factory. You can stay there for the night. I will arrange for someone to drive you. Lin Yaodong's demeanor was remarkably cordial, or rather, exceedingly hospitable. The driver was Lin Yaohua, who arrived in the latest top-of-the-line Maybach. Wang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Brother Yaohua, is your Ta village really that affluent? What business do you all engage in? It's all right. Primarily, our village operates on a collective economy. We prosper together, earning together, Lin Yaohua replied, maintaining a reserved silence. Upon reaching the factory, Su Yun and Wang Fan were shown to the employee dormitory. Rest well. If you need anything, just give me a call, Lin Yaohua said before leaving. Wang Fan gazed around the pristine room, filled with smart furniture, his expression one of astonishment. Wow, this is the employee dormitory? Brother, the conditions here at your Ta village factory are incredible. What is this? A plasma television? Brother, why don't we just work here? Within the employee dormitory, the layout featured bunk beds and desks, complete with air conditioning and a separate bathroom. 4 bunk beds accommodated the room, offering amenities that surpassed even some university dormitories. Brother, we can finally stop squeezing onto the same bed. I suddenly feel a bit out of place. Wang Fan blushed like a maiden. Su Yun rolled his eyes. Enough. Hurry and wash up and prepare for bed. I doubt there's any way to order takeout here. There are snacks on the table. Nibble on something to tide you over. I'll take a stroll. As a time traveler and someone well-versed in the films of his previous life, Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Ta village was an exceedingly insular community, highly resistant to outsiders. It was evident that their unexpected intrusion had spared them from a beating thanks to the live broadcast of the camera. Memories of Lin Yaodong's ruthless methods flashed through his mind. Su Yun made his way to the restroom at the end of the dormitory corridor. Alas, it seemed they would have to spend the night here. As for verifying whether Ta village produced rock candy, that matter would have to wait, for they hadn't even gained entry into the village. If all else failed, he could always alert Officer Hong and his team, suggesting they come to investigate. Perhaps they would glean some clues regarding the high-concentration rock candy. Shaking his head, Su Yun resolved to leave Ta village the following day. In the restroom, a few minutes later, he reached for a paper towel from the box. The pure wood pulp paper felt exquisite and was undoubtedly expensive. Considering Ta village's wealth, Su Yun decided to take a few extra sheets for his pocket. Just then, a wrapped object fell from the paper towel. What could this be? Su Yun picked it up and unwrapped it. It appeared to be a memory card, small and black. Returning to the room, Su Yun, driven by curiosity, called out to Wang Fan, who was engrossed in playing a game on his Huawei Mate 60. He took the memory card and inserted it into his phone. Hey, what are you doing? I'm dominating with Lanling Wang. Be careful. That memory card might have a virus. A blurry video played. 300,000. I'll pay you 300,000 every month. From now on, our Ta village and you are inextricably linked. Think of your wife and children. The voice was eerily familiar. Lin Yaodong? It was undoubtedly him. Could it be? A shiver coursed through Su Yun's body as he replayed the video on the memory card. Oh no. A chilling sensation gripped him. This couldn't be mere coincidence, could it? Su Yun's lips twitched. If he recalled correctly, the reason Ta village ultimately drew the police's attention in the film from his previous life was precisely due to the video contained within that memory card. This was unbelievable. He merely intended to use the restroom and grabbed a few extra sheets of paper. How is it possible that I stumbled upon this pivotal memory card belonging to the village of Tizai? Please, I truly did not intend to find it. Although it remains uncertain whether Tizai village produces rock candy, given the circumstances, it seems highly probable, does it not? So this is what it feels like to be a hanger-on? A peculiar smile danced upon Su Yun's lips. Brother, what is wrong? Why are you grinning foolishly? Please don't frighten me. I am rather timid. Wang Fan expressed his confusion. Brother, where exactly did you find this memory card? I had assumed it contained a film left by some deity, only to discover it features two grown men. How dull. Wang Fan chuckled with a simplicity that revealed his unsophisticated nature. Nevertheless, Su Yun demandam fast. He chose not to elaborate further. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone. Officer Hong, I wish to report an incident. Chapter 36. Uncle Dong opens his heart to you, yet you conceal yours from him? The night was deep and still. The village committee of Tizai was ablaze with light from the ancestral hall. Lin Yaodong, the village head, urgently convened a clan meeting, insisting that all heads of households be present. The elders of the clan, feeling discontent, voiced their grievances as they gathered. Yaodong, what is this all about at such an hour? My wife and I just settled into bed. The sheets are still cold. We are old. Unlike you young folks, our bodies can't withstand such disturbances. Though their words carried a tone of complaint, their faces were adorned with smiles. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest, Lin Yaodong said, adjusting his glasses. As the village head of Tizai, I must fulfill my responsibilities. Tonight, two young outsiders have arrived in our village. I have verified that they are contestants from a certain variety show. We must exercise caution. Tizai has enjoyed years of happiness and stability thanks to our vigilance. After careful consideration, I believe these two young individuals cannot remain here. It is better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. Our village has a strict rule. Any intruders must be dealt with decisively. The secrets of Tizai must not be exposed. Lin Yaodong's dedication must not go in vain. Everyone, I convene you at this late hour out of necessity. What are your thoughts on this matter? As his words echoed, the elders exchanged glances, pondering Lin Yaodong's intentions. Lin Yaohua spoke up first. Brother Dong, I trust you completely. Do as you see fit. Having a fraternal bond with Lin Yaodong, he harbored no objections. The other elders understood the situation as well. Upon reflection, the notion of eliminating two unfamiliar outsiders seemed trivial. Such occurrences had happened before. It was not uncommon for lost travelers to meet unfortunate ends. Getting lost, falling into rivers, or tumbling down mountains were all plausible fates. Lin Zhonghui stood, glancing at Lin Yaodong. You are the head of the clan. We will heed your decision. The fate of Tizai was intertwined. Its prosperity depended on collective action. With the support of the two clan heads, the elders raised no objections. Shadows flitted about the ancestral hall as they dispersed. Lin Yaodong smiled and waved his hand, delegating the task to Shengwu, Shengwen, and Lin can handle this matter swiftly and thoroughly and report back to me. The three men slipped their hands into their pockets, confident in their ability to deal with the two oblivious outsiders. In Tizai, Uncle Dong was revered, and defying him came with dire consequences. Meanwhile, at the Tizai brewery, Su Yun and Wang Fan hastily departed from their dormitory. Moments later, several villagers from Tizai burst into the adjacent dormitory. Hey, no one here. Perhaps they went to the restroom? Let's check. Uncle Dong had ordered that those marked for elimination must not be underestimated. The entire dormitory came alive with lights, transforming from a peaceful haven into a chaotic search operation, all spurred by Uncle Dong's words. Seal off all exits. We cannot allow those two to escape. Search thoroughly. Release the village dogs. We must find them. Lin Can commanded, leading dozens of villagers in their pursuit. Yet, upon their arrival, they were met with the disheartening news that the individuals had fled. Why would they run unless they were hiding something? Lin Can dialed Lin Yaodong. Uncle Dong, it appears the two may have escaped. On the other end, Lin Yaodong fell silent, his gaze darkening. Understood. Continue the search. I will be there shortly. Under the night sky, Tizai resembled a beast awakened from slumber. Not far from the brewery, on a small hillside, two figures sat on a cold stone, leaning against a tree, gnawing on freshly unearthed sweet potatoes. Brother, you are so clever. How did you know they would come after us? Wang Fan looked at Su Yun with admiration that had shifted to reverence. In mere minutes, the brewery had descended into chaos. Clearly, the entire village was on the hunt for them. I told you, the unity of Tizai can be quite intimidating, Su Yun remarked with a calm smile. He had never claimed that unity was a negative trait, yet he could not shake Lin Yaohua's words. The village operates under a collective economy. This meant that unity was closely tied to self-interest, and, as the village head, Lin Yaodong was the de facto ruler. Regardless of what Su Yun had learned from television dramas or their brief encounters, Lin Yaodong left him feeling deeply unsettled. It was difficult to pinpoint whether he was a smiling tiger. His face revealed no emotions, making him all the more terrifying. Do not worry. The greater their reaction, the more it indicates something amiss. Officer Hong and his team should be en route by now. Didi, on the asphalt roads of the eastern suburbs. Officer Hong led the charge. 5 police cars and 2 armored vehicles deployed. Su Yun's subtle hint had sent ripples of alarm through the upper echelons of the Longhai City Police Department. Tizai Village? That has long been under scrutiny from above. Yet, the very scrutiny had yielded no tangible results. At this moment, Su Yun declared, I have evidence, prompting Director Chun to dispatch a special police unit to assist Officer Hong in the investigation. Hurry, time is of the essence. Officer Hong's tone turned grave. The stakes concerning Su Yun's safety left no room for error. Woof, woof. A short while later, 2 large yellow dogs began barking furiously on the hillside. Oh no, brother, there are dogs. Help, help. Suddenly, 2 snarling yellow dogs leapt forth, startling Wang Fan into an exclamation of shock. Damn it, Uncle Dong, we found them. Come with us. Lin Can shouted angrily, leading a throng of villagers as they escorted Su Yun and Wang Fan back to the village committee. In the courtyard, shadows flitted about as men and women emerged in their casual footwear to witness the commotion. Upon seeing Su Yun and Wang Fan, Lin Yaodong wore an unusual smile. My dear brothers, you have made me search high and low for you. What on earth were you thinking, running away? Lin Shengwen scoffed, saying, Our Uncle Dong is connected to you all. Why play tricks on him? Damn it, they must be hiding something. Uncle Dong, take care of them. Chapter 37. The Turnaround. The Encirclement of Taizhai Village. Lin Shengwen, unable to contain himself, exclaimed. This caused Wang Fan to be greatly alarmed. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? What have my brother and I done to provoke you? Su Yun remained silent, observing that after Lin Shengwen's blunt remark, the villagers reacted with indifference, as if eliminating two individuals was as trivial as discarding stray animals. It appeared that such deeds were not uncommon here, a testament to their habitual nature. You should leave. Shengwen, this is not your place to speak, Lin Yaodong interjected, his brow furrowed. Young man, pray tell, why have you suddenly come to our Taizhai village? Merely passing through for a vacation seems rather implausible, doesn't it? Lin Yaodong was skeptical. He had pondered this matter carefully. The suddenness of their arrival raised questions. Why, after being denied accommodation at the farmhouse, did they attempt to infiltrate the village committee? Furthermore, the live broadcast of the program rendered the individual marked as 54 extremely suspicious. Lin Yaodong had learned that this person frequently dealt with corpses. Regardless of whether the secrets of Taizhai village would be exposed, Su Yun's presence unsettled him. Ah, Uncle Dong. Su Yun scratched his head, a look of helplessness on his face. To be honest, we're just passing by. We harbor no ulterior motives. If you choose to ignore us, we might just pack up and leave tomorrow without further ado. There is no need for all this drama. I apologize, Uncle Dong, but you insisted on playing mind games with me. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 3 gunshots rang out, accompanied by the roar of police car engines and the blaring of sirens. The entire courtyard of Taizhai village was surrounded. What? The police? Who called them? How could the police come to our Taizhai village? Mommy, I want to go home. I want milk. The commotion was so overwhelming that even a 2-year-old child spoke out in fear. Don't move. Everyone, immediately crouch down with your hands on your head. The shooter was Officer Hong. Su Yun was right. There was something amiss in Taizhai village. Why were over 100 villagers congregating in the courtyard at this late hour? The villagers stirred restlessly. The elder generation harbored a sense of awe, or perhaps fear, of the police, while the younger ones were brash and defiant. Follow the officer's instructions, Lin Yaodong bellowed, immediately halting the tense atmosphere. Villagers complied, some clutching their heads, others crouching down. Through the crowd, Su Yun and Wang Fan could be seen clearly. Officer Hong rushed over. Brother Su Yun, are you all right? I'm Fine. Su Yun shook his head. At that moment, Lin Yaodong interjected. With a smile, he asked, Officer, may I inquire about your unexpected visit to our Taizhai village at this late hour? We haven't received any reports of an incident. Lin Yaodong. Officer Hong's voice rose significantly. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of Taizhai village. Fortunately, Su Yun and Wang Fan were unharmed. Had something gone awry, he would have been at a loss on how to report back to Director Chun. As the village chief, why are you gathering so many villagers at this hour? Moreover, to be candid, what were you planning to do with those two? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Dozens of police officers, including detectives and fully armed SWAT members, surrounded the scene. Among them stood a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man in a SWAT uniform, exuding an imposing presence. He was Su Tianlong, the captain of the SWAT team from Longhai City Police Department. He had heard of Su Yun before. Now, with the police encircling the area, there was a palpable tension, a readiness for forceful suppression at the slightest provocation. Lin Yaodong sensed this undercurrent. Had the police truly lost their minds? Were they prepared to take action against Taizhai village? Furthermore, what could have prompted such a significant mobilization of police forces? With great effort, Lin Yaodong managed to force a smile. Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. Our entire village is welcoming these two young men. You are making too much ado over nothing. Is it necessary to mobilize such a large force for this minor issue? Su Yun remained silent, smiling as he handed a USB drive to Officer Hong. Officer Hong, please take a look at this. The appearance of a USB drive startled everyone present. Is there really something on it? Lin Yaodong esquinted, manteniendo la calma exterior. Though his mind raced with doubts, could these two truly have uncovered something? It hadn't been long at all. Impossible, he thought. Even if Sherlock Holmes were alive, or if Kudo Shinichi appeared, they couldn't possibly unravel a secret in such a short time. Officer Hong remained silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly strange. Even the sound of breathing diminished. Click. The USB drive was inserted into a phone. 3 million. I will give you 3 million every month. Think of your wife and children. The classic transaction video began to play. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed among the 100-odd villagers. The villagers of Taizhai began to stir. Lin Yaodong's eyes widened. How could this be? The voice was unmistakably his. He knew exactly the context and the individuals to whom those words were spoken. When had it been recorded? How had these two found it? Gulp. Lin Yaodong feigned calmness, remaining silent. Oomph. Officer Hong was inwardly elated, his expression icy. Evidence. Blatant evidence. Though the figure in the video was obscured, the police had long been vigilant regarding Taizhai Village. Now, they could confirm one thing. Taizhai Village had moles planted within the police department. Infuriating. No wonder every move the police made against Taizhai Village was preemptively detected. Fortunately, today, thanks to Brother Su Yun, this crucial lead had surfaced. Lin Yaodong, what more do you have to say? The evidence is irrefutable. Bribery, producing drugs, murder to silence witnesses. I can take you in right now. The villagers, previously crouching, suddenly stood in unison, glaring furiously at Officer Hong. How dare you, a mere cop, arrest our Uncle Dong? You present an unverified video and hurl such accusations at him? Defamation. Framing. In our Taizhai village, who dares to lay a finger on Uncle Dong? Tensions flared dramatically. Officer Hong gritted his teeth, facing a group of obstinate villagers. At that moment, Lin Yaodong slowly stepped forward from the crowd, gesturing for the villagers to remain calm. He then turned to Officer Hong with a smile, saying, "Officer, a video of questionable origin can be easily manipulated. You claim I am guilty of bribery? I must clarify. That individual saved my life, and I pay him 3 million a month. If anything, I consider it too little. Now, as for your accusations of producing drugs and murder, where's the evidence? Where are the bodies?" Chapter 38. Astonishing. How remarkably skilled you are at finding things. In the courtyard of the Taizhai Village Committee, Lin Yaodong staunchly refused to admit any wrongdoing. Officer Hong was engulfed in frustration. Indeed, the video footage was unclear, and judging solely by a few spoken words rendered the evidence insufficiently compelling. Furthermore, Lin Yaodong held a prestigious status within Taizhai Village, making it nearly impossible to bring him back to the police station for interrogation. What were they to do now? In the midst of contemplation, Su Tianlong, the captain of the special police unit, stepped forward. Lin Yaodong, since there is controversy, let us resolve it. Currently, we suspect that Taizhai Village is involved in the production and sale of rock candy. Is there, perhaps, a connection to murder? We intend to conduct a thorough investigation. House by house. Is there any objection? His statement implied that agreement left room for negotiation, while disagreement would lead to a hard stance. Upon hearing this, the villagers of Taizhai Village erupted in protest. Uncle Dong, our ancestors have established rules against allowing outsiders to enter freely. How can you invade our privacy by searching every home? I've studied law for 2.5 years, and this constitutes illegal entry. The villagers reacted strongly. Lin Yaodong's gaze swept over the crowd, and unexpectedly, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Since the police harbor suspicions, we shall allow you to investigate. However, you must understand that our village has rules passed down by our ancestors. If you wish to search, I will cooperate, but you must also agree to my conditions. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Yaodong proposed the terms. Officer Hong did not immediately acquiesce and inquired, "What are your conditions?" "It is quite simple. If you do not find any rock candy or bodies, you must publicly apologize to Taizhai Village. Furthermore, for 1 year, you shall not set foot in our village for any reason." Such cunning. While Officer Hong appeared bewildered, Su Yun had already seen through Lin Yaodong's intentions. He was leveraging this opportunity to secure breathing room for Taizhai Village, a strategic retreat masked as a negotiation. This fellow had indeed comprehended the depths of Sun Tzu's art of war. "Your conditions can be accepted," Officer Hong replied, "but only on the condition that Taizhai Village does not become embroiled in any significant legal issues." Officer Hong held firm to his principles. Lin Yaodong readily agreed, stating, Tonight is too late for a search. It will be inconvenient for you. Let's postpone until tomorrow. I will ensure all villagers are prepared for your investigation. Agreed. Officer Hong conceded. The villagers dispersed, returning home, leaving only the police and Su Yun standing there. What now, old Hong? Are we really going to search tomorrow? Su Tianlong furrowed his brows. The police prioritized swift action. It was illogical to uncover a case one day and wait until the next to act. Shall we proceed cautiously and search tonight? Officer Hong found himself at a crossroads. Tazai village was laden with surveillance cameras. Conducting a discreet search would prove challenging, yet not entirely impossible. After a detailed discussion, Captain Su Tianlong decided to personally lead a few special police officers into the village to investigate further. In a vast expanse of Tazai village, even a single clue could suffice to bring Lin Yaodong to justice. Thus, to facilitate an official search for evidence, Officer Hong resolved to remain by the village entrance overnight. Several police vehicles were positioned to block all exits, vigilant against any underhanded moves from Lin Yaodong. As they sat in their police car, Officer Hong handed Su Yun and Wang Fan 2 bowls of instant noodles prepared with lukewarm water. Make do with this. The two shared a smile. Officer Hong gazed thoughtfully at Su Yun and remarked, "You two are quite fortunate to venture into Tazai village. Haven't you heard about the village's intense sentiments towards outsiders?" Su Yun, focused on his meal, shook his head. The two were akin to kindred spirits, scavenging together wherever they went, unconcerned about their surroundings. Officer Hong, have you uncovered any leads regarding the Tianshang Rin Jianra candy case? Officer Hong lowered his head and shook it. There are no leads. The flow of guests in a place like Tianshang Rin Jian is too vast. We have investigated everyone who has ever entered that room, and there are no suspicious points. In other words, we have yet to find anything. There are simply too many uncertainties. We must be patient. The truth will eventually come alight. I believe there are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. Just then, a cacophony of barking erupted from the village. Moments later, Captain Su Tianlong and his team returned, panting heavily. How'd it go? Old Su, any updates? Officer Hong asked anxiously. Su Tianlong waved his hand and gulped down a bottle of water in one go. Don't mention it. We brought special equipment to shield the cameras and searched near a dozen villagers' homes. Not a trace of rock candy was found. Logically speaking, there should be something amiss wherever rock candy is produced. Yet, we found nothing unusual. Disappointment washed over the group of determined special police officers. Su Tianlong was perplexed. He turned to Su Yun. Brother, may I ask how you came across that memory card? All right. Upon hearing this, Officer Hong also turned to look. The video on the memory card was crucial. Observing Lin Yaodong's expressions at that moment likely held immense significance. How did Su Yun manage to obtain such an important item? Well, Su Yun scratched his head. I forgot to mention. We were actually assigned by Lin Yaodong to work at their brewery in Tazai village. As for the memory card, I didn't find it myself. Then who did? The two captains were intrigued. The police had no leads. Yet this scavenger had managed to find such crucial evidence. You might not believe this, but I found it. You found it. Upon hearing this, the two seasoned captains, who were regarded as invaluable assets by Chief Chun at the Longhai City Police Department, were left dumbfounded. After at least a decade in the force, having resolved numerous cases both large and small, they had encountered various bizarre circumstances. Searching for clues and evidence was often the most troublesome task. Today, Su Yun's simple claim of "I found it" shattered their previous understanding. While it was conceivable to stumble upon a body, how could evidence be merely found? The two captains' eyes widened in disbelief. After years of service, why had they never managed to uncover such significant evidence? How is it that you're so adept at finding things? Chapter 39. Into the village. A grand search operation. The two captains took a good 15 minutes to digest the absurd reality they faced. Eventually, they accepted the bizarre notion that the body of a wanted criminal could be discovered. What harm could there be in collecting evidence? A night passed in silence. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the car window, Officer Hong and Captain Su Tianlong awoke. Accustomed to the intense pressures of their work, they stood at the entrance of Tazai village. Whether they could unveil the mysteries of Tizai village depended entirely on the events of this day. To this end, Officer Hong had specifically sought out Director Chun to explain the situation. For this operation, he requested maximum support. "Old Hong, you truly are something," said Director Chun. Not only had the anti-sugar team arrived, but the specially trained anti-sugar dogs were also fully deployed, along with high-precision instruments. They had enough resources to make a significant impact. Captain Su Tianlong was brimming with confidence. As the anti-sugar team arrived, the three captains convened to discuss strategies. At 7 o'clock, Su Yun awoke and wandered aimlessly at the village entrance. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. Today's sign-in reward. Constitution 1, Wisdom 1. Today's fortune. Great luck. Not bad," he mused. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at the lack of special rewards, at least there were no imminent dangers, right? Su Yin strolled at the village entrance to warm up. Photographer Wang Fan had already set up a live stream, and the viewership surged to over 100,000. The barrage of comments flooded in from fans and netizens. "Wow, what a delight to see the host so early in the morning. Last night, S-stream ended too soon. I couldn't sleep a wink. Hey, why is it so lively around the host? So many police cars and officers. Surely the host hasn't found something they shouldn't have again? That can't be. Things can't happen in threes. The host can't be that unlucky every day. Host, show us a backflip." The live stream room continued to swell with viewers, reaching a crescendo. Wang Fan grinned as he directed the camera towards the well-equipped police vehicles. "Brothers, today we take you to the renowned Tizai village to scavenge." Of course, merely searching would be exceedingly dull. To enhance the excitement and entertainment, we've invited many special guests. Wang Fan's mischievous voice echoed through the live stream. Observing the array of police vehicles and armored cars, the tens of thousands of fans felt a buzz of excitement. What the heck? The host better explain. What kind of special guests can bring in the SWAT team, criminal investigation unit, and the anti-sugar team? Something big must be happening. What on earth transpired last night? Host, don't make me beg on my knees. Wow, so many people. Am I dreaming? I'm still trying to adjust. The police meticulously devised their plan. Afterward, "Officer Hone approached Su Yun. Brother Su Yun, have you made any discoveries?" Su Yun shook his head. "No, but..." He pointed towards a narrow alley in Tizai village, where conspicuous banners hung. On the walls, slogans painted in white stood out. "Officer Hong, I just learned this morning that Tizai village is one of the national model anti-sugar villages. These slogans, they have a rather suspicious undertone." Su Yun's words struck a chord. Officer Hong smiled wryly and nodded. "It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but our Longhai City Police Department's anti-sugar team has searched Tizai village more than once. No matter how thoroughly we investigate, Tizai village remains clean. In fact, it has been recognized as a model anti-sugar village for several consecutive years. It may sound ironic, but it is the truth." After a brief silence, Officer Hong took a deep breath. Thankfully, this time, they had requested assistance from the Bureau. He hoped the anti-sugar dogs and advanced technology would uncover something. With preparations complete, all police officers formed groups of 4, either leading the anti-sugar dogs or wielding precision scanning devices, lined up at the entrance of Tizai village, an imposing sight. In contrast, the villagers of Tizai had all evacuated their homes under the guidance of Lin Yaodong, making ample space for the search. "Officer Hong, best of luck." Lin Yaodong, surrounded by several elders and villagers, greeted with a smile. Officer Hong felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. However, having come this far, retreating was not an option. All teams, commence action according to plan. Search thoroughly. The 3 captains each led their teams into the fray. The operation was grand and visually striking. What the heck? I think I understand something. Those in that uniform aren't they from the anti-sugar team? What's going on? Is the ice sugar discovered in the heavenly realm related to Tizai village? ISNT Tizai village a model anti-sugar village? Could the police be mistaken? If they really find ice sugar in Tizai village, that model title will certainly be a slap in the face. Looking forward to the spectacle. At the village entrance, Su Yun and Wang Fan stood together while Lin Yaodong occasionally glanced their way. "Brother, should we do something?" Wang Fan felt uneasy. At that moment, Lin Yaodong approached them. You two, do you think the police will find any ice sugar this time? His tone carried a hint of disdain. So Yun Dimant silent. He couldn't guarantee whether Officer Hong would find anything, but judging by Lin Yaodong's demeanor, he felt a surge of confidence. He hoped Officer Hong and his team would indeed uncover something. With a hint of determination, Su Yun remarked, "Humph. You four-eyed frog. My brother once said, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Justice will never be late. Prepare to face the judgment of the law." Wang Fan had grown tired of being scrutinized by the villagers. He urged Su Yun forward, following closely behind the search team. "Brother, now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed, right? I've heard Tizai village is quite wealthy. The discarded items here should be quite valuable, no? Whether to avoid the villagers or genuinely scavenge." Wang Fan led the way, trailing behind the police search. Su Yun and he made significant discoveries. Just as the system had blessed him that morning, may he reap abundantly. It must be said, Tizai village was indeed prosperous. Did someone casually discard the latest iPhone 15? Within just one morning, Su Yun had found two. The program's backstage revenue displayed a steep increase. "Brother, now I understand why Tizai village doesn't allow outsiders in. This place is truly a treasure trove. These cunning villagers are certainly clever." Wang Fan never imagined he would one day stumble upon an iPhone 15. What a delightful surprise. As noon approached, the sun blazed down mercilessly. Su Yun's basket was overflowing, prompting him to seek shade and rest. By chance, he arrived at the village committee building, the very place they had accidentally intruded upon before. Entering the courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of a shrine filled with spirit tablets. "Brother, there are offerings here. Lunch is sorted." Chapter 40. Heisenberg, Breaking Bad? The Ancestors' Hall of Tizai Village. Su Yun and Wang Fan were genuinely famished. They casually grabbed some apples and sausages, not being picky, and began to devour their food ravenously. "Brother, Tizai Village is indeed affluent. Just look at this fruit. The abundance is enough to open a fruit shop. Surely, they can't change their offerings daily?" Wang Fan, lacking ambition and table manners, pondered aloud. Based on their morning's experience in Tizai village, it was indeed plausible that the village could change its offerings daily. After all, the clan held great reverence for their ancestors. The two of them settled down in the hall to rest. At that moment, a group of young villagers, led by Lin Shengwen, rose and raised their glasses. "Everyone, today is a rare occasion for joy. It has been a long time since Tizai village has been so lively. We must express our gratitude to the police for alleviating our village's troubles. Without them, we wouldn't even have the time to gather for a feast, right? And we must offer a toast to Uncle Dong." With a resounding cheer, the entire village stood, raising their glasses in unison. Even the toddlers just learning to walk imitated the adults, clutching their drinks. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tizai village, hundreds of villagers lounged under makeshift shade, enjoying chilled watermelons and fruit teas, surrounded by an array of delectable offerings. Each cooling station was equipped with powerful air conditioning. The aroma of hot pot wafted through the air as Lin Can rushed out from the village, whispering into Lin Yaodong's ear, "Uncle Dong, rest assured, the police have found nothing." Lin Yaodong nodded, signaling for him to join the meal, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. A large number of police officers, despite their numbers and the presence of police dogs and sophisticated equipment, were at a loss. Even if the video evidence was genuine, without physical proof, Lin Yaodong could remain untroubled. The villagers, young and old, relished their hot pot under the cool air, reveling in their camaraderie. In their collective mindset, as long as Uncle Dong was present, Tizai village would remain safe and sound. Suddenly, the sound of celebration caught the attention of the police officers, who exchanged incredulous glances. They had never encountered such audacity in a village. While the police were investigating, the villagers were celebrating. This was an outright provocation. Officer Hong gritted his teeth. "Old Su. Old Lu, what's the situation on your end?" Su Tianlong replied, "We haven't found anything unusual yet." Team leader Lu furrowed his brow. "It's bizarre. Our police dogs seem lost in a maze. Special instruments are ineffective. After a morning of searching, we haven't discovered a single clue. Just as Officer Hong was contemplating their next move, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with Su Yun's urgent voice. Officer Hong, I want to report a crime. Earlier, in the Ancestors' Hall of Tazai Village, Su Yun and Wang Fan had finished their meal and were resting, reflecting on the day's fruitful experiences. Wang Fan, restless, grabbed a camera, insisting on investigating the ancestral tablets. The photographer is too cheeky. Don't be disrespectful. Is that how you take photos? You're quite skilled. By the way, why do the ancestral tablets in Tazai Village have photos? Amidst the banter, Wang Fan suddenly pointed at a photo on one of the tablets, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, look at this person. He looks fierce and intimidating. Should we notify Officer Hong to investigate?" Su Yun glanced at the photo and gasped. It was not just fierce. It was strikingly familiar, a bald man with glasses and a beard. Wasn't this the infamous Heisenberg from the acclaimed series Breaking Bad? Furrowing his brow, Su Yun pondered the implications. What connection did Heisenberg have with Lin Yaodong and Tazai Village? Moreover, Heisenberg's tablet was distinct, positioned prominently at the center, facing the incense offerings. Brother, this person clearly doesn't appear to be of our Chinese descent. Could he possibly be mixed race? Wang Fan shared his thoughts. Su Yun shook his head, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Taking a deep breath, he reached for Heisenberg's tablet. Brother, there's something. As Su Yun lifted the tablet, Wang Fan swiftly retrieved a sealed document hidden behind it. Upon opening it, they discovered a letter, a key, and a bag of light blue rock sugar. Wang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, have we stumbled onto something significant? Su Yun instinctively grabbed the letter, noting that the bag of rock sugar resembled what he had previously encountered. The key's purpose remained unclear, but the letter with determination. Su Yun opened the envelope. The first line caught his eye, detailing a list of villagers involved in rock sugar production, clients for rock sugar sales, and the village's history of rock sugar development. Su Yun's mind raced with thoughts. Lin Yaodong had audaciously documented all of this. It seemed he had unwittingly grasped the very lifeline of Tazai Village. Uncle Dong, I'm truly sorry. I usually prefer not to meddle in others' affairs. Glancing at Heisenberg's photo, Su Yun did not hesitate to pull out his phone. Officer Hong, I want to report crime. Chapter 41, Absurd. You're more impressive than a police dog. At the Ancestral Hall of Tazai Village, Officer Hong led the team. 3 police units rushed to the scene. Did someone report again? My brother, Su Yun, has called the police once more. The villagers, all from the same community, were perplexed by the alarm. Officer Hong, however, was filled with excitement. Quick, immediately seal off all entrances to the Ancestral Hall. The 3 captains arrived and issued their orders. At the entrance of Tazai Village, Lin Can, sensing the police's considerable mobilization, hurriedly informed Lin Yaodong. The police have all entered the Ancestral Hall. Lin Yaodong's brow furrowed. He had not touched a drop of alcohol. Why would the police suddenly swarm the Ancestral Hall? He was well aware of what lay within, but such a place was typically undetectable by ordinary individuals. Uncle Dong, what should we do now? Lin Can realized the gravity of the situation. A group of young villagers from Tazai Village, led by him, stood ready. Fueled by youthful fervor, they were willing to confront the police at Lin Yaodong's command. Stay calm. Let us assess the situation, Lin Yaodong said, unable to remain still. Hundreds of villagers followed suit. Stop. The police are conducting an investigation. Unauthorized personnel must keep their distance. Withdraw immediately, shouted the special police team. With their weapons drawn, they proceeded cautiously, facing the throngs of villagers. Lin Yaodong feigned a smile, addressing them. Comrades, the Ancestral Hall is a sacred site of Tazai Village. I need to enter. Before he could finish, Officer Hong yelled from inside the hall, clutching a spirit tablet and a sealed envelope. At that moment, he was brimming with confidence. With these items, he was certain he could pin Lin Yaodong down. As the villagers were allowed into the Ancestral Hall, Lin Yaodong and the others quickly noticed Officer Hong holding a spirit tablet. They dare to touch our ancestors' spirit tablet? Lin Sheng, already furious, clenches fists, ready to fight. You police must be out of your minds. Touching our ancestors' spirit tablet? You must provide an explanation today. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Are the villagers of Tazai so audacious? Do the police need to answer to them? A bunch of unruly people, What is wrong with that silver-haired one? Is he out of his mind? What if we touch your spirit tablet? If it hinders the police investigation, we'll desecrate your ancestors' grave. Tension thickened in the air. At that moment, Officer Hong stepped forward, unyielding yet composed, standing before the throngs of resistant villagers. Tizai Village, producing and trafficking rock candy, murder and silencing witnesses, illegal foreign transactions. These crimes are documented. An explanation? This is my explanation. Officer Hong raised the document bag, leaving the villagers stunned, their eyes darting toward Lin Yaodong in search of help. Uncle Dong was their last glimmer of hope. However, Lin Yaodong felt numb, his gaze fixed on the document bag in Officer Hong's hand. How did they uncover this? It was impossible. He understood the principle of darkness concealing deeds. Previously, neither dogs nor sophisticated instruments had managed to uncover anything. Oomph. Officer Hong scoffed. Lin Yaodong, the evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say? Lin Yaodong, the village chief, was the head of the main house. Without physical evidence, he could act with impunity. Now, with the police presenting undeniable proof, there was no escape. He sighed, removing his glasses, his eyes devoid of light, lacking their usual brilliance. I just want to know how you found it. This was his only remaining desire. Even in death, he wished for clarity. At this juncture, Officer Hong shifted his gaze to Su Yun, weighing the spirit tablet in his hand. It was your esteemed ancestor that led you to this demise. Is this photo on the spirit tablet one of your Tizai villagers? Ancestor? All villagers except Lin Yaodong turned to stare at the image of a bespectacled, bald man with a goatee. Tizai villagers? When did we have someone with such an international appearance? However, they pondered why such a unique photograph would be placed among the ancestors. Whispers spread through the crowd. Is this our ancestor? Only two situations warrant a place on the spirit tablet: significant contributions to Tizai village or high moral standing. Wait, when did Tizai have a bald person? We offer food, drink, and incense to our ancestors, yet they do not reciprocate our joy. Burn the spirit tablet. The villagers were roused, their emotions running high. Lin Yaodong remained silent, enveloped in despair. Seeing this, Officer Hong couldn't help but inquire, Brother Su Yun, why don't you enlighten us on your discovery? Indeed, Lu, the leader of the anti-rock candy unit, chimed in. Brother Su Yun, do share how it was accomplished. Strangely, Su Yun admitted, to be honest, I didn't do anything. I was rummaging through trash all morning. We were hungry and came for a buffet. I just wanted to see how many of our ancestors had double eyelids, and that is when I stumbled upon this peculiar fellow. Su Yun shrug, a beating helpless. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, exchanging glances filled with incredulity. Finally, he added, well, you may not believe me, but I accidentally picked up this document bag. It was not intentional. As he rubbed his hands together, his earnest demeanor elicited laughter from the live stream audience. Wow, the host is really killing it. Neither the police nor the villagers have anything to say. Looks like the host possesses a skill for silence. Who knew the host could outshine the police with such finesse? Lu, the leader of the anti-rock candy unit. Great. From now on, we want teeny police dogs. You take over. The police dog. Folks who understands. My job is being snatched. Chapter 42. The case so simple. Found. Once again it is found. Observing Su Yun's innocent and sincere expression, Officer Hong was at a loss for words. Just look at this. How infuriating is that? The captain of the special police team, Su Tianlong, appeared utterly bewildered. Captain Lu from the anti-sugar team gaped, his mouth wide enough to fit 2 light bulbs. The officers gazed at Su Yun as if they had seen a ghost. The police dogs lay on the ground, their tails drooping. Families, who understands? They were 100 officers, equipped with K9 units and high-precision instruments. Yet they were outdone by a single individual. Is it mere coincidence? Officer Hong could not agree at all. This was not a one-time occurrence. Finding a corpse, discovering flesh, stumbling upon sugar. Fine, those are all understandable. But this... evidence can be picked up? Can one even do that? Officer Hong and his team felt utterly insulted. What on earth is this? They had toiled all morning without finding anything, and yet he accidentally stumbles upon it? Silence enveloped the group. Photographer Wang fan tugged at Su Yun's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, I told you we shouldn't speak the truth. It's too damaging to our pride. How about we rethink this and rephrase?" Everyone was left bewildered. The ancestral hall of Taizhai village. The police remained silent, unsure of what to say. Lin Yaodong felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He had been cautious his entire life, worked hard all his life, and finally, Taizhai village had reached this point. The local police had no means to deal with them. And now, two clueless individuals had stumbled in, eating and drinking at his expense. He had laid bare his heart, and they hid their intentions. He had anticipated that Taizhai village would one day be exposed, but never imagined it would be in such an absurd manner. For reasons unknown, he would rather the police uncover it than have Su Yun discover it so casually. Coughing a few times, Officer Hong broke the silence. "All right, comrades, let me say something." He watched as the three police teams appeared demoralized. Officer Hong continued, "Comrades, do not dwell on the details. As police officers, we must consider the possibility of luck. Everyone has heard of it, right? Luck is also a part of strength. Do not be disheartened, do not be sad." Yet, the officers remained silent, forcing strained smiles. The livestream's effect was reaching its peak. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Tianlong could no longer bear it. "All right, old Hong. No need to explain further. It's exhausting to listen to. Yandastension. One cannot view this with the mindset of an ordinary person, right? Absurd individuals must have absurd circumstances. Let us prepare to notify the Bureau. We need more buses, otherwise we won't fit everyone." From this point on, the police's handling of the case became significantly easier. Wasn't there an envelope in the document bag? It clearly recorded every villager involved in producing and selling sugar. Thus, the arrest scene transformed into a roll call for elementary students. Lin Shengwen, producer of sugar, sold 100 kilograms. Lin Can, murder and arson, produced sugar. The details were so thorough that it left no grounds for not arresting. The two team leaders, Su Tianlong from the Special Police and Liu from the anti-sugar team, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Since becoming police officers, they had never encountered such ease in handling a case. It felt almost dreamlike. The offenders were present, and all they had to do was apprehend them. As for whether the villagers would resist, of course, there would be resistance. However, the special police and officers were not to be trifled with. If you claim that no evidence was found and argue with me, I might ignore you. But now, the evidence is irrefutable. You are the criminal. Try arguing with me again? The entire arrest process was remarkably smooth. Lin Yaodong, being an astute individual, realized that resisting would be futile and thus surrendered. This scene was immensely satisfying for the viewers. The buses rolled away, filled to capacity. As they observed the villagers being escorted away, the bus drivers were left bewildered. Is an entire village engaged in crime? There were hardly any villagers left in Taizhai. The arrest and escort process proceeded without incident, thanks to the critical document bag that Su Yun had found. The scenes of murder and concealment, all were uncovered by the police. At the entrance of Taizhai village, as the last bus departed, Officer Hong rushed back into the village. "Su Yun, Gulme, let me help you." A basket overflowing with luxury items. 2 more Apple 15 phones, and, even more astonishingly, numerous pieces of gold and silver jewelry. Su Yun inquired, "Officer Hong, these items were found in a garbage heap. They were discarded by others. Is it too much for us to take them back?" Feeling a bit guilty about the abundance, Officer Hong grinned. "If others discarded them, why can't we pick them up? It's not theft or robbery. We are justified in taking them." Officer Hong personally assisted Su Yun in carrying the basket. The three of them swept through Taizhai village one more time to ensure there was nothing of value left before leisurely making their way to the village entrance. Absurd. Is it too late for me to go pick up some? Is he picking up trash? That is clearly money. The daily revenue surpasses my annual salary. I'm envious to the point of turning green. Let us go. We'll place these items in our police car. It's time for us to return. Officer Hong was elated after cracking such a significant case. Su Yun got into the police car, knowing that returning meant heading to the police station. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. Returning to the police station felt no different from returning home. Chapter 43. Sensation. A salute of the utmost respect. In the office of the chief director at the headquarters of the program, the strongest challenger, shadows flitted about. Leaders and department heads arrived uninvited. Drawn by the remarkable popularity of contestant number 54, Su-Yun, the show's viewership soared, with millions tuning in and on the verge of breaking the 10 million mark, resulting in an unprecedented surge of traffic. The technical department was struggling to cope. The overwhelming influx was pushing the back-end live streaming system to its limits. The chief director, visibly distressed, urged his team to devise a solution before the show was overwhelmed by the antics of contestant number 54. The heads of various departments nodded in agreement. While the show's success was commendable, its intensity had become a burden. The chief director, with his mind racing, lamented the relentless pressure from Su-Yun over the past few days. He instructed his team to brainstorm solutions and, if necessary, consider eliminating some of the other contestants. Today's meeting was of paramount importance. With his hands clasped and a contemplative expression, he addressed the gathered members, clearly aware of the meeting's agenda. Yes, contestant now. 54 had assisted the police in cracking a significant case, and it was anticipated that the police would soon announce this development. The program headquarters felt a pressing need to act decisively. With Su-Yun's fame escalating, numerous companies and advertisers were vying for attention. Despite the program's substantial $1 billion prize fund, the process was lengthy and uncertain. The chief director was determined to prevent Su-Yun from being lured away by rival companies. He decided to offer Su-Yun a special contract, which would only benefit him without imposing any constraints. In essence, it was a monetary gift, cleverly disguised as a contract that wouldn't affect individual rankings. All department heads nodded in approval. The program had indeed taken the nation by storm, and the primary contributor to its success was none other than Su-Yun. Whether it was 1 million or 5 million, the headquarters was prepared to reward him. At that moment, the head of the monitoring team suggested a change in the cameraman. Perhaps replacing the clumsy Wang fan with a more attractive female photographer might yield better results. Meanwhile, in the police car, Wang Fan, serving as both photographer and assistant, received a document from the program headquarters. Brother, the production team has sent you a lucrative contract. It states that you will receive 5 of the total revenue. Wang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 of the total revenue was no small sum. Although the exact figure was not specified, given the current popularity of the program, the earnings were bound to be significant. For instance, with 10 million in revenue, Su-Yun would earn 500,000. With 100 million, he would gain 5 million. This arrangement clearly tied Su-Yun's success to the program. Brother, I told you, your charm is undeniable. Wang Fan beamed with genuine happiness for Su-Yun. He continued reading. Brother, the production team, those shameless old folks think I can't handle the camera? They are sending a beautiful female photographer your way. You must not fall for this beauty trap. Wang Fan clung to Su-Yun's leg, tears welling in his eyes. Brother, we have endured hardships together, shared beds, and even dug up corpses together. You cannot abandon me. In response, Su-Yun rolled his eyes. Enough already. Don't wipe your snot on me. At the Longhai City Police Department, upon learning of the major case resolution, Director Chun led the officers in a ceremonial welcome. Officers Hong and Su-Yun stepped out of the police car, and all personnel saluted. Director Chun commanded everyone to raise their hands in greeting, bestowing the highest honors upon the heroes of the day. Wang Fan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of unease. Brother, this is overwhelming. We're just scavengers. We can't accept such grand gestures. The officers, all sharp and youthful, only heightened his discomfort. Having been the youngest in his family during past New Year celebrations, he was accustomed to bowing to his younger relatives. This sudden shift was too much to adapt to. Su-Yun smiled wryly, acknowledging Director Chun and the others. You honor us too much. We didn't do anything extraordinary. Director Chun, with a serious demeanor, shook his head. You are too humble, Su-Yun. I have heard from Officer Hong about the case's details. Without your assistance, this significant case might have remained unsolved. Without you, I would likely face accountability myself. Recognizing the magnitude of the operation, Director Chun ordered the cafeteria to prepare a lavish dinner for Su-Yun and his companion. Originally, Officer Hong was to join them, but an emergency meeting had been called. That evening, Su Yun and Wang Fan, as expected, found themselves once again in the temporary accommodation of the police station. The familiar bed and decor nearly sent the live stream's thousands of viewers into fits of laughter. Is this still the same big bedroom? Is this where you two live now? Big bed. You have no idea how lonely I was last night without you two. I can't stop laughing. This host lives at the police station every day. The live stream's popularity remained unabated, perhaps due to exhaustion from the day's events. Su Yun and Wang Fan lay down and fell fast asleep. The following morning, the Longhai City Police Department released an official announcement. Recently, our police department has cracked a major case involving the production and trafficking of ice sugar. Over 100 individuals were implicated, with a staggering 3 tons of ice sugar involved. This case is being jointly handled by our criminal investigation, special police, and anti-ice sugar teams, with all suspects apprehended. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Comrade Su Yun for his invaluable assistance. We urge all friends online to steer clear of ice sugar and prioritize personal safety. Instantly, the announcement spread like wildfire across the internet, creating a tremendous stir. Major media outlets and video comment sections exploded with reactions. Wow, 3 tons of ice sugar. Incredible. Su Yun, the contestant from The Strongest Challenger? Yes, the one who found the body, the human meat. That safety ambassador. I want to see. I love this. Can someone please share a link? What? There's such an amazing person. ISNT the police department going to award him? Chapter 44. First Class Police Inspector. Personal third-class merit. At 7 in the morning, as Su Yun was attending to his morning routine, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's sign-in successful. Another day filled with hope. Today's sign-in reward. Height increase of 1 centimeter. Special reward. 1 needle solution, as long as there is an eye. As long as there is a gap, nothing is beyond our reach. Today's fortune. Minor auspiciousness. Major misfortune. Oh dear, what does that mean? Minor auspiciousness is fine. But what S with a major misfortune? Just yesterday, it was minor misfortune and major auspiciousness. I nearly met my end at the hands of the ruffians from Tizai village. And now, today, S major misfortune? I barely escaped the minor misfortune yesterday. Su Yun felt his lips twitch, becoming increasingly cautious even while brushing his teeth. Brother, come out for breakfast. Officer Hong has brought hot buns. If you're late, you want tea, get any at the dining table. Su Yun savored each bite, taking nearly half an hour to finish his breakfast. Officer Hong chuckled. Brother Su Yun, do you have any plans for today? Given yesterday's incident in Tizai village, someone from the bureau wishes to see you. Who? Is it Director Chun? Sujuning Guayev. Come on. You'll know when you get there. Officer Hong replied mysteriously. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Director Chen's office door. Su Yun moved cautiously, the notion of major misfortune weighing heavily on him. Since starting his sign-ins, he had never encountered major misfortune. Today, he felt like the embodiment of it. Gumin, as the office door swung open, a mature face, marked with the trials of life, yet exuding a resolute strength, came into view. The face was unfamiliar, but the insignia, first-class police inspector. Goodness, even a deputy director has come. Is this because of the valuable items I found while scavenging yesterday? But Officer Hong mentioned there was no fault in my actions. Assisting the police in solving cases should not be a transgression. Su Yun stood frozen, grappling with confusion. Director Chun waved him over. Brother Su Yun, why are you still standing? Come, take a seat. Let me introduce you to our deputy director. Zhang Jiangguo slowly rose. His stern, authoritative face softened into a sincere smile. With a firm grip, he took Su Yun's hand and said warmly, Brother Su Yun, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Huh? Su Yun was taken aback. Suddenly, a first-class police inspector, a figure of considerable stature, was shaking his hand and expressing admiration. Who wouldn't he be bewildered? Su Yun forced a smile. You're too kind. I hardly deserve such accolades. No, before he could finish, Deputy Director Zhang withdrew his hand and patted Su Yun on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother Su Yun, you may not realize the significance of what you have accomplished. Tizai Village has long been a focal point for our police department's anti-crime initiatives. Over the years, we have kept a vigilant eye on it without faltering. The number of undercover officers lost there is not small. My own son was left paralyzed during one such operation. Bound to a wheelchair for life as he spoke, a complex mix of emotions flickered in Zhang's eyes. Pain for failing as a father. Anger towards the criminals manufacturing and trafficking sugar. He wiped the corner of his eye, his steely demeanor softening into a grateful smile. Brother Suyun, now you should understand just how remarkable your contribution is. For us, the process is no longer important, as long as the outcome is favorable. On behalf of the police department and personally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. A middle-aged man in his 40s, resolute as iron, a first-class police inspector, solemnly saluted Suyun. This time, Suyun did not shy away or deflect. He stood tall, accepting the respect offered by this man. He understood this gesture was a father's gratitude towards a benefactor for his son, intertwined with the helplessness and sorrow of not being able to alleviate the burdens of the common people. In that moment, Suyun, as a younger generation, chuckled. Deputy Director Zhang, assisting the police in solving cases is a duty for every citizen of our great nation. I will certainly not shy away from what I can do, but if you want me to confront those criminals head-on, I might not be able to manage that. Laughter erupted in the office, dispelling the previous somber atmosphere. The group sat down to review and document the case of Tizai village. Given the gravity of the situation, Deputy Director Zhang's presence was both warranted and appropriate. As the meeting drew to a close, Deputy Director Zhang patted Suyun on the shoulder, grinning. Brother Suyun, according to regulations, we intend to award you a personal third-class merit. Third-class merit? Suyun appeared to be with. Deputy Director, I think you may have made an error. I'm not an official member of your police force. This personal third-class merit, don't worry, you deserve it. Before Suyun could finish, Deputy Director Zhang clarified. In fact, civilians can also receive personal third-class merit. However, such instances are rare, even non-existent compared to the personal third-class merit given to police officers. The merit for civilians leans more towards honorary recognition. Nevertheless, it will be recorded in your personal file. Now it made sense. To put it simply, Deputy Director Zhang and his colleagues were finding ways to bestow recognition upon him. At that moment, Director Chun stood up and said, Brother Suyun, since you have some free time today, Deputy Director Zhang and I would like to invite you to go fishing with us. What do you think? Fishing? One was a first-class police inspector and the other a police chief. How could Suyun refuse their invitation? I have no objections, but Director Chun, Deputy Director Zhang, you do realize I'm participating in a live show, right? We don't mind. Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang exchanged glances. Suyun's agreement brought them immense joy. What did it matter about the cameras? The significance lay in whom one went fishing with, correct? Who would have thought both Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun would respond in unison? Director Chun explained, rest assured, we won't go to a crowded area, nor too far. Behind the Longhai City Police Bureau, there is a sizable wild river. I've been there, and it's quite pleasant. Chapter 45. With my hair tied up, it's all about me. In the Dragon Sea City Police Station, near the wild river at the back mountain. Zhang Jingguo and Director Chun donned their professional fishing attire, carrying a toolbox. In contrast, Suyun appeared rather relaxed. In truth, Suyun had little knowledge of fishing, having hardly fished before. Yet, there is a saying, even if one has never eaten pork, one has certainly seen a pig run. A deputy department-level first-class police supervisor and a police station director walked ahead, chatting and laughing with Suyun. At that moment, the fans in the live stream began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Wow, I recognize that man with the square face. He asked the deputy director of the police department, a first-class police supervisor. No way. I bet 2 packs of spicy strips that what's being said on the first floor is all true. What on earth happened this early in the morning before the broadcast started? From the looks of it, the deputy director and the station chief seem quite approachable and down-to-earth. Indeed, it's rare to encounter these two figures. It's quite an achievement. Who could argue otherwise? 2 high-ranking officials from the police department had come out to invite a scrap collector to fish. In the past, such a novel occurrence was unimaginable. Wang Fan basked in the glory, sharing the sentiments of the hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream. My brother has made it. After identifying the fishing spot, The three chose a shaded area. To facilitate conversation, they stood about half a meter apart, baiting, casting the line. Each movement was executed with seamless precision. Zhang Jingguo and director Chun exchanged glances and commenced fishing. Clearly, they're seasoned anglers, profesionales. One doesn't achieve such flawless casts without at least 5 years of fishing experience. What is so difficult about casting? You just need hands for that. The last comment echoed Wang Fan's thoughts. At this moment, Su Yun had become his idol. Seeing the two police officials cast their lines, Wang Fan cheered, urging, "Brother, cast far for them to see." Driven by a competitive spirit, Su Yun prepared the bait and stood up. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing hook spun 360 degrees. Wang Fan exclaimed in shock, tears streaming down his face. The hook had landed squarely on his lip. "Brother, are you targeting me? Are you fishing? Or are you fishing for me?" What a blunder. The friendship boat nearly capsized. With a resolve to fish properly, Su Yun proved to be quite handsome when serious. The only downside was the monotony of fishing. After half an hour, while Zhang Jingguo and Director Chen each caught a fish, Su Yun had only managed to hook a worn shoe or some weeds. As the rubbish on the riverbank began to pile up, the netizens went wild with laughter. "Ha ha! I thought the streamer might catch something interesting this time. Is it a case of professional deformation? Picking up trash on land with a claw and in water with a fishing rod? Is there anyone more dedicated than the streamer? River cleaners, please stop fishing. If you continue, I might lose my job. Haha, you're too funny upstairs. Try to make me laugh to death and inherit my credit." Time passed slowly. Zhang Jingguo and Director Chun, experienced anglers, kept reeling in catches. In stark contrast, Su Yun seemed cursed, unable to attract a single fish. The fish only nibbled at Zhang Jingguo's and Director Chun's hooks, ignoring Su Yun's entirely. How bizarre. Another half hour passed, and the rubbish beside Su Yun grew ever more plentiful. Wang Fan, unable to bear it any longer, adjusted the camera. "Brothers, let me show you the police patrol." Just then, Captain Su Tianlong led the SWAT team in patrol around the area. The SWAT members, clad in uniforms, exuded an intimidating presence, providing a sense of security. Wow, my greatest wish in life is to date a SWAT officer. With my hair tied up, it's all about me. Wait, what is going on? Why is Captain Hong and his criminal investigation team here too? The livestream fans keenly noticed the presence of Officer Hong and his criminal investigation team in the frame. Su Tianlong remarked, "Old Hong, isn't your criminal investigation team supposed to patrol elsewhere? Why are you here causing a ruckus?" Officer Hong glanced in Su Yun's direction, scratching his head in feigned ignorance. "Is that so? I wasn't aware. There's nothing much going on today. Deputy Director Zhang is here, and safety is paramount." Old Su, don't mind the details. The SWAT team and the criminal investigation team jointly took on the patrol duty. Not long after, another familiar team appeared in full force. Old Lu, the anti-sugar team, is out in full force? Instead of figuring out how to investigate sugar trafficking, why are they here? The three team leaders exchanged glances, posing questions. Old Lu responded, "Resolving the sugar case in Tizai village is tantamount to solving 80 of the sugar cases in Dragon Sea City. There is nothing going on. I just brought my team out for a stroll." "A stroll?" Officer Hong and Su Tianlong exchanged puzzled looks. Is this what a stroll looks like? Not only did he bring the entire anti-sugar team, but they also came armed? Well then, the three tacitly agreed to continue patrolling and observing along the riverbank. Initially, everything was fine until the technical and archives personnel from the Dragon Sea City police station made their entrance. The various department heads exchanged bewildered glances. The head of the technical team said, "Well, since everyone is here patrolling, let us head to the other side of the river. It's all for the safety of Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun. Thank you for your hard work." The department heads and team leaders of the Dragon Sea City police station exchanged wry smiles. So, everyone is here? At that moment, all the fans in the live stream were keenly aware. I can't stop laughing, family. An epic scene unfolding. They all work for the same police station. Why does it feel like they're being so courteous? I want to say they must have arranged this beforehand. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Ha ha ha. This group must be here to steal the spotlight. There is nothing to be done. The streamer is simply outrageous. Wherever he goes, good things are bound to happen. Could the team leaders please keep their smug smiles in check? Is it harder to suppress than an AK? Having endured several major cases previously, the heads of various departments in the Dragon Sea City Police Station confirmed one thing. Following Su Yun means there will be benefits. Just look at how Officer Hong's criminal investigation team reacts whenever something happens. Su Yun's first instinct is to exclaim, "Officer Hong, I need to report crime." Just by appearing, the criminal investigation team gains so much visibility. The other team leaders and heads could only watch with longing, feeling anxious. Chapter 46 Goodness. Tossing a grenade like a skipping stone? Surely, today should proceed without incident. Su Yun shared similar thoughts with the online community as he keenly observed Officer Hong and his colleagues nearby. One could confidently assert that the area around the Wild River was currently the safest spot in Longhai City. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun were keenly aware of everything unfolding. They exchanged smiles, remaining silent, while internally pondering what other surprises the day might hold. Surely, there couldn't be that many coincidences, could there? On the riverbank, photographer Wang Fan watched in dismay as Su Yun's bait yielded nothing but refuse. Brother, if you have a penchant for catching trash, why not try reeling in a plastic bottle? With waterweeds and discarded shoes, it was hardly impressive. Indeed, they were scavengers, but they shouldn't be fishing for others' unwanted debris, right? Su Yun found this reasoning quite valid. While he might not catch any fish, he had to showcase his prowess before the camera. After all, his persona couldn't afford to crumble. He reeled in the hook, replaced the bait, and with his enhanced capabilities, he skillfully cast the line once more. The line soared far into the distance. However, upon glancing at the floating plastic bottle, Su Yun scratched his head, feeling somewhat speechless. He had attempted to appear impressive, yet had only partially succeeded. He cast the line again, achieving an unprecedented distance. But alas, as he began to reel it back in, the line suddenly tightened. The float began to submerge. Had he hooked something? Was it a stroke of luck? Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun observed intently, genuinely pleased for Su Yun. It appeared to be a sizable catch. Old Chun, how heavy do you think it is? Deputy Director Zhang inquired with enthusiasm. I estimate it must weigh at least 20 pounds, he replied. The two shared a knowing smile. In the live stream, comments flooded in, all cheering for Su Yun. The host is incredible. Looks like there's some skill involved. Is this a beginner's luck? Catching over 20 pounds on a first try is quite impressive. What happened to the person who said the host would only catch empty air? Does it hurt to have such a face? In situations like this, I usually hang the fish on my license plate for the ride home. Su Yun carefully exerted himself, understanding that reeling in a fish required finesse. With practiced grace, he manipulated the line, and soon bubbles and mud began to surface. What on earth? Surely, he wasn't pulling up a mud skipper? Why was there mud? The others on the bank were perplexed. As the mysterious object slowly emerged, it became evident that it was a moderately sized, mud-covered black bag. Goodness, brother, did you just haul up a bag of trash? At this weight, it can't possibly just be mud, Wang Fan exclaimed, torn between laughter and despair. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun were at a loss for words. Having initially sought a relaxing fishing trip to strengthen their camaraderie, only to find themselves in this comical predicament. From the thick layer of mud coating the bag, it was practically confirmed that Su Yun had indeed pulled up a bag of refuse. At that moment, Director Chin chuckled. Brother Su Yun, don't be disheartened. Given the weight of this bag, it must be around 70 to 80 pounds. The fact that you managed to reel it in without breaking the line speaks volumes about your fishing talent. Su Yun mused. No wonder he became the police station's director. His quick wit and emotional intelligence are unparalleled. Gazing at the bag he had pulled ashore, Su Yun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Great. On his first fishing trip, not a single fish caught, just trash. Brother, don't be discouraged. I will always support you. Director Chin's words rang true. Others would have likely snapped their lines, trying to haul up such a heavy bag. Look, you managed to pull it up. Wang Fan chimed in, expertly rubbing salt into the wound. Noticing Su Yun's sour expression, Wang Fan quickly shifted the topic. Since you've already pulled it up, why not take a look inside? Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun exchanged wry smiles as they settled back down. Su Yun thought to himself, what could possibly be inside the bag that someone had discarded in the river? Without a doubt, It was nothing but mud. Wang Fan, feeling ignored, remained unfazed. He held fast to his belief. Every endeavor undertaken by his brother was monumental. Ah, what a letdown. Apologies for my earlier outburst. Photographer, don't bother. Anything caught from a wild river will only be mud. Boredom has set in. I'm leaving. Viewers in the live stream reacted typically. But Wang Fan, ever the skeptic, decided to pry open the mud-laden bag. With a sniff, he remarked it doesn't smell. Inside was indeed dark and muddy, just as everyone had suspected. But then, Wang Fan's keen eyes spotted something. He retrieved a small object from the mud, encased in a plastic wrapper, sealed tightly and airtight. As he slowly unwrapped it, he uncovered a round, small stick resting in his palm. Oh my goodness! Wang Fan's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. On camera, a long, cylindrical object, though smaller than a standard grenade, was revealed. Wang Fan stood frozen, unable to move. Surely, this couldn't be real? As the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream witnessed this moment, silence reigned. The comments were wiped clean. Not a single person dared speak. Brother, what's going on? Su Yun, with his back turned to Wang Fan, snapped, "Don't bother me. I'm not in the mood right now." Chuckling, Deputy Director Zhang continued preparing bait, saying, "Brother Wang Fan, perhaps it would be wise to keep quiet. Indeed, too much noise can disrupt the fishing." Wang Fan glanced down at the grenade in his hand, tentatively tapping the pin. Weighing it in his hands, he surmised it must be a dummy grenade or a realistic toy model. Remarkable. Toy manufacturers are getting increasingly lifelike with their products, he contemplated. Moreover, how on earth would a grenade end up in the wild river behind the Longhai City police station? This was one of the safest places in the city. With this thought, Wang Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Oh dear, which mischievous child tossed their toy into the river? How ridiculous! What a waste of my fright. Wang Fan patted his chest, then turned to the camera. Hey everyone, it seems I was just startled for no reason. This grenade is likely just a toy model. Our fishing adventure has been rather dull, so now it's time for my performance. Guess how many skips I can achieve with this grenade. Prizes await those who guess correctly. Chapter 47, Brother. The grenade really explodes. Wang Fan aimed at the camera, grinning mischievously. In the live broadcast room, upon hearing his words, the fans and viewers collectively exhaled in relief. A flurry of comments sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Oh, you scare me to death. Brothers, hit a like if you were frightened. So, it's just a realistic toy model. How boring. Does the cameraman dare to skip stones at this moment? Let us not even discuss how many skips you could make. Just consider the scolding you might receive. The cameraman is in love. He is crazily testing the limits of the show while teetering on the edge of trouble. All right, I bet my girlfriend has affection on it. If you can make 3 skips, she is yours. Is that for real? If so, I'm getting excited. Could it be this girlfriend has a natural talent for trouble? The live room buzzed with renewed energy as Wang Fan commenced his performance. He rolled up his sleeves, mimicking the dramatic throwing of a grenade as seen in theatrical productions. Brothers, watch closely. First, we pull the pin. With a swift motion, Wang Fan yanked the pin out. A sizzling sound erupted as the fuse ignited. What the heck? This toy grenade is surprisingly realistic, Wang Fan admitted, momentarily startled by the lifelike grenade. But now it was showtime. Leaning sideways, he hurled the grenade. With a splash, it pierced the water's surface and disappeared below. Folks, little Wang Fan, have you gone looking for trouble? We're fishing here. Who told you to throw stones? Su Yin turned his head, raising a fist. Brother, that was no stone. Boom! A deafening explosion échoued. The previously calm surface of the water erupted into waves soaring over 2 meters high. The water splashed everywhere, sending the floats soaring into the air. The tremendous blast caused the ground along the shore to tremble. Su Yun, Deputy Director Fang, and Director Chen stood in stunned silence, bewildered. A few struggling grass carps flopped at their feet. A casual swat, and they were lifeless. Su Yun, along with the 2 others, stood dumbfounded, drenched like drowned rats. At that moment, they yearned to know, what on earth did you throw into the water? Wang Fan. He opened his mouth, struggling to find words. His mind buzzed. Was it a toy grenade? How? Did it explode? The grass carps lay flopping on the ground, and Su Yun, along with the others, were soaked to the skin. The fishing rods lay in tatters. That grenade was real. It was actually real. As the realization dawned on him, the cameraman Wang Fan trembled, his eyes misty, unable to hold back tears. Ah! Wang Fan wailed. Su Yun, Deputy Director Zhang, and Director Chun were left bewildered. Why are you crying? What did you throw into the river? Su Yun questioned, perplexed. Wang Fan, still shaken, replied, Brother, just now I accidentally threw a grenade. The three stared in disbelief. At this moment in the live room, the explosive sound and the towering waves left over 100,000 fans and viewers in a state of shock. What about the stone skipping? That's what we were promised. You jerk, you scared us out of our wits. You were supposed to skip stones, not throw bombs. Wasn't that supposed to be a toy? Cameraman, you went too far. What the hell? Sujun, Deputy Director Fang, and Director Chun exchanged glances, stunned by the sudden explosion. They could care less about their soaked hair. Looking at each other, the shattered fishing rods and the flying grass carps were now trivial. The pressing question was, where did that grenade come from? At that moment, several teams rushed to the scene, drawn by the commotion. They stood aghast at the chaotic scene. Officer Hong inquired, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chun, weren't you fishing? How did it come to this? Did a fight break out? The rods are in ruins. Zhang Jingguo and Director Chun remained silent, while Su Yun's expression grew serious as he demanded, Xiao Wang, stop joking. This is a serious matter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Fan, who had just been crying, straightened up. Pouting, he insisted, Brother, I'm not joking. I really threw a grenade. And it was one you caught? Sujun, when did I catch one? You, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, you better have evidence to back that up. As they spoke, the attention of those present shifted to the muddy sack. Wang Fan added, Brother, I pulled it out from here. I thought it was a toy model. I just wanted to skip stones. Brother, if you don't believe me, try pulling something out yourself. Brother, you scared me to death. I'm terrified. After his explanation, Wang Fan, regardless of the situation, clung to Su Yun's leg and began to cry, his tears and snot flowing freely, appearing genuine. Su Yun contemplated, what now? This act seems genuinely like something he accidentally caught. The reality hit him hard. He felt a wave of panic. Damn it, I just wanted to fish peacefully. Fishing up trash is frustrating enough. How did I end up with a grenade? Sensing the tension in the air, Su Yun awkwardly scratched his head and suggested, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chun, you were both present. Why don't you try pulling something out? Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chun. Regarding the host's actions, I summarized the following 6 points. Deputy Director Zhang, this young man, so handsome at such a young age, how can he have such a wicked mind? Director Chun, I invited you to fish, and you almost blew me up? Officers, should we leave now? Is it still possible? Oh, I thought today's beef tasted strange. Upon inspection, it turned out to be bull. Contestant 54 never keeps slackers. I'm impressed. Su Yun, to tell a dark joke when I go all out, I might blow myself up. Folks, today the host is performing, exploding a grenade on himself. Host, don't go too far. The live room's popularity surged exponentially. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, the atmosphere tightened to an extreme. Deputy Director Zhang gulped nervously, casting a wary glance at Su Yun. He then declared, for safety's sake, let us notify the relevant technical personnel to come and take a look. Chapter 48. No fish caught, but a sack of bombs. At the Longhai City Police Department, within the Special Weapons and Tactics Team, there exists a cadre of professional bomb disposal experts. Due to the absence of proper equipment, they prudently returned to the station to don their protective gear, explosive suits, hoods, and an array of tools at the ready. Truly commendable professionalism. What the hell? I came here for fishing, and now it's turned into a bomb disposal operation? Isn't it just the streamer's exceptional luck? Isn't it a bit too eerie? This streamer is quite something. I thought today would be uneventful. My apologies for underestimating the streamer's capabilities. Regardless of their intentions, the catch was already made. In no time, various departments of the Longhai City Police, Special Police, Criminal Investigation, and the Anti-Drug Unit, along with technical and forensic teams, had all gathered, eyes wide as they beheld the numerous grenades extracted from the muddy sack. Among them were specialized explosives, landmines, and pressure-trigger devices. The sack, encrusted with a thick layer of mud, concealed a veritable nest of explosives beneath. The heads of each department, including team leaders, exchanged glances, their minds racing. What were they here for? To claim credit, of course. They had hoped to be closer to Su Yun, to seize a moment of glory. But what was the outcome? Just days prior, they were recovering corpses and body parts. And now? Look at Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun standing here. What were they to do with the bombs? Even if the explosives were complex, just one grenade was enough to send shivers down the spines of all present. In that moment, the glances directed at Su Yun shifted to something peculiar. This young man was far too uncanny. Both Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun could attest to the absurdity of the situation. While they were merely fishing, he had inadvertently hooked explosives. As each type of bomb was extracted and meticulously arranged along the riverbank, they collectively marveled, "Dear heavens, this sack is filled with explosives. Who on earth would throw such a thing into the river?" It was fortunate for Su Yun that the explosives did not detonate as he fished them out. With each successive bomb being revealed, still intact and unscathed by the water, photographer Wang Fan kept his distance, muttering to himself, "Did you fail to check the almanac before leaving today?" "I did check." It warned against venturing out, saying today was ominous. Su Yun had thought that the bad luck only pertained to scavenging. Little did he realize that even his fishing endeavors would be affected. He had intended to catch something familiar, believing that if he couldn't land fish, surely he could retrieve something else. Yet, the contents of his sack were exclusively explosives. Wang Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The grenade he had accidentally discarded was the least of the worries. "Bro, while you caught bombs, my admiration for you remains unwavering." Wang Fan worried that Su Yun might feel disheartened. "Seriously, how does one go fishing only to catch bombs? I'm seriously beginning to suspect that this streamer is a harbinger of calamity. Let go of the doubt and embrace confidence." Ha ha ha. With this many bombs, it could take an eternity to manage them. Bomb disposal officer, I sincerely thank you. After approximately 10 minutes, the specialized bomb disposal officers cautiously extracted each type of grenade and explosive, placing them neatly on the riverbank. A perimeter was established as onlookers, fishing enthusiasts, and curious bystanders began to gather, intrigued by the commotion. What's going on? Why are there so many police? Oh, it's that guy from the construction site where they found the body. Someone recognized Su Yun. Chuckling, this guy is quite the character. He hasn't found another body, has he? Step aside. Let me get a picture at the front. As the first wave of onlookers approached, they peered through the gaps between officers, catching sight of the neatly arranged grenades and bombs. A chill ran down their spines. Bombs. They swiftly turned to flee, the bravado of the earlier photo seeker evaporating in an instant. In a heartbeat, the crowd outside the cordon dwindled, with only a handful of intrepid souls remaining. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Watching the spectacle of others is indeed a human instinct. Passerby, I can't afford to eat this explosive melon. Fisherman, after so many years of fishing, this is the first time I've seen a bomb caught. Let me light a cigarette to warm up. The safety perimeter was set at a considerable distance, at least several dozen meters away. The officers were wholly focused on the explosives laid on the riverbank. Officer Hong and the various team leaders gazed at the collection of grenades, their nerves frayed. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun exchanged uneasy glances. What on earth do we do about this? Zhang lamented, already feeling overwhelmed. Wasn't it supposed to be a sack of mud? We came here to fish. Director Chun grimaced, his expression a mixture of disbelief and frustration. The sack was pulled up right before our eyes by Su Yun. It's a miracle it didn't explode. For now, we need to seal off this stretch of river. I'll dispatch teams to assess the water and eliminate any threats. As for the sack filled with grenades and bombs, it was a veritable minefield, with each item posing a risk of detonation. Reflecting on the situation now sent chills down their spines. Just moments ago, they had jested about Su Yun's uncanny ability to fish. Now, they faced the stark reality that he had indeed caught something dangerous. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Good grief, we nearly faced catastrophe today. Director Chun turned his gaze toward the two bomb disposal officers, offering a wry smile. Do you two have confidence in disarming these? Upon hearing this, the officers exchanged glances, a mix of incredulity and amusement. Typically, few within the police force possessed the expertise required for bomb disposal. The specialized knowledge and skills demanded a level of composure and calmness that few could muster. Moreover, bomb disposal is an inherently perilous endeavor. One misstep could trigger an explosion. Even with protective gear, the most that could be ensured was a complete body in the event of a tragic outcome. Those who serve as bomb disposal experts are truly the elite among the elite within the police force. Chapter 49. Stand back. It's about to explode. At this moment, the two bomb disposal officers displayed no trace of fear or hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, they addressed Chief Chun, stating the disarmament should pose no problem. However, we cannot guarantee the timing. The current situation is quite peculiar, as it is near the Longhai City Police Station. You can rest assured about the safety of personnel. However, the disarmament process is indeed challenging. This is due to the grenades and explosives extracted by Su Yun from the sack, which are quite tricky. They consist not only of grenades, but also some specially crafted explosives that are quite old and have complex mechanisms. With a sweeping glance, the two officers explained the scene. Grenades and such can be disarmed without issue. However, some of these explosives are particularly unique. The reason they did not detonate when previously extracted is that their exterior had protective devices. Now that we have removed them, given their age, these protective devices have become extremely unstable. Thus, the disarmament will be exceedingly complicated. Deputy Director Zhang inquired, "What about a direct detonation? Evacuate the surrounding personnel and eliminate these safety hazards." Upon hearing this, the two bomb disposal officers shook their heads in unison, outright refusing. It is no longer possible to detonate. The explosives have missed the optimal conditions for a safe detonation. Some of these explosives will detonate the moment we move them. A collective gasp echoed among those present. The current situation dictated that they could neither detonate nor move the explosives recklessly. Disarmament was their only option. Chief Chun could foresee the complexity of the situation. Deputy Director Zhang, shall we consult the higher-ups? Deputy Director Zhang nodded in agreement. The current situation is beyond our control. Within Longhai City, these two are the only bomb disposal officers available. I believe we should request assistance from above. Perhaps we could hire some bomb disposal experts from the capital. Explosives are not to be handled lightly. If we cannot detonate, we must disarm. Then let us enlist more experts. Standing to the side, Su Yun sensed the tension radiating from the bomb disposal officers. Despite the gravity of the situation, neither Chief Chun nor Deputy Director Zhang hastily placed blame. Once a strategy was determined, the two approached Su Yun with a measured pace. "Su Yun, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused," Deputy Director Zhang said. Feeling guilty, Su Yun scratched his head. Deputy Director Zhang patted Su Yun's shoulder, reassuring him. "Young brother Su Yun, do not burden yourself with guilt. We, the police, should be grateful to you. If you hadn't fished out this hidden danger, who knows what might have happened if someone inadvertently triggered it next time, resulting in an explosion. The absence of casualties is the best outcome." To this, Chief Chin nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. Although the explosives were extracted by Su Yun, they had been aware of the inherent danger beforehand. Upon reflection, Su Yun's actions had merely unveiled the lurking threat in the vicinity. Such conduct should not be condemned, but rather commended. Brother Su Yun, once our police department's experts thoroughly inspect this wild river and successfully disarm all explosives, we shall return here for fishing next time. At that point, Deputy Director Zhang and I will personally prepare a delectable dish of pickled fish for you. Chief Chin attempted to shift the topic, a faint smile gracing his lips. This lightened Su Yun's heart considerably, and he found himself looking forward to the next fishing trip. Although he had little interest in fishing itself, he was entirely drawn to Chief Chin's enticing offer. Having tasted a meal prepared by the police chief himself, and now curious about what a first-class superintendent like Deputy Director Zhang could whip up, he felt a thrill of anticipation. Casting a sidelong glance at the grenades and explosives scattered along the riverbank, an idea sparked in his mind. Deputy Director Zhang, Chief Chun, is disarming explosives truly that difficult? Deputy Director Zhang and Chief Chun exchanged bewildered looks. Difficult? That's an understatement. The process of disarmament is akin to standing at the gates of hell, reporting to the king of Yama. It is a gamble with death itself. Chief Chin's expression grew solemn. In the police department, there existed a steadfast principle. Bomb disposal officers only intervened when absolutely necessary, and once they did, it was invariably a matter of life and death. Thus, when posed with the question of whether disarming was difficult, it would be more prudent to ask if accidents could occur during the process. Alas, bomb disposal officers face the greatest peril. Even when special police confront terrorists, they may escape unscathed, but bomb disposal officers are an entirely different story. Enough talk, let us move. Deputy Director Zhang began contacting superiors, requesting bomb disposal experts to fly over from the capital at the fastest possible speed. On site, Officer Hong and his team commenced crowd control, leaving only the 2 bomb disposal officers clad in protective gear to tackle the explosives. Brother Su Yun, let us go. Officer Hong clapped Su Yun on the shoulder. Hong, officer, do you have a needle? Su Yunin kuwayet kachwadi. A needle? For what purpose? Officer Hong questioned, perplexed. I want to try. If you give me a needle, I believe I could also disarm the explosives. Officer Hong. The crowd? Su Yun's remark left those nearby utterly bewildered. Was disarming explosives something one could simply try? Try it, and you'll end up dead. The novice fears no tiger. Wanting to try everything will only lead to your own demise. I've never seen anyone disarm explosives with a needle. Don't go down that path. Think of your parents. Think of the number 8 technician at the massage parlor. Life is worth living. Officer Hong dismissed Su Yun's comment. He certainly could not allow Su Yun to attempt such a feat. He himself would not dare to try disarming the explosives. Brother Su Yun, please do not burden yourself with guilt. The directors have reassured you. Haven't they? They have already summoned bomb disposal experts to assist. Before he could finish, the 2 bomb disposal officers on the riverbank suddenly yanked off their masks, exclaiming in alarm. Everyone get back. Immediately. It's about to explode. The 2 officers gripped a specially designed grenade tightly, having inadvertently triggered the firing pin due to a miscalculation. At this point, the disarmament process could not continue. They had to remain absolutely still. An accident had occurred. Officer Hong and other team leaders began hastily evacuating the crowd. Su Tianlong observed the 2 bomb disposal officers from a special police team, and for the first time, the typically stoic figure of authority found beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You 2, hold on tight. If you dare to move, I swear I will flay you alive. Chapter 50. Su Yun, no one shall perish beneath my watch. By the riverbank, within the boundaries of the caution tape, 2 bomb disposal officers stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Su Tianlong, the captain of the special police unit, issued a stern command to them. Do not move. The bomb disposal expert is on the way. Hold on tight. Each member of his team was like a brother to him, bound by camaraderie. He could not bear to witness the demise of his comrades before his very eyes. Upon hearing his words, the 2 bomb disposal officers exchanged a bitter smile. They revealed the harsh reality to Su Tianlong and the others. Captain, there's no time left. You know our capabilities. This specialized bomb contains a mercury mechanism. The impact pin and detonation device have already been triggered. Even if the expert arrives, it would merely be a futile effort. They had already seen through the situation. With a profound glance at Su Tianlong, they urged, you must evacuate everyone immediately. At that moment, Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang arrived, witnessing the resolute expressions of the 2 officers resigned to their fate. Director Chun shouted, hold on, the bomb disposal expert will be here shortly. Deputy Director Zhang was taken aback by how dire the situation had become. You 2, stop thinking about anything else. Stay put and don't move. It's over, it's going to explode. How did it come to this? No, please. The 2 bomb disposal officers fell silent, surveying the crowd one last time. Captain, Director Chun, Deputy Director Zhang, it's useless. You all need to leave. Their eyes unexpectedly lingered on Su Yun, seemingly concerned that he might feel guilty. They smiled and said, Brother Su Yun, you're the one who should go. One of them managed to raise a thumb with a free hand. A surge of irritation welled up within Su Yun. Perhaps it was the discomfort of such a sentimental scene. He strode forward, rushing towards the two officers. Brother Suyun, what are you doing? Are you mad? Come back. Don't be foolish. Stop him. The others were utterly dumbfounded. What are you doing? It's about to explode. Are you out of your mind? However, before Officer Hong and the others could catch up to Suyun, he adeptly snatched the specialized grenade from the officer's hands. The bomb disposal officer was astounded. Such a grand gesture, and the grenade didn't detonate? Officer Hong and the others hesitated, unable to approach any closer, nervously saying, Brother Suyun, don't act recklessly. At that moment, Wang Fan stood frozen, dumbstruck. Meanwhile, the 20,000 viewers in the live stream began to boil over like a hot pot. What the hell? What are you doing, streamer? Don't mess around. This isn't the time for theatrics. You're bold, streamer. Do you really dare to handle a bomb? Damn it, no one could die on my screen. I'm fainting from blood, I'm out. I'm begging you, streamer, please don't die. Don't let my beloved electronic boyfriend perish. They had seen bold individuals, adventurers in haunted houses, and those who sought thrills for views. But never had they witnessed someone ready to detonate a grenade on themselves. To everyone, Suyun's actions seemed like a desperate attempt to atone for guilt. Yet, observing the crowd as panic and confusion, Suyun rolled his eyes. Surely you don't think I'm so reckless as to blow myself up? Come on, we're all adults here. Can we maintain our composure? Officer Hong and the others were dumbfounded. Composed? Who could remain calm in such a situation? Even Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang, seasoned veterans of peril, could hardly fathom Suyun's folly. Director Chun stepped forward, tried to reason with him. Brother Suyun, let us talk this through. If you have something on your mind, express it, and we'll solve it together. Can you at least put down a grenade? Wah, streamer, I'm really scared. You're a real daredevil. Director Chun, I've never been so concerned about a man in my life. Deputy Director Zhang, I'm begging you. Please put down the grenade. Suyun understood that no matter what he said, everyone would misconstrue it. It would all be a misunderstanding. Therefore, he decided to act directly. Opening the bomb disposal officer's toolbox, he retrieved a slender silver needle. Grasping the specialized grenade in his left hand and steadying the needle in his right with a decisive thrust, he targeted the grenade's core hole. A twist. A turn, a crisp click echoed as the troublesome grenade, which had baffled the two bomb disposal officers, fell apart. The gunpowder, mercury device, detonation mechanism, regardless of whether they had been triggered or were awaiting activation, he casually tossed the remnants to the ground, a heap of debris. The bomb disposal officers. The crowd. The 20,000 viewers in a live stream. Am I dreaming? Did he just poke it? No way. Streamer, was that really a coincidence? Wow, he actually did it. It must be luck. After all, the bomb disposal officers had already disarmed part of it. At that moment, all the officers stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered looks. The expressions on their faces were akin to witnessing a ghost. Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang, two prominent figures, stood bewildered in the wind wait. Brother Suyun, you're serious? You really disarmed it? You resolved the problem that even the bomb disposal officers could not. Just a silver needle? Coincidence? The crowd was rendered speechless by fear, while Suyun paid no heed to their astonished gazes. He glanced at the bomb disposal officer still in shock and casually took the specialized bomb from his grasp, declaring, No one shall perish beneath my watch. You two shall not make me feel even the slightest guilt. He acknowledged that from the moment he fished the bomb from the river, a flicker of guilt had touched his heart. However, when the two bomb disposal officers had given him a thumbs up, the fire within him ignited. Guilt? Let vanish. As before, gripping the specialized grenade in his left hand and the silver needle in his right, he aimed for the grenade's hole. A twist, a turn, another click. With a crash, yet another specialized grenade was reduced to fragments. At that moment, the officers' minds were buzzing, particularly the two bomb disposal officers who had once been so noble and resolute in their acceptance of death. A sense of inexplicable shame washed over them. No way, brother. You really can disarm bombs. Chapter 51. With such prowess, one could effortlessly attain first-class merit. Perhaps it was mere coincidence that he casually disarmed two specialized grenades. Yet, if it were not coincidence, where could he have acquired such skills? The officers were left in a daze. The bomb disposal team, unable to resolve the situation, And yet this young man did it with ease? Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a portrait of disbelief. This, Broter Suyun, a bomb that required 10 minutes to disarm by a bomb disposal officer, was dismantled in merely a second by Suyun. Wang Fan was flabbergasted. My brother is that impressive? The first time was luck, the second must be skill, right? Yes, whatever the upstairs says is correct. The broadcaster is just lucky. I really want to slap the first floor S comments. Are you blind? The broadcaster does possess genuine skills. To disarm a bomb, one must understand its internal structure. Without a decade of experience in bomb assembly, it is impossible to disarm one in a second. Broadcaster, tell us, what did you do before this? I suggest investigating. The popularity of a live stream surged. It was utterly astonishing. Previously, they thought picking up corpses and collecting candy was merely a stroke of luck. But now, could disarming specialized grenades also be attributed to fortune? The crisis was resolved so effortlessly. Everyone felt as though they were living in a dream. Officer Hong was bewildered. Brother Su Yun, you can disarm bombs too? Incredible. Upon hearing this, Su Yun shrugged and replied, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I just know how to pick locks. I figured grenades and bombs must have a mechanism, right? If there is a mechanism, I can dismantle it. Unheard of. The bomb disposal officers were left utterly flabbergasted. They had assumed the process involved analyzing the bomb's internal structure, avoiding the detonation device, and pinpointing the core components. But how did Su Yun manage it? While they searched for the detonation device, he merely sought the mechanism. Did he? Wow, I can't stop laughing, folks. Ridiculous. I'm going home to complain about this. Bomb disposal officer. From now on, the job will be yours. My brain is fried. Is disarming a bomb really just about finding the mechanism? The broadcaster must have grown up with extraordinary abilities. Indeed, I possess some lock-picking skills. As long as I find the mechanism, I can disarm it. Had it not been for the keen minds of the two bomb disposal officers, they might have believed him. Officer Hong's lip twitched. Brother Su Yun, why didn't you mention this earlier? Su Yun sighed. No one asked me, did they? Besides, is it my fault? I wanted to disarm it. Would you let me? True enough. Speaking of which, who could be blamed for this misunderstanding? If blame were to be assigned, it must be to the air. Yes, it must be the air's fault. Officer Hong scratched his head in embarrassment. Broter Su Yun, you could transition from lockpicking to bomb disarming. You truly possess a remarkable talent. By the way, you must have had an exceptional lockpicking mentor, right? Su Yun shook his head, no. Then where did you learn to pick locks? The crowd was perplexed. Su Yun took out his phone and said, if I must attribute it to a mentor, can we count Baidu? In truth, he hadn't studied much. He merely regarded it as a hobby. A hobby? At that moment, everyone was once again astounded by Su Yun. Their minds struggled to keep pace. Good heavens, who considers disarming bombs a hobby? Even the two bomb disposal officers wouldn't dare to claim such a thing. Let's be honest. Have you ever seen a bomb disposal expert enjoying the act of disarming a bomb? Even if there were such individuals, they would either be geniuses or madmen. Moreover, how much knowledge can one truly glean from Baidu? And to learn about bomb disarming through lockpicking. A prodigy, he is undoubtedly a rare talent in bomb disarming. Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang stood nearby, both utterly astonished. Brother Su Yun, you are truly remarkable. To be honest, it's a pity you're scavenging. With your abilities, you would have easily earned first-class merit in our police department. To claim surprise would be an understatement. The officers felt the stark contrast between those with innate talent and those who relied on hard work. For the bomb disposal officers, to learn to disarm bombs required rigorous, high-level training, systematic learning, and extensive practice. To graduate, one needed a considerable amount of time. Yet here was Su Yun treating lockpicking as a hobby. And then, through a series of twists of fate, he could disarm bombs. Photographer Wang Fan thumped his chest. I told you my brother is amazing. Who dares to dispute that? Having explained, Su Yun paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the officers. He was hungry and his stomach grumbled. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could eat. Now may I proceed? If there is nothing more, please step aside. I'm going to disarm a bomb. With a wave of his hand, the crowd was left speechless. You're incredible. You take the lead. The two bomb disposal officers, initially apprehensive, stood beside Su Yun, both learning and guiding. Brother Su Yun, this metal object is a landmine containing over 100 steel balls with a substantial blast radius. Brother Su Yun, this is a standard mercury bomb. Its internal mechanisms are exceedingly complex, so handle it with care. The two officers spoke at length. Yet, Su Yun merely let their words flow in one ear and out the other. Whatever the bomb may be, it must have a mechanism, right? If it has a mechanism, I can disarm it. Following his usual method, he twisted and turned. With a crisp snap, whether it was a landmine or a mercury bomb, it was rendered inert. The two bomb disposal officers were thoroughly convinced. Want a guide? They were simply unqualified. Want to learn? Well, it was evident by mere observation. Yet when it came to practice, they faltered, though the actions seemed simple. Only Su Yun understood that this twist allowed a fine needle to penetrate the bomb's core detonation mechanism. A twist, and with deftness, all the core components were disassembled. It was a matter of precision. The two bomb disposal officers, unable to comprehend or replicate what they witnessed, silently removed their bomb suits. Brother Su Yun, if you don't, before they could finish their thought, they watched in disbelief as he had already disassembled half of the bombs before them. This was simply beyond human capability. With such proficiency, was there even a need for a bomb suit? Apologies, but if that suit were to be donned by Su Yun, it would seem a mockery. The sounds of disassembly continued by the riverside. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly mundane noise was a delightful symphony. This continued for over 10 minutes. A private aircraft descended from the sky. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, was already leading several young people to jump from the plane, heading straight for the riverbank. The bomb disposal expert, Professor He, had arrived. Chapter 52. Is a homebound university considered college? Professor He, a renowned bomb disposal expert, is highly esteemed in the industry. In the capital city, many prominent figures and bomb disposal scholars have heard of this venerable elder. At 78 years of age, he stands as a paragon of expertise. He seeks neither wealth nor fame. Wherever there is a need, he is sure to be found. A true expert and professor. Upon seeing him, Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen hurriedly approached to greet him. Professor He, you must be weary. Please take a moment to rest. They were keenly aware that within this brief hour, the professor had likely not taken a sip of water. Indeed, this was the case. Professor He was accompanied by 7 or 8 bomb disposal students. He waved his hand dismissively, rejecting their kind offer. Old Zhang, is there a bomb? Is the situation severe? There is no time for rest. Quickly, take me there. Bombs wait for no one. Deputy Director Zhang managed a wry smile. He understood Professor He's character. He always prioritized bomb disposal above all else. There had once been rumors circulating online, with netizens proclaiming, Professor He cannot be considered a good father, but he is undoubtedly an expert. When his wife was pregnant, she had hoped that Professor He would remain in the delivery room with her. However, upon receiving a call, he departed again before she even emerged from the room. Since then, Professor He has become a figure perpetually engaged in bomb disposal or en route to such endeavors. Deputy Director Zhang, cautious not to appear negligent, pointed to a central location within the crowd. Professor He understood immediately, his brow furrowing. Old Zhang, what did I instruct you over the phone? The situation with multiple grenades and bombs is perilous. Didn't I tell you to evacuate the crowd as far away as possible? Why are there still so many people here? Is this truly the time for idle chatter? How many times have we seen fatalities at bomb disposal scenes? Professor He reprimanded, offering no leniency. Hearing this, Deputy Director Zhang lowered his head, a complex expression of guilt and resignation crossing his face. Professor He, perhaps you should go take a look? In fact, the situation may be simpler than you think. Without uttering another word, Professor He hastened onward. Officers parted the way for him and his team. The last ordinary grenade was meticulously dismantled by Su Yun, its parts strewn across the ground. This sight caught Professor He's attention. Is it all over? I just arrived, and it's finished? Who dismantled these bombs and grenades? The chaos left behind revealed that the types and complexities of the explosives far exceeded what Professor He and his students had anticipated. Was the crisis truly averted? They turned to the two officers still clad in bomb suits. Professor, he expressed his astonishment. It was you, too. These bomb disposal officers from the Longhai City Police Special Forces recognized the stern and exacting professor. They had been fortunate enough to attend his bomb disposal training course and held immense respect for his expertise. To call him the foremost authority in bomb disposal in the nation would not be an exaggeration. Realizing Professor He's intent, the two officers quickly waved their hands. Professor He, you are mistaken. We could not have disarmed these grenades and bombs. So who did it? Professor He was perplexed. Deputy Director Zhang had briefed him on the situation over the phone, and he had understood it well. The complexity of the parts and components corroborated what he had been told. So many bombs and grenades, such a complicated scenario. How could it have all been dismantled in such a short time? Not only the act of dismantling, but also the time taken had completely shattered Professor He's understanding. Even if he led a team of professional students, the fastest they could safely dismantle such explosives would take at least a day. Moreover, the scattered parts, while seemingly trivial, upon closer inspection by industry insiders, revealed a meticulous classification system. The components were categorized into primary, secondary, and tertiary classifications, all exceedingly clear and organized. Professor He dared to assert, without 20 years of experience in bomb dismantling and assembly, it was utterly impossible to achieve such an outcome. In that moment, Professor He's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening. Tell me, who disarmed the bombs? Wow, this old fellow is truly impressive. After all the effort to come here, only to find the work already done? Who wouldn't be frustrated? Bomb disposal expert. I came to disarm bombs. Where are they? It's all the host's fault for being so incredible. No words can describe it. Professor He exuded an aura of authority. At that moment, Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen dared not speak up. Observing this, Su Yun scratched his head and said, I disarmed the bombs. Is there a problem? You? Professor He, along with his 7 or 8 students, turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Su Yun, examining him from head to toe. Young man, you claim that you disarmed these bombs? Professor He was taken aback. Su Yun appeared to be barely in his 20s. Could it be that he had been learning bomb disposal since birth? Was prenatal education in bomb dismantling a thing? Su Yun, taken aback, nodded. Good lad. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? Who was your instructor? Which university did you attend? Professor He was now visibly excited. He believed Su Yun's words. At this moment, no one would dare jest about such a matter. After a brief pause, Su Yun seemed momentarily stunned. Was this elder professor really here to verify credentials? Shaking his head, Su Yun replied honestly, the situation was urgent, so I thought I'd give it a try. Disarming bombs is just a twist and a turn. No instructor, but if I must say, does Baidu count? As for my university, I attended the homebound university. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Host, you really say whatever comes to mind. Homebound university, how relatable. So we're all alumni here. My respects. Bomb disposal expert. Oh no, my brain isn't quite enough. Wamba walks to school, no dormitory. Professor He felt a bit overwhelmed. Not one to surf the internet frequently, he was bewildered. What on earth was this homebound university? An obscure institution? Yet Professor He remained undeterred. Pointing to the heaps of parts on the ground, he said, Young man, I am very intrigued by what you said about a twist and a turn. Could you demonstrate it again? Professor He's face was brimming with eagerness to learn. Su Yun glanced at the chaos around him and shrugged. The bombs are gone. I can't dismantle them now. Professor He, puzzled, replied, Once the bombs are disarmed, they can still be reassembled. Su Yun, with genuine sincerity, responded, But I can only dismantle. I can't reassemble. Chapter 53. Are you out of your mind? The bomb disposal expert seeks you as a master? Professor He, the bomb disposal expert, blinked in disbelief. You can only disassemble, but not assemble? Young man, are you jesting? If you cannot assemble, how could you possibly categorize the structure of explosives? Such trivial knowledge. My 7 or 8 students have been studying for 1 or 2 years and still haven't grasped it. Su Yun pondered for a moment. I don't comprehend the intricacies of structures. As for bomb disposal, as long as one has keen eyesight, any bomb can be disarmed. Assembly? I have never learned that. To put it bluntly, I can be a destroyer, but assembly is beyond my expertise. While they were speaking, Professor Eager to witness Su Yun's bomb disposal skills firsthand, proceeded to demonstrate. He assembled a standard grenade in front of them. "Come on, young man, show us what you've got." "All right," Su Yun complied. With a silver needle, he deftly inserted it into the grenade. Professor He's face turned pale. What kind of operation is this? With a twist and a turn. Crackle. The grenade not only failed to explode, but was instead reduced to mere fragments. Just a few components lay gleaming before them. Professor He? The students? Disassembling a bomb can be done this way. When did a silver needle become a tool for disarming explosives? His 2 moves took only a second. Good heavens, is there a faster method of bomb disposal? This directly surpassed the world record for the fastest disarmament. Professor He felt his expertise was being undermined. The grenade was a real grenade. Disarming it was incomprehensible. Shouldn't one first understand the internal structure of the grenade? Using a silver needle to poke around? What kind of miraculous technique is this? The live stream erupted with comments. What the hell? Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Quick, someone slap me and tell me this is fake. A bomb disposal expert wants to take the streamer as a master? This is madness. It seems Professor He is genuinely eager to learn. Su Yun's mind was in a whirl. At this moment, he was not the only one bewildered. Professor He's 7 or 8 brilliant students were equally flabbergasted. They were graduates from esteemed institutions with master's and doctorate degrees. To have the opportunity to study under Professor He was considered an honor. Now, however, Professor He wished to take a younger man as his master. They call Professor He teacher. What do they call Su Yun now? Master? Please, that is too absurd. Su Yun felt a tangle of confusion in his heart. He simply wanted to save lives, not to showcase skills. Besides, he was merely a scavenger. What was it to receive a bomb disposal expert as his disciple? With a mix of laughter and tears, Su Yun said, "Professor He, please don't jest. You're the expert in bomb disposal, a luminary. For you to take me as your master would truly be an embarrassment for me." He could not accept the apprenticeship. As for the skills he possessed, they were merely a unique reward from the system. There was no particular technique involved. It was simply a matter of having keen eyesight to disarm and decipher. After much contemplation, Su Yun thought about Professor He. The skills were not something he was unwilling to impart. His own master had been strict, stating that academic knowledge should not be disseminated outside. Teaching was not permissible. However, if in the future Professor He faced difficulties and if he could be of assistance, he would be more than willing to help, should Professor He not mind. Politely refusing, Professor He sighed in disappointment. He left his contact number for Su Yun, but was soon called away by a barrage of urgent requests. He gazed skyward as the helicopter ascended into the sky. Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang exchanged smiles as they looked at Su Yun. "Young man, you didn't follow Professor He. Don't you regret it? Experts often have the backing of the state. It is not like the previous invitations from Officer Hong and Forensic Expert Wang. I can't comprehend. A regular person would have accepted immediately. The streamer has successfully missed an opportunity for rapid advancement. Having multiple skills is never a burden. I believe Professor He will not forget Su Yun." In response to Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang's queries, Su Yun merely smiled and remained silent. He turned his attention to the technical officers who had just concluded their inspection on shore. The team, equipped with professional gear, rushed ashore. "Director Chun, the inspection task is complete, and no suspicious items have been found. It can be confirmed that the area is safe, given the discovery of grenades and explosives in the wild river." The matter was of utmost importance. Director Chun had deployed all the technological personnel from the Bureau. Just as Su Yun was disarming the explosives, the inspection had already concluded. "Thank you for your hard work." Director Chun nodded. He then glanced at the remnants of grenades and explosive components that lay scattered across the riverbank. Deputy Director Zhang, "We need to report this situation to higher authorities." "Agreed. Let us head back and draft a report." Both men shared a complex gaze directed towards Su Yun, their expressions mixed with smiles. "Su Yun, what will it be? Will you continue fishing, or will you accompany us to write the report?" Looking at the fish that had been killed by the grenade's explosion, Su Yun thought. The flesh of the exploded fish was not fresh. Although he was not particularly adept at fishing, he disliked writing reports even more. He shook his head in refusal. Once Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang departed, Su-Yun took a deep breath and declared, "Old Hong, I suddenly have a craving for fish." Chapter 54, A Tremendous Commotion. "What have you done, brother?" After the river was examined by technicians using their instruments, the water became murky, filled with sediment, debris, and numerous plastic bottles. Su Tianlong, Captain Liu of the sugar team, and several other heads of police departments watched in disbelief as Su-Yun and Officer Hong resumed their seats, with the water stirred into a muddy haze. The prospect of catching fish seemed utterly hopeless. Only Old Hong seemed to care about Su-Yun, emphasizing companionship. "Old Hong, Su-Yun, we're heading back." With Su Tianlong taking the lead, most of the department heads and captains, apart from Officer Hong, departed. Are you all in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you going to wait a little longer? There is really nothing to wait for, is there? Even if Su-Yun is a bit peculiar. It's only once a day. The technicians have already examined the river, and there is nothing wrong. At this point, apart from catching fish, there is nothing else to be done. With the ruckus from earlier, if we manage to catch a fish, we'll be lucky, so what else can we hope for? This was the consensus among the captains and heads. Hand grenades and bombs had been reeled in by Su-Yun, yet he claimed all the credit. Now they hurried back, hoping to receive some tasks from Chief Chun. Thus, only Officer Hong, Su-Yun, and Wang Fan remained at the riverbank. A new fishing rod was pulled out, and they continued their endeavor. "Su-Yun, let us agree on this. If we don't catch anything, don't blame me. My fishing skills are quite lacking," Officer Hong said with a bitter smile. Su-Yun nodded. "I understand. It's mainly my fault. Who would have thought that I would catch a sack full of bombs instead of fish? And this is my very first fishing experience. They say beginners have their perks and a protective period. Regardless of what others catch on their first try, at least it's something related to fish. What have I caught? Officer Hong, I believe we may not catch any fish. How about we try for eels instead?" "Eels? That is not a bad idea. If we prepare the bait properly, we might succeed. Since the river has been thoroughly examined by the technicians, some eels might emerge from the mud in their holes." With this thought in mind, the trio searched online for how to prepare bait for catching eels. After a series of adjustments, they baited the hooks and cast them into the water. Officer Hong sat calmly on the riverbank, exuding tranquility and composure. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the barrage of comments had quieted down compared to earlier, yet many still lingered, eager to witness the size of the eels. Eels are notoriously difficult to catch. Those creatures love to burrow. If they're mud, they be nestled right in. Of course, eels are aptly named after their yellow hue. I suspect you're being suggestive, yet I have no proof. Usually when my toilet gets clogged, I toss in a few eels. How cruel. The process of fishing for eels proved to be exceedingly tedious. The bait was continuously consumed, yet the bobber showed no signs of movement. Officer Hong rebaited the hook when a sudden urge to relieve himself struck. "Su-Yun, take over this rod. I need to step away for a moment." Su-Yun took the fishing rod, cast it out, and it flew through the air. Since the bait and hook were tailored for eels, the configuration was rather specific. At that moment, the idle photographer Wang Fan picked up a complete fishing net from the riverbank. "Brother, fishing is much easier with a net. Look at this net. It's specially made. Incredibly sturdy." It seemed Wang Fan had a knack for finding good items. Upon inspection, Su-Yun confirmed that the net was a specialized cast net, exceptionally durable, with gaps just right for catching fish. "Let us hold off for now. Let me finish this cast. If we catch nothing, we'll use the net." Su-Yun resigned himself to reality, acknowledging the challenges of fishing in a wild river. The fish that survived in such waters were strong and clever. Suddenly, as they spoke, the bobber began to sink rapidly, the fishing line taut. A catch was on the line. The struggle felt significant. "It must be a hefty eel." "Brother, you can do it. I want to eat eel meat with noodles today. I'll eat the eel as if it were noodles." As the bobber showed signs of activity, Wang Fan encouraged him. "Hey, this eel is really putting up a fight. I assent it. It's pulling down hard. Be careful not to break the line. Brother, pull it up. Use your strength," Wang Fan urged, and Su-Yun began to exert force. With a sudden jerk, it felt as though the hook had snagged on something. "Wang Fan, you take the rod. I'll dive down to see." Su-Yun was determined to catch this elusive fish. Without hesitation, he shed his shirt, revealing his finely sculpted abs, and with a splash, he plunged into the murky water. "Ups! He really has abs. Streamer, you're going to excite someone. Do you really have abs? 8-pack. Oomph. 8-pack is for amateurs. I have a 9-pack. 9 is the ultimate. Speaking of which, Su Yun is truly bold, going to such lengths for a fish. Just for this leap? I'm sorry everyone, I'm now a fan. Very impressive. If your thoughts align with mine, then I can only say that is quite daring. In a live stream, Su Yun submerged into the water. The water was too murky to see clearly below. He could only follow the fishing line and feel his way down. Suddenly, he touched something hard and tubular, approximately the size of a bowl. The eel must have burrowed into this. Quite clever. After locating the position, Su Yun surfaced for air, instructing Wang, hold the rod tightly and don't move. This eel is sizable and has wedged itself into some unknown pipe. Wait for me to shift the pipe, then you'll know when to pull. Got it. Wang Fan was focused. For a taste of eel meat, he was all in. With determination, Su Yun dove back into the murky water, stretching his limbs. Nothing could deter him from tasting that eel noodle dish. It was time for him to show his prowess. Holding his breath, he wrapped his arms around the iron pipe. Exerting a moderate force. Hey, it's not budging. Quite heavy. Su Yun began to get serious. His physique, enhanced by the system, allowed him to exert a force exceeding 1,000 kilograms, far surpassing any boxing champion. Damn it, no time to waste. With a full effort gritting his teeth, Su Yun began to pull the iron pipe outward. With a rumble and bubbling sound, the surface of the water began to churn, becoming increasingly murky. Fish and eels seemed to be agitated, thrashing at the surface. As the commotion intensified, a pipe the size of a trash can began to emerge from the water. Wang Fan was taken aback, his expression filled with disbelief. Brother, what on earth have you pulled up? Chapter 55. You are tasked with catching eels, yet you bring forth a field artillery piece. The dark, iron barrel is aimed squarely at Wang Fan. For reasons unknown, a chill runs down his spine. Gazing at the ominous barrel, Wang Fan seems to see his great-grandmother beckoning to him with wild abandon. The river's surface churns, alive with fish and insects. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream are fixated on the spectacle. What on earth is making such a ruckus? Damn, how did my cultivation abode get dragged out by the streamer? I was in the midst of transcending to the golden core stage. Godzilla, who moved my nuclear waste straw? Damn, what a talent. Can we just enjoy the live stream in peace? I bet it's just trash. That iron barrel could fetch a pretty penny. Let us start the betting. I'll wager $100 on recycled garbage. A little gamble for fun. I'm betting on Iron Man. All right, is this how we're playing? $200. I'm betting on the Hulk. The barrage of comments flows incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. Nearby, Officer Hong is hidden behind a tree. He hasn't unzipped his pants when Director Chen calls. Old Hong, the matter of the Wild River bomb is quite serious. I'm going to the bureau to report with Deputy Director Zhang. Keep an eye on Brother Su Yun. Let us not have any more mishaps. Officer Hong pats his chest, resolute. Don't worry, Director. I'll stick close. Brother Su Yun won't cause any more trouble. Bombs and grenades have already been fished out. What else could possibly go wrong? At most, that lad might be lucky enough to catch a fish. Shouldn't he adhere to Newton's second law? Or perhaps the Pythagorean theorem? Brother Su Yun can only make one mistake a day. Officer Hong firmly reassures himself. With him around, there will be no accidents. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, an overwhelming urge to relieve himself hits him. He unzips his pants. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupts from the river's surface. The riverbank trembles with 3 distinct shakes. Good grief. Wang Fan leaps up in disbelief, his eyes wide, mouth agape in astonishment. Before him lies a dark, mud-caked, yet undeniably imposing object. Slap! Wang Fan gives himself a hard smack across the face. The pain is sharp and fiery. This is no dream. It's real. His lips twitch uncontrollably as he fights the impulse to flee, repeating in his mind, I cannot run, not after the bond forged with my brother in moving corpses. What would I be running from? I'm merely a witness. All right, what if it's just a model discarded by a toy factory? Wang Fan reassures himself, mustering courage as he gazes at the field artillery emerging from the river. Mother, I'm terrified. Wang Fan feels his resolve crumbling once again. Meanwhile, Su Yun is entirely focused on grappling with the colossal object. From the moment the iron barrel surfaced, he submerged himself in the water, holding his breath, determined to catch that eel. Boom! The field artillery is fully pushed to the riverbank by Su Yun. A massive eel, thicker than a mineral water bottle, comes into view. Wang Fan, splendid work. Su Yun exclaims, shaking droplets from his hair. Wait, where on earth did this field artillery come from? At this moment, tears stream uncontrollably down Wang Fan's cheeks. Brother, you truly did well. This field artillery has been forcefully extracted from the river. Wang Fan, overwhelmed with emotion, cries, Brother, you said you were going to catch eels. Why did you bring out a cannon? Su Yun. So, the iron pipe he was pushing for so long was actually a cannon? It's as if he had longed to extract this field artillery. How was I to know it was a cannon? I merely wished to catch eels, not to haul out artillery. At this point, the live stream's comments explode. Second Lieutenant, is that my Italian cannon? Fire, fire, fire. What the hell? Can't the streamer do something sensible? I can understand catching a bomb, but how does one fish for eels and end up retrieving a field artillery piece? Streamer, are you a little off? If you're going to scavenge, why not just collect corpses? Not collecting corpses? Then let us fish for arms from the river. This is absurd, truly absurd. Refund. Damn it. I'm left with nothing but my underwear. Brothers, see you on the rooftop. Who would have guessed? Who could have predicted he'd pull a field artillery piece from the river? Ha ha ha. This streamer is something else. He really did push out a cannon. A field artillery piece causes a sensation across the internet. Back at the program headquarters, the leaders, who have yet to eat a warm meal, are hurriedly summoned to the office by the chief director, observing the impatience and grumbling among the group. The director understands that they are tired and think he is merely seeking trouble. Before the department heads can speak, the chief director presses the projector's power button. Now, please observe the replay of the live stream. The director, being quite considerate, starts the footage from Su Yun's leap into the river. The heads of departments and team leaders watch intently, not for any other reason than that it is segment 54. Initially, everything seems fine as they're diligently fishing. Director, segment 54 is perfectly fine. Rest assured, if he drowns, that is his own doing. Although the earlier bomb catch was alarming. Thankfully, the crisis has been averted. Right? Director, don't be angry. It's just a tiny wearable camera. We can buy more in the future. Young people can be a bit outrageous. It's understandable. Everyone thinks the director is concerned about the tiny camera on Su Yun. What's its worth, really? The chief director merely smiles and remains silent. Boom! The moment the footage of the field artillery being extracted from the river plays, the department heads and team leaders are left dumbfounded. Their faces turn pale as they stare in disbelief. The director internally revels in their shock. Come now, let us broaden our horizons. Everyone is left speechless. Gasping for breath, the group takes deep breaths, adjusting their emotions. Each one averts their gaze from the field artillery. Fishing out a bomb was already outrageous, but this is a field artillery piece. Is this even humanly possible? The monitoring group leader exclaims, Director, we should flee. The logistics group leader adds, Director, I suddenly remembered my 80-year-old mother just gave birth to another brother. The props group leader interjects, oh, Director, my wife just messaged me saying our 1-month-old son rode off on our husky. The data group leader chimes in, Director, I just realized I need to get my hemorrhoids checked. Chapter 56. Not collecting bodies but resuming arms dealing. The office was in complete disarray. The chief director was astute. How could he not perceive the thoughts of those around him? Everyone sit down. You. The hemorrhoid won't kill you if you don't get it removed. And you, trust me, the husky will bring your son back. And you, did your 80-year-old mother give birth? What is going on? Did your father rise from the dead? Enough with the nonsense. Avoidance solves nothing. Let us continue to observe. What if this field artillery is merely a toy model? The chief director found it hard to believe such a coincidence could occur, even if luck was truly against them. Should disaster strike, the program headquarters would bear the burden. Even if one day the relevant authorities came to investigate. Should the program fail, there would be no regrets. By the riverbank, Wang Fan steadied his emotions, trembling slightly. Brother, this field artillery, it can't be real, right? Su Yun remained silent, unwilling to assert that the cannon was fake. In his mind, detailed information materialized. Weapon name: Type 92 105mm field gun. Compatible ammunition: shells, incendiary shells, chemical shells. Maximum range: 18, 200m. Current status: severely damaged, no longer usable. No danger. The details were so comprehensive that it seemed to list every production line for each screw. Su Yun was at a loss for words. What on earth? Is this never-ending? I barely survived the grenades and explosives earlier, and now there's field artillery? He glanced at Wang Fan. Hey Wang, you used to be quite brave. Why the cowardice now? Wang Fan blinked, contemplating. Brother, I was genuinely scared during the cannibal incident. But I'm not foolish. A few knife wounds can be healed, but this cannon. One shot and I'd be obliterated. His reasoning was sound. So why don't you give it a try? This is indeed a field artillery piece. Don't be afraid. Be brave like a man. Really? Wang Fan was eager to try. The curiosity of the little chubby boy was greater than that of the slim ones. Despite the intimidating appearance of the field cannon, this was, after all, his first encounter with a real cannon. All right, let us do it. With a small, chubby hand, he hesitantly approached the cold barrel. Wow, brother, this is the real deal. Which boy could resist the allure of a field cannon? What if I presented an intercontinental missile? How would you choose? Try and you'll meet your demise. This is indeed a field artillery piece. Following the streamer is wonderful. Free food and lodging, and I get to see cannons. Great. Everyone seems to have forgotten about the bag of bombs the streamer caught. If this is a real field artillery piece, then we're in serious trouble. Su Yun was certainly aware that the field artillery was genuine. His intention for Wang Fan to touch it was merely to let him experience it. So, what do we do now? Should we send this cannon to Director Chun and the others? Su Yun found himself at a loss for alternatives. All right, where did Officer Hong go? He seems to have gone to relieve himself. Wang Fan remarked. No, we can only call the police now. When faced with problems or difficulties, seek the help of the police. This was the lesson he learned from his mother, teachers, and parents since childhood. From a distance, Su Yun spotted a familiar figure hiding behind a large tree, facing away from him. Though slightly disheveled at the moment, he gathered his breath and shouted, Officer Hong, I need to report something. Someone is calling me. Officer Hong did not move, merely turning his head toward the riverbank. The sight of a field artillery piece towering above startled him. The process of relieving himself abruptly halted. Where did this come from? Where did you get this field artillery? Has the enemy approached? Officer Hong hastily pulled up his trousers and sprinted over. His mature and composed face twisted in disbelief. Field artillery. This is truly a field artillery piece. Officer Hong stuttered. Su Yun, brother, how did this happen? I thought I asked you to watch the fishing rod. Just a quick phone call and a moment to relieve himself, and this occurred. Su Yun scratched his head and recounted the events in detail. In an instant, Officer Hong was left bewildered, his mind buzzing with confusion. You mean, you were just fishing for eels and, inadvertently, produced a field artillery piece? Officer Hong, just kill me now. Don't panic, Officer Hong. Keep your composure. Su Yun, I truly just wanted to catch an eel. Field artillery, should I just go back? The field artillery stood silently by the riverbank. The police had been called, and Officer Hong had arrived. Su Yun and Wang Fan rubbed their hands together. Officer Hong, what should we do about this? Officer Hong sighed. Heaven knows how to handle this. Sometimes, being a police officer can be quite helpless. Even children know, when in trouble, seek the police. But with a situation like Su Yun's, have you considered the feelings of the police? Officer Hong was the head of the criminal investigation team, not an arms expert. He thought the earlier discovery of the bomb was thrilling enough. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was faced with a field artillery piece. How was he to continue living like this? Alas, Officer Hong felt his scalp tingle. He had just assured Director Chun that nothing would go awry. How could this happen? Never mind. I'd better call Director Chun and consult him. I can't resolve this artillery issue. It's not that I don't want to. I truly cannot. If it were a corpse, Officer Hong could investigate. But a cannon? What was he supposed to do? He might as well be blasted away. Ding, ding, ding. On the ring road, Director Chun's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Officer Hong from the criminal investigation team, An ominous premonition washed over him. Director Chen straightened his posture and answered seriously. Old Hong, what is going on? Officer Hong's voice was warm and reassuring. Who could understand that feeling of having to seek help from a superior when you can't handle something yourself? Officer Hong was almost moved to tears. Director Chen, there's something. Old Hong, just speak plainly. Director Chen felt that Officer Hong was concealing something. Well, Director, how about you and Deputy Director Zhang come back? Director Chen. Deputy Director Zhang. What is this about? They had barely gotten onto the ring road, and now they were to return? Director Chen furrowed his brow. Old Hong, Deputy Director Zhang and I are on our way to report to higher-ups. Is there something that can't wait until we return? Well, it can't wait. Officer Hong was resolute, leaving Director Chen momentarily speechless. Director Chen, Su Yun has gotten into trouble again. Chapter 57. Director, please return swiftly. The mere mention of the name, Su Yun, left Director Chen momentarily stunned. Another incident? The driver, responsible for the vehicle, smoothly decelerated and began merging into the slower lane. Deputy Director Zhang perked up, his ears attuned. At some point, the name Su Yun had become synonymous with notoriety within the Longhai City Police Department. That man had transformed into a peculiar emblem, a regular visitor at the precinct. Chen took a deep breath, mentally bracing himself. Old Hong, just tell me, what is the matter? Director, you ought to breathe deeply. Prepare yourself, for I fear your heart may not withstand this news. Officer Hong was not jesting. Come on. Director Chen had encountered countless formidable situations before, having emerged from numerous tempests. Su Yun was merely in his 20s. What could he possibly do that was beyond comprehension? Well, Director, Su Yun has managed to extricate a field cannon from the Wild River. Director Chen. Deputy Director Zhang. The sudden silence was palpable. The term field cannon struck like thunder. Both men felt their heads buzzing, with thoughts colliding chaotically within their minds. This was problematic. They could scarcely process what they were hearing. Old Hong, are you joking? A field cannon cannot simply be pulled from a river. Do you grasp the magnitude of this situation? Director Chen's mind was a blank slate. The concept of a field cannon was utterly incomprehensible. He felt as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Upon hearing this, Officer Hong forced a wry smile. Director, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The field cannon is indeed real. How it was retrieved? You must inquire of Su Yun himself. Director Chen. Ding dong. To dispel any doubt, Officer Hong sent over a photograph of the field cannon alongside Su Yun. Buzz. At the sight of the photograph, Director Chen was rendered utterly speechless. His mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate two fists. The field cannon was undeniably a field cannon. Having served in a military's cooking unit, Chen had had the privilege of witnessing such steel behemoths firsthand. Turn around. Return immediately. Director Chen commanded. The driver promptly accelerated into the highway service area. Deputy Director Zhang. Our meeting with the minister must be postponed. We need to return at once. Indeed, Deputy Director Zhang nodded, pulling out his phone to contact Minister Qi directly. Old Qi, regarding the Wild River bomb incident, we shall discuss it later. An urgent matter has arisen. Until next time, beep, beep, beep. Minister Qi, seated in his office organizing documents, was left perplexed. What was going on? He had recently heard of the Longhai City Police Department's swift resolution of cases, consistently dismantling major crimes. News of their successes had spread widely across the internet and media. He had hoped to clarify the bomb incident during this discussion, only to be informed that it would not take place. It was impossible for Minister Qi to claim he was not irked. He was filled with confusion. What could possibly be more pressing than reporting on the bomb incident? At the banks of the Wild River behind the Longhai City Police Department, Officer Hong notified headquarters for immediate support. Within minutes, the area surrounding the field cannon was teeming with personnel. While the individuals were from the same unit, the cannon was not the same one. SWAT team leader Su Tianlong, along with team leader Liu from the anti-drug unit, and members of the technical and forensic departments had all converged to witness the spectacle. Faced with the towering iron beast, SWAT team leader Su Tianlong wore an expression of astonishment. This is a field cannon from decades past. What? Did the technical department fail to detect it while scanning the river? The person in charge of the technical department was equally baffled. He had personally led the team, employing advanced instruments to scan the area multiple times, yet they had uncovered nothing. Just as he settled into his chair, still warm from the previous occupant, Officer Hong's call came through. Su Yun has retrieved a field cannon. In an instant, all officers at the Longhai City Police Department regarded Su Yun with expressions of bewilderment, complexity, shock, and fear. Outside, mere meters away, a cordon of police tape encircled the area as onlookers and curious citizens gathered, drawn to the scene. Good heavens! There is indeed a cannon. Darling, come quickly, I want to take a photo. The crowd's enthusiasm was uncontainable. The technical department, equipped with precision instruments, scoured the river once more, yet still found nothing. The responsible official speculated that perhaps the mud had concealed the cannon. He believed that after this round of scanning, they should find no foreign objects. Now we await the director's return to hear what Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun have to say. A group of people gathered, conversing animatedly. The crowd continued to swell. Su Yun and Wang Fan squatted by the riverbank, their stomachs growling. Wang Fan lamented, "Brother, I'm starving. I'm hungry too." Su Yun glanced at the eel he had painstakingly caught and placed in a bucket. This eel was notorious for burrowing into the depths, drawn to the field cannon. Frustrated, Wang Fan grabbed the eel from the bucket and slapped it across the face. "From now on, don't burrow anywhere." With two bulging eyes, the eel seemed to protest silently. "First of all, I haven't wronged anyone. You all retrieved the cannon, yet I'm the one getting slapped." Sitting idly was not an ideal situation. Leaving was not an option, yet staying only increased their hunger. Su Yun noticed bubbles continuously rising from the river. Without a doubt, fish were abundant in the waters at this moment. Alas, this troublesome eel could not be eaten raw. Perhaps he should catch a grass carp for sashimi to satiate their hunger? Officer Hong, the technical department, just surveyed the area. "Surely there won't be any more munitions to recover?" Officer Hong nodded. "Yes, that's correct. The technical department's leader assured us there is no issue." "That's a relief." Su Yun sighed in relief. "In that case, I'll dive in and catch a few grass carps for sashimi." With that, he jumped into the river with a splash. The crowd, for reasons unknown, apprehension suddenly filled the air. Su Tianlong approached Officer Hong calmly. "Old Hong, why did you allow Su Yun to go down again? Are you not concerned about potential dangers? First, it was a bomb. Now it's a field cannon. Surely we can't have a third incident?" Officer Hong, having faith in the technical department, reassured him. "Old Su, do not fret. The technical department just conducted a survey, and if they say there is no problem, then there is indeed no problem." Su Tianlong turned away, silent. He discreetly observed the technical department officers, equipped and moving further away. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, "Old Hong, to be frank, do you trust the technical department's technology, or do you trust the hands of Su Yun?" Chapter 58. The right eyelid is twitching. This sensation feels oddly familiar. The technical department relies on data inference. Su Yun's hands, they seem to be guided by supernatural forces. No, it's even more bizarre than that. Officer Hong shivered uncontrollably. At this moment, any attempt to intervene was futile. "Old Su, you were right. The technical department can make mistakes, but Su Yun has never faltered. He truly collects corpses. He genuinely retrieves human flesh. He indeed operates heavy artillery. He embodies sincerity and audacity. Look at how frightened Officer Hong is." The host is undeniably uncanny. This cannot be denied. It's remarkable enough to manage one field artillery piece. What's next? A second? Let us place our bets. What gambler has ever lost continuously? The live broadcast popularity soared, leading to trending topic number 1. Contestant 54, Su Yun, unveils a field artillery piece. Trending topic número 2. Contestant 54, Su Yun, retrieves a sack of grenades and bombs. Trending topic number 3. Contestant 54, Su Yun, ranks first overall in the program. If there is one person capable of monopolizing the screen, it must be Su Yun. The barrage of comments declared. He is a mysterious man. There are black markets online auctioning the hands of contestant 54, Su Yun, for a staggering 10 million. That ordinary iron claw, 1 million. The basket for external sale, 800,000. Shoes, clothes, anything related to Su Yun can attract attention. Perhaps even the production team never anticipated that a mere scavenger would hold such immense value. Furthermore, several trending posts on Weibo read, according to reports from our 2.5-year intern journalist, Kyoto has suddenly seen the emergence of hundreds of scavengers teaming up. Will scavenging become a mainstream activity in the future? Is it truly shameful to scavenge? Some netizens have discovered that the scavenging organization is expanding, and their leader is none other than contestant 54, Su Yun. Below, please enjoy a journalist's interview. In the video, 5 tall, model-like beauties wield iron claws and carry baskets. The leading woman in black stockings bears a banner, Beauty's Brigade. The reporter hurriedly approaches. Hello. May I ask why you young ladies choose to scavenge? You have such a promising youth. Why not do something else? Our reporter is an outstanding graduate from Tsinghua and Peking University, adept at capturing the spotlight. The 5 beauties exchanged glances with the reporter. Their expressions conveyed confusion and disbelief. Why scavenge? Is that even question? It is undoubtedly about having a belief, working 996. From 9 to 5, laboring for capital? They've long grown weary of the feeling of being a corporate drone. So what is wrong with scavenging? Scavenging can also lead to wealth. That before the reporter could finish, the 5 beauties pushed him aside. Step aside. You're obstructing our scavenging. From a distance, the sight of 5 youthful beauties scavenging was visually striking. However, at that moment, the leading beauty in black stockings received a phone call. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Is it true? Another PhD graduate from Tsinghua and Peking University wants to join us? Welcome, of course. Come to me now, and I will provide you with equipment." Reporter, the video concluded here, leaving a somewhat disjointed impression, yet the cameraman captured one final scene. Viewers discerned. The reporter was in tears. This video spread widely across the internet, with the barrage and comments ominously surpassing 10 million. PhD beauties from Tsinghua and Peking University are scavenging? Well, my, a college dropout even doing? According to the latest expert statistics, scavenging has become a new form of entertainment for young people. Has the beggar clan been revitalized? Starting to scavenge at a young age saves 50 years of detours. That man's influence is tremendous. As self-media bloggers and netizens edited and disseminated Su Yun's exploits in various flamboyant formats, the headquarters of the program, the strongest challenger, witnessed a chilling atmosphere. Heads of various departments hurried to the director's office. Director, contestant 99 has given up. He watched those videos online, and now he feels inferior. We consulted a psychologist, and he diagnosed him with mild depression. Director, contestants 235, 333, and nearly 20 others are experiencing similar conditions. When I inquired, these contestants have all become withdrawn. Their exact words were, "How could I possibly compete with contestant 54? Just imagine, a scavenger outshining those in other professions, be they white-collar or golden-collar workers. Anyone would doubt themselves in such a scenario, right?" The chief director rubbed his temples, troubled. Have any of these contestants expressed the desire to withdraw from the program? No. Several department heads exchanged strange looks. These withdrawn contestants, not only do they have no intention of quitting, but they have started to idolize contestant 54, they say, since they cannot compete. They might as well join. Chief Director, in contestant 54, Su Yun's live stream, the popularity and viewership exceeded 1 million. The surging crowd brought forth a flurry of comments. Newcomers, reporting for duty. Contestant 54 never accommodates idlers. Is our leader present? I have a date I wish to discuss with him. Hey, chubby one, please move your face. I want to see Su Yun. Let us place our bets. Place our bets, it's a done deal. All right, I'm betting on a nuclear bomb. All right, I'm betting on a UFO spaceship. I refuse to believe that someone can push out artillery. It must be a coincidence. Cameraman Wang Fan stood by the riverside, observing the lively atmosphere of the live stream, feeling quite pleased. It's great to be with Su Yun, old Hong. Su Yun has been submerged for a while now. He would drown, would he? Should we send someone to check? The special police team leader, Su Tianlong, inquired. Just then, the once tranquil river surface began to churn. Fish and shrimp leaped. Water snakes, and eels scurried. Various river creatures fled toward the shore. It was as if they were fleeing from a flood or a predator. Boom! The tremors intensified. The river water grew murkier. On the shore, hundreds of spectators stared wide-eyed, as if something colossal was about to emerge. What is happening? An earthquake? So many fish and shrimp are jumping ashore. The riverbank 1T collapse, will it? Fear spread across the crowd. Observing this, Officer Hong felt a chill run down his spine. His lips trembled uncontrollably from shock. What is this strangely familiar sensation? Why does this scene feel so reminiscent? Why? My right eyelid is twitching incessantly. Could it be? Could it be? Brother Su Yun, please do not toy with me. Chapter 59. No yoke. The wild river unleashes a cannon. Officer Hong trembled with anticipation. Indeed, it was true. His brother was absolutely right. A thunderous roar echoed as a pipe, thicker than a garbage can, slowly emerged from the water's surface. It was dark and ominously deep. This time, the cannon's muzzle loomed ominously, aimed at the crowd. The crowd gasped, "Good heavens! A cannon! Run! This one's even bigger than the last. I merely came to join the fun, and now my life is at stake. What's going on? Is this wild river staging an arms exhibition today? Officer, I need to report this. There's a cannon here." One particularly conspicuous individual shouted. Officer Hong felt a surge of despair. It has emerged. Yet another cannon unearthed by Brother Su. Su Tianlong patted Officer Hong on the shoulder. Sometimes, police officers wish they could report something too. The crowd scattered in panic while the officers stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Witnessing a cannon being pulled from the river was astounding. And there was another one still submerged, water not yet drained away. Wang Fan wore a bitter smile. "Brother, we agreed to go fishing, not to pull out another cannon. Are we destined to confront these cannons today? If you have something on your mind, you can share it with me." "Another cannon. Brothers, let us meet on the rooftop. I'm done for. I've lost everything. Is today a cannon live stream? Streamer, are you going to do something?" "Officer Hong, please feel free to bombard me. Thank you. Is this never-ending? A little cow on an electric blanket. Impressive." Once more, a field artillery piece was drawn from the river by Su Yun. He was acutely aware of the moment he touched the cannon. Detailed information flooded his mind. Name, 150 mm, type 38 field howitzer. Compatible ammunition, shells, incendiary, chemical, armor-piercing. Maximum range, 58-90 m. Current condition, heavily damaged, inoperable, no danger. Fantastic, Su Yun thought, bemused. Another cannon emerged, glorious as a lotus from the water. He waved at Officer Hong. "Officer Hong, I truly came to fish. It was an accident, but I thought one cannon is rather lonely. In our culture, we cherish pairs, don't we? My mother always says, having pairs brings good fortune." Officer Hong, if possible, wished to deliver a sharp reprimand to Su Yun. Did he truly think that bringing forth another cannon to keep the first company was logical? Why not summon a whole artillery battalion while he was at it? Su Tianlong patted Officer Hong's shoulder, concerned he might act irrationally. "Old Hong, we're police officers. We must not err. Brother Su is acting out of goodwill. He is young. We must guide him." Rarely did the tough Su Tianlong exhibit such gentleness. Su Yun scratched his head, emerging from the river, offering a platter of raw fish sashimi. "Officer Hong, you must be exhausted. Would you care for some?" Officer Hong rolled his eyes. Without further ado, he immediately summoned the head of the technical department. 8 fully armed personnel stood by, eyes wide as they watched yet another field cannon resting on the riverbank. The technical team leader was bewildered, observing Su Yun indulging in his meal. "What is going on? Are we at odds today? I'm just a technician. I've not wronged anyone. Can someone explain why? My precision instruments have been scoured through 5 times without yielding any results. Yet here I am, called back after barely sipping water." The technical team leader felt utterly defeated. His armed colleagues wore expressions of exhaustion. "Captain, can I report this? Honestly, sometimes the police feel utterly helpless. This is unbearable. All that training wasted. Perhaps I should sell these high-precision instruments for scrap metal." At that moment, Officer Hong empathized with the technical team leader more than anyone else. "Do not be discouraged. Think of another way. I will report to Director Chun. Suddenly, the phone rang, a call from Director Chun. Hello, Old Hong? What is the matter? Director Chun's voice trembled, clearly anxious. Officer Hong initially hesitated to speak, but the sight of yet another cannon emerging from the water compelled him to provide an update. After a brief silence, he stated bluntly, Director Chun, just a minute ago, another field cannon emerged from the wild river. Director Chun. Deputy Director Zhang. Another field cannon? Good grief. Deputy Director Zhang, overhearing. Couldn't he help but curse. What do you mean another field cannon? Are we in a joke? Do you think these cannons are popping out like fried dumplings? Director Chen's face turned crimson with frustration. All right, Old Hong, don't panic. Stay calm. Officer Hong forced a smile. Director, I'm fine. I'm just worried about your heart. Director Chan retorted, what is there to worry about? I've seen storms far worse than this. Old Hong, do you think I lack perspective? It's just another cannon. If you can, have him pull out an entire arms depot. If he dares, I'll nominate him for a third-class merit award. Don't stop him. Let Brother Sue handle it. That rascal can't possibly escalate this further. Can he? Officer Hong realized the director had seemingly chosen to surrender to the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, he believed Brother Sue would refrain from further diving into the river. Rest assured, Director Chun, Brother Sue will not. Splash. Before he could finish, a familiar figure dove into the water with a splash. Wait a moment. Officer Hong's smile froze. He stood there in shock, shouting at the top of his lungs. Why did he jump in again? Wang Fan, you rotund fool. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on Suyin? Why did he jump in again? Wang Fan swallowed a piece of sashimi and wiped his hands on his backside. Officer Hong, I didn't have enough sashimi. I went down to fetch some more. Chapter 60. You went down to fish and pulled up an arsenal? Should I go down again? Oh heavens! Officer Hong felt on the brink of madness. However, on the phone, Director Chun was already bellowing, Old Hong, don't hold back. Let Brother Sue do his thing. I'm tuning into the live stream right now. I refuse to believe. The call abruptly ended. Officer Hong's face was filled with helplessness as the officers stared intently at the river surface. Sure enough, something unexpected occurred. The technical department's detection efforts proved futile. Ultimately, the team leader deduced there must be a magnetic interference at the riverbed. Just then, a small, blackened iron frame, encrusted with silt, was hurled from the water. Below the surface, Su Yun exclaimed, Damn, you foul beast. If you have the guts, blow me up today. If you can't kill me, I'll keep at it. I just want to fish. Why are you bombarding me? Before Officer Hong and the others could react, after the mortar was cast out, a thick iron tube followed suit. Oh my, a rocket launcher! Subsequently, the officers by the riverbank stood dumbfounded. They simply watched as mortars, rocket launchers, tank tracks, tank barrels, rifles, submachine guns, and heavy machine guns were continuously ejected from the water. Each weapon was accompanied by either a grass carp, a blackhead, or an eel. Su Yin was indeed fishing in the river. But if you're fishing, can't you refrain from all this? There is no room left on the riverbank. This isn't fishing. You've unearthed an arsenal? Dingling. As he watched the live stream from his vehicle, an infuriated Director Chun called, Old Hong, why are you still dawdling? We can't let this little troublemaker run amok. Hurry and stop Su Yun. Officer Hong's mind was still processing. Director, didn't you say to leave him be? Chun retorted, clearly irritated. However, this kid could really bring forth an arsenal. Chun scolded right now immediately. Stop him. As long as he is not fishing, he can do whatever he wants. Why are you still standing there? Don't let him continue. At that moment, the live stream audience, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was collectively entranced, paying utmost attention. Host, you are truly insane. I'm in awe. I'm in awe, is that enough? Stop fishing, or you'll become a warlord. You were supposed to fish, yet you've pulled out an arsenal. This is more thrilling than watching a drama. From now on, the scrap collection industry will reach new heights. Officer Hong and his team exerted tremendous effort to locate Su Yun from within the river. This kid could truly hold his breath. Is he a turtle? Holding his breath for over 10 minutes? Even in that murky water, he continued frantically tossing items onto the bank. This could set a Guinness World Record. Once on land, Su Yun appeared disgruntled, clearly unsatisfied. Officer Hong, there are still plenty of cannons down there. wait for me to bring them up. Officer Hong replied. No, don't. We don't need your help with the cannons. Just sit tight. After much persuasion, Suyin finally settled down on the riverbank. Alongside Wang Fan, the two indulged in some raw fish. Wang Fan felt as though he were in a dream. Bro, you're incredible. How'd you get so agitated while fishing? If Officer Hong and the others hadn't stopped you, were you really planning to pull out an arsenal? Su Yun remained silent. He wasn't agitated. He was simply frustrated. He genuinely wanted to fish peacefully. Yet, while he was indeed catching fish, he was also pulling up cannons and rocket launchers. Did they really think he wouldn't dare throw them on a bank? As he spoke, a fleet of police cars approached. From a distance, Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang wore serious expressions, followed by several elderly gentlemen carrying toolboxes. Upon witnessing the amassed weapons resembling an arsenal on the riverbank, Director Chun shot a glance at Su Yun. This kid was undeniably infuriating. Director, you finally returned. What should we do now? How are we to handle all these large items? Officer Hong felt a headache coming on. The riverbank was too narrow to maneuver the field artillery. They weren't professionals and had no means to manage it. After speaking, Director Chun patted Officer Hong on the shoulder. You've all worked hard. I've already contacted relevant experts on the way. Let them take a look. A few elderly specialists sprang into action. They began tapping and examining, occasionally explaining and calculating on scrap paper. It appeared both mysterious and sophisticated. Wang Fan remarked, Bro, those old men look quite professional. Suya nodded. They are experts. He slowly stood, feeling the remnants of fish in his stomach, and asked, Do you want to eat something warm soon? Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Bro, how did you know I'm still hungry? This raw fish is really too greasy. But we can't leave now. Su Yun grinned. Who said we can't leave? Bro, do you have a plan? Su Yun smiled, choosing not to respond. He then approached Officer Hong and whispered, Officer Hong, may I ask, once we resolve these large items, can we go back for a meal? Officer Hong instinctively rolled his eyes. This kid was thinking about food at a time like this? Yes, once they resolved it, they could leave. However, the issue was that these large items were immovable. The experts suggested dismantling the field artillery into parts. However, due to the unexpected incident, they hadn't brought enough tools. Dismantling the artillery was no easy task. Let us wait a bit longer. Officer Hong stated. The director still has questions for you. He was gazing ahead, completely oblivious that during his speech, Su Yun had already leaned in. Excuse me, gentlemen. Are you planning to dismantle the field artillery into components? Upon hearing this, the elderly dismantling experts exchanged glances, looking at the instigator. Out of politeness, they nodded yes. Dismantling the field artillery is indeed challenging, especially these older models from decades ago. The internal structure is quite complex. Fully dismantling it could take several hours. The elderly experts began to chatter. While they spoke, Su Yun picked up a sturdy fish bone from the ground. With a snap, he found the right spot and expertly inserted it into the field artillery. With a twist and a turn. Chapter 61. The Engineering Corps. The Arm Department. The Divine Su. To outsiders, the fishbone is small and crisp. This scene resembles a butcher slaughtering a pig, while you, wielding a 3D carrot knife, stab at someone with a theatrical flair. The seasoned experts blink in astonishment, pondering the actions of the young man. A quick glance at the fishbone, followed by a look at the trembling remnants of the field artillery, reveals the truth only to Su Yun. The fishbone penetrates the internal mechanical structure of the cannon. As the saying goes, a single poke delivers system skills. There are still numerous gaps in the field artillery. Naturally, substituting a fishbone for a silver needle diminishes the effectiveness. However, system skills embody conceptual techniques. Just as the seasoned experts were about to comment, the first model of the 92 type field cannon disassembled. The barrel rolled away, coming to rest at the feet of several astonished experts. The barrel seemed to complain, "Excuse me, what foot is so grand?" The experts exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the reality of the situation. Was this truly happening? Had the 92 type field cannon really disassembled without any intervention? The experts struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. They were captivated by the sight of the formidable 92 type cannon reduced to scattered parts in an instant. Officer Hong looked on, perplexed. while Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang shared similar expressions of disbelief. Is this the same technique? A familiar sensation. Aside from seasoned experts, all the officers from the Longhai City Police Bureau recognized the method. Just moments ago, this individual had disarmed grenades and bombs in the same manner. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet as everyone hesitated to disrupt the extraordinary moment. In the rear, Wang Fan was once again in awe of Su Yun's prowess. His chubby face quivered with excitement. Bro, incredible. Just like that. You are my idol. I adore you, brother. The photographer chimed in. Please keep it down. Another voice lamented. You ruined the mood I was trying to create. Yet another echoed. This scene feels so familiar. The bomb disposal expert remarked. I recognize this. Wow, stunning. Daily, you astonish a group of seasoned experts, huh? That's it. With this broadcast, the experts may question their very existence. Disarming grenades and bombs is one thing. But can you really dismantle a cannon like this? The seasoned experts suddenly realized something was amiss and hurriedly called out to Su Yun. Young man, wait a moment. How did you manage that? Show me the fishbone. In disbelief, the experts were adamant in their skepticism. The fishbone was indeed in Su Yun's hand, sharp and pungent with the scent of fish. The expression on the experts' faces was one of incredulity. Young man, how did you accomplish this? This defies scientific explanation. Su Yun replied, here we go again. Have you heard the saying, great strength yields miraculous results? The experts were momentarily stunned. Just those 4 words nearly caused them to have a mental breakdown. Allow me to demonstrate. He bent down and picked up a suitably sized branch from the ground, aiming it at the 150mm field howitzer. With the same familiar technique, the artillery crumbled as if made of paper, scattering parts everywhere. The hearts of the seasoned experts shattered alongside it. After a lifetime dedicated to dismantling and acquiring knowledge in their field, they never imagined they would be outperformed by a young man, completely and utterly defeated. Seeing this, Officer Hong felt a sense of helplessness, concerned that the seasoned expert's pride would be wounded. He quickly stepped forward to comfort them. Professor Fong, don't take this young man too seriously. His hands are rather extraordinary. Is that so? The experts, seeing Su Yun for the first time, were still confused about the rules of engagement. Officer Hong added, we genuinely want to understand the principles behind this twist and turn. Is it a principle of mechanics or the Pythagorean theorem? Well, Officer Hong replied, doesn't he really understand the principles either? But if you must use an adjective to describe him, divine, or you could call him Master Su. As they spoke, the sound of vehicles echoed along the riverbank. Several camouflage trucks came to a halt, and a group of engineers in military uniforms quickly disembarked, armed with specialized tools. The engineering corps had arrived. The armed department was present as well. These were all prearranged by Director Chun, as dealing with artillery and munitions fell outside the jurisdiction of the police. Soon, the armed department and the engineering corps arrived on the scene, only to find the ground strewn with neatly organized munitions parts. The engineers were left bewildered, their faces reflecting confusion. Where are the cannons? We were told there were several. Who took our job? The situation grew increasingly awkward. Director Chun stepped forward to explain, urging Officer Hong to take Su Yun back to the police station. He was genuinely apprehensive, fearing that if the seasoned experts became stubborn, they might take Su Yun for further examination. All this trouble over meal. The armed department and engineers quickly organized their equipment to address the remaining munitions in the river. As for Su Yun, he was contentedly enjoying a warm meal. My goodness, brother, the food at the police station is fantastic. I feel I could never leave this place. This old vinegar fish is simply delightful, Wang Fan exclaimed, relishing every bite. Officer Hong watched the two devour their food and smiled. Eat while it's hot, and don't hold back. After you're full, sleep well. Don't wander aimlessly. Our fish is prepared by the new chef at the cafeteria. Everyone calls this Dishmaster Kang's old vinegar fish. Chapter 62. A reward of 100,000. Second-class merit. Please exercise restraint. Early the next morning, various departments, including the Longhai City Police Department and the Armed Forces, jointly issued a series of urgent official announcements. A significant arms cache has been discovered in the Wild River. It has been successfully dealt with. The incident has been transferred to the relevant military authorities for management. Arms are no trivial matter. We hope that the vast number of netizens can learn from Mr. Su. Note, a crucial reminder, learn his spirit. Do not emulate his actions. The Wild River is under a state of lockdown. We urge local residents of Longhai City to refrain from approaching carelessly. A significant statement. Weapons are prohibited items in China. Their danger is exceedingly high. For the safety of the public and the welfare of the majority of residents, please keep away from flammable and explosive materials. Remember, when in doubt, seek the police. When in difficulty, seek the police. At this moment, the Longhai City Police, along with the armed forces, extend their gratitude for Mr. Su's courageous actions. One by one, the authoritative official announcements came forth, once again elevating Su Yun to the top of the trending list, prompting numerous netizens to comment. Su Yun is the fiercest man I have ever seen. Isn't he the one at number 54? Always topping the charts. When will he finally engage in a legitimate scavenging venture? Now, that would be a spectacle. Has Su Banzian not gone live today? Ever since watching Su Banzian's livestream, my back pain has vanished, my legs no longer ache, and I have never been constipated. As the clock struck 7, the system's sign-in notification chimed on cue. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's delightful entertainment tips are as follows. Set aside personal integrity and relish a life of mischief. Reject mental exhaustion. When something arises, simply lose your mind. Ding. Today's sign-in reward. Charisma 5. Strength 2. Today's fortune reading. Minor auspiciousness and minor misfortune. Excellent. Su Yun gazed into the mirror. He had once again become remarkably handsome. No choice. The heavens bestowed upon him fortune, and he relied solely on his talent. Minor auspiciousness and minor misfortune is still acceptable. After all, he had survived a significant omen. Rising, he washed up. Upon opening the door, he found Wang Fan, the chubby boy, squatting on the toilet, grinning widely while engrossed in his phone. Their eyes met. Who are you? Where's my brother? I'll let you in. Su Yun. Have I become so handsome that you don't recognize me? Surely it cannot be that exaggerated. Charisma 3. His nose had become more prominent, his eyes larger, his skin even better. Did he not resemble his true self? Knock, knock, knock. Officer Hong entered the room. Upon seeing Su Yun's handsome face, he too was momentarily taken aback. Kid, you become even more handsome overnight. He set down the breakfast of buns and porridge and took a seat. Eat up. Director Chen asked me to bring you breakfast. After you finish, we'll be on our way. Huh? Su Yun and Wang Fan exchanged glances. The buns they were about to enjoy suddenly lost their appeal. Wang Fan's chubby face fell. Officer Hong, is it really necessary to rush us so soon? The arms were retrieved by my brother. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, didn't the relevant departments already handle the arms? Understanding their misunderstanding, Officer Hong chuckled. What are you thinking? Director Chun has something to discuss with you. Su Yun, it has nothing to do with you, chubby boy. In the office of the Longhai City Police Chief, as Su Yun stepped into the room, both Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chun rose simultaneously. Their gazes fixated on Su Yun's fair hands. Upon confirming there was nothing in his hands, they finally relaxed and took their seats. Su Yun, my young brother, please sit. I called you early this morning to present you with an award. An award? Su Yun remained silent, ears perked up, attentively listening. Indeed, yesterday, we indeed uncovered an arms cache at the bottom of the Wild River. Following your lead, we unearthed a total of 12 field artillery pieces, 8 mortars, 5 rocket launchers, countless rifles, machine guns, and ammunition. According to expert analysis from the relevant departments, these were buried here by a certain army of a fallen nation during wartime decades ago. The danger is exceedingly high. Nobody had detected it for decades. The armed forces have mentioned that they wish to grant you a cash reward of 100,000 yuan for your brave actions. Our police department will additionally apply for a second-class merit for you. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? 100,000 yuan in cash, plus a second-class merit. What a remarkable offer. The cash prize is tangible and needs no further elaboration. But the second-class merit? Such accolades are not easily bestowed. Not to mention, just by virtue of the second-class merit, one could write their name on the family tree's first page. Is that too much to ask? Su Yun readily accepted. After all, he had risked significant misfortune to achieve this. There was no reason to refuse. As he prepared to leave, Deputy Director Zhang stood up with a smile, cautiously stating, "Su Yun, my young brother. As an elder, I have a request for you. Let us participate in the show properly. Aren't we scavengers by profession? Let us stick to proper scavenging. Let us not delve into those chaotic matters anymore. Be obedient. Is that agreeable?" Su Yun? What's he talking about? Why does it sound as though he wishes to scavenge? Counting on his fingers, ever since he began scavenging, had he not been equally fortunate? Corpses were not his intention to scavenge, nor were arms. He truly did not wish to scavenge. The key is, those items always seem to seek him out. Forget it. Speaking too much brings only bitter tears. No one could understand. Upon leaving the chief's office, ding dong, a message notification popped up on his Huawei Mate 60 bank account ending in received cash deposit of 100,000 yuan. How timely. Ding dong. At that moment, a message appeared on his WeChat. "Brother, shall we meet for a duel tonight? Let us fight." Huh? Su Yun was bewildered, not knowing when a woman named Bing Bing had appeared on his WeChat, speaking in a flirtatious tone. Each of her messages accompanied by a philosophical image. All right, it must be the handiwork of that pesky Wong fan. Ding ling ling. Just as he contemplated deleting this Bing Bing woman, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. "Hello? Cough, cough." The voice on the other end belonged to the chief director of the program, clearing his throat. Upon realizing it was Su Yun, he immediately perked up. "Su Yun, have you had breakfast yet? Are you tired? Would you like me to arrange a few days off for you?" This tone was almost obsequious. It must be the chief director. It makes sense, as only the chief director has the authority to grant special leaves to contestants. After a moment of thought, Su Yun replied, "Director, please speak plainly. What is on your mind?" The director chuckled. "Well, it's nothing too serious. Our program has been particularly popular lately, and I wanted to discuss something with you. Previously, we mentioned a 5 revenue share for you, and now the program group intends to increase it to 10. Additionally, I have a small favor to ask of you. During our live broadcasts, could you perhaps tone it down a notch?" Chapter 63. The Discovery of a Mysterious Black Wire. A day filled with hope. Can you tone it down a bit? Is this something Su Yun can control just by saying so? Why does everyone think it was intentional on my part? Do I not wish to collect discarded items properly? Do I long for daily encounters with the police? Do I wish to renounce my humanity? Certainly, the police department is eager to indulge in free meals. Suddenly, Su Yun rolled his eyes dramatically. "Director, fine, I shall endeavor to comply." After ending the call, an overwhelming sense of frustration washed over me. That rascal Wong fan. He arrived again with a camera, and without uttering a word, he commenced the live broadcast. "Darling, you look dashing again today. Wow, I never knew the streamer was this handsome. You should debut right here." All right, he looks so good while scavenging. "Family, I can't go on living. Let us get started, family. Anyone placing big bets today?" "Hello, everyone. I'm a brother from the Gambling Cessation Group. I'll go first. 1,000 on the corpse. An atomic bomb. 10,000 on that. Popularity, 111. Popularity, 111. The broadcast began at its peak, with popularity soaring toward 1,000,000. Perhaps Su Yun himself understood that he was currently the center of attention. "Brother, what shall we do today? How about a foot wash and a massage?" Forget it. The mere thought of the last experience in Tizai village dampened my spirits. My image and persona must be established. There are already people online fabricating absurd nicknames, such as Su the Half-Saint or Su the Cannon. How utterly unpleasant. I cannot allow outsiders to misunderstand me any further. Today, come what may, I shall not engage in any antics. Today, I shall simply collect discarded items. Off we go. Thus, the two set forth, traversing the sidewalk and beginning to gather discarded items by the roadside. At the entrance of the Longhai City Police Department, Deputy Director Zhang and Chief Chen entered a vehicle, preparing to head inside for a reporting meeting. Chief Chi had advised that to advance, one must deliver more reports and summaries. Hearing about the significant cases in Longhai City being resolved one after another, Chief Chi was eager to learn. His desire for progress was palpable. Consequently, Officer Hong and several team leaders stood together. "Chief Chun, rest assured, nothing will go awry in the department. Safe travels. We will take good care of things here." The words sounded rather peculiar. Before leaving, Chief Chun and Deputy Director Zhang spent a considerable time observing Su Yun's live stream, confirming that the lad was earnestly collecting discarded items. Only then did they feel reassured enough to instruct the driver to proceed. Phew! With the chief's departure, it was uncertain when he would return. Once at the meeting, he was sure to receive commendations. This time, our Longhai City Police Department has truly stood tall. One could imagine how proud Chief Chun would appear at the reporting conference. Officer Hong shook his head, chuckling. Let us head back and watch the live stream. Let us not forget the tasks assigned to us by the chief. On Yongchang Street in Longhai City, two figures, one stout and one slender, meandered along the sidewalk. After morning's effort, they had gathered only a few discarded items, but had accumulated numerous fan photos. Local fans seemed to have caught wind of it. Upon seeing Su Yun, they rushed forth seeking autographs and photos. The chubby Wong fan was left feeling neglected at the side, feeling quite aggrieved. It's over. My brother is no longer clean. Alas. After finally sending off the last fan, Su Yun felt exhausted. It seems I'll need to wear a mask when I go out from now on. He finally grasped the challenges of stardom and internet fame. Wong fan picked up a metal claw and tossed a glass cup into Su Yun's basket behind him. Brother, I found a cup. We can wash it and use it. Just right, since we don't have a cup for drinking water. Su Yun, chubby, could you refrain from embarrassing me? We have over 1 million viewers in the live stream. It's fine. We're all robots. Please, continue your performance. Picking up a glass cup is also valid. Indeed, I usually pick up glass cups too. They're great for planting flowers at home. Damn, did the wheel of a car just flatten my face? Get out of the car. Hearing this, Wong fan grinned. No worries, brother. A find is a find. Su Yun couldn't comprehend. As they walked, he inquired, Chubby, do you have a girlfriend? Why are you collecting this junk? It's filthy from someone else's use. Just throw it away. I'll buy you a few new ones. Wong fan shook his head. Brother, you don't understand. We should save where we can and spend where we must. Besides, who told you I don't have a girlfriend? Su Yun retorted. The five-fingered lady doesn't count. Brother, look at your lack of ambition. As Su Yun seemed ready to retaliate, Wong fan immediately surrendered. To be honest, brother, I used your WeChat yesterday to find an online girlfriend. Her name is Bing Bing, the one full of grand ideals. Su Yun was instantly caught between laughter and tears. Are you certain that woman isn't peddling her wares? Brother, saying such things about my sister-in-law makes me want to get angry. Wong fan rolled his eyes. I didn't expect you to take this seriously. Well, brother, can we finish work a bit earlier tonight? I'd like you to accompany me on a date. All right. Su Yun understood the chubby lad's intention. He simply wanted him to tag along for support and perhaps to cover the bill. Considering how earnest Wong fan was, he reluctantly agreed. The two continued on their way. Checking the time, it was nearly mealtime. It seems today's police department meal can't be scrounged after all. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They're not short on funds. They've got over 100,000 in hand. Looking up at the blazing sun, Su Yun silently resolved. Just one more find, then we shall eat. On the roadside, Su Yun was wholly focused and engrossed. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Hey, in my line of sight, a thick black wire appeared tightly wrapped. Wow, this looks quite valuable. Without hesitation, Su Yun hoisted his basket, carelessly tossed aside the metal claw. He approached to take a closer look. Hey, this black wire is quite thick, wrapped in dirt. Assessing its damage, it's clear that it has been abandoned. Good. Today, I shall reap a fortune. Rolling up his sleeves, Su Yun's mind began to ponder how much discarded electrical wire could fetch. How much was it per pound again? Forgotten. Oh well. I'll just take it to the recycling station. The owner there will surely be delighted to receive it. Rubbing his hands together, Su Yun grasped the unwanted thick black wire. As he tugged, the wire unraveled, sending dirt flying. A chunk of stone, coated in white paint and broken into palm-sized pieces, sprang forth from the soil. Upon closer inspection, he noticed two incomplete red characters gleaming on it. National Defense. Chapter 64, National Defense Fiber Optic Cable. Primary trunk line. Surprisingly long black line. Internally divided into numerous smaller strands. Su Yun effortlessly pulled one out. Strangely enough, it came out with ease, and the soil beneath was also quite loose, showing signs of disturbance. This place has been dug up, Su Yun muttered to himself. He casually fiddled with the black strands. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about the wiring, the multitude of tiny strands within the black line caught his eye. Densely packed with various configurations, fiber optics, glass fibers. There were no copper wires or precious metals present. It seemed rather worthless, didn't it? Not far away, just as Su Yun pondered whether to return the line to its original position. The photographer Wang Fan scampered over to the spot where a palm-sized rock had fallen. He picked it up, brushed off the scattered dirt, and examined the two bright red characters inscribed upon it. National Defense. National Defense. Buzz. In an instant, upon seeing these two words, Wang Fan felt as if he had been struck by a high-voltage current. His mouth, large enough to fit two fists, fell agape, and his entire body froze in place. National Defense. Could the black line my brother pulled out possibly be a national defense fiber optic cable? No way, right? Surely it can't be that coincidental? My brother said he wasn't going to do anything today. Wang Fan, uncertain and trembling, handed the rock to Su Yun. Bro, can you take a look at what it says? Su Yun furrowed his brow. The characters on the white-painted stone were not entirely clear, but he could still discern those two words. He glanced at the black line in his hand, which had long since been severed. There were no copper wires, no metal materials. He then looked again at the white-painted stone. Above the incomplete characters for national defense, there was a pentagram. Hiss! In that moment, Su Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. This exposed black line lying out in the open is a national defense fiber optic cable? Wasn't it supposed to be buried underground? How did it suddenly transform into a valuable national defense asset? At that very moment, in the live broadcast room, millions of fans were feasting on the drama unfolding. What a kid, scavenging and stumbling upon a national defense fiber optic cable. Do you know why national defense fiber optic cables need a sign? That thing isn't just protecting the cable. It's protecting you. Our soldiers will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Host, you're truly incredible. You dare to pull on national defense fiber optic cables. I've heard that this thing is worth $72 a second, and you wouldn't even be able to pay for it by stripping down. I've seen it. The line in the host's hand is a primary trunk line, meaning it's even more valuable, more serious, and carries greater consequences. Let me educate you all. National defense fiber optic cables are not particularly expensive in materials. What is costly is the military information and secrets. From the moment you severed that cable, satellites have already locked onto you. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. This host is surely facing some serious consequences, right? No way. It's not easy finding a live stream more thrilling than a drama. Please don't end it. Su Yun and Wang Fan exchanged bewildered glances. They had merely intended to collect discarded lines. How did it turn into a national defense fiber optic cable? Shouldn't this be buried underground? Why is it exposed? Is someone out there trying to lure me in? Su Yun's mind swarmed with chaotic thoughts. Wang Fan's chubby face turned pale. Bro, what should we do now? Should we run? You naive little chubby boy. Run? If you could manage to stay hidden for 24 hours, you'd be something. Just stay put. Hands on your head, crouch down, and sing conquer. I have a question. If I were to be abducted and intentionally sever a national defense fiber optic cable, would I be saved? Our soldiers are about to reach the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the strongest Challenger program, department heads and team leaders sat at their desks, trembling with fear. Contestant 54, performing steadily once again, picking up a corpse, discovering a cannon. I can understand that. But why on earth would you pick up a national defense fiber optic cable? Is it something you could just casually collect? A group of people exchanged worried glances. They were utterly baffled. Didn't the director say he would reward contestant 54 with a phone call this morning? Wasn't a 10 profit share enough? Oh dear, must you ruin the show before feeling at ease? The monitoring team leader, trembling, attempted to gather his belongings to leave. He realized his legs were unresponsive. Damn, what a disgrace. The logistics team leader wore a sorrowful expression. Guys, is it too late to book tickets and run? The editing team leader was furiously typing. I need to inform my family about my affairs. The director sat in his office, frantically calling the chairman, investors, and producers. No one was answering. Just as he was feeling despondent, an informed assistant secretary entered. Director, we've just received word. The cable was severed at 11:30 and the chairman and investors drove off at 11:31. At this moment, in the Longhai City Police Department, the operations hall was already bustling. With the chief absent, various squad leaders took charge. Officer Hong's expression was serious. He stated, "We have just received news. During military exercises conducted by the station military district in Longhai City, an unexpected signal disruption occurred. Upon investigation, it was found that a primary trunk line national defense fiber optic cable was intentionally severed near Yongchang Street. The armed forces are requesting our support. They hope we can swiftly locate the perpetrator." A national defense fiber optic cable? A primary trunk line? Goodness, and it was severed intentionally? Who would dare risk their life to do such a thing? This is madness. With no time to waste, Officer Hong immediately assigned tasks to the various teams. He then solemnly remarked, "The national defense fiber optic cable is of great significance. It involves military secrets, operational information, and more. I urge everyone to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness." With the chief absent, they could not afford to disappoint him. The special police team, criminal investigation team. Every available officer hurried downstairs to prepare their equipment and board the vehicles. At that moment, outside the Longhai City Police Department, a taxi slowly came to a stop. The chubby Wong fan mechanically scanned to pay. The taxi driver, smiling, observed the two of them clutching their bulging bags, looking anxious. It seemed something unfriendly had occurred. The taxi driver, warm-hearted, patted his chest and said, "Young men, you look a bit off. Did something happen? If you tell me, I might be able to help." Chapter 65, Sujun per forum steadily. Military forces surround the police station. It must be said that there are many good people in the world. The taxi driver, out of concern for his customers, ignoring all trivial matters, one phrase encapsulates it. Uncle can handle it. The sentiment within is genuine. Su Yun sighed and shook his head, saying, "Uncle, I appreciate your kind intentions. It is not that we do not trust you. Rather, it is that you truly cannot manage this." The taxi driver was momentarily taken aback, his pride bruised. "What? Don't you believe in my capabilities? To be frank, I have a friend in the SWAT team at the police station. If only you all..." Before the taxi driver could finish his sentence, Su Yun pushed open the car door, seized the severed optical cable, and strode directly towards the police station as compound. The taxi driver has a good heart, but alas. They ought to showcase the National Defense optical cable. At least let someone touch it. I have never touched a National Defense optical cable in my life. One day, I too shall snap one to feel it. The streamer should count his blessings. Surrendering is a wise choice. With a solid place to stay, one is well taken care of. Su Yun walked at a steady pace as he entered through the gate. The officer on duty was already accustomed to it. Without uttering a word, he naturally allowed Su Yun to pass. Inside the compound, various teams, such as the criminal investigation and SWAT teams, were preparing to depart. Upon spotting Su Yun, Wang Fan and another individual appeared. Officer Hong and others hurried over, their faces beaming with smiles. This was because Su Yun had not reported any incidents for at least half the morning, a remarkable first. In truth, they had been preoccupied with discussions regarding the National Defense optical cable after connecting with the armed forces. Hence, they had scarcely paid attention to Su Yun's live stream. They were still oblivious to what had transpired. They maintained an enthusiastic and positive attitude towards Su Yun. Officer Hong and Su Tianlong were the first to approach. The former waved warmly and greeted, "Brother Su Yun, we meet again." Su Yun felt a tinge of guilt within. Yet the National Defense optical cable had to be addressed. Reluctantly, he mustered a forced smile. "Officer Hong, look at this." He pulled out a thick black cable from his pocket and placed it before Officer Hong and Su Tianlong. "What is this?" Officer Hong inquired, taking the cable and examining it closely. "Brother Su Yun, where did you find this? It doesn't resemble an ordinary cable. There are no copper wires, nor any precious metals. It feels rigid, akin to fiberglass." Officer Hong prided himself on his extensive knowledge. He pondered what type of cable might correspond to the one in his hands. "Brother Su Yun, you haven't stumbled upon a piece of optical cable, have you? This thing, isn't particularly valuable. Indeed, Officer Hong has indeed seen the world. To deduce it is optical cable is impressive. Quickly tell him it's National Defense optical cable. Hurry, shock him. Quick, make him question his existence. Watching this live stream, I'm so excited my toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. The audience in the live stream reveled in the unfolding drama, while the program headquarters also monitored the situation. The owner and investors had fled, leaving only the police's response to be observed. Fortunately, Su-Yin chose to surrender rather than flee. Upon hearing this, Su-Yin scratched his head. Well, Officer Hong, you are correct. The cable you're holding is indeed optical cable. I accidentally found it while scavenging. Ah, I see. Officer Hong chuckled, observing Su-Yun's anxious expression. He laughed and explained, Brother Su-Yun, you're unafraid of picking up cannons or stumbling upon Arms Depot. Why fear this optical cable? Civilian optical cables are reparable. Besides, you've only found a fragment. Haven't you? Officer Hong brushed it off, patting Su-Yun on the shoulder. No witties. As long as you don't pick up a corpse or a cannon, I can handle this minor issue of the optical cable. I'll contact the maintenance department shortly. Su-Yun interjected. It's not merely about maintenance, Officer Hong. Is it possible that this is a piece of national defense optical cable? Officer Hong. Su-Tianlong. The term national defense optical cable echoed in their ears. Officer Hong's smile abruptly vanished, his expression freezing. He examined the black cable again, turning it over in his hands. Finally, he discovered something peculiar on the surface of the cable. This mark, Su Tianlong turned pale. Old Hong. This seems to be genuine national defense optical cable. Officer Hong. At that moment, his mind was in a state of disarray. His neurons tangled together in a muddle. How is it that national defense optical cable is connected to Su-Yun? Weren't you just scavenging? A glance at Su-Yun's nervous demeanor made him start to understand. Could it be that the armed forces called and mentioned it was accidentally severed? Buzz. His mind exploded. Blankness engulfed him. Officer Hong was frozen in place, just as he contemplated praising Su-Yun for a morning of good behavior. Without causing trouble, he had not reported anything. Yet, here he was delivering national defense optical cable right to their doorstep. This was akin to a misbehaving child returning home to seek their mother. Good heavens. I merely took my eyes off the live stream for a moment, and he managed to sever a national defense optical cable. Is that something you can just pick up? Can you even touch that? Don't you realize it could land you in prison? You truly are daring. He remained calm and composed, steadfast as ever. Officer Hong, this kid is heading straight for me. Someone, please call the police. Sometimes, being a police officer makes one want to cry. Officer Hong, Brother Su, I beg you to rein in your abilities. Oh dear, we are in deep trouble. Truly, it's like using a screen to wipe oneself, leaving a mess. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in the sky nearby. Looking up, several camouflage helicopters approached the police station. Swish, swish, swish. At the police station's entrance, military vehicles and trucks arrived in droves, creating a stunning spectacle that drew many onlookers. Good heavens, why are there suddenly so many soldiers? And military helicopters too. Are they preparing for war? What a formidable display. How terrifying. In the next moment, soldiers clad in camouflage jumped down from the trucks, quickly dispersing. They promptly sealed off all entrances surrounding Longhai City Police Station. Taking a deep breath, SWAT team leader Su Tianlong maintained his composure. He slapped Officer Hong on the back and shouted, Old Hong, quickly call the chief and get him back. Our police station is surrounded by the military. Chapter 66, a stir among all parties. Lieutenant Colonel with 2 stripes and 2 stars. At the toll station of the Ring City Expressway in Longhai City, the vehicle successfully entered the fast lane, with the driver almost standing on the accelerator. Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang were engaged in casual conversation in the back seat, discussing how to report their work to Director Chi. Suddenly, as they were contemplating how to introduce Su-Yun to Director Chi, Director Chen's phone rang. The 3 occupants of the car were startled. The caller ID read, Old Hong? Director Chen's expression turned blank as he chose to answer the call. Instantly, the voice of Officer Hong burst forth, filled with excitement. Director, you must return at once. Director Chun, Deputy Director Zhang. The driver, still pressing the accelerator. Previously, they had taken their time, but this time there was no delay whatsoever. Director Chen clenched his teeth, his face taut. Old Hong, what is the matter? Didn't I tell you? Only call me for urgent matters. Director Chi is waiting for us at the meeting. I still feel guilty for having stood him up last time. However, Officer Hong could hardly contain himself. The military forces had already arrived at the police station's entrance, and the leaders and captains were unable to maintain control of the situation. With a trembling voice, Officer Hong urged, "Director, you really need to come back. Our Longhai City police station is surrounded by the military." Director Chun. The military and police are not separate entities. How could the military suddenly surround our police station? It makes no sense. Before Director Chun could respond, Deputy Director Zhang instinctively shouted, "You turn at the next service area. We're going back." He pulled out his phone, feeling too embarrassed to call Director Chi. He composed and sent a text message, then tucked the phone away, deciding to let things unfold as they may. Director Chun furrowed his brow deeply. They had just gotten on the expressway. They hadn't even traveled far from their previous trip. Was it a curse that trouble always arose whenever he ventured out? "Old Hong, please explain this clearly. What exactly is going on?" Officer Hong, looking utterly helpless, replied, "Director, Brother Su Yun accidentally severed a national defense optical cable. He brought a section of the cable to the station, and people from the armed forces directly came looking for him." Director Chun. National defense optical cable. His vision blurred, and he struggled to catch his breath. Deputy Director Zhang quickly retrieved a bottle of water from the back seat. "Old Chun, don't get agitated. It's not a big deal if we don't go back to the hall for the report. This little rascal is really a troublemaker. Just yesterday, he pulled a military arsenal out of the river, and today he's messing with the National Defense optical cable. The excavator accidentally severed the cable, and the person responsible ran away with the airplane head, terrified of being caught and held accountable. And you, instead of fleeing, went straight to the police station. You even live-streamed it. Who else would the military look for if not you?" After hanging up, Officer Hong's mood soured. A military helicopter slowly descended from above, landing in the police station courtyard. Soon, a tall, middle-aged man in military uniform with a square face stepped out of the helicopter, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel with 2 stripes and 2 stars. In the livestream chat, 2 stripes and 2 stars. Lieutenant Colonel from the Military Academy. This is escalating. The optical cable was severed at noon, and the person was taken away in the afternoon. Had it been even a minute later, he would have been having dinner. Don't say anything. Even a deity couldn't save him now. Life is fleeting. Why must one still seek shortcuts? Whereas the official program team, have they already fled? Can I post some color pictures now? Surely no one will mute me? Is anyone calling for Godfather? I have plenty of links. The program's popularity surged, setting new records for viewership. Typically, incidents like severing a national defense optical cable are only seen in short videos and rarely witnessed firsthand, especially during a live broadcast. With a lieutenant colonel from the military, a helicopter, military vehicles, and trucks all making an appearance, the spectacle was outrageous. Viewers relished in the drama, eager to share, screenshot, and edit clips for their social media. At the headquarters of the variety show The Strongest Challenger, the chief director ordered the security team to lock the doors. All upper management were summoned to the office for a meeting. As I've said before, this is a test of your resolve. Avoidance will not solve our problems. Throughout our journey, we have encountered corpses, sugar, and even artillery, and now a military arsenal and optical cable. Let us not be afraid. As long as we can afford compensation, we will cover it, even if it means using the eventual 1 billion prize money for it. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. It was evident that the chief director had weighed the pros and cons before calling the higher-ups. The benefits brought by Su Yun to the program were substantial. Currently, The Strongest Challenger had surpassed popular shows like Running Man, Wanderlust, and Ace vs. Ace, ranking first in viewership ratings. In light of the incident, it was entirely understandable that they wished to protect participant number 54, Su Yun. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the courtyard of the Longhai City police station was tense. Officers sat in their vehicles, exchanging glances. What was happening? Had the military dispatched troops? And what was that black line in Su Yun's hand? Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Jianfeng approached Officer Hong and the others. "Old Hong, we meet again?" Officer Hong recognized him instantly. Zhang was a classmate from elementary school. They shook hands. And then Zheng turned his gaze to the section of the National Defense optical cable in Officer Hong's hand. Old Hong, you must be aware of the situation. Maliciously damaging the optical cable forced our military exercises to be halted. Such nefarious individuals cannot be tolerated. They must be severely punished. A collective gulp was heard from the crowd. Officer Hong understood his elementary school classmates' temperament and felt a bit awkward. Old Zheng, you know how young people can be, full of vigor. If they can recognize their mistakes and correct them, that is commendable. I believe Brother Su Yun did not intend to cause this. Could we possibly consider a lighter punishment? After finishing his plea, Zhang Jianfeng glanced at Su Yun beside him, suddenly struck by a realization. Wait a minute. You wouldn't be the one who pulled the military arsenal out of the river yesterday, would you? Chapter 67. An unexpected twist. Is Su Yun to be commended? After a decade of scavenging, he was unnoticed. Yet, in a single moment, his discovery was known to the world. Zhang Jianfeng recognized Su Yun's exceptional talent at a glance. Silence enveloped the night at Kongxiao. Zhang Jianfeng, you rascal, will settle old and new scores together. You're becoming quite the authority. With the fiber optic cable severed, the loss amounts to millions. You'll be rewarded for finding a cannon, but only by discovering national defense cables will you truly benefit from the state. In this moment, I feel inspired to compose a song. In what kind of garden do we dig and dig? On the vast construction site, we dig and dig. And upon closer inspection of the national defense cable, oh my goodness. Hey, it's no wonder children are so clever. At such a young age, they've secured a stable livelihood. Su Yun remained silent, and everyone else mirrored his quietude. Officer Hong's face twitched. He felt like a mute suffering in silence. There was nothing he could do to help. Just as everyone expected Zhang Jianfeng to apprehend Su Yun, a hand clapped on Su Yun's shoulder. Look at this gem. Well done, young man. Well done. Severing the national defense cable is a job well done. This remark left everyone momentarily perplexed, their minds reeling. They regarded Zhang Jianfeng with odd expressions. How did this uncle become a lieutenant colonel? Wasn't he here to arrest Su Yun? Zhang Jianfeng paid no heed to the puzzled glances. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "You're the one. Thumbs up to you. Remember, if you face difficulties, seek the police. That's the right approach. Here, this is my phone number." Zhang Jianfeng hastily pulled out paper and pen, scribbling his contact information. "In the future, if Officer Hong and his team can assist you, I shall." Su Yun was bewildered by the lieutenant colonel's enthusiasm. What was happening? He had picked up a severed national defense cable, and not only was he unscathed, but he was also being welcomed. Zhang Jianfeng took the severed cable from Officer Hong's hands. "This fellow. Clearly, this was picked up by my young brother, right? Good job." A collective silence fell. It was the first time anyone had seen someone pleased about finding a severed national defense cable. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes, Zhang Jianfeng seemed to intuit the source of their confusion. "Ha! You didn't think I was here to arrest Su Yun, did you? Everyone? Wasn't that the case?" Almost everyone believed so. Helicopters, military forces, and the three major telecom operators trembling at the police station entrance. This perfectly aligned with the situation online where severing a national defense cable led to chaos. His smile unwavering, Zhang Jianfeng clarified. "I brought people to your station to request assistance. What about the real culprit?" Officer Hong's head buzzed. The twist was too abrupt. He struggled to keep up. Even Su Yun himself was quite perplexed. Although he harbored many questions, the fact remained that he had indeed picked up a segment of the national defense cable. So, all this time, the real culprit was not him? Zhang Jianfeng smirked, his voice turning steely. "Rest assured, the perpetrator will not escape. From a moment the national defense cable was intentionally severed, our satellite tracking captured the true culprit. My team will soon escort them here." In other words, before Su Yun stumbled upon the cable, someone had already severed it? Realizing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. What a fright it had been. What? The cable wasn't severed by the streamer? Does the lieutenant colonel imply that the streamer might even be commended? Is that so? My brain is struggling to process this. Just a moment ago, the streamer was facing prison time. How is it that now he is to be commended? Wait, did the streamer just have a stroke of luck? How can this even happen? Is this a script? Even mindless novels wouldn't dare to write it this way. Su Yun, you are a lucky charm. You found the cable and got away without being arrested. At the headquarters of the program, silence reigned in the office. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. Today is a great day. Background music played, and everyone erupted into unprecedented jubilation. It's a celebration, a time of festivity. Booming sounds echoed. Shortly after, another military camouflage helicopter descended from the sky. Several masked suspects were escorted down. Notably, the soldiers appeared formidable, armed and bearing a patch that Red Wolf Fong Special Forces. The hapless Wang Fan swallowed hard, recalling their previous reckless actions. He trembled uncontrollably. Thank goodness we didn't sever the cable ourselves. The Special Forces team leader saluted, presenting the culprits to the gathered crowd. Report, sir. The individuals have been brought in. Currently, we understand there is still one mastermind who fled before we could act. Our team is actively pursuing them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng replied calmly. Thank you for your efforts. You may go now. Also, please summon Instructor Huang from our military district. Inform him that there is an urgent matter to attend to. Yes. The Special Forces swiftly departed in their helicopter. Thus, several masked culprits were presented before the crowd. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, clearly confused about the situation. Officer Hong cleared his throat and asked, Old Zheng, what do you plan to do with these individuals? Have the repairs for the national defense cable been arranged? Severing the cable equates to losing money. Zhang Jianfeng nodded, handing the severed cable to one of his subordinates. Take this to the repair team and see if it can still be of use. With that, Zhang Jianfeng delivered a swift kick to the culprits. Speak. Why did you maliciously destroy the national defense cable? The masked individuals stumbled, hurriedly bowing and kneeling, pleading for mercy. We truly didn't know what that cable was. Fools! That's a national defense cable. Didn't you see the large sign? Isn't it just a cable for fast internet? Regardless of whether it's a cable or a wire. In our village, if it's buried underground and no one is watching, isn't it just something nobody wants? What is wrong with digging up a few to use? Their accents were thick with rural inflections. Zhang Jianfeng was infuriated. Damn it. Do you still think you have a point? The national defense cable has a massive sign. Are you blind? Chapter 68. The internet speed is slow. Shall we dig up a few national defense fiber cables? Anyone who has received an education knows that national defense fiber cables are strictly off limits for tampering. Yet, these individuals cloaked in black hoods are nothing but a bunch of ignorant fools. They can't even write their own names, let alone comprehend the gravity of their actions. They refer to each other with derogatory nicknames, a reflection of their unrefined existence. Despite their lack of education, they respond earnestly to every question posed by Zhang Jianfeng. Brother, we saw that stone sign, but we can't read. We heard from others that the national defense fiber cables are fast. We thought we might dig a few up and give it a try. Perhaps the internet speed would improve, and so would our performance. Little did they know, before they could even connect the wires, your people barged in, the door was broken down, and their hearts raced with fear. We will call the police. Zhang Jianfeng. The onlookers were bewildered. How could someone so illiterate make such elaborate excuses? It was as if they were speaking nonsense, akin to a pig trying to wear a bra. What absurdity! To maliciously sever national defense cables and yet think they have the right to call the authorities? Yes, the speed of those cables is remarkable, but does that mean one can simply dig them up? By such logic, why not rob a bank for quick cash? Even a gold shop heist would seem more justifiable. These individuals are not only uneducated, but also utterly ignorant of the law. Zhang Jianfeng found this particularly vexing. Ignorance paired with audacity is a dangerous combination, akin to reckless youth. Officer Hong stepped forward and advised, Zhang, calm down. Given their condition, they might be from out of town. It's possible they were deceived into this situation. We have numerous cases in our records where traffickers lure uneducated rural individuals to cities with promises of high salaries and benefits. In reality, they end up working in coal mines or illegal brick factories. They possess an upward ambition but have fallen victim to their lack of education. Zhang Jianfeng rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Old Hong, to be frank, I brought these individuals here for a reason. They may need to be handed over to your department for further handling. My team informed me that during their apprehension, they discovered that the company these people worked for is a significant illegal pyramid scheme, engaging in fraud, brainwashing. It has connections to international scams. If they hadn't been caught trying to sever the national defense cables, this operation could have remained hidden for much longer. Upon hearing this, Officer Hong gasped sharply. A pyramid scheme linked to fraud? This is a crime that law enforcement has been rigorously combating in light of the rapid advancement of technology. With no face-to-face interaction or real identities involved, a mere sweet talk online can easily deceive someone. Some scammers even manage to make highly intelligent individuals lose trust in their own family and friends. It's akin to brainwashing. The implications are dire and can lead to devastating financial ruin for many. As Officer Hong contemplated the countless lives shattered by such scams, his expression darkened. These people are the worst kind. I know what you want to do, officer. The police cannot resort to violence. Allow me. The sound of slapping resonated through the air as Su Yun delivered a satisfying blow. Damn it, I went on this too. My brother and I nearly fell victim to their schemes. Wang Fan echoed the sentiment, filled with righteous indignation. As the situation became clearer, Officer Hong wasted no time. He immediately ordered for their detention and interrogation. Zheng, I will deploy forces throughout the city. We aim to capture the fleeing ringleader within 24 hours. In no time, the city of Longhai was abuzz with activity. Police officers, SWAT teams, and military personnel formed groups of 4, patrolling and investigating. Key exits from the city were fortified with checkpoints. The entire city was on high alert, bracing for action. As evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Officer Hong made his way to the operations hall. He spotted 2 individuals sprawled out on the chairs, resembling limp fish. Su Yun, are you all right? That was a close call. Since Zheng is here, how about we all go out for dinner tonight? To his surprise, Su Yun declined, shaking his head. Officer Hong, let's skip tonight. I have plans with a friend. A female friend? Officer Hong raised an eyebrow, but then decided to let it go. All right, I won't meddle in your affairs. If you need a place to stay tonight, the station's doors are always open for you. At the entrance of the Novena Grand Hotel, a message pinged on Wang Fan's phone. Brother, I'm in room 321. Hurry, I can't wait to see you. The messages continued to pour in, filled with playful tones and accompanied by enticing selfies. He caught a glimpse of the images and his heart raced. Wow, my online friend is quite the contrast. A bespectacled cutie. Should I suggest she cosplay as my favorite character tonight? Wang Fan flashed a broad smile, saying, I beg your pardon. Brother, this evening, do not hold it against me for being ungracious. Chapter 69, A Twist of Fate. Su Yun calls the police again. Never mind. Su Yun is not one for that sort of thing. He escorted the chubby guy to the 3rd floor corridor, where he stood by the elevator, adjusting his attire. Wang Fan noticed that the door to room 321 was ajar. Is anyone inside? Instinctively, he took out his phone to send a WeChat message. Darling, where are you? Don't worry, I'm almost there. The voice message was sweet and flirtatious. Listening a moment longer would surely be overwhelming. Su Yun shook his head, not wishing to continue being a third wheel. He pressed the elevator button, preparing to descend. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly on the 3rd floor. He caught sight of a man dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a mask and a black cap, hurriedly exiting. So mysterious, and dressed so heavily in this scorching weather. Does he think he is a celebrity? Su Yun couldn't be bothered to glance again. Once the man in the black coat left, he stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 1st floor. Brother, huh? The elevator doors had not yet closed when a sweet, youthful voice reached his ears. Su Yun's entire body jolted. What the hell? That voice sounds so familiar. He rushed out of the elevator and indeed discovered that the man in the black trench coat had walked into the 321 themed room. What the heck? This scene left Su Yun's mind reeling. Explosive. I was envious of the chubby guy, but now I feel nauseous. Is this some kind of male-male situation? Oh my, this is truly an unexpected visit to find his mother. Didn't he see that coming? The chubby guy is so extravagant. Suddenly, a scream erupted from within the 321 themed room. Su Yun? The sun hasn't even set. Aren't they a bit too eager? Isn't there supposed to be some atmosphere? The chubby guy. He is actually like this? Help! Assault! Robbery! They're going to take my kidney. Immediately after, heart-wrenching screams echoed from inside. It was indeed Wang Fan, sounding in agony. Su Yun hesitated for a moment. What on earth is happening in there? Damn it, no time to think. He dashed to the door of the 321 themed room. With his physique presumably enhanced by countless system rewards, he delivered a powerful kick. A flimsy door stood no chance. With two loud crashes, the door fell flat. Simultaneously, the masked man was struck on the head and collapsed. Wang Fan hastily pulled up his pants, and upon seeing Su Yun, immediately clung to his leg, bursting into tears. Brother, I'm not clean anymore. This is a complete pervert. He deceived me emotionally. He wanted to take my kidney for soup. I'll never date online again. Brother, shall we call the police? Wang Fan was utterly aggrieved. Family, who understands? He had longed for a cosplay of a contrasting, cute girl. Yet the reality was a foot fetishizing brute. Deception aside, he wanted to take his kidney after the deed. The chubby guy must be feeling crushed now. Haha, meeting online friends is like opening a mystery box. Either a surprise or a scare. Praying for Wang Fan's psychological trauma area. At this moment, Su Yun remained calm and collected, standing in place in disbelief. His astonishment was not merely due to Wang Fan encountering a pervert, but the true identity of the man in the trench coat. What a coincidence! Is this fate? Today is indeed fortuitous for him. In his mind, detailed personal information began to materialize. Name, Pang Wangda. Gender, male. Personality, patient, cautious, fond of plump partners, clever. Easily angered. Interests, deriving pleasure from scams, believing in the existence of free lunches, considers himself a chosen one, thinks what belongs to others should be his. Identity, leader of a promising scam syndicate, wanted by the police. Crimes, harmed numerous adult and minor males. Jeopardized health, scammed a total of 500 million. Established an illegal scam operation, colluded with overseas syndicates. One shocking detail after another left him astounded. This Pang Wangda, his crimes are substantial. He exhibits patience, knows temptation, is cautious, and possesses high intelligence. His innate conditions far exceed those of countless ordinary individuals. It's a shame he chose a life of crime instead of something more honorable. And yet, he is a male. Quite the pervert indeed. But this man holds a significant identity. If Su Yun is not mistaken, he must be part of the group that severed the cable this afternoon. How splendid. When one seeks hard, they often find without effort. A group all gathered neatly. Without further ado, Su Yun decisively pulled out his phone. Officer Hong, I need to report a crime. Meanwhile, Officer Hong and Major Zheng Jianfeng were seated on the second floor of the cafeteria, reminiscing over a meal, discussing Su Yun's remarkable achievements, from the .38 caliber to national defense cables, the series of cases that had transpired during this period. Officer Hong organized his thoughts and was astonished to realize this young man should be appointed as the head of the criminal investigation team. His case-solving efficiency surpasses that of any officer in the precinct. Each case is more significant than the last. He is a rare criminal investigation genius. If this trend continues, it won't be long before their chief Chun is promoted to a leadership position in the provincial department. Across the table, Zheng Jianfeng chuckled. Old Hong, don't think I'm not tempted. I am. Just think about it. What normal person can pull an entire armory out of a river? Not to mention strength, just the audacity and determination. It far exceeds that of countless male counterparts. To put it bluntly, he easily surpasses over 90 of men in the world. Regretting 2 years of military service is nothing compared to regretting a lifetime of not serving. Old Hong, help me persuade this young brother Su Yun. I wouldn't dare boast about anything else. As long as he is willing to follow me, I can guarantee a promotion within a year. 3rd-class merit, 2nd-class merit, 1st-class merit. He'll earn them with ease. I, Zheng Jianfeng. Just then, the phone rang. Officer Hong glanced at the caller ID and instantly answered. Su Yun. Officer Hong. I need to report a crime. It was almost an instinctive reflex. Officer Hong sprang from his chair. Report crime? What is it this time? How long has it been since you left the station? It hasn't even been an hour, has it? Not even enough time for a meal. Is leaving the station a battleground? Is it time to report again? Chapter 70. The mastermind of the scam is captured. You are the nemesis of evil. Officer Hong felt an overwhelming tension. His mind was in disarray. It is essential to note that he was the most seasoned and experienced detective in the Longhai City Police Department. His capability to lead the criminal investigation team was beyond doubt. In the past, he held an air of superiority, looking down upon everyone. But now, he was personally experiencing the sensation of being schooled in humility. He wished to seize control, yet found himself utterly powerless. Brother Su-Yun, please do not frighten me. Speak to me clearly. This time, it isn't artillery nor national defense cables, is it? Officer Hong, unbeknownst to himself, was genuinely apprehensive about Su-Yun reporting to the police. How should one put it? If this young man refrained from alerting the authorities, it would be fine. But once he did, it would undoubtedly cause a sensational uproar. Through the phone, Su-Yun could sense Officer Hong's anxiety. In truth, he understood the sentiment. Any rational person would fear for themselves, wouldn't they? Yet, there was no alternative. Officer Hong, do not panic. Restrain yourself. This time, it is a fortuitous event, not a misfortune, stumbling upon the mastermind of a scam. This is, in essence, assisting in the investigation. Isn't it? I am even prepared to receive a commendation. Officer Hong, please come to the Novena Hotel shortly. I have apprehended the mastermind of the scam. Officer Hong was left dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I have lost my wits. Zheng Jianfeng, listening in, stammered, Old Hong, what has transpired? After a moment of confusion, Officer Hong finally managed to articulate, Brother Su-Yun. He has captured the mastermind of the scam. Zheng Jianfeng was taken aback. The one with questionable inclinations, named Pang Guangda, caught. His mind buzzed with disbelief. Having come from the military district, he had never been inclined to believe in the supernatural or had any concept of divinity. His staunch materialism was wavering today. Wait, the mastermind, whom even our elite special forces could not locate. You, Su-Yun, have captured him? How long has it been since you left the police station? An hour at most? How did you manage that? In stark contrast to Officer Hong's bewilderment, Zheng Jianfeng was experiencing this absurdity firsthand. Considering the earlier events, it appeared that whenever Su-Yun took action, he was worth an entire team. Throughout the day, the military and police had united in a blockade without yielding any results. Yet Su-Yun stepped out and apprehended the mastermind of the scam. Unbelievable. This young man was too uncanny. Was there no respite for anyone? Zheng Jianfeng was now engulfed in disbelief. Old Hong, why does it seem that criminals flock to Su-Yun whenever he steps out? Is he truly the nemesis of evil? Should we reflect on ourselves? We continually preach the importance of science, yet here I am, questioning my own beliefs. After ending the call, Officer Hong remained silent for an extended period. Old Zheng, I have told you, Brother Su-Yun is extraordinary. Our chief even invited him to be a safety ambassador. You cannot imagine the frenzy on our Longhai City Police Department's official website. There is a saying, even negative publicity counts as publicity. Indeed, as the safety ambassador invited by our department, Su-Yun often finds himself amidst corpses or artillery. Does that not relate to safety? Perhaps. Reverse education is still a form of education? Alas, it is a bitter tale. Officer Hong donned his attire and patted Zheng Jianfeng's shoulder. Old classmate, let us go. You are curious, aren't you? I will take you to witness a grand scene. Zheng Jianfeng, to be honest, I am indeed very curious about how Su-Yun managed to capture the mastermind of the scam right after stepping out. In less than 10 minutes, Officer Hong drove directly to the Novena Hotel. Officers, there's been a severe brawl incident in the hotel manager stammered, clearly anxious about the police's arrival. He couldn't comprehend how the police had arrived so promptly after he had just hung up the emergency call. Officer Hong presented his credentials, stating coldly, "We are here to investigate. Please cooperate." Cooperate. Of course, officers, please come inside, the hotel manager stuttered, his legs trembling. He genuinely feared that the police would uncover something amiss within the hotel. Even if he could assure the cleanliness of the establishment, what about the guests? He could not guarantee that every visitor was of good character. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened on the third floor. Officer Hong approached room 321, only to find Su Yun and Wang Fan enjoying a large plate of takeout chicken, while having Pang Guangda assemble Ultraman out of chicken bones. I wanted the chicken-headed Ultraman. Why did you assemble a Koen-Ge? Wang Fan exclaimed. Are you trying to get slapped? Pang Guangda. His face was swollen like a pig's head. He dared not retaliate. Koen-Ge was dismantled and reassembled. Pang Guangda swore he had never despised chicken more in his life. Coughing, Officer Hong and Zheng Jianfeng cleared their throats at the hotel entrance. Su Yun turned and, rising from his seat, smiled. Officer Hong, you have arrived. The mastermind of the scam, Pang Guangda, has already been apprehended. Officer Hong, Zheng Jianfeng. They had encountered ruthless individuals before, but never had they witnessed such audacity. The records indicated that Pang Guangda was an astute and cautious individual. However, upon seeing Officer Hong in his police uniform, he burst into tears. Su Yun chuckled. Officer Hong, we were merely having some fun with him. Look, he is so touched that he is crying. What a ridiculous show of emotion. Which good Samaritan cries after getting beaten up? Look at those big eyes. They're like light bulbs. Are you speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Though this fellow is in a pitiful state, why do I feel inexplicably pleased? Host, you should consider a career in law enforcement. Your interrogation skills are on point. Officer Hong. Silence enveloped the scene. Although physical violence is unjustifiable, Su Yun was merely administering a lesson to a nefarious scam mastermind. A minor scuffle, resulting in a bit of blood, could be understood. Officer Hong remained silent. Upon comparing the individual before him to the records, he confirmed, indeed, this was Pang Guangda. The most perplexing detail was that Pang Guangda had undergone disguise. Even so, he had still been apprehended by Su Yun. On the journey back, Officer Hong and Zheng Jianfeng glanced at Su Yun, intending to inquire about something. However, the moment this young man entered the vehicle, he fell sound asleep. Chapter 71. The interrogation of Su Yun centered on torture. At the Longhai City Police Station, once Pang Guangda was apprehended, he was promptly escorted to the interrogation room. Perhaps due to the psychological torment he had previously endured, he readily confessed to his various crimes, even disclosing the illicit dealings with foreign entities. The initial stages of the interrogation proceeded smoothly. However, when the subject of the embezzled funds arose, Officer Hong discovered discrepancies in the amounts, indicating that Pang Guangda was lying. No matter how he was questioned or coaxed, Pang remained obstinately silent, resulting in a stalemate. At 9 in the evening, a firm knock echoed on the door of the holding room. Su Yun, I need your assistance. Pang Guangda is deliberately concealing details about the amount of fraud. Old Zheng informed me that this information is crucial for apprehending his accomplices and uncovering additional fraud rings. If the embezzled funds are linked to foreign transactions, it could lead to uncovering numerous other nests of deceit. This means that Pang Guangda's fraud ring is merely a fragment of a vast fraudulent alliance. Pull one thread, and the entire tapestry unravels. If Pang Guangda were to relent, it might expose an enormous empire of fraud, whether domestic or international, affecting countless households and innumerable victims. Su Yun understood that Pang Guangda was still defiant. Before leaving, he stuffed a handful of sunflower seed shells he had just cracked into his pocket and grabbed a handful of spicy-flavored seeds. In the interrogation room, 2 exceptional detectives began to apply psychological pressure on Pang Guangda, aiming to provoke him into a frenzy before he would finally speak. Indeed, the police were adopting Su Yun's methods. Unfortunately, Pang Guangda was a man of high emotional and intellectual intelligence. There's a saying, genius on the left, madness on the right. Pang Guangda epitomized this notion. He could effortlessly discern the thoughts of anyone he interacted with. Officer, Pang Guangda mockingly remarked, your expression suggests you haven't visited your relatives in quite some time. I advise you to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You officers should take care of your health. The female detective's face turned ashen, taken aback by such a personal remark in the presence of her colleagues. With a resounding slap, she struck the table, causing it to creak ominously. Shall we step outside for a moment? Officer Hong, who had been observing from outside for quite some time, intervened to halt the impending confrontation. The 2 officers exchanged glances and hurriedly exited. Thank you, officer, for saving me. In return, I've disclosed everything. That matter regarding the embezzled funds is accurate. Lock me up already. Sentence me. Peng Guangda smirked, overflowing with self-assurance as he began to taunt Officer Hong. However, Officer Hong merely smiled in response, remaining silent. He shifted slightly, revealing a strikingly handsome man with a mischievous grin. Su Yun. Peng Guangda's smile faltered, and he froze in place, a wave of terror washing over him. Why was this devil, this monster, present in the police station? Hadn't he left? Su Yun strolled in nonchalantly, pulled up an iron stool, and sat across from Peng Guangda, casually propping his feet on the interrogation table. Guangda, you're not being forthright. What happened to the insights we shared at the hotel? Have you forgotten? Peng Guangda trembled, unable to utter a word. No one could truly comprehend the fear he felt in the presence of this man. Faced with detectives or professional psychologists, he could maintain his composure to the point of making them doubt their own existence. Yet, in front of Su Yun, he panicked. Those beautiful eyes and that charming face appeared harmless, but in truth, he was a devil. Peng Guangda quivered, the interrogation table shaking beneath him. Su Yun waved his hand. Officer Hong, please step outside for a moment. Officer Hong observed every subtle change with keen insight. Remarkable. This fearless criminal, upon merely laying eyes on Su Yun, was rendered trembling. The interrogation process demanded careful observation. With a click, the door to the interrogation room closed, leaving only Su Yun and Peng Guangda. The latter began to scream, "Help! Murder!" Su Yun rose abruptly, delivering a sharp slap across Peng Guangda's face. What are you yelling about? Did I tell you to shout? Peng Guangda was left speechless. Outside, Officer Hong watched in astonishment. Once silence returned, Su Yun resumed his seat, rummaging through his pockets to produce a pile of sunflower seed shells. Peng Guangda's eyes widened in confusion. A foreboding sensation washed over him. Su Yun, munching on seeds, casually remarked, "Have you seen the show in the garden? Assemble the most infectious aspect of Iggle-Piggle for me." Peng Guangda was perplexed, and Officer Hong was utterly astonished. Su Yun's audacity ignited a surge of excitement in Officer Hong. As a captain of the criminal investigation team, he was on the verge of becoming Su Yun's devoted admirer. Was this the infamous Maka-Paka torture technique? Peng Guangda gulped nervously. Assemble Iggle-Piggle? He had never watched that cartoon. He had heard of Maka-Paka, but had no idea what Iggle-Piggle was. How could one assemble an emotion with sunflower seed shells? Even the greatest artists in the world might struggle with that. Peng Guangda's sanity began to fray. Kill me. Just kill me if you have the guts. The interrogation room echoed with his desperate cries. Su Yun frowned and stood up again. With two precise slaps, silence enveloped the room once more. Peng Guangda was left bewildered, gazing into Su Yun's calm, unwavering eyes. He realized that evasion would not resolve his predicament. Resistance would only lead to more slaps. Each one not only painful, but also profoundly impactful, striking at the very core of his being. Memories of sorrow flooded Peng Guangda's mind, forcing him to wipe his tears while clutching a handful of sunflower seed shells. Please, just stop hitting me. I'll assemble it. I will. Su Yun nodded approvingly. Good. You can do this. You have 5 minutes. Peng Guangda exclaimed, "Oh heavens, how can one endure such torment?" At that moment, an imaginary Iggle-Piggle vividly came to life in Peng Guangda's mind. Su Yun pulled out his phone and began to play background music. Matja, Batja, Aka. Yakai Ka, a.k.a. Oh, Ji, Ja, Jo. Peng Guangda. His hands trembled, and in the instant the sunflower seed shells intertwined. They shattered. With a crack, they broke apart. Along with them, the last remnants of Peng Guangda's fragile pride crumbled as well. Chapter 72. Encountering a new challenge. A mysterious webpage. 1 minute later, with a crisp sound, Officer Hong entered the interrogation room accompanied by 2 members of the criminal investigation team. The 3 of them directed their gaze towards Su Yun, offering the highest respect. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Just a casual demonstration, and it was already at its pinnacle. Such a trivial matter could provide the officers with years of learning. At this moment, sitting across the interrogation table was Peng Guangda. His eyes were bloodshot, devoid of any luster. In his hands, 2 sunflower seed shells lay crushed to bits. In a mere minute, a person of high emotional and intellectual intelligence had been reduced to an uncontrollable state. Pangwanda repari humed, maka, baka, aka, waka, mika, maka, maka, baka, abba, yakaika. AKAO, ham, damn, akahang, over and over, he sang, punctuated by silly laughter. If not for the special training received by the detectives, one might genuinely worry that Pang Guangda could lose his sanity. After finishing a handful of sunflower seeds, Su Yun stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "Officer Hong, you may begin your questioning." He is not only willing to speak, but can also draw inferences from one instance. I have no further business here, so I'll take my leave. Take care. Officer Hong gestured for the female detective to see him off, while he led another officer to commence the interrogation. The first question, Pang Guangda, the amount involved in the case does not correspond with the accounts. Please provide a specific explanation. Pang Guangda replied, the discrepancies in the accounts primarily flow into an overseas fraud syndicate. Our hopeful fraud company needs to pay a pure profit of 20 every month. The fraud syndicate is extensive, including individuals from Myanmar and other countries. It was indeed a considerable scale. Officer Hong meticulously documented every word Pang Guangda uttered. All of this constituted evidence. The second question followed. Pang Guangda, having been part of the syndicate for so many years, do you have a list of the fraudulent personnel involved? Pang Guangda answered, I do not possess it, but I can find a website that contains such lists. A website? Officer Hong and his colleague were perplexed. The list of fraud syndicate members should be of utmost importance. Why would it be stored on a website? The computer was moved in front of Pang Guangda, and his hands began to fly across the keyboard. Officer Hong watched in astonishment. Was it a string of gibberish? This website surprisingly involved programming. Having had the fortune to study various computer languages in college, he realized that this was beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Before long, Zhang Jianfeng arrived, having heard the news. Old Hong, has this fellow confessed? Officer Hong nodded. He has disclosed everything he needed to. Currently, we are searching for the website of the fraud syndicate's leaders. Zhang Jianfeng nodded, finding it unsurprising. While apprehending Pang Guangda's fraud den, his subordinates had already gathered such information. Zhang Jianfeng added, this Pang Guangda was subdued with the assistance of Brother Su Yun, right? There's no doubt about it. Based on the hierarchy, I suspect that Pang Guangda does not possess the password to decode the website information. One could easily deduce that. Just look at the size of his hopeful fraud den. The monthly fees alone paid to the syndicate indicate as much. Officer Hong rubbed his temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Let's take it step by step. All right, old Zheng, didn't you invite Instructor Huang from your military district for cryptography? Perhaps he may have a solution. Zheng Jianfeng grinned proudly. Rest assured, Instructor Huang just disembarked from the plane and is on his way here. I believe we will soon unveil the true nature of this fraud syndicate. After approximately 5 minutes, Pang Guangda finally, through his exceptional memory, extracted the secretive website. The page was blank, with only an input box visible. This scene utterly left Officer Hong and Zheng Jianfeng dumbfounded. They were rough men, yet that did not imply ignorance of passwords. This had no hints whatsoever. The entire page was empty, save for a single input box for entering a password. Officer Hong hurriedly inquired, Pang Guangda, how many digits is this password? If it is of fewer digits, we may be able to employ the process of elimination. Hearing this, Pang Guangda seemed to perceive their thoughts. He lamented, their website employs the world's most advanced intelligent password encryption with a vast computational scale. Unless one possesses the actual password, even utilizing a supercomputer would yield no results. Furthermore, this password has a protective mechanism. After 3 incorrect attempts, the website will self-destruct and simultaneously pinpoint our location. Upon hearing this, Officer Hong and Zheng Jianfeng became visibly unsettled. This seemingly insignificant website possessed such formidable capabilities. The world's most sophisticated intelligent password encryption, with staggering computational units. Not only would it self-destruct, but it would also reverse locate and lock onto us. It is crucial to understand that reverse location locking is no trivial matter. When the police handle this case, They emphasize the need to avoid alarming the perpetrators and to strike unexpectedly. Should those leaders of the fraud syndicate be informed of their actions prematurely, these deranged individuals might threaten the safety of every officer within a precinct, as well as their families. Such a scenario is highly plausible. Following this revelation, the interrogation room fell into a profound silence. With only 3 attempts to crack the password, 3 is indeed a limited number. Zheng Jianfeng broke the silence. Old Hong, what are your thoughts? Regardless, I respect the decision of your department. The military does not harbor any concerns. As for Old Hong and his team, they would naturally hesitate due to multiple considerations. After a few breaths, Officer Hong suddenly raised his head. We must break it. I need to obtain the list of the leaders of this fraud syndicate. Being a police officer comes with inherent dangers. Moreover, having a rare opportunity to dismantle this fraud syndicate entirely. Why should we let this chance slip away? Officer Hong's gaze was exceptionally resolute. Old Hong, please contact Instructor Huang. We must crack this website's password. Absolutely. Zheng Jianfeng readily agreed. The task assigned to him by the higher-ups in the military district allowed him to remain without haste. Should any significant troubles arise, a joint military-police operation could be initiated. At precisely 10 o'clock in the evening, 2 military camouflage off-road vehicles halted at the precinct of Longhai City Police Department. An elderly man clad in a white shirt, carrying a briefcase, ambled forward. He donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and every movement exuded scholarly elegance. Seeing this, Zheng Jianfeng and Officer Hong rushed down the stairs to greet him. Instructor Huang, thank you for your efforts. Please come inside. Chapter 73, Trouble Awaits. Quickly summon Su Yun. Colonel Zheng Jianfeng and Senior Officer Hong of the criminal police team held a profound respect for Instructor Huang, who hailed from the military district. On one hand, he was their senior. On the other, his remarkable achievements and international acclaim in the field of cryptography commanded the admiration of a group of arrogant foreign experts. It was no small feat to earn their respect, and Instructor Huang had managed to do just that. The group hurriedly made their way to the interrogation room, having not paused for a moment along the way. Instructor Huang appeared somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he maintained his silence, his demeanor exuding calmness and composure. With a click, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Pang Guangda was pulled to his feet, obediently squatting in the corner. Officer Hong gestured towards the computer screen. Instructor Huang, please take a look at this. The page allows 3 attempts. After 3 failed attempts, it will automatically self-destruct and lock our current location. We have questioned him, but the password provides no hints. It is a dynamic password. Instructor Huang remained silent, his calm and collected expression instilling a sense of reassurance. He positioned himself before the computer, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Rather than hastily attempting to guess the password, he leveraged his expertise to reverse engineer the page. The blank screen, devoid of any information, began to display the previously garbled data once again. It was a URL embedded with a self-contained program. The designer of this URL evidently possessed exceptional skills, and anyone able to decipher such programming was quite remarkable. Instructor Huang spoke, offering praise for both the website designer and Pang Guangda. Of course, his commendations were rooted solely in the realm of cryptography, acknowledging the genius behind it. Zheng Jianfeng inquired, Instructor Huang, what do you propose we do to crack this? The list contained within that URL is of utmost importance, affecting countless victimized families. Upon hearing this, Instructor Huang nodded, a serious expression settling upon his face. He began to methodically reverse engineer the problem. Half an hour later, the first round of reverse engineering concluded, revealing a password that had been mentally computed countless times. Tap, tap, tap. The password was entered. A message displayed, incorrect. The ominous red alert sent a wave of anxiety through the room. The first attempt had failed. Instructor Huang remained silent, then retrieved a briefcase from his belongings, pulling out a densely filled notebook. 10 minutes later, he commenced the second round of reverse engineering. This time, the process took 40 minutes. Clearly, Instructor Huang was exercising caution. For the second password calculation, he employed a computer utilizing multiple units and algorithms. Zheng Jianfeng and Officer Hong stood behind him, observing the myriad of digits and letters, including some profound algorithms from higher mathematics that were utterly incomprehensible to them. In the end, the calculations morphed into a collision of letters and symbols, leaving them in awe. Gulp! Zheng Jianfeng and Officer Hong exchanged nervous glances. The brilliance of such intellectual prowess was intimidating. They felt fortunate to have summoned Instructor Huang. Otherwise, they would have been at a complete loss. Tap, tap, tap. After a few minutes of silence, the keyboard erupted into sound once more. The same blank page reappeared, the input box blinking. Instructor Huang initiated his second input attempt. Everyone held their breath, tension palpable in the air. The moment the enter key was pressed, the display read, "Incorrect." Another crimson warning flashed before their eyes. The group stared wide-eyed, paralyzed with fear. The second attempt had failed. Sigh. Instructor Huang removed his glasses, revealing beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Was this password truly so difficult to crack? Officer Hong stepped forward in consolation. Instructor Huang, are you all right? I'm fine, Instructor Huang replied, shaking his head. However, his face, etched with age and weariness, betrayed a hint of struggle. This password is no simple matter. I can faintly sense certain aspects. After 2 rounds of reverse engineering, I've discovered that the input box harbors a virus. In other words, when you input the password 123, the virus modifies it to 345. Gasp! At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. What kind of sorcery was this password? Did such perverse viruses truly exist on an international scale? Instructor Huang continued. Thus, to decipher correctly, one must not only ensure the validity of the reverse engineering, but also calculate and predict how the virus will alter the input number. Once altered, the number must undergo further modification. And when you input the adjusted password again, the virus will activate yet again. An endless cycle, akin to a Taiji diagram. At this moment, Zheng Jianfeng and Officer Hong could no longer contain their disbelief. Who on earth could have devised such an intricate password? Instructor Huang rose, appearing to have aged several years within that brief hour. The password can be entered incorrectly once or countless times. I believe I cannot afford to make any more arbitrary attempts. You all should consider alternative approaches. Officer Hong was left speechless. If even the pinnacle of cryptography had reached a standstill, who else could they turn to? Zheng Jianfeng nudged Officer Hong's arm. Oh Hong, I have a bold idea. Is that young fellow Su Yun still awake? Officer Hong blinked in surprise, wanting to reject the notion but finding no reason to do so. Given the series of unexpected events, it was hardly surprising to think of that young man now. He should still be awake. He's quite the night owl. Then let us go find him. That young man is rather extraordinary. Perhaps he can get a try. After all, we might as well attempt the impossible. What if a miracle occurs? ISNT, it said, that miracles can happen once or numerous times. Su Yin has shown brightly on many occasions. Without further ado, at Zheng Jianfeng's suggestion, Instructor Huang followed them to meet this remarkable young man. He was intrigued as to why, whenever they mentioned Su Yun, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the accommodation was rapped upon, and a throng of individuals filed in. Su Yun, are you awake? Come help us out. Su Yun yawned and ambled into the interrogation room. Upon entering, Pang Guangda, who had been dozing quietly in the corner, sensed impending danger. His eyes widening and his body trembling in fear. He pleaded, Big brother, I truly do not know what the password is. Chapter 74, A Twist and a Turn. No friends. Pang Guangda trembled with anxiety, reminiscent of a child caught burning summer homework by his father. Su Yun suddenly shot him an exaggerated glare, as if to say, What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to devour you. The poor lad's mental fortitude seemed woefully inadequate. He settled before the computer as Instructor Huang began to carefully introduce the topic to Su Yun. Having already attempted twice, only one opportunity remained. After 3 attempts, the web page would self-destruct and reverse lock our location. Presently, I deduced that the input box harbored a virus. I recounted the details one by one. Su Yun felt overwhelmed. With self-contained programs and advanced viruses, had the web truly evolved to such sophistication? Officer Hong blinked in anticipation. Su Yun, Do you believe you can crack it? In response, Su Yun disregarded the computer screen and scrutinized the laptop before him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I can, but it will cost extra. Officer Hong and the others were taken aback. Is this really happening? Can one openly solicit money from the police without any pretense? The most astonished among them was Instructor Huang. Could this young man truly decipher the password? Surely he was jesting. At least Huang had engaged in reverse reasoning before attempting any hacks. Yet here was Su Yun, ignoring the web page entirely, only focused on a laptop? Before Officer Hong could interject, the door to the interrogation room creaked open, revealing three familiar figures: Director Chun, Deputy Minister Zhang, and the stout Wang Fan. Chun had hurried back to the safe house, seeking Su Yun, only to be informed he had been brought to the interrogation room. Wang Fan, concerned for Su Yun's well-being, had lugged a camera along. Brother, I can't sleep without you at night. Brother, your absence makes my bed so cold. Su Yun thought, what a lewd fat man. Director Chen's expression was grave. He was already aware of the incident's severity, which entangled international fraud syndicates. Su Yun, as long as you can crack the password, I am willing to pay any amount. At that moment, millions of fans in the live stream remained oblivious. What is happening? Am I missing something? Is the streamer secretly engaged in important matters? This fat man dragged us here to watch a dance. And now I can't keep up. What is this about a password? Could it be a decoding? Speculation ran rampant. With Director Chun's declaration, Su Yun decided to no longer conceal the truth. There was little to hide. He wished to finish quickly and return to rest. He resumed his seat and unplugged the laptop's adapter. Hey, Wang Fan, hand me a leftover toothpick from your pocket. A toothpick? Wang Fan complied, producing a dry toothpick adorned with cilantro leaves. Instructor Huang was baffled. What on earth does a toothpick have to do with decoding a password? Simultaneously, Officer Hong and Director Chun, observing Su Yun's contemplative demeanor with the toothpick, felt a shiver down their spines. No way. Huang hastily cautioned, young man, this is your final chance. You must proceed with caution. Do you require my assistance? Perhaps I can help you reverse engineer the decoding? Huang insisted he was quite adept at reasoning. To him, a password deserved utmost seriousness, akin to love, which only thrives on sincerity. How could one expect to succeed without careful consideration? Su Yun chuckled. No need for such trouble. Do you already know the password? Huang began to wildly guess. However, Su Yun chose to remain silent. He had several competitive matches awaiting him. The password mattered little. Thus, with his thumb and index finger gripping the toothpick, he aimed for the USB port. With a decisive click, he inserted it. A twist and a turn. Suddenly, the blank web page trembled, and a detailed document sprang forth. Done, Su Yun exclaimed. Huang and the others were left speechless. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, akin to a tranquil bridge over the river cam. They exchanged bewildered glances. Was this formidable password protection so easily dismantled? Huang felt as though he were dreaming. For decades, he had been deciphering codes, whether for safes or smart locks, employing his own intricate formulas, calculating, strategizing, progressing step by step. Yet this young man had achieved it with nothing but a toothpick. Are you a wizard? You cracked it just like that? Huang had spent over an hour sweating in vain. And you, with a mere toothpick, accomplished it. This scene felt eerily familiar to Officer Hong and Director Chun. The essence lingered. The movements were reminiscent. The man was the same, yet the expert was no longer the same expert. Every day, a new expert is astonished. Streamer, you might end up friendless. At least try to cover it up. There's no pretense at all? Wait, are you a sorcerer? Can you really decode passwords? I've seen physical decoding, but this is my first encounter with spell decoding. Honestly, I strongly suspect you're avoiding using your fingers to prevent electrocution. Dare to be more outrageous. Why not open an unlocking company? If you can decode password locks, I have my own lock. Could you help me? As the astonishment mounted, the laptop began to disassemble itself before their eyes. Keys, fans, motherboard. Everything fell apart. Officer Hong and Huang exchanged bewildered glances. Is this what they call a soul-crushing blow? Su Yun scratched his head, his face tinged with embarrassment. I might have applied a bit too much force. But fear not. I can dismantle, but I do not reassemble. However, the web page has been breached, and as long as you can put the laptop back together, the list is still intact. The group fell into a moment of speechlessness. Meanwhile, Pang Guangda, who had been lurking in the corner, sighed in relief, profoundly grateful. It turned out his brother was this formidable. No wonder he was surrounded by such influential figures. Thank goodness that twist and turn did not befall him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Pang Guangda gradually rose, unable to contain himself, humming, "Thus, I am conquered by you, brother. I also know of some domestic fraud dens. Let me write down all the details for you now." Chapter 75. How proficient are your culinary skills in the mess hall? Are meals and accommodation provided? If all goes as expected, the eminent figure in the realm of cryptography, Instructor Huang, transformed into an ardent admirer upon witnessing Su Yun's advanced skills. Regardless of age or wrinkles, once Su Yun showcased his prowess, the urge to learn became imperative. Instructor Huang's dedication surpassed that of those before him. "Professor Su Yun, could you elucidate the principles behind your methods? After years of studying cryptography, I have never encountered such a technique for decryption. If we were to speak of cracking safes or manipulating lock cores, he might have been less astonished. The crux of the matter lies in the technique's capacity to resolve internal issues, akin to addressing software errors with hardware solutions. This is decidedly not on the same spectrum." Instructor Huang followed Su Yun to the accommodation house, refusing to depart. Even if it meant sleeping on the floor, his thirst for knowledge remained unquenchable. Zheng Jianfeng and Officer Hong, assigned by Director Chun to accompany him, observed Huang with eager anticipation, akin to students witnessing a classmate solve a complex problem. "Please, you are a leading figure in cryptography. Many have sought a mere glimpse of you. Yet here you are, turning to a younger individual as your mentor." Su Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he known the implications of his public display of skill, he might have refrained. "Instructor Huang, it is not that I refuse to teach you. It is simply beyond the scope of what can be learned in a short time." With a resigned smile, Su Yun remarked, "Instructor Huang, I have tasks to attend to tomorrow, including collecting scraps. Perhaps we could converse at a later date?" Huang vigorously shook his head, clearly rejecting the notion of postponement. Such excuses might deceive a child, but he, Huang, had lived long enough to grasp the nuances of conversation. Zheng Jianfeng, feeling the tension, interjected, "Instructor Huang, Brother Su Yun, what if we arrange this? Since you intend to collect scraps, I can take you to our military training ground for that purpose." "The military training ground? Is there truly scrap to gather there?" Before Su Yun could respond, Zheng Jianfeng assured him, "Rest assured, once you arrive, every piece of scrap throughout the training ground and base will be yours to collect. What do you think?" Su Yun pondered this proposition. The allure of Colonel Zheng's offer was undeniable. Firstly, every young man harbors a desire to experience military life and training grounds. Secondly, the assurance that he could collect scraps without competition was enticing. With his ambitions aligning and potential earnings increasing, Su Yun found himself intrigued. However, he hesitated to agree immediately, countering with, "Brother Zheng, I would be willing to go, but I have but one question. Are meals and accommodation included?" This simple inquiry left those present momentarily stunned, their minds grappling with disbelief. "Huh, are you the king of mooching? I've seen people scrounge for food, but never quite like this. Seriously, you dare to mooch from the police station and the military? Are you out of your mind? Wow, impressive indeed. I have to hand it to you, you're something else. Mess hall, we're doomed. Here they come. Instructor Huang. So, my meals lack allure?" The chat room erupted in chaos. Officer Hong regarded Su Yun with a mix of disbelief and admiration. This kid has been clever since childhood. No matter what he does, he never neglects his appetite. It seems he has grown tired of our police station's cuisine and wishes to sample the fare from the mess hall. Zheng Jianfeng took a moment to process this. Was that all he required? "Brother Su Yun, are you implying you look down upon us? In such a vast establishment, how could we overlook your meals? Rest assured, if you come, the scraps and meals will be entirely yours." Officer Hong remained silent, quietly observing his old classmate's bravado. "So, you think your status grants you superiority? Fine. Allowing this young master to switch venues seems reasonable. Recently, their police department had been under immense pressure. Sending Su Yun to the military base to gather scraps could be beneficial. Upon hearing the satisfactory response, Su Yun nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow. On their return journey, Zhang Jianfeng reassured Instructor Huang. Do not fret, Instructor. Once Brother Su Yun arrives at our place, you will have ample opportunity to seek his guidance. At that point, you can inquire as you wish. I doubt any other experts will compete with you. Instructor Huang nodded silently, already recognizing Su Yun as his mentor. Ever since he became a luminary in the field of cryptography, he had never acknowledged anyone, until today, when he found himself humbled by Su Yun's prowess. Simultaneously, at the program headquarters, a group of leaders and executives sat in the director's office past midnight, their eyes wide with trepidation. Despite dark circles under their eyes, they dare not relent. Director, perhaps you should retire for the night? We will monitor things, and should anything arise, we shall inform you, suggested the head of the monitoring team. The chief director felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his weary face pale and fatigued. This is supposed to be a leisurely endeavor, a pursuit of joy. Yet here we are on edge due to participant 54, Su Yun, working overtime each day. We, the leaders and executives, now find ourselves living at the office, with our every waking moment consumed by thoughts of participant 54. The head of the data team lamented. Director, why not just declare participant 50 for the winner outright? Silence fell upon the group. They shared a similar sentiment. However, the chief director shook his head. That is not feasible. Our program has transcended mere profit margins. The situation has escalated to the point where certain governmental entities have begun to take notice. This has only recently occurred. As the heat intensifies, participant 54, Su Yun, has altered the program's trajectory. Major brands and advertisers are eager to collaborate, but the attention from various governmental departments signifies a different level of scrutiny. We are, indeed, a prize jewel in the palm of their hands. If participant 54 excels, we shine. Should he falter, we all face ruin. The chief director gazed at the recently darkened livestream screen and took a deep breath. All right, everyone, return home and rest. We have successfully navigated today. Chapter 76, The Anti-Fraud Patriarch. A shocking scene. At 6 in the morning, the horizon began to glow with a pale light. The dim sky exuded an air of chaos. Across the internet, media reporters were eagerly broadcasting critical news. The case of the fraud syndicate had become a veritable bombshell on a national scale, affecting countless victims and ravaging innumerable families. Now, as dawn broke, one individual, through sheer determination, had dismantled an entire fraud network. Daily Express. Today's breaking news reports that yesterday, the Longhai City Police Department cracked a significant fraud case, which has since unraveled numerous fraud syndicates, both domestically and internationally. 3.5 years of news. Domestic police authorities are taking this fraud syndicate case very seriously. It is anticipated that cooperation with foreign police will be established. Rapid report. According to our sources, the hero who solved this major case is a contestant from a variety show. A plethora of news segments began to flood the airwaves. Each time a report was opened, aside from the high number of likes, the most notable aspect was the eye-catching comments from netizens. Oh, is my brother trending at #1 again? Brothers, we've made it. Our Su Gu has been recognized as a hero by the official media. Sigh. Why do these officials seem so naive? Isn't this just basic for our Su Gu? Waking up to see reports about Su Gu is simply delightful. I love Su Yun. Let me emphasize, Su Yun is my husband. Brothers, what are we betting on today? The comment section was brimming with topics related to Su Yun, the fervor so intense that even the central bank made a remark. Our Huaxia. Meant to be like this. A succinct statement imbued with affirmation and recognition. The name Su Yun had surged in popularity across the nation, amassing over 10 million clicks on various short video social platforms. The illustrious General MacArthur once remarked, if you start him off with a pair of iron pincers and a basket, he could retrieve corpses and arms. If I had to choose an opponent, I would never select Su Yun. Self-media bloggers rushed to express their admiration, showering him with likes. Even directors and screenwriters contemplated crafting a blockbuster film centered around Su Yun, inspired by his triumph over the fraud syndicate. 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. Aside from the Tang dynasty, I haven't T witnessed such a flourishing era in ages. Why hasn't T that man started broadcasting yet? Just thinking about my Sugu sharing a bed with that fatso makes my teeth ache. Sugu's face is absolutely captivating. I feel unwell if I don't see it for a day. Congratulations to Sugu for earning the latest title, the Anti-Fraud Patriarch. When he strikes, it's nothing short of spectacular. In just half an hour, even before the show had aired, the heat had escalated to 90 million. It was on the verge of surpassing 100 million. At the headquarters of the production team, the director, weary and exhausted, arrived at the office early, staring at yet another trending topic. Not a flicker of a smile could be detected on his face. He simply couldn't bring himself to smile. Previously, they had clamored to trend, but now there was fear and dread with high heat and attention. If anything were to go wrong, it would all be over. The director, aware that the show had yet to commence, expected it to start around 7 or 8. He nodded thoughtfully and then instructed, prepare all departments, notify the medical team, fill the ambulance's fuel tank, and ensure each member has a bottle of quick-acting heart medicine. After speaking, he sat down and took a deep breath. All right, comrades, prepare to face a new battle. In the accommodation room, as the clock struck 7, Suyin opened his eyes, the familiar mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Today's sign-in successful. Today's happiness secret. Rather than compromising yourself, make it difficult for others. Without morals, one cannot be held hostage. Sign-in reward. Strength 2. Wisdom 2. Today's fortune. Moderate luck with minor misfortune. Today's special reward. Lucky spin choose 1. And may you strike it rich. Su Yun felt a jolt, his sleepiness dissipating entirely. Moderate luck with minor misfortune? Acceptable, as long as it wasn't catastrophic. The sign-in rewards of enhanced strength and wisdom were welcome. The special reward was a lucky spin. The system was quite extravagant today. In his mind, a spinning wheel with a pointer appeared, divided into 10 segments, each representing a unique special reward. Su Yun glanced over. Growth of 10 centimeters. Impressive. The second, master-level combat skills. The third, perfectly disarm an opponent. In total, there were 10 options, a hodgepodge of rewards. Regardless, system rewards are never to be turned down. Even if some were unsuitable, he could simply forego them. System, let us begin the spin. With a rumble, the wheel began to whirl at high speed, and as Su Yun commanded it to stop, the pointer gradually halted. Ultimately, to Su Yun's astonishment, it landed on the reward of 10,000 languages. 10,000 languages. Note 10,000 languages. Speak 10,000 languages. One intriguing skill. The system provided no explanation. However, Su Yun could surmise it might pertain to languages, and he was quite attuned to sounds. For instance, right now, the hefty Wang fan lay in bed, snoring. Su Yun could discern whether the fatso's teeth were healthy. After a quick wash, the rotund Wang fan set up the camera to start his broadcast. Darling, I miss you dearly after just one day apart. Sugu, are you going to the military district to fetch a nuclear bomb today? The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Are you messaging me? Don't get your hopes too high. The previous times were mere coincidences. Honestly, what is better than being a fan of Sugu? These days, it's not that we can't afford to chase stars, but pursuing Sugu offers greater value. Sugu is incredibly popular. He might as well debut right now. Breakfast was shared with Officer Hong and others in the cafeteria. Colonel Zheng Jianfeng and Instructor Huang were also present. This was the last meal they would have at the police station. Once they attended to the aftermath, they would be on their way. By midday, Director Chun and Deputy Director Zhang were engrossed in a meeting regarding the fraud syndicate, which would keep them occupied for quite some time. Finally, when lunchtime arrived, Colonel Zheng Jianfeng was ready to take Su Yun away. As they boarded the military vehicle, the engine roared to life, and the moment they passed through the police station's gates, the streets were packed with people holding up large photos of Su Yun in support. Every face radiated joy, expressing gratitude to Su Yun in their own unique way. There was no organizer, no host, just the spontaneous appreciation of the public, a rare sight indeed. Colonel Zheng chuckled. Slow down the car a bit. Chapter 77. The Iron Brigade. Scavenging up the mountain. The all-terrain military vehicle moved slowly along the main road, its windows rolled down. One by one, beaming faces came into view. Among these individuals were those drawn by Su Yun's charismatic persona, as well as victims of scams. Regardless of their motives, they had gathered to behold Su Yun in person. In the passenger seat, Su Yun was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such fervent admiration. Truth be told, he was experiencing the sensation of a star's farewell gathering. Photographer Wang Fan, a chubby fellow, extended his hand enthusiastically. "Hello, everyone. Please continue to cheer for us. Continue to support us." He then pointed out, "Hey, ma'am, that apple in your hand looks rather fresh. I wonder if it's delicious." In the next moment, the elderly lady sprang to action, shoving her shopping basket towards the vehicle. "Your mouth has a knack for getting you in trouble. Your speech is quite pretentious. Even I, a pure green tea drinker, yield to you. Chubby, why don't you just set up a shrine?" The crowd stretched for about a kilometer, dispersing only after leaving the main road. Colonel Zheng Jianfeng chuckled. "Brother Su Yun, it seems you are quite popular." He was familiar with such scenarios. Whenever disaster struck, the military would mobilize to provide aid, and the public would spontaneously come out to express their gratitude. However, it was rare to see someone like Su Yun, a civilian hero, the people's darling. Su Yun grinned. "Brother Zheng, once we arrive, I hope you'll take good care of us." Rest assured, Zheng Jianfeng patted his chest in assurance. In the back seat, Wang Fan struggled to find a place for his camera. "Brother Zheng, I've heard that photography in the military district is restricted. Are there any forbidden zones?" What if Wang Fan, typically silly, managed to think ahead in critical moments, showing an understanding of the broader picture when it came to national matters? Zheng Jianfeng grasped Wang Fan's concerns and replied with a smile, "No worries. The areas you're allowed to access are all public. The restricted zones are indeed off-limits to you." This was beyond question. Zheng Jianfeng was well aware of Su Yun and his friend's intentions, thus preparing in advance for their visit, which alleviated any lingering concerns. "I've always wanted to see inside the military. Can we meet some handsome soldiers? Wow, I might just bring one home as a husband. I can only imagine how delightful it would be to date a soldier. Huh, coward. I dare to think about it. Let them fight over the soldiers. I only want Suga. Oh my, are you all picking favorites now? Brother." The all-terrain vehicle headed towards the outskirts of Longhai City, where Zheng Jianfeng's unit, known as the Iron Brigade, was stationed. The name symbolized strength and resilience, embodying the spirit of unwavering determination and the brilliance of manhood, forged through trials. Along the journey, Su Yun and Wang Fan both succumbed to fatigue, falling into a deep slumber despite having gone to bed early the previous night. Zheng Jianfeng instinctively accelerated, and after an hour's drive, they arrived at the military district housing the Iron Brigade. The area was substantial, resembling a standard brigade's layout. Upon disembarking, Zheng Jianfeng led Su Yun and Wang Fan directly to the mess hall. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of a vast, clean, and orderly military cafeteria. Just by appearance alone, one could tell that the food would be delectable. Wang Fan struggled to contain his excitement as saliva pooled in his mouth. "Haha, I know you haven't eaten, so I had the kitchen prepare something special for you." Zheng Jianfeng invited them inside. Upon entering the cafeteria, Su Yun was taken aback by the pristine environment. To describe it in one word, immaculate. It was not the type of cleanliness associated with five-star hotels or high-end venues requiring artificial lighting to enhance their appearance. The military cafeteria was purely spotless. The floors showed no trace of dust, and the tables gleamed as if they could serve as mirrors. All the furniture was arranged neatly. At that moment, millions of viewers in the live stream finally understood what it meant to be truly clean to the core. Wow, is this truly achievable by human hands? Cleaning is easy. Maintaining it is the challenge. Don't say that. Even a fly landing here would be a miracle. If a fly lands here, consider me defeated. You can't help but admire it. They truly are impressive. I refuse to concede. I'm the contrarian. Let me lick the table corner. I refuse to believe it has no remnants of food. At the serving window, the kitchen staff had prepared just enough for the three of them. There were no extravagant dishes or seafood delicacies. Instead, the meal consisted of mapo tofu, stir-fried shredded potatoes, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. "Get a try," Zheng Jianfeng encouraged. As Su Yun took a bite of rice paired with mapo tofu, An explosion of flavor ignited his taste buds. Just one mouthful, and he began to devour the meal ravenously. It was a taste reminiscent of home. Wang Fan, too enraptured by the food, buried his face in his bowl. After their meal, Zhang Jianfeng had a meeting to attend, so he temporarily escorted Su Yun and Wang Fan to their accommodation. Since they were not military personnel, their lodgings consisted of a makeshift tent. However, despite its modest size, the tent was well equipped with all necessary amenities and provided an opportunity to appreciate the surrounding natural beauty at any moment. Wang Fan, carrying his camera, suggested, "Brother, sitting idle is rather dull. Why don't we go for a stroll? I see a mountain over there. Let us go explore?" Su Yin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Let us go. Bring the grabber and the basket. We can scavenge for treasures or pick some fruit to eat." The area surrounding the Iron Brigade was rich in resources, with lush greenery and pristine air. The two ambled leisurely towards the mountain. As Colonel Zhang Jianfeng had mentioned, the scavenging efforts within the military district were monopolized by Su Yun, which was a uniquely exhilarating experience devoid of competition. Upon reaching the mountainous base, the basket was already half filled with plastic bottles, most of which had been retrieved from trash bins, while some had been blown onto the grass by the wind. As Su Yun and Wang Fan ascended the mountain, they began to forage for fruit, using the grabber as a makeshift walking stick. Soon, they reached the midway point. Spotting a wild jujube tree, Wang Fan set down the camera and climbed up the tree. Meanwhile, Su Yun sat down on a large rock to rest. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the grass beside him. Chapter 78. "Stop your nonsense, or I'll upset your bottle." The shadow measured approximately 20 centimeters. Its form reminiscent of a small wildcat. Its fur was smeared with dirt, making it difficult to discern its original color. Su Yun spotted the little creature, perched on a boulder, resting. The little one suddenly leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Startled, Su Yun instinctively grasped the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. "Ow, it hurts!" The little creature squeaked, and Su Yun was taken aback. He could actually comprehend the little one's speech. Though its voice was somewhat juvenile, it was undeniably the creature communicating. Su Yun's face was a picture of astonishment. Could it be related to the special skill he had drawn that morning? Remarkable. He could understand animal language now. "Little one, why did you leap into my arms? Where's your family?" Su Yun inquired. "I'm hungry. I want to eat." The little creature replied. This tiny being appeared to be barely a month old, its cries sweet and innocent. It was undoubtedly hungry. But what did it mean by staring at my chest with its mouth agape? At that moment, millions of fans in the live broadcast were captivated by the sudden appearance of this little creature. "This little one is rather adorable. Come here. Let me give you some gentle pats. Wow, I have absolutely no resistance against such a darling. By the way, what breed is this little creature? Its fur is filthy. Let us hope it's not a protected species. It looks like a small wildcat, doesn't it? I used to have one. Little one, don't bite randomly. My brother Su is a man." After considerable effort, Su Yin managed to tame the little creature. He told it that obedience would be rewarded with food. Remarkably, the little one lay quietly in his arms and promptly fell asleep, completely unafraid and oblivious to the potential dangers surrounding it. Suddenly, Wang Fan, the plump fellow, descended from the jujube tree, having harvested a considerable number of wild jujubes. Before he could share his bounty, he caught sight of the small creature nestled in Su Yun's arms. He instinctively took a step back, adopting a defensive posture. "Whoa, where did you find this little wildcat?" "I'm terrified of small animals," Wang Fan admitted. Despite his robust appearance, he was, in truth, quite timid when it came to living creatures. Su Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I didn't bring it here. It jumped into my arms. What should we do now? This little one won't end up sticking to us, will it?" Wang Fan fretted, wishing he could dispose of the creature right then and there. Su Yun shook his head in resignation. "Let us continue up the mountain. If we encounter its parents, we'll return it. What if we don't?" Wang Fan asked instinctively. "If we don't find them?" Su Yun pondered for a moment, then said, "We'll take it back with us." This little creature looked to be less than a month old. Leaving it alone in the mountains would surely lead to its starvation or predation. True, despite Wang Fan's fear of animals, the thought of the little one perishing was disheartening. The two continued their ascent up the mountain until they reached the summit. They allowed the little creature to make a few pitiful cries, but as dusk approached and no response was forthcoming, Su-Yun had no choice but to carry the little one back down. At the foot of the mountain, Colonel Zheng Jianfeng concluded his meeting and hurried to find Su-Yun. Initially, he had been concerned the two might inadvertently trespass into a restricted area. Upon seeing them safely descend from the mountain, he relaxed, smiling as he said, "Brother Su-Yun, I've been searching for you. How was your harvest on the mountain?" Zheng Jianfeng inquired, glancing at the half-basket of plastic bottles Su-Yun held, then at the wild jujubes Wang Fan carried. Finally, he regarded the bewildered little creature in Su-Yun's arms. "Not too shabby. We even found a little kitten on the mountain," Su-Yun replied. Zheng Jianfeng blinked in surprise. It was already evening, and he noted the little one appeared rather dirty. Without further contemplation, he quickly grasped Su-Yun's intentions. "Brother Su-Yun, raising this little creature won't be easy. Moreover, given the nature of your program, it's not suitable to bring it along while scavenging." Of course, Su-Yun had no intention of keeping it long-term. He planned to temporarily care for it, hoping its parents would come looking for it. If not, he would find a new home in a month or two. Nodding, Su-Yun asked, "Brother Zheng, you seem in quite a rush. Is there something you need?" Zheng Jianfeng was accompanied by several soldiers armed with rifles. Initially, he had likely been worried about their safety while preparing to go up the mountain. "Actually, it's nothing urgent," Zheng Jianfeng replied, grinning. "Since it's your first day here, I thought you might enjoy experiencing life in the military district. We have night training exercises arranged for tonight, and afterwards, everyone can gather to sing together. Would you like to join?" Knowing that Su-Yun's program was being broadcast live, the commander expressed support, believing it beneficial for domestic viewers to gain insight into military life. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun nodded in agreement. "No problem, as long as Brother Zheng provides meals." "Of course, that's a given," Zheng Jianfeng assured as he personally escorted Su-Yun and his companions down the mountain. As they walked, he reminded Su-Yun that they could arrange for guards to accompany them should they need to venture up the mountain again. Although ferocious beasts were seldom seen during the day, encountering one could still pose a significant issue. At the military district cafeteria, Su-Yun and his companions arrived just in time for the meal service. The room was bustling with soldiers, yet it retained an atmosphere of order. Everyone queued patiently, refraining from any jostling. Even the sounds of chopsticks and utensils were remarkably subdued. "Is this the legendary silent dining experience? It's so quiet. I always have to choose a TV show beforehand, or else the food loses its flavor. What the ancients said holds true. No conversation while eating. Eating is for eating, working is for working, and entertainment is for entertainment. True self-discipline should be like this. My greatest wish in life is to dine in a military district. I've heard the food is exceptional." The viewers in the live stream were practically drooling with envy. Under Colonel Zheng Jianfeng's guidance, Su-Yun and his companions filled their trays and chose a table in a quieter corner. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, the little creature began to vocalize. To others, it sounded like innocent mewling. To Su-Yun, however, it translated to hungry, starving, want to eat. Given the already hushed atmosphere of the military cafeteria, the little one's cries left Su-Yun feeling incredibly awkward. He threatened, "Little ancestor, stop your racket. If you keep it up, I'll spill your bottle." Chapter 79. 5 kilometers of weighted cross-country. An unexpected situation. In the military canteen, amidst a sea of uniformed personnel, 2 figures in civilian attire stood out conspicuously. Particularly notable was their table, not only accompanied by Colonel Zheng Jianfeng, who bore 2 stripes and 2 stars, but also by a small kitten perched atop the table. The little creature clung to a milk bottle nearly as tall as itself, fervently sucking away, clearly famished. "Brother, is this little one on the brink of starvation? Or has it never been adequately fed since birth?" Wang Fan remarked, observing the kitten's insatiable thirst for the milk. "Let it drink. It's in a crucial growth phase," Su-Yun replied nonchalantly. "As long as it behaves, we won't disturb its milk bottle." Wang Fan felt a twinge of annoyance at the sudden competition for affection. With a playful resolve, he mischievously called out, "Come here, little one, call me daddy." Su-Yun and Zheng Jianfeng both looked on in disbelief As the live stream's millions of viewers erupted in laughter and comments. Why don't you just disappear? Are you taking advantage of the little one? Such audacity. Come on, little one, call me daddy. Daddy will give you candy. That little one drinking milk is so adorable. Quick, screenshot it. The kitten, however, paid no heed to Wang Fan's antics and continued to drink diligently. Wang Fan rolled his eyes, muttering, "Animals are indeed animals. They just don't comprehend human language." Yet, as if defying his words, the kitten suddenly opened its tiny mouth and began to call out, "Ow-woo, ow-woo." Suyin interpreted, "Wang Fan, the little one is scolding you." Huh, I refuse to believe that. What if it's just slow and is actually calling me daddy? Hearing this, Suyin couldn't suppress her laughter. "Brother, why are you laughing? If you make it call, it may just scold you instead. Try it." Fueled by competitive spirit, Suyin insisted, "Come here. Little one, call me daddy." The kitten paused for a moment, then opened its mouth once more, letting out another round of ow-woo. This time, Suyin understood it was indeed calling out daddy. Quite clever. Now let us shake hands. Suyin encouraged as the kitten tentatively raised its left paw. "Say a word." Suyin prompted, and the kitten responded with a resounding ow-woo. For a moment, Zhang Jianfeng and Wang Fan exchanged incredulous glances, both baffled by the kitten's responsiveness. What on earth? How old is this little creature? Less than a month, and it understands everything you say? Though there was a hint of hesitation, it was undeniable. The kitten comprehended Su Yun's words. Wang Fan felt a wave of existential dread wash over him. Could it be that we are not speaking the same language? Zhang Jianfeng, with years of experience under his belt, found this scene utterly unprecedented. He had encountered wild animals in the mountains, whose nature was untamed. Yet here, the kitten seemed to obey Su Yun's every command. Wow, Su, are you some kind of animal whisperer? Forget it. Even top animal trainers would be in awe. This little one, not even a month old, listens so well. Even its biological father might struggle. Who would have thought Su possessed such talent? Hey, Su, I'm a big fan. My son is 2 years old and unruly. Could you train him? Su, my boyfriend never comes home. Could you take a look at him? Brother, my girlfriend. When can I send her to you? Even Su Yun himself had not anticipated the kitten's remarkable obedience. Watching the little one contentedly drinking its milk, Su Yun decided against interrupting. Eventually, as the canteen emptied, the kitten had consumed 2 generous bottles of goat's milk, its belly swollen like a balloon. Then it promptly dozed off. When it came time to place the kitten in a basket, it resisted vehemently, insisting on being cradled by Su Yun instead. Such a clingy little creature. With no other options, Su Yun found a practical solution. His pockets were spacious enough to accommodate the little one. As evening training approached, Colonel Zhang Jianfeng selected a sharp squad for direct training. All right, tonight, we'll add some extra practice. A 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Any objections? The 10 soldiers, donning their gear, displayed unwavering determination. None, Zhang Jianfeng declared. I want to see your resolve. The 10 soldiers rallied together and promptly commenced their weighted cross-country route. 5 kilometers, I love you. They chanted, their voices resonating with vigor and rhythm. Su Yun accompanied Zhang Jianfeng in the off-road vehicle, absorbing the unique spirit of the soldiers, strong, unyielding, and utterly devoted. Truly admirable. Even through the screen, I can feel that passionate energy. Let us ignite the fire, brothers. I just kicked my girlfriend off her phone to join in on 50 push-ups. I just kicked my boyfriend in the ribs to take him on a 10-kilometer night run. All right, so you all play like that? I can't even get out of bed now. Fine, I'm off to the snack street to splurge $50. As the off-road vehicle traversed the terrain, dust billowed behind them. The 10 elite soldiers maintained a steady pace, undeterred by the challenging environment. Earlier, Su Yun had inquired about the weight each soldier carried. Approximately 13 kilograms, with a mandated completion time of 25 minutes. Those exceeding the time would have to repeat the exercise. Such rigorous training methods forged the soldier's exceptional physical prowess. Su Yun, feeling the strength of his 8-pack abs and muscular physique, enhanced by an unknown degree by the system, was uncertain how he would fare in the 5-kilometer weighted run. However, he was confident he could finish comfortably within 20 minutes. Sigh. Is this what it feels like to be a prodigy? As the 5-kilometer weighted run reached its halfway point, the soldiers had completed the first 2.5 kilometers in just about 10 minutes. The remaining distance should be manageable within the stipulated 25 minutes. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhang Jianfeng turned to Su Yun, seemingly struck by an idea. Su Yun, how are you feeling? Ever considered joining the military? I assure you, I can arrange for you to enlist immediately. With your capabilities, I believe you could eventually reach my rank. Colonel? Su Yun could clearly sense Zhang Jianfeng's sincerity. He truly wished for him to enlist. Su Yun opened his mouth to respond, but before he could articulate his refusal, the off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt. An emergency situation had arisen. The 10 soldiers in the cross-country run instantly tensed, shedding their equipment and preparing for action. Chapter 80. The Lion King approaches with his beasts. The Lion-Tiger hybrid? The Iron Brigade approaches the mountainous region. On a 5-kilometer rugged terrain course, 10 elite soldiers lined up with caution, forming a barrier in front of the off-road military vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Su Yun and his companions were abruptly disturbed by the unfolding incident. They all looked up toward the center of the mountain road. There, leading the way, was a majestic adult male lion. With a magnificent mane and a robust physique, each step exuded a regal presence. Beside him, surprisingly, was a brightly striped female tiger, a lion and a tiger. Following behind were a few scattered lions and lionesses. Further back, there were wild boars, black panthers, and packs of wolves. The display was quite formidable. This group of wild animals completely obstructed all surrounding paths. In the night, the headlights of the off-road vehicle illuminated the eyes of these ferocious beasts, revealing a glimpse of their wildness and ferocity. Zhang Jianfeng sat frozen in the vehicle, striving to maintain his composure. He urgently commanded, "You 10, gather closer to the vehicle." These soldiers were under his command, and he absolutely could not allow anyone to come to harm. As the 10 soldiers obeyed the order, moving towards the rear of the vehicle, the beastly horde followed the lead of the male lion and the female tiger. What on earth is happening? A herd of beasts? This is unbelievable. I've never seen so many ferocious animals, even at the zoo. This is dangerous. Why did the beasts suddenly descend a mountain? It seems they are organized and have a leader. Quickly call for help. The sudden appearance of the herd at the foot of the mountain, within the vicinity frequently inhabited by humans, was indeed a rare occurrence. Although the Iron Brigade was surrounded by mountains, home to wild animals, they typically kept to their own territories. In the past, the sounds of military training, cannon fire, and gunshots would deter wildlife from descending. This was the first time. Zhang Jianfeng was utterly perplexed. Why had the herd suddenly come down? And it appeared they were heading straight for them. The 10 elite soldiers surrounded the off-road vehicle completely. The driver had already called for reinforcements from the military district, but assistance would take time. If the herd surged forth, they would be utterly defenseless. The driver exclaimed, "Commander, let us charge out. If we can break the encirclement, there may still be hope." No soldier of the Iron Brigade feared death. At this moment, they were contemplating how to sacrifice themselves to protect Zhang Jianfeng. However, how could Zhang Jianfeng bear to abandon these soldiers? Hold on. The herd hasn't attacked yet. There must be another reason, he reasoned calmly. The beasts halted just 1 or 2 meters from the off-road vehicle. The Lion King and the female tiger opened their massive jaws and roared fiercely. Their stance suggested they were preparing to attack. Fatty Wong Fan trembled in fear. "Bro, I don't want to be eaten." He was plump, and if he fell into the lion's jaws, he would undoubtedly receive special attention. At this moment, he felt the greatest malice towards chubby individuals in the world. Just as he prepared to step forward, the little creature that had been sleeping in his pocket revealed a dirty little head, its pink nose bubbling with mucus, letting out a plaintive cry. To Su Yun's ears, it sounded like, "So annoying, so very annoying. Roar." In the next moment, the Lion King and the female tiger seemed to be provoked by something. Their eyes turned to fierce crimson, and they began to roar furiously at the off-road vehicle. The following lions, wolves bared their teeth, displaying their ferocity. Even the wild boars began to roar. At this point, everyone appeared to comprehend the situation. Zhang Jianfeng, the driver, and the 10 elite soldiers all turned their gazes towards the little head in Su Yun's pocket. Their lips quivered, and they were filled with disbelief. Su Yun, you, Zheng Jianfeng stammered. After years of military service, he had feared nothing. Yet at this moment, seeing the little creature in Su Yun's pocket, he felt a twinge of fear, not of death, not of the beasts, but of Su Yun. Ha ha ha. Hold it together, everyone. Although this isn't the time to laugh, I can't help it. What can I do? We are professionals, unless... No, I can't hold it in anymore. Wow. Is Su Gu kidnapping the Lion King's child? Su Yun, I'm not taking the blame for this. This little one insisted on following me. Ha ha ha. No wonder the Lion King brought the herd down without regard for danger. You stole his child. Who could tolerate that? By the way, isn't this Lion King a bit too majestic? Even after his child was stolen, he risks his life to descend and confront a vehicle. This is truly unprecedented. A father's love is monumental. With emotions running high, I feel like I'm missing something if I don't whip my rebellious child with a belt. Rebellious child, Dad. It's fatherly love. Fatherly love. Years later. Doctor, sir, your father can still be saved. Rebellious child. Do your best. We'll split the inheritance. Doctor, notify the crematorium. The live stream chat flooded with excitement. Inside the off-road vehicle, silence enveloped the air like the most beautiful tranquility of the night. Zheng Jianfeng stared at Su Yun in disbelief, his inner turmoil reaching a breaking point. Surely, Su Yun didn't do this on purpose? He must have made an innocent mistake. He's a good kid. Damn it, who in their right mind steals the child of a mountain lion king? Zheng Jianfeng felt tears welling up. As a lieutenant colonel in the Iron Brigade, he had lived in this area for quite some time. He had some understanding of the Lion King and the female tiger. The Lion King had once escaped from circus on the brink of starvation, arriving in this mountainous region. The female tiger was the queen of this area. It was evident that the Lion King had attained his current status through the mercy of the female tiger. Under normal circumstances, love between a lion and a tiger would be impossible. Even more astonishing was the fact that they seemed to have produced a hybrid offspring. Observing the Lion King and the female tiger recklessly leading their herd down the mountain, one could certainly understand their motives. At this moment, Su Yun gradually began to comprehend the situation. He could understand the language of the beasts, and therefore, he could discern what the Lion King and the female tiger were searching for. However, what Su Yun hadn't anticipated was that the little creature in his pocket was a rare lion-tiger hybrid. Yet, with both parents present, why did this little one let out a roar and then fall back asleep? Chapter 81. The Orphan. The beast horde kneels. Su Yun was utterly speechless. He wished nothing more than to return this little creature to its parents. They had come seeking him, yet this little one showed no inclination to leave. It felt as though he were engaged in the abduction of a young beast. He shook the little creature, but it remained unresponsive. The pressure was mounting. He finally grasped the truth of the saying. One cannot awaken those who pretend to be asleep. Not only humans feign slumber, beasts do, too. Wang Fan sat nearby, anxiously urging, "Brother, hurry and return the little one to its parents." They seemed quite distressed. The loud cries certainly frightened anyone who heard them. Su Yun sighed. "All right, I will get out of the car." Zheng Jianfeng quickly interjected, "Brother Su Yun, let the little one down. It should go to its parents." Really? Su Yun could sense that the Lion King and the Tigress were solely focused on retrieving their child. If this little one could walk on its own, it would be ideal, regardless of whether the little creature was truly feigning sleep. He extracted it from his pocket. It was no larger than a palm. Instantly, it opened its eyes, howling and attempting to burrow back into Su Yun's pocket. Roar! The Lion King growled before the off-road vehicle. Everyone trembled, genuinely feeling the Lion King's wrath. However, the little creature not only disregarded its father, but instead let out a plaintive cry towards its parents, as if to say, "Annoying. Bothersome." Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Where had this little one learned such behavior? It appeared that the little ancestor had no intention of leaving with its parents. Stalemates like this could inevitably lead to conflict. Su Yun opened the car door and stepped out. "Brother Su Yun, be careful." Zheng Jianfeng wanted to follow, but was stopped by several soldiers. Initially, Everyone was reluctant to let Su Yun take such risks. How could one treat wild beasts as if they were ordinary creatures? Nevertheless, Su Yun resolutely exited the vehicle, smiling calmly. Brother Zheng, allow me to handle this. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall be harmed under my watch. As he spoke, Su Yun tucked his hands into his pockets. What followed was a scene that astonished Zheng Jianfeng and ignited excitement among millions of fans in the live broadcast. Su Yun's silhouette stretched out. One man, with a little beast in his pocket, its tiny head peeking out, a delicate paw waving. I am impressed. This little one is truly clingy. It really doesn't want to leave. Perhaps it hasn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. Does it not know? Is the son of the Lion King? Such an adorable little creature. It has captured my heart. Epic scene. Screenshot. That year, I had my hands in my pockets. Brother Su is a true man, facing the beast horde alone. Wow, who would dare criticize my brother again? I will bite you, little blackie. Thus, Su Yun, with his hands in his pockets, stood before the horde of beasts. To be honest, it was not a matter of fear, especially with the Lion King's commanding presence. Standing there, he exuded the aura of a ruler, and the little creature's mother, once the queen of the forest. She, too, was a formidable figure. A low growl emerged from the little one, breaking the stalemate. Indeed, it was greeting its parents. However, the greeting sent a chill down Su Yun's spine. Mom, Dad, I have run away from home. Su Yun? The implication being, I was abducted by a good person. As expected, upon hearing this, the Lion King and the tigress became agitated, fixating their gaze on Su Yun. Damn. He felt a sense of being perceived as a beast trafficker. Su Yun hastily spoke. If you wish to take it, please do so quickly. He truly did not anticipate that the little one would learn so quickly. With parents of such a strong background, why was it clinging to him? The Lion King and tigress exchanged stunned glances, evidently surprised that Su Yun's words were comprehensible to them. The misunderstanding was resolved. What followed was a dialogue between a doting couple and their rebellious son. Lion King, you rascal, come home with me. Tigress, child, the human world is dangerous. Come back with us. Little one, no. I won't go home. He is a good person. He has milk. Tigress, this child, clearly starving, come home, and I will feed you. Little one shook its head. I want goat's milk? Goat's milk is delicious. Lion King, next time, I will catch you a few goats to serve as your milkmaids. Little one, without technology, without fierce milk. I want tea drink. Su Yun. Damn, I can't bear to listen any longer. This little one, after spending some time with them, where did it learn such rhetoric? How did it know that the goat's milk it craved needed to possess technology and intensity? True, milk with technology and fierceness is delightful, but the key is that it is not nutritious. The Lion King and tigress pleaded earnestly, joined by the wolf grandmother, lion brothers, and pig sister. Yet, it was futile. No matter how they tried to persuade, the little one was resolute in its attachment to Su Yun. At this point, Su Yun felt immense pressure. He genuinely wished to return the little creature, but it was stubbornly clinging to him. What could he do? Roar. The Lion King began to growl. It seemed he was preparing to forcefully take his son back. Just as Su Yun was about to employ his silver-tongued persuasion on the Lion King, several armed helicopters appeared in the sky, approaching steadily. The tigress bared her teeth, positioning herself in front of the Lion King. Enough. Let the child be. Ultimately, the tigress turned her gaze towards Su Yun. In that moment, he could feel a hint of pleading in her eyes, misty with emotion. Please, take care of her child. Thank you. Su Yun. He stood there, utterly bewildered. Thank you? The tigress actually expressed gratitude to a human. Had he not understood the language of beasts, he would never have imagined. Animals possess such profound emotions. However, before Su Yun could respond, armed helicopters and military off-road vehicles arrived in full force. Surrounding the mountain road, red dots and lights illuminated every creature. The previously dim surroundings were transformed into daylight. Then came an unexpected scene that left everyone astounded. The horde of beasts, once encircled, remained calm. The Lion King and the tigress knelt on their knees, leading the entire horde in unison. Roar! They collectively howled, their voices piercing the heavens, shattering the thick clouds above as if engaged in some solemn ritual. The entire beast horde knelt before Su Yun. Chapter 82. Crisis averted. The beast herd's acknowledgement. At the foot of the mountain, the beast herd knelt with both forelimbs, bowing their heads in reverence to Su Yun. This scene, illuminated by the lights of helicopters and off-road vehicles, appeared almost sacred, imbued with a sense of pilgrimage. At that moment, silence enveloped the area, broken only by the whirring of helicopter blades and the rumble of engines. Zheng Jianfeng and his companions stared blankly at the beast herd, unaware of how Su Yun had negotiated with them. Yet, it seemed that the crisis had been effortlessly resolved. The herd did not rage nor descend into chaos. Instead, they lay prostrate, as if honoring their beast king. Wang Fan's chubby face trembled in astonishment. Wow, my brother is truly remarkable. No wonder he's my brother. No way. I've never seen anything like this, brothers. The beast herd is kneeling? Isn't that reserved for the beast king? Did he not return the little one? What does this mean? Is the herd acknowledging Su Gu as their king? Could it be that Su Gu is on the verge of claiming sovereignty in the animal kingdom? How could one defy this? The millions of fans in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the production team, department heads and the chief director breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes fixed on the investors who had just booked tickets, preparing to flee once more. The chief director chuckled. No worries, everyone. Today should be smooth sailing. It's merely a lion-tiger hybrid. The investors, however, thought otherwise. They genuinely wished to withdraw their investments and escape as far as possible. What did he mean by merely a lion-tiger hybrid? This creature, a crossbreed of high pedigree, held significant status regardless of its inherent value. Sighing, the investors paced restlessly, recalling their initial excitement in investing in a variety show, hoping for easy profits and light-hearted entertainment. Who could have anticipated the emergence of someone like Su Yun at number 54? Now, they found themselves unable to withdraw their investments due to the overwhelming popularity of the show. If any issues arose, future investments might be jeopardized. They were trapped, caught in a proverbial roasting oven. At the headquarters, from the humble cleaner to the chairman, everyone remained alert, closely monitoring Su Yun's actions. Their aspirations were modest. They merely hoped that Mr. Su would maintain a steady performance, even if the show failed to generate profits or attract attention. They earnestly wished it would not falter due to his involvement. At the foot of the mountain, the beast herd expressed their respect for Su Yun before the Lion King and Lioness led them back into the forest. As they departed, the little creature peeked out, playfully pawing at Su Yun's pocket. The lioness conveyed to Su Yun that should he ever need assistance, they would come swiftly. Their only hope was for Su Yun to take good care of their offspring. Su Yun nodded in agreement, understanding the rarity of such a child born to the Lion King and Lioness, especially given the low survival rate of lion-tiger hybrids. He felt a responsibility to nurture it with utmost diligence. As the beast herd departed, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain grew lively again. Armed helicopters descended slowly, and an entire platoon secured the area. Su Yun, accompanied by the little one, leisurely returned to the off-road vehicle. Zheng Jianfeng and his companions glanced at the retreating herd, then at the lion-tiger hybrid nestled in Su Yun's pocket. Wow, this is exhilarating, they remarked. The sense of pressure from the beast herd was no less daunting than facing an army of thousands. Furthermore, Zheng Jianfeng keenly sensed the Lion King and the pride behind him were restless, their primal instincts and ferocity evoking apprehension. Most alarmingly, Su Yun returned unharmed, cradling the Lion King's offspring, and even garnered the herd's recognition. The act of kneeling was exceedingly rare, especially toward a human. It could be said that Su Yun was likely the first of his kind in the world to receive such honor. The expressions of those present shifted from bewilderment to admiration. This young man, Su Yun, possessed remarkable courage, setting aside his individual capabilities. The mere fact that he faced the beast herd without flinching was worthy of respect. Zheng Jianfeng clapped Su Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "It's all thanks to you. Brother Su Yun, words fail to express my gratitude." Su Yun scratched his head. "Zheng Ge, as long as everything is all right. I might need your help in the days to come." The little hybrid had dozed off, content in its slumber, living a life of eat, sleep, and repeat. Zheng Jianfeng smiled wryly. Brother Su Yun, don't mention it. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it back safely today besides. It's just a little lion-tiger hybrid. What trouble could it possibly cause? It's just a matter of feeding it some goat-s milk, after all. We in the Steel Brigade can manage that. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the 5-kilometer weight-bearing trek was halted, and the evening's entertainment was postponed to the following day. The soldiers returned to their quarters to rest, and Su Yun was no exception. He brought along a bottle of goat's milk for the little one, to ensure it wouldn't go hungry during the night. Upon returning to the tent, Wang Fan lay on his bed, stretching and cracking his joints. Brother, today was exhausting. It's my first time sleeping in a military district. I'm a bit excited. Su Yun replied with a hint of exasperation. You never seem to lack excitement. Do you? It was true. During the night, some soldiers were stationed on guard duty due to safety concerns. Zheng Jianfeng had even arranged a sentry post not far from Su Yun's tent. I want to be sharing a bed with you tonight, brother. I'm a bit scared of the lion-tiger hybrid, Wang Fan joked. But if you feel lonely, you can sneak into my bed later. Good night. He blew a kiss to Su Yun, who rolled his eyes in response. Moments later, the sound of snoring filled the air. Are the cameras still rolling? Su Yun glanced around, then decided it didn't matter. After a long day, everyone was exhausted, and they were all dressed for sleep. Surely, no one will be interested in watching others sleep live, right? Lying on his bed, Su Yun closed his eyes while the little creature curled up quietly at the head of the bed, making no noise. The live stream maintained its engagement, with millions of viewers still active. Wow, I get to sleep alongside Su Gu tonight? Great. I'll place my phone on the bedside. I love watching people sleep live. Brothers, let us get this started early. Tomorrow, I'm betting on the atomic bomb. Awesome. Tomorrow, I'm betting on Godzilla. The barrage of comments continued to flow. Yet, as night deepened, an unnoticed shadow slowly slinked through the gap in the tent. Chapter 83. The bamboo leaf green snake in the quilt. A new fortune. Inside the tent, in the corner, the grass rustled. A slender black shadow, akin to a rope, slithered silently along the edge of the tent, stealthily approaching Su Yun's bedside. As it made its way up the foot of the bed, it suddenly halted. Another beastly figure descended from above, pouncing upon the long snake. With a growl, the slumbering lion-tiger beast landed atop the serpent. Su Yun awoke with a start. Upon glancing at the bedside, he beheld a vibrant green snake. The bamboo leaf green? Su Yun sprang from his bed in astonishment. The snake flicked its tongue and proclaimed, I am here to serve as your guardian. The lion-tiger is young and naive, gnawing with its toothless mouth. Su Yun was left speechless. He comprehended the snake's words. A guardian? At that moment, over 1 million fans in the live stream trembled at the sight of the bamboo leaf green. Some were inherently fearful of serpents or invertebrates. They appeared soft yet terrifying. Holy moly, the bamboo leaf green. One bite and it's silent. Isn't it too venomous? The bamboo leaf green? Goodness, this thing is far more vicious than my old lady. How dangerous! Almost crawled into the quilt. Once, a bamboo leaf green slithered into my pants. Fortunately, the little creature was quick to react. Su Yun sat at the edge of the bed, having understood the serpent's language. It explained that it had been dispatched by the Lion King, aware of Su Yun's presence in the military tent, concerned about blind snakes and insects disturbing him. Thus, it had been specifically sent to ensure his safety. Su Yun was utterly at a loss for words. What would he possibly say? Everyone was so considerate. Outside, soldiers dispatched by Brother Zheng Jianfeng were on duty, and inside, there was a guardian snake sent by the Lion King. He shook his head and gently removed the little creature from atop the bamboo leaf green. Ignoring it completely, he turned over and fell back asleep. Thus, beside his pillow, on the left lay the lion-tiger beast, and on the right, a mature bamboo leaf green nearly a meter long. Hearing Su Yun's gentle snores, the millions of viewers watching the live stream were left in utter disbelief. Wait, is he really just going to sleep like that? What the heck? It feels like the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. In society, my Su brother is fierce and speaks little. Damn, just asking if you're impressed? Once, we only had an old, rusty faucet. Every rainy day, I would worry and shout, Old iron, don't rust. Don't rust. The fierce emperor. I only recognize Sue brother. It's not that I don't go to the zoo, but watching Sue brother live is more valuable. The zoo doesn't have as many animals as Sue brother's live stream. Huh, is my Sue brother the real life Tarzan? I'm the Tarzan next door, catching the vines of love. Listen to me. A grand concert commenced in the live stream chat. In the deep of night, at the program headquarters, the phone lines were overwhelmed with greetings. The liaison department exclaimed, "Director, we cannot take another call. If we keep this up, I might explode before the phones do." The director scowled, "Keep calling. As long as the phones aren't answered, keep dialing." Goodness. His mental state felt on the verge of collapse. A few days prior, the program had garnered immense popularity. When Su Yun discovered human meat, a group of meat sellers sought collaboration. Upon finding ice sugar with a purity of 99, a genuine ice sugar factory requested a partnership. Subsequently, after uncovering an arms cache in the Wild River, a larger toy brand approached. And now, what was the situation? The animal world wanted to invite Su Yun to film a special documentary. Renowned zoo directors from major cities were pleading for Mr. Su to take the position of zoo director. Goodness, have zoo directors become so audacious? Especially from a zoo in Kyoto, which offered a handsome sum. Hoping Su Yun would become the chief caretaker of the national treasure, the giant panda. They expressed no ulterior motives, merely wishing for the panda to awaken its ancestral lineage under Su Yun's care. One must remember, pandas were once known as iron-eating beasts. As the director listened to the various zoo heads and their lofty offers, he felt utterly drained. One by one, he replied, "We'll definitely consider it in the future." Su Yun had now become a public figure. Calling him an internet celebrity was an understatement. Who knows? He might actually take up the director position or film a documentary someday. The future remained uncertain. At the headquarters of the reality show, The Strongest Challenger, the lights burned brightly day and night. Their former motto of excellence had transformed into "Serve well for number 54. Maintain number 54. Number 54 is heaven. Number 54 is earth." The next day, at 7 in the morning, Su Yun was awakened by the lion-tiger beast licking him. The bamboo leaf green had already made its escape. Ding! Today's sign-in successful. Today's happiness secret. A smile never disappears, it merely shifts. Today's sign-in reward. All attributes enhanced to. Today's fortune forecast. Due to uncontrollable factors. Tentatively unknown. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more at the appointed time. The absence of special rewards was understandable. However, the fortune forecast being unknown, Su Yun sat at the edge of the bed. The word unknown plunged him into a deep bewilderment. Since the awakening of the system, with the continuous development of its capabilities, fortune forecasts had been a daily occurrence. Today marked the first time it had displayed unknown. Upon reflection, the prior forecasts of minor blessings, minor misfortunes, and major calamities had provided him with a sense of direction. But now, to be given unknown? What was the reason? Uncontrollable factors? What factors could possibly be beyond control? Su Yun pondered. The system's fortune was absolute. For instance, today you face great misfortune. That meant great misfortune. Regardless of whether one sat or lay down, it remained misfortune. Now, to receive an unknown? This darn system, clearly playing tricks. Just then, as Su Yun was deep in thought, Zhang Jianfeng pulled open the tent and led Su Yun and the others to the dining hall. The familiar spot awaited them. They sat down to a bowl of sweet soy milk, a stuffed pancake, and a tea egg. Deliciously fragrant. The little creature was given 2 bottles of goat milk. While they ate, Zhang Jianfeng remarked, "Brother Su, yesterday was a false alarm. Thank goodness for you. Did you sleep well last night? Today, I'll ensure you experience military life thoroughly." One by one, Zhang Jianfeng introduced the training programs within the military district. The soldiers followed a fixed training regimen. However, considering Su Yun's uniqueness, Zhang Jianfeng planned to let him experience some interesting activities. Today, I've assembled a few elite squads. We'll pair up and host a trench digging competition. What do you think? Chapter 84. The right eyelid twinges. An ominous premonition. A trench digging competition? Such an event, Su Yun had the fortune of witnessing online. During wartime, trenches played a significant role. whether in the past or in the present era of advanced technological weaponry. Digging trenches is an essential skill for every soldier in the army. Su Yun pondered this and found it rather amusing. Brother Zheng, I have only seen it before. I have never actually dug one. Competing against our military district's elite soldiers, I cannot guarantee victory. He had the self-awareness to acknowledge this. Although Su Yun had undergone system enhancements in various physical aspects, trench digging required technique, not merely brute strength. Hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng smiled and replied, Brother Su Yun, do not be anxious. Our Iron Brigade soldiers hold you in high esteem. The essence of our trench digging competition lies in participation, not in winning or losing. It is a joy for us to engage with you. Zhang Jianfeng himself did not entirely believe there was no intention to showcase the prowess of the Iron Brigade's elite. Just last night, the soldiers had been thoroughly astonished by Su Yun. The beast horde had knelt in reverence before him. That kind of shock and disparity had left many soldiers holding their breath. They did not seek victory. They merely wished to demonstrate their true capabilities. With the live broadcast underway, it was an opportunity for the outside world to witness the combat prowess of the Iron Brigade. In summary, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Faced with such warm hospitality, Su Yun naturally could not refuse. Breakfast concluded hastily. The little lion tiger cub, having eaten its fill, nestled into Su Yun's pocket to sleep. Su Yun stood before a vast expanse of wilderness. Zheng Jianfeng was leading the soldiers in demarcating boundaries. Although it was termed a trench digging competition, the rules were quite simple. Within the allotted time, the one who digs the largest, finest, and sturdiest trench wins. The rotund Wang Fan, camera in hand, was eager to participate. Bro, this is great. We are a team. Su Yun sighed. Yes, I'm paired with the chubby one. With this arrangement, neither of them intended to strive for any ranking. The focus was on participation and experience. Wang Fan continued, Brother, actually, the little cub can contribute as well. Being young, it shouldn't only eat without working. Indeed, Su Yun glanced at the sleeping lion-tiger cub in his pocket. The little creature, young as it was, could climb and had claws. It was said that those raised roughly would thrive well. Su Yun could not let it sleep indefinitely. It could not consume milk for free, so why not involve the little one? Oh right, the little fellow still lacked a name. It needed a charming name. At this juncture, Wang Fan became animated. Bro, how about calling it Mountain Cannon? Su Yun retorted, You resemble a mountain cannon. Think again. How about calling it Tiger since it has tiger blood within? Dog Egg is also a good name. It is easy to care for. If you ask me, just name it Simba. Hey, you are all so eager. Let our little Zihan have a say. Let's call it Zihan. Su Yun and Wang Fan were both hopeless at naming. Wang Fan suggested a plethora of names. Silly Zhu, Dog Shengzi, Pianzi, Kaijuezi. Su Yun rolled his eyes. In the end, they decided, all right, the little one will be called Chong Wei from now on. Wang Fan. The live stream viewers. Chong Wei, what do you mean by giving it a full name? If it's called Chong Wei, what am I called? What about Lai Fu? What about my Lai Fu? Wow, I entered to see Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. How brutal. I, Chong Wei, do not like to fight others. I only love to fight Lai Fu. Ow ow. Chong Wei, nestled in Su Yun's pocket, exerted all its strength to shout. Its little expression clearly indicated a fondness for the name Chong Wei. Su Yun patted the little creature's head and said, Chong Wei, remember, do not fight Lai Fu. Ow ow. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zheng Jianfeng had led the soldiers to delineate several areas. Each group was assigned a plot of land, with 2 shovels provided. How to dig and what to dig was entirely up to the 2 members of each group. Everything was ready. Su Yun and Wang Fan's group chose a spot near the edge to test the soil's moisture level, which was quite suitable. Subsequently, Zheng Jianfeng, also a contestant and judge, chose a central position to team up with an assistant. All in place. 1 hour for digging. Begin. With that command, the 10 groups sprang into action. The soldiers worked with vigor, their bodies and tools in perfect harmony. They targeted their designated areas, entering a mode of intense labor. In contrast, Su Yun and Wang Fan seemed somewhat aimless. Initially, they exerted considerable effort in digging, but a few minutes later, Wang Fan was already drenched in sweat, breathless as he gasped, "Bro, I can't go on." He plopped down on the ground to rest. Su Yun retorted, "Chubby, you're just fluff. You lack exercise, and your body is growing weaker. You can't even compete with Chong Wei." Despite its small size, Chong Wei was diligently digging away with its claws. When it couldn't dig anymore, it resorted to biting at the weeds. "This little one is earnest." Sigh. "In 1 hour, I wonder what Su Gu and the others will manage to dig." "Keep digging, Su Gu." Digging trenches is indeed a test of physical strength and skill. Su Yun was faring well and did not feel overly fatigued. Wang Fan, however, was already exhausted, drenched in sweat. The other groups were making rapid progress, particularly Zheng Jianfeng's group. With experience, strength, and technique, they had already dug a trench taller than a person within just half an hour. The trench was beginning to take shape. Zheng Jianfeng occasionally glanced over at Su Yun's group, half encouraging, half celebrating their own impending victory. "Brother Su Yun, keep it up. Comrades, cheer for Su Yun." In an instant, the other soldiers who were ahead of Su Yun raised their arms in cheer, their faces alight with smiles. "Go, go. Su Yun, keep going." As the digging intensified, Su Yun paused to catch his breath. Defeat was inevitable. Chong Wei was still working hard, his little face now covered in dirt. "Chong Wei, keep it up. Tonight, I will give you an extra bottle of milk." "Ow!" Chong Wei exerted even more effort. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as the little paws stumbled upon a smooth surface, producing a jarring noise. Chapter 85, Nuclear Bomb. "Come out." The cacophony grew increasingly deafening, reminiscent of fingernails scraping across a chalkboard, a sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. "Woo-woo." Chong Wei continued to exert himself, a child whose mind had yet to fully develop. His understanding of the world remained fixated on the belief that sheer strength could yield miraculous results. Su Yun observed the little one's anxious demeanor and quickly seized Chong Wei's small hand. "Chong Wei, my dear, let me teach you. You mustn't dig like this. Kulme, let us change our approach, and together." Without further contemplation, Su Yun resumed digging alongside Chong Wei after a brief rest. Wang Fan, feeling fatigued yet eager to assist, declared, "Brother, I may not be of physical help, but I can certainly lend my spirit." He cleared his throat, and the classic melody began to swirl in their minds. "In the little garden we dig and dig, planting tiny seeds that will bloom into something grand." As the jovial tune resonated, Su Yun's shovel struck something hard, revealing a small edge of an object beneath the soil. Chong Wei continued to dig fervently, causing a clump of loose earth to fall, burying him save for his little head. "Woo-woo." He howled at the unknown hard object, expressing his dissatisfaction and fury. Su Yun chuckled softly, discarding the shovel, and gently brushed aside the loose soil. Before him appeared a steel plate composed of a peculiar material, displaying a military green hue. "Have we unearthed scrap metal from the military?" Su Yun thought to himself, elated. "Though I may not have won the trench-digging contest, finding scrap metal is still a triumph." The excitement among the onlookers was palpable. "Good fortune for Su. Are we about to strike it rich today?" Honestly, I find it a bit disconcerting when Su gets serious. Military scrap is valuable. We could sell it for a pretty penny. As Su Yun continued to excavate, he attempted to pull the object free, only to discover it was immovable. What could possibly be so heavy that even he cannot shift it? He painstakingly scraped away the earth, revealing more of the smooth, metallic surface. Soon, as he tossed aside another handful of soil, a yellow triangular symbol flickered into view. Su Yun gingerly brushed the dirt aside until the symbol was fully unveiled. The moment the emblem appeared, Su Yun's expression froze in disbelief. He recalled where he had seen it before. Was it not the very symbol associated with the righteous, descending object known as a nuclear bomb? Woo-woo. Chong Wei struggled to extricate himself from the soil, opening his mouth wide to bite at the symbol. Su Yun, taken aback, quickly intervened, whispering Wang Fan. Wang Fan, still seated on the ground, sang cheerfully, "Fly higher." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he chuckled and inquired, "Brother, what wrong? Is it my soul-stirring voice?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yun replied solemnly, "Quickly summon Brother Zheng Jianfeng." "What is the matter, brother?" Wang Fan asked instinctively. Su Yun opened his mouth to speak a nuclear bomb, We have unearthed a nuclear bomb. Wang Fan's face instantly drained of color, turning whiter than a ghost. A nuclear bomb? Wait, my brother has unearthed a nuclear bomb? His face trembled as he stammered, "Brother, please don't frighten me." The chaos erupted. Nuclear bomb? The bomb is out? Father, mother, your child has achieved greatness. Wait, are you serious? How do you know it's a nuclear bomb? This is absurd. Brothers, let us meet on the rooftop tonight. Isn't it given that today will bring extraordinary events? My right eyelid has been twitching all day. Wang Fan stood frozen in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation of a nuclear bomb, which was far beyond his comprehension. Su Yun clenched his teeth, pondering his next move. What could he possibly do now? The emblem was unmistakably that of a nuclear bomb. He had never anticipated digging one up. He recalled the system's failure to predict fortune today. Could it be an omen? Frustration surged within him as he recognized the danger posed by the nuclear device, knowing full well its radioactive nature. At barely over 20 years of age, he found himself in a perilous predicament. Resigned, Su Yun slowly emerged from the shallow trench, panting heavily. The other contestants were still fervently digging, their faces alight with excitement and enthusiasm, cheerfully encouraging him. "Brother Su Yun, keep it up. Don't give up. There is still time. Dig a few more times." Su Yun felt a pang of frustration at their encouragement, akin to a mute man consuming bitter herbs. He had no words to express his turmoil. Dig a few more times? Does that iron mass simply yield to a few more digs? Resolute, he quickened his pace towards the central area, where Zheng Jianfeng and his assistant had nearly completed their work in the trench. Upon seeing Su Yun approach, Zheng Jianfeng assumed he had given up early and laughed. "Brother Su Yun, how goes the trench digging experience? I remember my first time. Your expression mirrors mine from years ago." Most new recruits feel overwhelmed, finding it daunting. As a seasoned veteran, Zheng Jianfeng leaned on his shovel and remarked, "You young folks must engage in more hands-on work." Their essay saying, "After all, solutions abound where challenges arise. When faced with difficulties, one must confront them bravely." With a chuckle, he continued, "Well, Brother Su Yun, take your time with the experience. Now, tell me, how has the trench digging felt for you?" Zheng Jianfeng was eager to impart his wisdom, convinced there was surely something he could teach Su Yun. Su Yun grinned slightly, responding, "Actually, it's been manageable." Zheng Jianfeng's smile widened in delight. "Manageable? That suggests you haven't yet grasped the nuances of trench digging." He lifted his shovel, demonstrating, "Brother Su Yun, observe my technique. Digging a trench requires harmony between waist and horse. These little stones are common challenges for newcomers. Allow me to demonstrate how to tackle them." Zheng Jianfeng commenced a thorough explanation of trench digging techniques. Frankly, Su Yun was interested in listening, but now was not the appropriate time for such discourse. He interjected, "Brother Zheng Jianfeng, please hold on a moment. I need to share something with you." Chapter 86, A Sensation. Quickly notify the commander. As Zheng Jianfeng was earnestly explaining the essentials of trench digging, he was interrupted. He looked at Su Yun puzzled, wondering if this was not what they were supposed to be discussing. Su Yun scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Brother Zheng, I accidentally seem to have unearthed a nuclear bomb." Zheng Jianfeng. A nuclear bomb? Both he and his assistant exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. How could someone dig a trench and unearth a nuclear bomb? Such an object is not something one can simply dig up. Even though there are numerous nuclear weapons in Huaxia, they certainly do not have one buried in the plains. Their steel brigade would be unlikely to have even a single nuclear bomb. If they did, it would have been detected long ago. Zheng Jianfeng smiled, thinking Su Yun was merely joking. "Young man, do you all enjoy telling such cold jokes? What nuclear bomb are you talking about? I, a mere lieutenant colonel, have never even seen a nuclear bomb." This was no jest. Zheng Jianfeng had indeed never laid eyes on nuclear bomb. Such significant weaponry is typically stored with the utmost caution. To see one would need to navigate through numerous security protocols. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's lips twitched, and he fell into silence. "Brother Zheng, I am not joking. Why don't you come and take a look with me?" Zheng Jianfeng, utterly unconvinced, laughed heartily. "Sure, let's take a look. If you want me to mentor you, just say so. Come on, I want to see how well you've dug your trench." He simply could not believe that someone could excavate a nuclear bomb. Following Su Yun, they arrived at the edge of the designated area. A camera was set up on a rock, and the rotund Wang Fan lay sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Zheng Jianfeng arrive, Wang Fan hurriedly suggested, "Brother Zheng, how about we make a run for it?" Zheng Jianfeng, "It's too late to run now. Let us pray that the nuclear bomb doesn't explode. What luck has Su Gu encountered today? A nuclear bomb has surfaced. All right, next time, I'll bet on the Starship cannon, betting on my underwear. Next time, I'll dig up Qin Shi Huang's father." Speaking of fleeing, in fact, the production team of the strongest challenger had the most say in this matter. The moment the nuclear bomb symbol appeared, the director and investors had already decided where to hide. The head of the surveillance team slumped at his desk. "Mom and Dad, it's fine, it's just death. Everyone dies eventually." The logistics head, in a frenzy of excitement, exclaimed, "Director, I've secured a prime burial plot." The data head, in a panic, clarified, "What happens if we dig up a nuclear bomb?" Answer: "Either the bomb explodes, or you do." The production headquarters erupted into chaos once more. Indeed, while the bomb had not detonated, they were already in turmoil. Fleeing? No. This was unlike the previous situation with the national defense cable. They didn't even entertain the thought of escape. The director and investors lay slumped in their chairs. "All right, let it be whatever it will be." Zheng Jianfeng barely understood Wang Fan's meaning. Next, Su Yun pointed to a special material symbol beneath the loosened soil. "Brother Zheng, do you recognize that symbol?" "What symbol?" Zheng Jianfeng followed the gesture. At first, he did not see clearly. Upon a second glance, it seemed somewhat familiar. The third glance left him in shock. "This is..." Zheng Jianfeng's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Just one look, and he dare not look again. A nuclear bomb? Is it truly possible for someone to dig up a nuclear bomb in this world? Zheng Jianfeng's head bust. His entire worldview was being challenged like never before. Memories of Officer Hong's warning surfaced in his mind. "Old Zheng, you better be careful." Zheng Jianfeng had thought, "It's just a bit of junk, what could go wrong?" And sure enough, no trouble means big trouble when it does happen. The nuclear bomb. That symbol is undoubtedly a nuclear bomb symbol. Zheng Jianfeng's body began to tremble involuntarily. He realized the true terror of Su Yun. "For heaven's sake, all I wanted was for you to experience military life. I simply wanted you to participate in a trench-digging competition. Fine if you can't dig as well. Just tell me, friendship is paramount. And now, you've unearthed a nuclear bomb." Zheng Jianfeng stood frozen. Su Yun spoke. "Brother Zheng, what do we do about it now? Dispose of a nuclear bomb?" Zheng Jianfeng felt a chill run down his spine. "This is worth a lifetime. My wish to see a nuclear bomb has been fulfilled." He felt his hands and feet turn icy. A nuclear bomb. This is not something that just anyone can dispose of. "Perhaps I should notify the commander." Zheng Jianfeng hurriedly commanded the other soldiers digging trenches to stop. They were still oblivious to the situation, thinking it was merely a competition result. "How is it? Is time up? Which group is in first place?" Zheng Jianfeng. He wanted to say, "Comrades, stop digging. Winning is no longer important." But if they had to name someone as the best, Su Yun. "Of course. The first place is mine, Su Gu. He can dig up a nuclear bomb. Others certainly cannot." In this day and age, participating in a competition means worrying about whether you might be blown to bits. "Zheng Jianfeng, I just wanted you to dig a trench. You are trying to wipe out our Steel Brigade. The Steel Brigade is strong, but it cannot withstand Su Gu's nuclear bomb. Brothers, this is the first time in my life I've seen a nuclear bomb live on stream." The soldiers clamored, hiding in their trenches, awaiting praise. Zheng Jianfeng's lips twitched. "Everyone come out. Quickly isolate yourselves. Brother Su has dug up a nuclear bomb." The crowd? Silence enveloped the evening. "What on earth? A nuclear bomb?" One by one, the soldiers peeked out, all gazing towards Su Yun's direction. The trench may not be large, but it bore a symbol that was sufficiently terrifying. In an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze, and bewilderment filled the air. Zheng Jianfeng, think of a way to notify the commander. In the Steel Brigade's commander's office, commander who was leisurely sipping tea, contemplating whether to invite Su Yun for an evening meet. After all, he had brought a program to the military district for experience. He had heard that this young man was quite impressive and capable. Commander who appreciated down-to-earth young people. Just then, the phone rang. As Commander who pondered, a call came through to his office. "Hello, what is the matter?" Commander who inquired. The liaison officer's voice trembled on the other end. "Commander, it's terrible. A major incident has occurred. Today, Lieutenant Colonel Zheng took Su Yun and the others to participate in a trench-digging competition, and Su Yun unearthed a nuclear bomb." Commander who? "Say that again." The liaison officer replied. "Su Yun dug up a nuclear bomb." Commander who? "A nuclear bomb? Is it the kind of nuclear bomb I'm thinking of?" "No way. How could there be a nuclear bomb buried underground? Besides, what kind of normal person digs up a nuclear bomb for no reason?" Chapter 87. A dummy nuclear bomb? Hidden secrets. Commander who expressed his disbelief until he heeded the liaison's advice to watch the live broadcast titled The Ultimate Challenger. The camera was set on a stone, pointed directly at the nuclear bomb emblem, as if to ensure that no one could miss it. Commander who, with a numb expression, hung up the phone and immediately reached out to his contacts to directly consult a nuclear bomb expert. At that moment, one could only hope that the bomb would not detonate. In no time, the news spread like wildfire from one person to 10, then to 100. Contestant number 54, Su Yun, had unearthed a nuclear bomb, creating a sensation online. Major media outlets clamored to report. "I knew contestant 54 would never keep idlers." A reporter noted after 2.5 years. 3.5 years ago, a magazine stated, "Su Yun is an unexpectedly young talent." The renowned General MacArthur remarked, "You can always trust Su Yun's hands. With his hands, he can realize your dreams." Thus, the name Su Yun soared in popularity across various online platforms. Even within the Longhai City Police Department, Director Chun and Officer Hong, among others, couldn't help but sigh. "It's all thanks to that young brother Su Yun. He never idles away." I had advised old Zheng to be cautious. Initially, everyone was skeptical. It was not until Su Yun repeatedly defied the laws of energy conservation that doubts began to fade. Indeed, when faced with uncertainty, energy conservation seemed irrelevant. If one were to evaluate Su Yun seriously, the only fitting description would be unknown. Much like indulging in chocolate, one could never predict the flavor of the next piece. In the Steel Brigade, amidst a wilderness overgrown with weeds, Commander who led his men to cordon off the area, gazing at the trench on the far edge. His heart ached. An hour later, nuclear bomb experts dispatched from Kyoto arrived, landing slowly by helicopter at the Steel Brigade's military district. Without waiting for the helicopter to stabilize, a group of individuals jumped down. Each one was a specialist in nuclear bomb research. Upon hearing that someone had unearthed a nuclear bomb, their immediate reaction was disbelief. Yet, upon viewing the live footage, they decided to come and see for themselves. In their long lives, it was the first time they had encountered someone digging up a nuclear bomb. To be on the safe side, the experts retrieved their detection equipment. After conducting their measurements, they were relieved to find no radiation, no leaks. Without delay, everyone cleared the way for the experts to approach, pulling out their precision instruments. The experts first glanced at Su Yun, then at the bomb. To unearth a nuclear bomb is indeed a skill. Su Yun thought, is this a compliment? Surely it is. Amidst the tense atmosphere, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the experts' movements. The experts worked delicately, using their sophisticated instruments with utmost care. Inch by inch, they revealed the entirety of the nuclear bomb, akin to an archaeological excavation, meticulous in detail. Standing beside Su Yun, Zheng Jianfeng said, "Brother Su Yun, I have a request. If the experts cannot resolve this, could you disassemble it? Disassemble a nuclear bomb?" Su Yun hesitated to boast. "Let us see how it goes." He felt a strange sense about the presence of the nuclear bomb emblem here. The experts' actions were incredibly cautious. With a sudden crack, cold sweat broke out among the onlookers. A gap appeared before the nuclear bomb experts. Before their eyes lay the bomb's warhead. Its emblem was glaringly bright. However, what was peculiar was that the back of the warhead was empty, hollow, devoid of anything. At that moment, the nuclear bomb experts were left dumbfounded. Empty? No way, there is nothing inside. After all this, was it a false alarm? Is the nuclear bomb a fake? Don't joke like that. Like an old lady crawling in a bed, This is laughable. Everyone present witnessed the emptiness behind the nuclear bomb head. The experts exchanged bewildered glances, staring wide-eyed at each other. Together, they managed to pull out the empty bomb casing. Upon inspection, it was indeed just an empty shell. What is happening? Why is it merely an empty shell? The experts were puzzled. Su Yun, the individual concerned, was equally baffled. An empty shell? Phew, brother. It seems we are lucky. The chubby Wong fan sighed with relief, patting his chest. At that moment, Commander Hu and his team approached. What is going on? Is the nuclear bomb a fake? Just a piece of steel? There is truly nothing inside? Just scrap metal? The experts smiled wryly. What a false alarm. Commander Hu, the warhead is fake. We scanned it, and there is nothing on it. Hu took a deep breath, relieved as a weight lifted from his heart. Thank you all for your hard work. Kulme, let us go to my office for some water. With the crisis averted, Commander Hu hurriedly left with the experts. As for the scene, people arrived quickly and dispersed just as swiftly. If it were a nuclear bomb, the danger and trouble would have been immense. But now that it was not, everyone was in high spirits. Zheng Jianfeng sat on the grass, leaning back on his arms. So Wang, how did you make it through all this? His implication was that the chubby fellow, following Su Yun, had indeed led a life of privilege. Otherwise, with bombs and nuclear bombs daily, an ordinary person would hardly endure such a life. Wang Fan grinned, patting his chest in self-praise. Brother Zheng, you and T know this. But my mother said our souls bear the Big Dipper. We are fortunate, destined for great fortune. With a swift motion, the chubby fellow removed his shoes, revealing his pudgy, pale feet. Sure enough, there were 7 black moles on them. They did indeed resemble the Big Dipper. The chubby one is bragging again. Those black moles can't be claimed as the Big Dipper. What is Su doing? It seems Chang Wei is quite fond of that scrap metal. As the truth of the nuclear bomb being merely a piece of iron emerged, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chang Wei peeked out, incessantly making noises from his pocket. A woo-woo. It was as if he had uncovered some hidden secret. Su Yin furrowed his brow, gently patting Chang Wei's small head. Little one, do you sense something off about the empty shell? Oh, woo. Su Yin pulled Chang Wei from his pocket. The little fellow dashed into the hollow shell, scratching energetically. The screeching sound was piercing. Su Yin leaned closer and noticed the spot Chang Wei was incessantly scratching corresponded directly with the nuclear bomb emblem. How strange. Chang Wei had always been obedient. Why the sudden odd behavior? Could it be that something was concealed within this thin, empty shell? Chapter 88. High-tech detection device? Something's amiss. The sound of Chang Wei's tender claws scraping against the steel plate was grating and heart-wrenching. How could such a little creature exert itself so earnestly? Su Yin pulled Chang Wei away, gesturing towards the marked spot. Chang Wei, you sense something unsettling within, right? Su Yin comprehended Chang Wei's intentions clearly. The little one continued to howl incessantly. In a live stream, millions of viewers took notice. Could it be that this empty shell harbors secrets? Though the steel plate is thick, what could possibly be concealed within? I reckon little Chang Wei is simply hungry. By the way, that nuclear emblem hardly resembles a pacifier. Chang Wei, you are a liger, not a mere dog. Su Yin had faith in Chang Wei. The little creature would not exhibit such unusual behavior without cause. Thus, he resolved to uncover the truth by dismantling it. Su Yin brandished a military shovel, skillfully reshaping its head into a conical form. It is worth noting that the Chinese military shovel is designed for high-tech, multifunctional purposes, capable of adapting to any peculiar situation. Surely, Su Gu doesn't intend to pry the steel plate open with that shovel. No way, right? That would surely hurt his hands. Brute force alone may not suffice. The millions of viewers expressed their skepticism. However, Su Yun was not one to offer excessive explanations. After all, a man should let his actions speak for themselves. Raising the shovel above his head, he focused intently, using his eyes as a measuring tool to gauge the dimensions of the nuclear emblem and the force required to penetrate it. Though he relied on brute strength, Su Yun still valued precision and swiftness. With a resounding crack, the shovel sliced through the air and struck the steel plate just a millimeter from the nuclear emblem, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The tremendous noise startled Zheng Jianfeng, who was sitting on the grass chatting. He looked at Su Yun, puzzled. What is my brother up to? Is he venting his frustrations on that steel plate? Wang Fan chuckled. I see. My brother simply can't bear to part with that scrap metal. What can I say? He is both dashing and prudent. His habit of scavenging has resurfaced. The two had yet to grasp Su Yun's intentions. With a single strike, a sizable notch appeared in the thick steel plate, the tear remarkably even, leaving the nuclear emblem unscathed. Goodness gracious! With that kind of force, a single blow could fell an elephant. Is it possible that Su Ge is employing some clever technique? Wow! Su Ge is a true man. No one can surpass him truly. With renewed confidence in his method, Su Yun wielded the shovel with both speed and precision. The sheer force echoed like celebratory firecrackers, loud and rhythmic. Chang Wei, nestled in Su Yun's pocket, continued to howl vigorously. Four distinct notches emerged around the nuclear emblem as Su Yun struck with a shovel, and finally, with a gentle tap, the unique emblem was effortlessly dislodged. It was approximately as thick as a pair of 600-degree glasses. As he held it, it felt neither heavy nor light. Zheng Jianfeng slowly approached, eyeing the intact steel plate that Su Yun had extracted. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Was it mere coincidence? Or was there genuine skill behind this? Such a thick steel plate would take considerable time to saw through. Yet this fellow had removed it in mere moments? This lad was truly formidable. Zheng Jianfeng inquired. Su Yun, what do you intend to do with this? Is it to keep it as a memento? While nuclear devices are not common in daily life, the nuclear emblem is diverse and plentiful online. Many seek pendants adorned with nuclear symbols, believing them to ward off evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Su Yun shook his head. There is no need for a keepsake. Chang Wei has been vocal, suggesting there is something inside. Something inside? Zheng Jianfeng furrowed his brow, intrigued. That steel plate doesn't seem particularly thick. What could possibly be inside? Wang Fan, equally captivated, proposed. Let's take a look by prying it open. Zheng Jianfeng immediately considered calling in the engineers. But Su Yun, with both hands gripping the steel plate, suddenly bent it. Wait, is Su Ge really attempting to pry it open with sheer strength? I recall the world record holder for powerlifting. Crack! As the audience analyzed the situation with skepticism, Su Yun's hands had already bent the steel plate. Zheng Jianfeng. Wang Fan, brother, you're incredible. Su Ge, my boyfriend's back is a bit bent. Could you assist him? Steel plate. Is this how you bend it? What powerlifting? What world champions? I ask you, can they withstand a single elbow from Su Ge, a real man? From now on, I only recognize Su Ge. Bending the thick steel plate with his bare hands, Su Yun felt no strain. His curiosity was piqued, for it appeared there was indeed something within. As the steel plate yielded to his strength, an internal curvature revealed a tight layer within. Employing finesse, Su Yun maneuvered to control the various forces at play, striving to avoid damaging the dark substance nestled within the layer. Crack, crack, crack. The several centimeters thick steel plate in Su Yun's grasp was as fragile as potato chips. He effortlessly separated the steel, extracting the dark substance from within the layer. Encased in a special material, it revealed glimmers of red, akin to sensor-like lights. Su Yun cradled it delicately in his palm. Zheng, take a look. This resembles a military-grade high-tech detection device. Zheng Jianfeng squinted, his experience as a lieutenant colonel affording him keen insight. The red points, embedded and concealed. All these factors rendered it difficult for him to maintain his composure. With a serious tone, Zheng Jianfeng remarked, Su Yun, it appears you were indeed correct. I suspect this device may be designed for espionage, possibly utilized by foreign entities. Su Yun nodded, as his mind began to conjure detailed system information. Chapter 89. High Technology? Apologies, I am merely an amateur. Name, Multifunctional Detector. Function, capable of shielding detection, accurately obtaining information through various conditions such as pressure and engine noise. Usage, primarily utilized by spies for intelligence gathering. Materials, please consult the periodic table. Place of manufacture, the beautiful country. A plethora of detailed information flashed before Su Yun's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. His brow furrowed in concentration. It was as they had suspected. This was the handiwork of spies. Damn, their reach is extensive. Over the years, Who knows how much military intelligence has been pilfered? Zheng Jianfeng spoke coldly. We must inform the commander immediately. Ding Ling Ling. In his office. Commander, who was sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation with several nuclear experts when a landline rang. Who answered? Hello? What is the matter? Commander. There's an issue with the nuclear fragments. What issue could there possibly be? It's just a fragment, isn't it? Who was already averse to the mention of nuclear weapons. The experts present had already conducted their tests. What problems could arise? Zheng Jianfeng continued. The issue does not lie with the shell, but within it. Inside, we discovered a foreign detection device. As they observed the dense array of letters on it, they could practically confirm that there was a problem. Upon hearing this, whose expression grew tense. How could a foreign detection device end up in their steel brigade? As the commander, he understood better than anyone what the presence of such a device in the military district implied. It would not be an exaggeration to liken it to a ticking time bomb. Who confirmed repeatedly, Old Zheng, are you certain? Yes, absolutely. This was extracted by Brother Su Yun, who was taken aback, again with that publicity ambassador from the Longhai City Police Department. By the way, is that kid truly an ambassador for safety? He does possess skills, but it seems the concept of safety is quite at odds with him. A single nuclear fragment had forever etched the young man into his memory. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was buzzing with questions. Su Yun had decisively instructed Fatty to adjust the camera when he first sensed something amiss. Consequently, millions of fans were left bewildered. What the hell? Has something major happened? Why did the camera switch? Why can't we hear anything? Fatty, what are you up to? If we can't watch, we can't watch, but don't point the camera at your crotch. Did my brother Su succeed in his endeavor? Is there anyone with bets on this? Oh no. Is the next part a VIP paid segment? Can I pay? A few minutes later, around the trench, Commander, who led several nuclear experts to the scene in haste. Their first sight was of the thick steel plate, which had been punctured. Zheng Jianfeng handed the small detection device to Commander, who, unable to comprehend its workings, who passed it to the nuclear experts. They examined it thoroughly. Indeed, this was a sophisticated detection device. Commander, this item is quite extraordinary. While the experts specialized in nuclear weaponry, they also had some knowledge of high-tech devices. They quickly deduced that the detector was crafted from rare, specialized materials, embedded with counter-surveillance and anti-detection features. Robust and adaptable to various environmental conditions. This device, in a military district, was a calamity. It could spy on military secrets and steal intelligence. Such a device was perilously dangerous. The experts gasped in shock. Their hearts raced with apprehension. What should we do with this device? They wondered. Destroy it? But the experts shook their heads. Destroying it now would only alert the spies. Crafting such a device is no easy feat. The designer exerted considerable effort. If we destroy it, the spies will likely notice and immediately flee. The priority now is not the detector, but the intelligence that those spies have already obtained. If this information leaks, it could have significant ramifications. Commander, who felt a chill run down his spine. The Steel Brigade was one of the most organized and standardized units. Due to their geographical position and internal planning, they frequently participated in military exercises and utilized certain military technologies. If all this intelligence were to be compromised, it would mean their every vulnerability laid bare before the enemy. Who grew frantic? Should we notify the higher-ups now? Does our Steel Brigade have any vulnerabilities that other military districts might also possess? The experts' expressions were grave. Notifying the higher-ups is essential. Our immediate priority is to locate the position of these spies. They began to explain the workings of the detection device. Such high-precision technology has limitations in signal reception. It might cover a range of 10 kilometers or perhaps 20 kilometers. They could guarantee it would not exceed 40 kilometers. The experts felt confident regarding this aspect. The urgent task at hand was to locate the spies without alerting them. This was challenging, exceedingly challenging. The experts, holding the advanced detection device, were at a loss. Currently, we do not possess the technology to decode such high-tech devices in our country. Before they could finish, a slender, fair hand reached out, decisively taking the detector. Commander Hu and the experts looked at Su Yun, puzzled. He bent down, removed some weed from the ground, and clipped the stem. With his thumb and forefinger, he gently pinched the stem. Zhang Jianfeng exclaimed, "Oh no, that familiar feeling." Before them, Su Yun held the detection device in his left hand and the stem in his right. With a snap, a twist, and a click, a core chip fell into Su Yun's palm. The entire high-tech detector was disassembled into parts. Screws were screws, alloys were alloys. Regardless of whether it was tamper-proof or anti-detection, physical matters could never interfere with magic. Thus, without damaging any core components, Su Yun returned the device to the experts, stating, "The core chip is produced in the beautiful country. The materials used are quite complex. In truth, while this device is effective, it has a significant flaw. The very distance issue you mentioned. You claim it can reach 10 or 20 kilometers, but in reality, it's not that extensive. At most, it barely stretches to 8 or 9 kilometers. Therefore, I suggest, if we truly wish to find the spies, we should not search aimlessly across the mountains. Instead, we can use this location as a focal point, conducting a circular search upwards." Chapter 90. Ascend the mountain and search from this point. They formed a circular pattern, searching upward. Approximately 8 or 9 kilometers. Every word spoken by Su Yun resonated in the ears of the experts. How should one put it? Logically, they should have been incredulous. Yet, this young man had disassembled a high-tech detection device from the United States using nothing but a piece of grass. Moreover, it was not merely disassembled, it remained intact. The core components were indeed core, and the parts were precisely that. At this moment, everyone exchanged glances. Silence prevailed. It seemed that everyone preferred silence. The experts flushed with embarrassment, unable to cope with the rapid turn of events. Just a moment ago, they had asserted that there was no existing technology in the country to crack such devices. In the next instant, as people turned and twisted, the nuclear experts were eager to inquire how Su Yun had accomplished such a feat. Having learned from past experiences, Su Yun hastily urged, "Let us take action quickly. Otherwise, the spies will escape." Captain, who remained skeptical. Primarily, the speed of events left him no time to ponder. Zhang Jianfeng asserted, "Captain, I will lead a search." The Steel Brigade discreetly formed a reconnaissance unit, commencing their search in accordance with Su Yun's instructions. Su Yun and Wang Fan, each gripping a metal arm, found their trench-digging competition had been disrupted. Thus, they returned to their original endeavor, diligently scavenging. Wang Fan remarked, "Brother, I seriously suspect you're doing this on purpose." "Why do you say that?" Su Yun asked, puzzled. Wang Fan continued, "When faced with uncertainty, you stir the waters first." Can I interpret it this way? Su Yun realized that the chubby fellow was teasing him. At that moment, the live stream returned to normalcy. Viewers expressed their confusion regarding the unfolding events. "Brother Su, the chubby guy is right. Su Yun, no one can outmatch me. It's simply impossible. Ha ha ha. If we can't dig deeper, then let us all stop. I can't afford this. I'm flipping the table. Let us all stop eating. Only Su brother can do this. The ruthless emperor. I love watching Su brother. I cough when I watch others. Streamer, just focus on scavenging. Stop looking around. Beware of plastic bottles ahead. Let us collect them." Su Yun could not involve himself in the search for spies. Accompanied by Wang Fan, he began to scavenge in the military district. During their downtime, he would have Wang Fan assist in monitoring the status of other contestants. After all, they were competitors in the same event. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is crucial for achieving victory in every battle. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback. Su Yun dominated the scene, ranking first across 3 boards. The gap between him and the second-place contestant, an assistant to a chairman, was not trivial. Wang Fan exclaimed, "Brother, you're solidly at 1 billion. The combined popularity and assets of the other contestants do not even match yours." This was no jest. Su Yun had collaborated numerous times with the police, solving cases and dismantling hideouts. He had amassed considerable prize money. Furthermore, his popularity soared to unprecedented heights. It could be said that Su Yun could now relax and still emerge victorious. Regrettably, Su Yun was not one to slack off. In these times, who could afford to be complacent? It was one thing to be unprepared, but to be lazy was unacceptable. Young people, if you do not strive, how are you any different from a dead fish? Su Yun diligently scavenged. Meanwhile, Wang Fan analyzed the situation of other contestants. Brother, currently, there are just over 300 contestants left in the program. Due to various reasons, dozens have been eliminated, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. So many. Su Yun was astonished. Initially, he thought scavenging was a humiliating task. Little did he know, there were those even less capable than he. Logically, one should only need to persist. Wang Fan explained, "This is the case, brother. The program officials conducted a survey. Due to your influence, 70 of the contestants felt disheartened, believing they could never win, and thus withdrew. The remaining were due to professional reasons. One was a bungee jumper who, after numerous jumps, developed a heart condition and withdrew. Another was a street cleaner who, while working, accidentally stepped on a manhole cover and fell, injuring himself and withdrawing. There was also a white-collar worker whose wife cheated on him, and he ended up in jail for unintentional injury. Su Yun. So it can happen this way. In every profession, not every path is smooth. Looking at it now, those seemingly high-paying, stable jobs are not guaranteed to endure. Alas, I reiterate, the world is unpredictable. No one knows if disaster will strike in the next moment. Just like Su Yun scavenging, he too faced challenges. Take the nuclear fragment he found as an example. Thankfully, it was fake. Just as Su Yun and Wang Fan were chatting idly, Chang Wei began to howl from Su Yun's pocket. He lifted his little head, seemingly having discovered something. Suddenly, a bamboo viper appeared, measuring over a meter in length. Wang Fan turned pale with fright. "Brother, there's a snake. Do not be afraid. It won't bite," Su Yun reassured, recognizing the bamboo viper. It was the very snake that had entered the tent that day, claiming it would protect him. The bamboo viper slithered out and flicked its tongue, appearing to seek out Su Yun. Chang Wei communicated with the bamboo viper, and Su Yun understood the gist of it. They informed him that Zheng Jianfeng and his team were ascending the mountain to search. The commotion was significant. The mother tiger, Chang Wei's mother, was aware of their intentions and had discreetly mobilized the mountain's animals to pursue the spies. As the saying goes, 2 legs cannot outrun 4. Moreover, the mother tiger held considerable authority in the mountains. With the animals' concerted efforts, they soon pinpointed the fleeing spies. The bamboo viper arrived to inform Su Yun that the individuals had been captured, hoping Zheng Jianfeng and his team could descend swiftly. The animals, residing in the mountainous area, were aware that Zheng Jianfeng's group was armed. Thus, they sought to convey this information through Su Yun as an intermediary. Upon grasping the situation, Su Yun smiled. "All right, please lead the way." The bamboo viper moved ahead, its pace brisk. Wang Fan blinked in astonishment, completely bewildered. "You can really understand animal language?" The live stream viewers, numbering in the millions, were utterly astonished. Are animals truly this intelligent? Where's the bamboo viper taking the streamer? Isn't it inappropriate for it not to bite? As they ascended the mountain, Su Yun followed the bamboo viper through a series of winding paths. What struck him as peculiar was that the direction the bamboo viper led him was quite secluded. It appeared to be an area Zheng Jianfeng and his team had already searched. Had they not found anything? That seemed unlikely. The mountain was not vast. Could that group of spies truly evade detection? Su Yun refrained from questioning further and continued to edge towards the remote area. After about 10 minutes, the bamboo viper guided Su Yun and Wang Fan to the edge of a secluded cliff. "Good heavens, brother, this snake is truly cunning. It clearly intends to lead us off the cliff." Chapter 91. A Surprise. The Mysterious Black Box. Zweiking led Su Yun to the edge of the cliff. The two stood there, one imposing and the other serpentine, exchanging silent glances filled with unspoken understanding. The chubby fellow, Wang Fan, was making a ruckus, but fortunately, Zweiking could not comprehend the insults directed at him. Standing at the precipice, the fear of one was dwarfed by the collective anxiety of many. Wang Fan, mischievous as ever, adjusted his camera to focus on the abyss below. "You foolish glutton, are you courting death?" "Oh, I'm dizzy from the height. Goodness, this cliff is truly steep. Friends, is there a crowdfunding effort to deal with this glutton? I'll contribute $1. Su Yun glanced towards the thicket beside Zweiking. The person is in the cave at the cliff's edge. Bitten, now unconscious, cannot escape. Zweiking explained. "Suyumpandev. It remains unclear what creature has inflicted this bite. However, one can easily imagine the terror that animals feel towards firearms and the hatred they harbor for agents. It seems that the creatures on this mountain possess remarkable intuition, recognizing that these agents are not from Huaxia. Thus, when they strike, they show no mercy. Su Yun inquired, "How should we descend?" He admired the agents' tenacity, willing to risk their lives to fulfill their mission. After all, no sane individual would choose to reside on a cliff. It was no wonder that Zheng Jianfeng and his team were unable to locate them. In response, Zweiking led Su Yun and company to some robust vines. Peering down, Su Yun indeed spotted a cave. Wang Fan, lower the camera. Go inform Brother Zheng Jianfeng that we have found the person. All right, Wang Fan complied, transforming into a nimble little chub, securing the vines before extracting Chong Wei from his pocket. Su Yun began his descent along the vines. At this height, let us hope nothing goes awry. Goodness, a fall from this height would undoubtedly result in pulverized bones. What a pity we won't get to see Su Ji's heroic demeanor. Su Gu truly is a polymath, a versatile, six-sided warrior. One cannot help but be envious. Su Yun adeptly slid down the vines, soon coming upon a cave entrance just large enough for a person to enter. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Several snakes slithered forth, cobras, rat snakes, and Zweiking snakes. It was hard to fathom how such diverse species could coexist. The serpents did not attack Su Yun, but rather guided him towards the figures already envenomed and unconscious. There were 3 agents, all bitten at the ankles, now in a state of oblivion. Fortunately, the venom was not lethal, merely inducing a state of faintness. Habitually, Su Yun surveyed the cave's environment. Despite its modest size, it was well equipped with 3 beds, 3 chairs, and various sophisticated instruments. No doubt, these belonged to the agents. Meanwhile, Wang Fan, fueled by his enthusiasm, hurriedly caught up with Zheng Jianfeng and the others, exclaiming, "Brother Zheng, I found the agents." Zheng Jianfeng's reaction was one of disbelief. "Are you serious? Su Yun discovered the agents? Are you certain this isn't a jest? They've been searching the mountain for nearly half an hour, and haven't even found a trace." Zheng Jianfeng looked incredulous. Wang Fan, "Aren't you and Su Yun just scavenging? Where could you possibly have located the agents?" Wang Fan, unable to articulate the specifics, recalled Su Yun's earlier encouragement and exclaimed, "Brother Zheng, we stumbled upon them. Those agents were inadvertently found by my brother." Zheng Jianfeng was left speechless, as were the others. "Did you just say you stumbled upon them? You can scavenge for junk, but can you pick up a body? Is it even feasible to rescue a living person?" Zheng Jianfeng felt the urge to curse, but remembered that Su Yun never followed conventional paths. "Let us go see." Wang Fan led the group to the cliff's edge, observing the thick vines tied to a tree, confirming that Su Yun had indeed descended. Zheng Jianfeng called out, "Su Yun, are you down there?" "Yes." Su Yun's voice echoed from below. "Brother Zheng, I'm securing the vines. Please pull me up." All at once, the entire team witnessed a foreign agent being hoisted from the cave at the cliff's base. The atmosphere grew tense, as if everyone had just swallowed something bitter. Comparison is truly disheartening. The higher the path, the greater the challenge. Su Gu, please spare us your miraculous feats. If only Su Gu could be a mere mortal. This is absurd. Su Ji's prowess makes it impossible for us to survive. He undertakes the tasks of the police, the work of the police dogs, and even the duties of the military. The first foreign agent was lifted up, followed closely by the second and third, all remaining unconscious. Wang Fan, in a moment of impulse, delivered a resounding slap to each of them. Zheng Jianfeng's expression darkened, informed the medics to awaken them. Regardless of the circumstances, out of humanitarian concern, these 3 cannot perish. The military has suffered significant intelligence losses recently. We must extract information from them. With the agents located, the cave below the cliff remained eerily silent. Zheng Jianfeng called out, "Su Yun, are you there? Do you need assistance?" Su Yun replied, "No need. I'm currently using the extra vines to secure their sophisticated equipment, which contains a wealth of data. I found a schematics document." Glancing at the document, Su Yun discovered it was written in an encrypted language, a code exclusive to the agents, incomprehensible to the average individual. Yet, Su Yun, with his unique capabilities, quickly deciphered its meaning. It revealed that the operations extended beyond a single location, with a beautiful nation deploying agents into various military districts in 10 separate batches, strategically positioned across the cardinal directions. Whenever one was compromised, another would immediately take its place. It appeared that they could take down the entire operation this time. As the 3 agents had been bitten by the mountain's venomous snakes, their reactions too delayed to mount any defense. Critical data, instruments, and design blueprints lay openly before him. Without hesitation, Su Yun gathered everything, packing it all away. Finally, as he organized the items, he curiously checked beneath the beds and discovered a concealed compartment. Within it lay a magnificent, opulent black box. Chapter 92. The Compassion of Healers. Su Yun was furious. The black box, crafted from a unique metallic material, at first glance resembled black camphor wood, appearing like an ordinary wooden box. However, when Su Yun held it, its weight was undeniable. Neither steel nor iron. It was evidently a product of advanced alloy technology. A smile crept onto Su Yun's lips. Seeing the black box, his professional instincts kicked in again. Surely, this item could fetch a handsome sum, right? Perhaps he could negotiate with the recycling station owner, claiming it was imported, a returnee. Surely it could be sold for a good price. Yes, that's exactly it. Su Yun grasped the black box tightly, attempting to pry it open with sheer force. The outcome was predictable. It remained immovable. This little thing was surprisingly sturdy. Surely, there must be treasures inside. Could it possibly contain cash? Su Yun felt a thrill. He gradually realized the advantage of scavenging. What others discard is mine. The box's durability and the uniqueness of its material made Su Yun chuckle. Please, it was hardly a challenge for him. After all, he was equipped with a system that provided him an edge. There was no shame in admitting it. In the cave, Su Yun retrieved a splinter from the wooden bed. Surely, the black box had a seam? Aha, found it. Despite being almost entirely sealed, the black box was pricked with the splinter. Under the influence of his buffs, the black box trembled. With a gentle click, it effortlessly opened. Su Yun patted the still-quivering black box. Calm down, calm down. He picked up the thick folder inside the black box. Thick and heavy, could it possibly contain cash? One could only imagine the astonishment of the 3 American agents if they were to witness this scene, their eyes wide with shock. After all, those who become agents are the cream of the crop. Though the 3 American agents were captured, they had merely encountered the formidable Su Yun. The black box they carried far surpassed a safe. It represented something beyond a mere safe. To unlock it, the 3 had to simultaneously verify their fingerprints and irises. Even a top locksmith would struggle to open this black box. Yet Su Yun did so with ease. If the agents were to see this, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "The mysterious Eastern nation, the enigmatic Eastern power." On the cliff, the medics arrived promptly, medical kits in hand, ready to treat the 3 agents. Yes, out of humanitarianism, they could not let these agents die here. However, there were no stipulated methods of treatment, were there? Wang Fan stood to the side, inquired, "Brother Zheng, I've heard that the medics in the military district are exceptionally skilled. The rumors outside are quite fantastical, claiming they can revive the dead with the 13 needles of Taishu. Is that true?" Zheng Jianfeng rolled his eyes. "What do you think?" He finally understood why the production team insisted on having this chatty little fat boy accompany Su Yun. The boy had little skill, but a knack for conversation. He was there to liven up the atmosphere, reviving the dead. One Woon T asked such a question without a decade of cerebral hemorrhage. Even the most skilled medics are still human. Matters of life and death are beyond mortal control. Fat Wang Fan fell silent, pouting his chubby face. The medics began to extract cotton swabs and alcohol for disinfection. Dipping the swab in alcohol, they pressed it firmly against the wounds. Hiss! The onlookers gasped, their nerves taut. How could they not empathize? Did you see the veins bulging on our medic's arm? Goodness, the veins are popping. Is this our beloved medic? Is he treating the wounded? One might think he was about to use the cotton swab to finish off the 3 agents. On the cliff, everyone observed the medic's technique, chills running down their spines. Indeed, every Chinese person has a distinct sense of love and hate. Everyone exchanged glances, touching their noses, pretending to see nothing. Fat Wang Fan was momentarily stunned. This is how it should be treated. Zheng Jianfeng was both amused and exasperated. Aware of the live broadcast, he spoke authoritatively. You lot, treat them properly. There are many venomous snakes on this mountain, and their venom is potent. We cannot afford to give up. Yes, the medics were no fools. They understood Zheng Jianfeng's implication all too well. One could only marvel at the power of language. Subsequently, one medic removed the cotton swab, stating, "The snake venom has permeated the entire thigh. We recommend immediate surgery." Another medic interjected, "Wait, that is not right. Surgery is not feasible. To save lives, we must amputate." Yet another added, "Yes, indeed. The lower half is essentially beyond saving on the cliff." The medic's treatment was fervent and vigorous. Meanwhile, in the cave, Su Yun had also opened the folder within the black box. Regrettably, it contained no cache, only several detailed documents, numbering over a dozen. Su Yun scanned them briefly. Instantly, he was captivated by the various phrases. Su Yun's pupils dilated. The folder contained all the intelligence collected by the three agents over recent years. It included data on the use of high-tech detection devices, insights into the Steel Legion's military intelligence, and records of significant events within the borders of China. The depth and detail were astonishing. However, that was not all. What shocked Su Yun the most was that the three agents were actually classified as a level by their country. He was unclear on how classifications worked, but the records in this folder indicated the remarkable nature of the three individuals. They not only infiltrated China, but also the Northern Bear and Eagle nations, among others. Their ambitions were audacious indeed. Su Yun continued to peruse the documents. The records pertaining to China were the most extensive. On the last page, a data plan made Su Yun furrow his brow tightly, usually stable in demeanor. At this moment, his eyes turned bloodshot with rage. An overwhelming fury surged from his chest. Chapter 93. Genetic Weapons. Imminent Danger. The black folder housed the diligent efforts of three agents over the years. Due to their elevated ranks, it contained some astonishingly secret pre-implementation plans. Without delving into other matters, the records concerning domestic affairs were particularly alarming. Su Yun's eyes gleamed crimson as he fixated on the final page. The text was inscribed in a special language, with certain keywords that indicated the cunning machinations of these devious individuals, employing various codes. Yet, Su Yun could effortlessly decipher each symbol and language. At the top, a bold and striking line read, "Genetic Project." Indeed, genetics. Su Yun meticulously perused the final page from start to finish. Upon completing his reading, a tremor coursed through his body, and he felt a twinge of relief that it did not contain currency. His voice was laden with gravity, wolves in sheep's clothing, a group devoid of conscience. It was imperative to relay this intelligence to Brother Zheng Jianfeng without delay. On the cliffside, the medics attended to the three agents, momentarily diverting attention. As the vines binding them to the tree tightened, the onlookers instinctively grasped the vines, pulling upward. Upon seeing Su Yun unscathed and unharmed, Zheng Jianfeng clapped him on the shoulder. "Well done, Brother Su Yun. You've done splendidly." Wang Fan, akin to a concerned spouse, scrutinized him from head to toe. "Brother, I'm relieved you're unharmed. You scare me half to death." Su Yun nodded politely in response. Subsequently, he laid all the items he had retrieved from the cave on the ground. The array of instruments captured the attention of many. Goodness, so many devices. I truly question the mental state of the three agents. To bring so much to the cave at the cliff, that is quite an achievement. Wow, Brother Su is even more impressive. He brought everything up single-handedly. Zheng Jianfeng assigned personnel to begin inventorying the instruments, instructing them to handle everything with care to protect all data and documentation. Su Yun glanced at Wang Fan. "Fatty, stream the processing." "Oh, all right, brother." Wang Fan muted the live stream and instinctively directed the camera towards the ground. Su Yun approached Zheng Jianfeng. "Brother Zheng, there is something urgent I need to discuss with you." The two moved aside, ensuring no third party could overhear. Su Yun spoke earnestly. "Brother Zheng, I discovered some critical intelligence down below. He thrust a bundle of classified documents into Zheng Jianfeng's hands and continued. We can set aside other matters. There is something we must address immediately. What is it? Zheng Jianfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Truthfully, it was the first time he had seen Su Yun so serious, his aura surprisingly formidable, catching the mid-level officer off guard. Su Yun took a deep breath and stated earnestly, Brother Zheng, have you ever heard of genetic weapons? Zheng Jianfeng. Upon hearing those 4 words, Zheng Jianfeng felt a chill envelop him. As a soldier, he understood the grave implications of that phrase all too well. Genetic weapons. He stammered, his voice hoarse. Are you suggesting that these classified documents contain information about genetic weapons? Yes. Su Yun nodded. Brother Zheng, I have deciphered the writings. The reason I say this is urgent is that live experiments with genetic weapons have already commenced in a certain region of our country. Zheng Jianfeng. He stood there dumbfounded. Live experiments had indeed begun. Zheng Jianfeng instantly recognized the severity of the situation and asked, Brother Su, do you know the specific location? At this, Su Yun shook his head. They had exercised extreme caution, and no records were kept regarding the precise location. Further interrogation would be necessary. Zheng Jianfeng. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath, as though resolving to commit to a course of action. I understand. Our immediate priority is to report to our superiors. Additionally, I must contact the police. For interrogations of this nature, the military had experts, yet their experience might be somewhat lacking. It was akin to mere theoretical discussions. To find the right personnel, it was best to reach out to the criminal investigation team. The group hastily descended the mountain, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, ultimately combining lunch with dinner. After bringing Su Yun and Wang Fan to the cafeteria, Zheng Jianfeng hurried to the commander's office. Having explained the situation, all documentation was handed over to the relevant departments for verification. Commander Hu's expression was grim. Old Zheng, is what Brother Su Yun said credible? He is merely a young man in his early 20s. How could he possibly decipher the specialized language of spies? It's not a matter of disbelief, but rather of caution. Previously, the documents had been reviewed by several nuclear experts, all of whom had declared that without a decade of experience in espionage, they could not comprehend them. Zheng Jianfeng was aware of the incredibility of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, he found himself at a loss. Commander, if you ask me whether it's credible, I cannot provide a definitive answer. However, I can offer you an example. Previously, Officer Hong from the Longhai Police Bureau informed me that even Chief Chun initially did not believe it until a sack of explosives, one field artillery after another, and an entire arsenal materialized. Subsequently, Chief Chun followed Su Yun's directives without question. Indeed, from a scientific perspective, it seemed utterly irrational. But I ask you, can you bear the consequences? Commander Hu furrowed his brow. To be frank, by the time the relevant departments verified and analyzed the conclusion, those lurking in the shadows might have already succeeded. The repercussions were something he could not afford. Very well, let us expedite the interrogation of those 3 agents. We must strive to locate the site of the live experiments swiftly. Understood. Zheng Jianfeng promptly exited the office. Once outside, he swiftly dialed his old classmate, Officer Hong. Hello, old Zheng. On the other end, Officer Hong was in high spirits. Firstly, Chief Chun had safely arrived at the hall to report his work, earning praise and accolades from the director. Secondly, the Bureau had collaborated with police forces nationwide on fraud cases, with the Longhai Police Bureau leading the charge and successfully cracking numerous fraud schemes. Good news indeed, a double blessing. Officer Hong cheerfully inquired, Old Zheng, I've been preoccupied with solving cases lately, and Haven T had time to catch up on the live streams. How is Brother Su Yun faring in your military district? Has he caused any trouble? Zheng Jianfeng. What trouble could be discussed? Ever since Su Yun joined their Iron Brigade, incidents had never ceased. Alas, it would be a tale of bitter tears if elaborated upon. Zheng Jianfeng candidly stated, Old Hong, I need a favor. Could you lend us a few experienced interrogators from your police bureau? We've encountered a grave predicament. Officer Hong, while he understood the request for personnel, He was puzzled as to why Zhang Jianfeng did not wish to consult Su Yun for the interrogation. That lad, let me put it this way. In our bureau, the criminals he has interrogated. Upon mentioning Su Yun, they all weep uncontrollably. Chapter 94. The Ultimate Interrogation. The premier option. Can Brother Su Yun really conduct an interrogation? Just the name alone is enough to elicit tears? Is it truly that terrifying? Zhang Jianfeng has never seen such a thing. Old Hong, thank you. He hung up the phone and hurried towards the cafeteria. At this moment, Su Yun and the others were enjoying their meal. The plump Wang Fan was devouring his food. I didn't eat lunch, so I must eat more for dinner. Brother, you must admit, the culinary skills of the kitchen brigade are remarkable. Whether it's stir-fried vegetables or meat, the flavors are exceptionally rich. Unlike those restaurants or takeout outside, the dishes prepared by the kitchen brigade are neither too salty nor too bland. The taste is just right. To truly evaluate, the essence of this dish has been perfectly captured. Su Yun nodded in agreement. The two were eagerly consuming their food, while Chang Wei clutched a milk bottle and sucked vigorously. Millions of fans in the live stream were commenting in the chat. Just finished eating? Watching them eat makes me hungry again. Come on, Su Ge should switch careers to food streaming. Wow, that chicken leg looks delicious. It must be full of flavor. Once they had their fill, Zhang Jianfeng approached Su Yun. Brother Su Yun, Gome, we need your assistance. Su Yun was forcibly led to a certain room. Wang Fan was once again asked to shut down the live stream. The screen faded to black once more. Inside the room, the surroundings were enclosed. There were several tables, a few chairs, and a solitary light. The atmosphere felt rather monotonous and sparse. Zhang Jianfeng explained from the small window, Brother Su Yun, please wait a moment. Inside, we have psychological experts from our military district. They are currently interrogating 3 spies one by one. It concerns matters related to genetic weapons, I presume. Su Yun immediately understood. Inside the room, each spy entered and was interrogated individually. Su Yun was familiar with this method. It aims to psychologically break down the interrogated. This approach may work on ordinary criminals, but unfortunately, these 3 are elite spies carefully selected from the beautiful nation. Their psychological resilience and counter-surveillance abilities are formidable. Just like now, the psychological expert, an authority on interrogation, told the spy, your companions have already confessed. Now you face but one path. The spy instantly grasped the expert's intent. With a disdainful smile, he replied, if you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. Interrogation expert, aren't you worried about a life sentence? Your companion has already confessed. He could receive leniency. As the expert was speaking, the spy interjected, what does it matter if he confesses or not? I'll just do what I'm supposed to do. Expert. Inside the room, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Both sides were engaged in a continuous battle of wits. It was evident that the psychological expert lacked sufficient experience. Some outdated methods employed on the spies were as ineffective as cotton striking iron, causing no pain or discomfort. Creak. The door swung open, and the expert exited, looking exhausted. Old Zheng, I sincerely apologize. Based on my assessment, these 3 have undergone rigorous training. I am powerless in this regard. Continuing to question them would only be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng patted the psychological expert on the shoulder. He turned to Su Yun. Brother Su Yun, I implore you. Our hopes now rest solely on you. Su Yun, Brother Zhang, please bring in all 3 spies. The interrogation process may be a bit brutal. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Jianfeng. Brutal? Zhang Jianfeng's eyelids twitched, shaking his head. No problem. The commander said, as long as we can ascertain their exact location, any method is acceptable. That's good. Su Yun waved his hand and entered the room. Meanwhile, the bewildered psychological expert, just exiting, asked, Old Zheng, who is this person? He doesn't frequent the military district and isn't active online. Naturally, he knows nothing about Su Yun. Zhang Jianfeng didn't elaborate. Let us just wait and see. He too was curious. How would Su Yun, who was praised to the heavens by Officer Hong and never follows the conventional path, handle these 3 spies? The psychological expert glanced inside, recalling Su Yun's previous remarks. Old Zheng, these 3 spies are not ordinary individuals. Their psychological resilience is strong. Physical pain may not be sufficient to elicit a confession. I suggest you keep quiet and learn well. The plump Wong fan, arms crossed, jumped out. Unable to live stream, he had nothing to do but watch Su Ge show off. He pulled out 3 pairs of sunglasses from his pocket and handed them to Zheng Jianfeng and the psychological expert. He chuckled. Look, there is much to learn from Su Ge. Psychological expert. What is the meaning of wearing sunglasses? Wong fan. To prevent you from fainting at the sight of blood. Inside the room, the 3 spies sat neatly across from Su Yun. The 4 exchanged smiles. Su Yun laughed at their predicament. The 3 spies chuckled. Is there no one else? They sent just this young lad. Ha ha. What a bunch of trash. Kid, have you even hit puberty? Su Yun grinned. Would you like to see? The three were perplexed. How could this kid start with such crude talk? They mocked him again. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. Hurry back home to find your mother. Do you even know who we are? Su Yun shook his head. I don't know. Is there any need to? Sigh. Have you finished your questions? Is it my turn to ask now? The 3 nodded, eager to see what Su Yun could do. Su Yun slowly stood up. You are from the beautiful nation. Let me ask, can you take a beating? The 3. Oh, right. Before the 3 could respond, Su Yun thought of something amusing and said, I've seen your records. As spies, you should be quite familiar with your country, right? Now, I present you with several choices. First, Mr. Ma, have you heard of the 5 lightning-fast slaps? The kind that resonates with a thunderous clap. Second, Mr. Yi, Wing Chun, the kind that leaves you friendless. Pain that reaches to the marrow. Pain that makes you forget yourself. Third, culinary therapy. Challenge yourself to eat a century egg in 1 second. If you cannot finish, please refer to the first or second choice. Fourth, comprehensive consideration. Given your stubborn spirits, if you do not choose, this option will be activated. By default, we will proceed from the first option to the third. Su Yun wore a broad smile, exuding the charm of a great nation. The 3 spies? Is this even a legitimate interrogation method? The first 2 options were somewhat acceptable, but the third option, what on earth is a century egg? Even a man at the top of the food chain wouldn't stand for that. Isn't it just a beating? We can take it. Besides, this kid looks thin. How much could he possibly hurt? Chapter 95. The Great Contribution of Century Egg. Awarding medals? Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, upon hearing Su Yun enumerate 4 options, Zheng Jianfeng and the psychological expert exchanged bewildered glances. Interrogation can be conducted in such a manner? What a peculiar method of questioning. The psychological expert had never encountered such an approach, and Zheng Jianfeng had certainly never witnessed it. The rotund Wang fan waved his hand dismissively. Let us not get caught up in the basics. The best is yet to come. The 3 agents regarded Su Yun's proposed options with derision. They were utterly unafraid. Kid, just be clear, and you want to get beaten? One of them scoffed. Do you think we, as agents, lack awareness? Whether it's psychological warfare or physical punishment, we fear neither. This kid looks pitifully frail. Should we not switch him for someone more robust? Honestly, I'm genuinely worried he might break a bone. Haha. The trio had already entered a state of oblivion, mocking Su Yun. He shook his head. Ignorance is no excuse. Since you have not chosen, we shall execute all 3 options simultaneously. Glancing back toward the small window, he called out, Brother Zheng, please prepare a few more plates of century eggs. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Yun rolled up his sleeves. I will count to 3, and you all get ready. 1, 2, slap, slap, slap. The swift 3 resounding slaps descended upon them. The 3 agents were left utterly bewildered. This was so fast. Moreover, with that single slap, why did it feel like they were on the verge of tears? It didn't hurt physically, but the guilt inside them was intensifying. Memories of past misdeeds, peeking at the neighbor's sister while she bathed, shaving a dog in the middle of winter, committing heinous acts. A single tear cascaded down each of their cheeks. Observing this, Su Yun grinned. Crying after just 1 slap? My mentor's renowned technique involves 5. Slap, slap, slap. The second round of slaps came, delivered backward. The agent's eyes brimmed with tears, large droplets streaming down. Within them, a sense of regret began to stir. Slap, slap, slap. The third round, delivered as he leapt upward. The 3 agents, weeping and wailing. clutched their heads in despair. They were now completely remorseful. The fourth and fifth rounds had entirely transformed into slaps that struck their faces but resonated deeply within their souls. Woe is me. Mother, God. The three agents were in utter disarray. Su Yun mused. See? No one can withstand 5 heartfelt slaps. Did you think the system's rewards were a mere jest? Heartfelt slaps, as the name suggests, carry little physical force. Yet, each strike is a profound interrogation of the soul. It is akin to a judgment of sins in the depths of hell. The three agents huddled together, disregarding the blood at the corners of their mouths. Su Yun stood by. Come now, let us separate a bit. Master Maya's techniques are finished, but there is still teacher Yes. With that, Zheng Jianfeng entered, carrying a basin of freshly peeled century eggs. Brother Zheng, where should I place the century eggs? Zheng Jianfeng asked, eyes filled with admiration. Su Yun glanced over. Brother Zheng, did you not prepare any plates? Well, this will do. Let me perform a round of Wing Chun. After all, getting beaten can also make one hungry. Whoever eats less shall receive more punishment. Zheng Jianfeng quietly exited the interrogation room, shivering with cold sweat. He glanced back at Su Yun's warm smile. Goodness, this man is terrifying. He had never encountered someone so fearsome. Is this the legendary pinnacle of torment? The mythical super-interrogation? The psychological expert's lips twitched, overwhelmed by confusion. Their field of study was the mastery of the mind. Yet Su Yun confronted the very essence of the soul. Truly remarkable. What baffled him most was why the agents began to weep after only a few slaps. Wasn't he had said that agents would rather die than yield? Wang Fan, half covering his eyes, exclaimed, Oh my! Brother Su's strikes are indeed severe. Brother Zheng, are those century eggs all right? I should have suggested some herbs to accompany them. Inside the interrogation room, the three agents, having endured Su Yun's Wing Chun, had swollen faces resembling that of pigs. Damn, I truly deserve this. I am a devil incarnate. I should be cast into hell. Master, thank you. Thank you for punishing us. You are a pure angel descended from the heavens. You are the guiding light of God. How could we have dared to oppose divinity? What a foolish delusion. The three agents, beaten, felt no anger or negative emotions. Instead, they were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Yun. In a moment of unity, they dropped to their knees. Oh God, please forgive our transgressions. Master, allow us to pay our respects. Just moments ago, they had been cursing and swaggering. Now they were ready to kneel and sing their praises. Su Yun, seated at the table, was not surprised by their reaction. After all, under the influence of heartfelt buff, if they didn't collapse in remorse, it would merely indicate their strong psychological endurance. Unexpectedly, with Master Maya's techniques combined with Teacher Yi's, the effect was truly powerful. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to seek God, do so quickly. Do not call me master. Expressing gratitude is of no use. This basin of century eggs remains the same. Whoever eats less shall be punished. Upon hearing this, the agent's eyes lit up. Century eggs? After enduring the beating, they felt that eating century eggs was not so bad. Such a mysterious delicacy from the East. Just because that man could not stomach them does not mean they cannot. Following the guidance of God, with the intention of minimizing punishment, the three agents each grabbed a century egg, shoving them into their mouths, chewing fervently. Ugh! What? What is this divine flavor? This is nearly impossible to swallow. They cried out in despair. Indeed, they had underestimated the power of the century egg. The outer layer was chewy and bouncy, yet inside was a layer of liquid yolk. What is this? The three agents could only manage one before they began to vomit uncontrollably. In desperate supplication, they looked towards Su Yun. Oh God, we will tell everything. We shall reveal all. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. Zheng Jianfeng successfully obtained precise information. At the earliest opportunity, he pinpointed the location. It was a village, a very secretive mountain village. Zheng Jianfeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Su, thank you immensely. You have liberated the suffering souls. The intelligence has been submitted to the relevant authorities. The commander has stated that this evening, you shall be appropriately honored. He plans to host a bonfire party for you. Furthermore, the The commander wishes to bestow upon you a medal. Chapter 96. Crushing stones with one's chest. How tough indeed. As the night deepened, the Iron Brigade found themselves surrounded by mountains, gathering around a clearing to ignite a bonfire. It was a rare occasion for the commander to personally order a bonfire party, and the soldiers were filled with fervor and excitement, their spirits soaring like beasts released from confinement. Seated in a circle around the fire, Commander Hu and Zheng Jianfeng stood in the center, raising their voices. Comrades, today our Iron Brigade is hosting a bonfire soiree. Firstly, to inspire everyone, I hope you all take your training seriously. Secondly, and most importantly, I shall award a medal to Brother Su Yun right here at the bonfire. With this proclamation, thunderous applause erupted throughout the clearing as all eyes turned towards Su Yun. The cheers were deafening, and the clapping surged like a tidal wave. Su Yun rose with a wry smile, making his way to the center of the bonfire. How sour and unpleasant. It must be quite difficult. Playing with fire at night. Be careful not to wet the bed. Am I envious? Not in the slightest. A medal. The commander of the Iron Brigade is personally bestowing a medal. Though not official, it's still quite impressive. Brother Su, perhaps you should hold a class. I would kneel to attend. Millions of fans in the live stream were awash with envy, despite not knowing the specifics of the event. However, being awarded a medal by a brigade commander was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Fatty Wong Fan sat on the ground, munching on seeds while documenting the highlights. Chong Wei, don't follow your uncle's example. Emulate your second uncle instead. Look at me, indulging every day. Chong Wei let out a couple of howls, rolling his eyes at Fatty Wong. Although he couldn't comprehend Fatty's words, he was certain they were to his detriment. As a lion-tiger hybrid, with an exalted lineage, he recognized only one father throughout his life. In the center of the bonfire, commander who produced a medal engraved with unique designs. Comrade Su Yun, please continue to embody the spirit of altruism. Keep contributing and shining brightly for humanity. Su Yun thought. The expectations set were quite lofty, yet one must accept them. The medal ceremony was not official since Su Yun was not a soldier. Yet the medal was indeed genuine and would likely be recorded in his personal file. Once back in his rightful place, the bonfire party commenced in earnest. The soldiers, one by one from each company, showcased their talents. The first act was a demonstration of crushing stones with one's chest, showcasing the iron shirt technique. A soldier with a completely shaved head and resolute eyes slowly lay down in the center. A stone slab, prepared in advance, was placed heavily upon him. As the act began, thunderous applause filled the air. Colonel Zheng Jianfeng approached, sitting beside Su Yun. With a smile, he remarked, Brother Su Yun, this is worth watching. This individual is renowned in our Iron Brigade, a monk who emerged from Shaolin. His mastery of internal arts has left many in awe. Su Yun nodded indeed. I must pay close attention. Crushing stones with one's chest? Are they serious? That sounds dangerous. Didn't one contestant just suffer internal injuries? That contestant was clearly an amateur. This one looks like a professional. Once prepared, another soldier wielding a large hammer emerged from the crowd, unable to contain himself. Su Yun scrutinized the individual and commented, Both of you are impressive. With a mighty swing, the hammer struck down, and with a thunderous crack, the stone slab shattered. The bald soldier beneath brushed off the debris, completely unscathed. Cheers erupted once more. Fatty Wong Fan gaped in astonishment. Brother, this is unbelievably tough. Zheng Jianfeng replied. Fatty, take a lesson from this. Lose some weight and join our Iron Brigade. I guarantee that with my training, you too will achieve this. At this, Fatty shook his head in fright. Su Yun chuckled. Brother Zheng, I believe that the one wielding the hammer possesses greater skill. Oh, Zheng Jianfeng raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Brother Su Yun, why do you say that? The essence of crushing stones with one's chest lies not in the one lying down, Su Yun stated, but rather in the individual wielding the hammer. The critical aspect is the ability to exert absolute control over strength, ensuring the slab shatters without harming the person beneath. Zheng Jianfeng fell silent, recognizing the truth in Su Yun's words. He had initially thought the opening act of the bonfire would impress. It was effortlessly dissected by Su Yun's keen insight. His emotions were complex. Was it possible that no one could surpass Su Yun? After all, this young man was a scavenger. How could he possess such peculiar knowledge? Finishing his thought, Su Yun discreetly glanced at his surroundings. He merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Despite his humble education, it did not equate to a lack of intelligence. Furthermore, with daily training, his capabilities had burgeoned. While others might have intelligence scores in the tens or hundreds, Su Yun had reached a terrifying 200, far surpassing even Einstein. Listening to you is worth more than a decade of schooling. Indeed, the crux of crushing stones lies here. All right, my physics teacher once taught us about force areas and points of application. Why bring that up? I never passed physics. University students, don't make me slap you when I'm at my happiest. As the night progressed, the bonfire party continued with a series of remarkable performances. There were acts involving gasoline and fire-breathing, displays of marksmanship with swords and guns. Yet the act that truly impressed Su Yun was that of an old cook from the mess hall. He performed not culinary feats, but executed inch punches to shatter paper, and snapped porcelain bowls with a mere flick of his fingers. The bowls shattered without disturbing the others. A true master. The entire evening's performances were live-streamed, with fans and viewers calling it exhilarating. They exclaimed, "What concert could compare to watching Su Yun live?" Su Yun was thoroughly entertained, deeply admiring the soldiers of the Iron Brigade, truly warriors of steel. As the evening drew to a close, Commander Hu, hands behind his back, leisurely sat beside Su Yun. Perhaps in high spirits, or perhaps with intent, he said, "Comrade Su Yun, why not showcase your own skills? Tomorrow, we shall host a grand friendly competition at the military district." Chapter 97. The friendly match commences. Brother Zheng takes the initiative to spar. The so-called grand friendly match is, in essence, merely a demonstration bout. It serves as an opportune moment to assess the training outcomes of the warriors. As for inviting Su Yun, it is simply to observe the extent of his capabilities. The rotund Wang Fan blinked, finding himself unable to interject. Su Yun grasped Chong Wei and calmly tucked him into his pocket, inquiring, "Does everyone wish to watch?" Commander Hu nodded vigorously, while Zheng Jianfeng kept his lips sealed, pondering. It's just a friendly match. Nothing should go awry, right? At the bonfire gathering, a throng of fervent warriors surrounded them, their faces alight with excitement and eagerness. The previous trench-digging competition had yielded no results, and their frustration lingered. This time, during the friendly match, they were determined to showcase the indomitable spirit of their steel brigade. In that moment, Su Yun distinctly felt the palpable tension emanating from all directions, a potent atmosphere of competition. There's a spectacle to behold ahead. Tomorrow's event is monumental. Can I really witness this without spending a dime? Oh no, Brother Su is being eyed with suspicion by the Steel Brigade warriors. It's not animosity. It's merely a friendly sparring between equals. Oh dear. Brother Su is in peril. We don't even know what the friendly match will entail tomorrow. Let us look forward to it. Regardless of the contest, Brother Su's chances of winning appear slim. After all, these warriors train regularly. Enough chatter. Let us place our bets. That night, the military district felt somewhat desolate after the bonfire event. Wang Fan had washed up and was already snoring in bed. Meanwhile, Su Yun took special care to prepare a cozy nest for Chong Wei with bamboo leaves. With the azure dragon on one side and the white tiger on the other, it was a nightly ritual. Su Yun gently patted Chong Wei, saying, "Sleep soundly. Any tooting must be reported." "How?" Chong Wei silently turned his little backside towards the now slumbering Uncle Bamboo Leaf. Within the tent, the camera continued to operate. What a heartwarming scene. It brings such comfort. I must see Brother Su before sleeping each night. If I don't, I'll cough. Fortune tellerly, this child, with the azure dragon and white tiger, is destined for great fortune. Seeing Brother Su's sleeping face brings me joy. Hey, you upstairs? Something's off. What have you done while gazing at Brother Su's handsome visage? In the outside world, the influence of the internet was ever expanding. It had reached a point where young schoolchildren no longer idolized Jia, but instead believed in the power of the iron arm. That man truly radiated brilliance, promoting the virtues of frugality and simplicity. One could see the ladies dancing in the square, playing a new piece by a renowned vocalist. On the roadside, I found a cable. Immediately, I handed it over to the police officer. The officer, wide-eyed, took the cable from me. I cheerfully exclaimed, "Goodbye, officer," at the program headquarters. The lights burned throughout the night. The director and investors watched intently, repeatedly confirming that Su Yun was sound asleep. At long last, a group of them huddled together, embracing tightly. He has finally succumbed to slumber. It felt like a release, a moment of relief. No one could fathom their emotions. Upon witnessing the remnants of a nuclear explosion and learning of significant military intelligence, they had contemplated every possible outcome. Surviving a calamity brought an exhilarating sense of liberation. The investors, heads together, were moved to tears. In these times, producing a show is exceedingly challenging. From now on, we shall consider each other as brothers for life. The director took a deep breath, grateful to have survived another day. The following day, the sun shone brightly. As usual, Su Yun stepped outside, stretching and performing warm-up exercises. On the hillside, the warriors had begun their rigorous training early, engaging in weighted cross-country runs, obstacle courses, and target shooting. The sounds of their calls resonated in the air. "Howl!" Chong Wei perched on Su Yun's shoulder, letting out a roar towards the sky. "Little one, please refrain from such calls in the future," Su Yun corrected. "Come, give your father a squeeze." No one could resist the allure of a little squeeze. "Howl!" This time, Chong Wei choked up his voice, tightening his bottom to squeeze. That's the spirit. Let S go. Father will take you to the canteen for some milk." It was a rare early morning. After a hearty breakfast at the canteen, Su Yun brought back a portion for the rotund Wang fan. At 7 in the morning, that familiar and melodious voice rang out once more. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Another vibrant day awaits. Daily check-in reward. Intelligence 2. Agility 2. Daily happiness tip. Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and don't forget to keep your heart light. Without morals, one cannot be restrained. Today's special reward. Unlocking mall features. It's tough running a little shop. A couple of rewards would be appreciated. Mall. Cash exchange available. A plethora of items. Don't miss out while passing by. Today's fortune. Minor luck accompanied by minor misfortune. Oh, splendid. Su Yun's lips curled into a smile, internally jubilant at the news. His fortune seemed promising. However, what captivated his attention most was the mall feature. As his consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, a holographic display materialized. A glance revealed an abundance of products. Authentic Ruji ammo for 5 yuan. Mineral water for 2 yuan. A set of Jianbing Guizi for 6 yuan. Skill items. Authentic lightning 5-linked whip for 2,000 yuan. Authentic Wing Chun for 5,000 yuan. Master level combat techniques for 30,000 yuan. Unconventional. Top-notch noodle cooking skills for 500 yuan. Top-notch red braised pork recipe for 600 yuan. Dance categories. Street dance and Latin dance for 2,000 yuan. Soulful rap and dance combo for 3,000 yuan. A myriad of items, all sorts of them. Su Yun felt a pang of regret. Purchasing skills requires money. Real money. Although he currently possessed over 100,000 yuan, it was all hard-earned. After some contemplation, he decided against making any purchases for now. After all, with the mall feature now available, he had merely acquired additional options. Upon exiting the tent, Commander Hu and Brother Zheng approached Su Yun. They exchanged pleasantries. "Brother Su, did you sleep well last night?" Su Yun nodded quite well. Commander Hu, Brother Zheng, I still Haven T inquired about what we'll be competing in during today as friendly match. One must understand the rules of the game before playing. In response, Commander Hu chuckled. It's quite simple. We will be engaging in some of our military district's regular training exercises. For instance, obstacle course runs, target shooting, CQB, sniping training. There are many events, and since you're here, you might as well experience them all. Indeed, Su Yun replied, I have no objections. I'll follow your lead. Zheng Jianfeng, standing nearby, beamed, Brother Su, if possible, how about we have a friendly sparring session? Do you see that open space over there? We can select cold weapons at will. Let's have a friendly duel. Chapter 98. An accidental record breaking. Zhang Jianfeng extended an invitation to engage in a friendly sparring match. Su Yun glanced at a nearby open space where a variety of cold weapons were displayed. Broadswords, long swords, and spears, all glinting ominously. Brother Zhang, I am at your disposal. Please proceed as you wish. Su Yun emphasized his willingness to adapt. He had just spent 30,000 yuan to acquire master-level combat skills, with no ulterior motives beyond a desire for camaraderie. Before long, with a command from Captain Hu, the friendly competition officially commenced. The soldiers paired off according to a predetermined sequence, adhering to an elimination format. The first challenge was an obstacle course featuring a balance beam, a wall, and a climbing net. Victory was easily determined. The first across the finish line emerged as the winner. As the match began, the soldiers exerted themselves fully, competing in pairs. The benefit of this arrangement was that they could always keep a peripheral watch on their opponents. Go, go, charge forward, cheered the onlookers, as the training ground filled with spectators, both participants and non-participants, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Su Yun stood at the starting line, carefully observing the movements of each soldier, whether they crawled, lunged, or leaped. Their muscular motions were remarkably fluid. This challenge tested each soldier's explosive power and endurance. Wow, that's intense. No wonder our soldiers are known as the strongest ground forces. Wang Fan, a hefty soldier, remarked, acknowledging the truth in the label of the strongest. One by one, the soldiers competed their spirits high. Regardless of victory or defeat, there were no complaints or self-satisfaction. Friendship among soldiers in the military is truly profound. Don't even get me started. Our son participated in a week-long military training and came back saying he missed sharing spicy snacks with his comrade. Is there a problem? No problem. Those who fought together are called comrades, right? Now I get it. Wait, which kind of battle are you referring to? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Soon enough, it was Su Yun's turn. For fairness, the selection of opponents was entirely random. As Su Yun awaited his opponent at the starting line, a man with slightly dark skin and a hearty grin appeared. Hello, Su Yun greeted, and the man nodded, preparing his stance. Nearby, Wang Fan scrutinized the newcomer. Don't worry, brother. This guy seems unsteady on his feet. Just maintain your composure. Is that so? Su Yun casually glanced at his opponent. Despite the training gear obscuring his physique, the outlines of well-defined muscles were evident beneath. Such a man. And you say he is unsteady? Before Su Yun could respond, the onlooking soldiers recognized his opponent. The man, though appearing affable and cheerful, was known among the Steel Regiment as the record holder for the obstacle course in the Southern Military District. Zhang Jianfeng smirked, catching on to the subtle dynamics. Captain, isn't this a bit unfair? Why arrange for Lu Feng to compete? Aren't you intentionally putting Su Yun in a difficult position? Zhang Jianfeng was well aware of Lu Feng's capabilities. Previously, during a competition within the Southern Military District, Lu Feng had single-handedly dominated the obstacle course, outclassing numerous skilled opponents. Captain Hu feigned ignorance. I'm not meddling here. Destiny has its own course. Zhang Jianfeng muttered to himself, cursed this insatiable desire for victory. Though he too had such sentiments, he at least had volunteered for the challenge. If you're ready, heed my command to begin. 3, 2, start. With the captain's command, both competitors surged forward. Lu Feng's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. A glance into his eyes revealed unwavering determination, akin to a rock. His speed, reminiscent of a cheetah, rendered the barbed wire above as inconsequential. In contrast, Su Yun lagged slightly behind. Wow, what a beast. Although I might regret saying this, I feel he is even more formidable than our old workhorse. With that physique, he could plow fields effortlessly. How can Su Gu possibly win against this? Indeed, those emerging from the military are truly remarkable. The millions of viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Nearby, Captain Hu, Zhang Jianfeng, and all the onlookers were not surprised by the results. If Lu Feng couldn't win, it seemed no one could. Captain Hu chuckled. It's just a friendly match. Winning or losing is trivial. What matters is participation. What do you say, old Zhang? Although Zhang Jianfeng found the captain's demeanor irritating, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the two competitors. Suddenly, Su Yun, who had been trailing on the balance beam, seemed to unleash a hidden power and began to accelerate. "Captain, Su Yun is catching up to Lu Feng," Zheng Jianfeng exclaimed, astonished. The transformation was instantaneous. Was Su Yun concealing his true strength all along? The surrounding soldiers erupted in unprecedented excitement. "Go! Whoa! Su Yun is about to overtake Lu Feng." What? Is Su Yun really that formidable? What had initially seemed like a dominant performance was now being eclipsed. Wang Fan sat beside Chong Wei, completely bewildered. "Chong Wei, do you think your uncle is on steroids? Or did he mistake the finish line for scrap metal? How did he suddenly become so much more powerful?" If Lu Feng had been likened to a beast at the start for his explosive power, then Su Yun, now surpassing Lu Feng, was a veritable monster. As they approached the wall, Su Yun effortlessly propelled himself with one hand, soaring over it with grace. The crowd gasped. Zheng Jianfeng was equally astonished. Wait, did he just clear that with such ease? It should be noted that this wall was no ordinary barrier. The steel regiment had raised the height to approximately 2 meters to enhance the soldiers' combat capabilities. Typically, soldiers would require a powerful leap and 2 hands to navigate this challenge. Lu Feng had relied on his upper body strength to execute the standard maneuver. However, at that moment, Su Yun had already completed the entire obstacle course. Chapter 99. The Brick? Something's amiss. On the training ground, silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes were fixed on Su Yun at the finish line, akin to witnessing a ghost. Even Lu Feng, the best obstacle runner from the Southern Military District, stared intently at the young man, whose face was alight with joy. Is he even human? Lu Feng believed that his record-breaking performance had reached its zenith. Of course, he gave his all in every training session and competition. But upon realizing he had one last event to complete, an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over him, highlighting the vast chasm between them. Brother Su? Did he actually win? Someone slapped me. Am I dreaming? Could it be that Brother Su was hiding his true strength? Goodness. Brother Su seems to have suddenly found his true calling. The crowd was left in shock. Commander Hu's face shifted from red to pale, utterly astonished that Lu Feng could not triumph over a mere scavenger. Is this truly the caliber of a scavenger? What are we to make of this? If word gets out that our elite soldiers cannot compete with a scavenger, will anyone still enlist? Or will they all just follow him in collecting scraps? Zheng Jianfeng was at a loss for words, realizing the gravity of their defeat. "Commander, we have lost again. To be honest, I'm tempted to recruit Su Yun into our Steel Brigade. His courage and capability are simply outstanding." Commander Hu fell silent. "Old Zheng, go on. Weren't you once a coach in combat sports? Weren't you known as the Wolf? Go on, show him your ferocity." Commander Hu remained skeptical. Surely, there must be someone in the Steel Brigade who could secure a victory. Zheng Jianfeng nodded in agreement. Running was not his forte, but when it came to fighting, that was another matter entirely. On the spot, Commander Hu declared Su Yun the victor. "Su Yun, victory! Congratulations to Comrade Su Yun for breaking our Southern Military District's obstacle run record. According to regulations, you shall receive a corresponding reward." Commander Hu was willing to accept the outcome. Normally, a soldier breaking a record would earn accolades. However, given the unique circumstances surrounding Su Yun, the reward would be converted to cash. Fatty Wang Fan blinked and grinned. "Commander, how much is the cash reward?" Commander Hu extended a hand. "What? 5 million. Fatty Wang feigned shock. Commander Hu rolled his eyes. "No, it's 50,000. Goodness. Turns out, there are always ways to make money in this world. He can earn 50,000 just like that. From now on, Brother Su can forget about scavenging and focus solely on breaking military records." The military district record had been shattered by an outsider, and to make matters worse, he hardly trained and was merely an amateur. This left the soldiers feeling quite disgruntled, until Zheng Jianfeng approached Su Yun, declaring, "Brother Su, let us spar. Choose any cold weapon you like." Su Yun replied, "Are we really going to spar? To be honest, I just spent 2,000 on a top-tier parkour skill, and with my physical capabilities, I inadvertently broke the military record. I must say, the skills from the system shop are worth every penny." Having verified their authenticity, Su Yun was now confident in the prowess of his 30,000 yuan master-level combat skills. However, Zhang Jianfeng was resolute about sparring, revealing, to be honest, I was a martial arts coach and had trained in Sanda, boxing, and even dabbled in Taekwondo. I inadvertently reached black belt status. Had it not been for my desire to join the army, I might have made a name for myself in the martial arts community. This was not mere boasting. It could be verified online. Brother Su, come. Let me challenge you. Zhang Jianfeng was eager. Su Yun felt a mix of amusement and concern. After hearing Zhang Jianfeng's accolades, he worried that defeating him might hurt his pride. However, to decline would be to go back on his word. Very well. Su Yun silently walked to the open area, surveying the array of cold weapons before him. There were indeed a plethora of choices. Zhang Jianfeng selected a military knife, stating, I'll take this small dagger to avoid any accusations of bullying you. Let's keep it friendly and to the point. Su Yun nodded. Since Zhang Jianfeng had made his choice, it would be disrespectful for him not to select a suitable weapon. Before him lay a Nepalese knife, long spears, and broadswords. The options were vast, yet he was unfamiliar with these weapons. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Yun spotted a dark object resembling a brick. Hey, this looks good. Without further examination, he picked it up. It felt just like a brick in his hand. Brother Zhang, I'll use this. It seems more comfortable to wield. A brick, you see, is a rather enigmatic weapon. It grows stronger in the face of adversity, and its combat potential is unpredictable. It can serve as a bludgeoning tool or as a projectile. Brother Su remains so unpretentious. I almost thought he would pull out an iron claw. Su Yun, if I pulled out an iron claw, I worry Brother Zhang would lose too quickly. From this day forth, the brick proudly joins the ranks of cold weapons. But really, is that large dark object a brick? It doesn't look like one. Who cares what it is, as long as it's effective in a fight? Zhang Jianfeng's lips twitched in disbelief. Using a brick as a weapon? He never expected that. Indeed, when it came to creativity, Su Yun was unparalleled. Zhang Jianfeng silently set down the military knife and picked up a pair of nunchaku. Wielding a knife would be too much of an advantage. Brother Su, I'll use the nunchaku after all, just to show you what a refined version of the dog-beating stick technique looks like. Zhang Jianfeng playfully remarked. Su Yun weighed the brick in his hand, undeterred. Then, allow me to demonstrate a brick strike, a powerful, silent blow. Zhang Jianfeng. Let's talk. Here I come. Zhang Jianfeng surged forward with explosive speed, swinging the nunchaku. This weapon was unpredictable, making it difficult to anticipate. Behold my nunchaku. He swung down, but it was a miss. Su Yun deftly sidestepped, his movements fluid as he slipped behind Zhang Jianfeng. In front of an audience full of incredulous expressions, Su Yun executed a perfectly timed brick strike, applying just the right amount of force. Smack! Instantly, Zhang Jianfeng's head buzzed. While Su Yun gazed perplexedly at the brick in his hand, something fell off. The sensation was indeed unusual. Chapter 100, a sure win. Washing the brick. What is this awkward sensation when striking? Zhang Jianfeng swung but missed, unexpectedly getting hit on the head with the brick. Though momentarily dazed, he considered himself tough. Turning to observe Su Yun, who was lost in thought, he seized his nunchaku and delivered another powerful blow. Swish! Su Yun didn't even glance, deftly sidestepping. Could it be that the brick was damp? Or perhaps its material was subpar? It felt smooth in hand, yet something was amiss. Never mind. Let me try again. Thud! Su Yun was swift, his master-level combat skills combined with extraordinary physical prowess. Not even 3 Zhang Jianfengs would stand a chance. Another brick struck Zhang Jianfeng on the head. Zhang Jianfeng. He didn't fall, but his head was buzzing. Outside, the Steel Brigade soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying disbelief. They exclaimed, "No way. Colonel Zhang is actually losing? It's as if he is being toyed with." Hey, you, the one picking up trash, who exactly are you? It was evident that Zhang Jianfeng was being overwhelmed, humiliated. Colonel Hu's face darkened, resembling a liver PT. Is there really no one who can defeat this kid? Is it true that the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the former waves are crushed on the beach? Colonel Hu felt a bitter pang. Old Zhang, you're supposed to be a fierce wolf. Where's the ferocity? Where's the wolf? Many within the Steel Brigade had witnessed Zhang Jianfeng's prowess. In sparring matches, he was unmatched. Yet now, how had he succumbed to a mere scavenger, struck by a couple of bricks? It was clear to any sane observer that Su Yun was holding back. The technique of the brick strike was specifically designed to counter all flamboyant styles. It mattered not if one was a martial arts instructor or a black belt. Even those who practiced the toughest of defenses would fall victim to a well-placed brick strike. Meanwhile, the rotund Wang Fan was ecstatic, raising Chong Wei's front paws. Brother Su is incredible. Now, this is what combat is all about. Chong Wei howled. Awoo! Chong Wei, sensing Su Yun's dominance, felt genuinely pleased. The millions of viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless. I can't believe it. Brother Su is actually this strong in combat. Don't underestimate those 2 brick strikes. Most people can't even react. Great. I'll always keep bricks in my pockets from now on. Strong against the strong. An ominous force. 2 brick strikes landed on Zhang Jianfeng's head. To be honest, they were quite solid, at least harder than the average person's head. Su Yun felt the textured surface of the brick, smooth, with lines and crevices, a delightful tactile experience. If one were to describe it in a word, polished. Is modern brick-making technology truly this advanced? The quality of bricks produced is remarkable. Just in terms of tactile sensation, it could be considered a work of art. Zhang Jianfeng rubbed the back of his head, thinking, what is going on with you, Su Yun? I concede. Tell me, have you secretly trained before? Su Yun chuckled awkwardly. If you say so, then it must be true. Brother Zhang, feel this brick, it's quite nice. Zhang Jianfeng took the dark brick, covered in paint or dirt, and examined it closely. Indeed, it feels quite exquisite. Almost like jade. Let us find a faucet and give it a rinse. Su Yun mused, believing the grime obscured the brick's true luster. After all, discovering a suitable weapon felt akin to stumbling upon a smooth, sturdy stick while walking. Zhang Jianfeng pointed out the location of the faucet. He then approached Colonel Hu, bracing himself for a slew of inquiries. Old Zhang, what is going on with you? Zhang Jianfeng wore a pained expression. A man must never admit defeat. Yet he had genuinely been subdued by Su Yun. Despite the ease with which those bricks were wielded, few could respond with such swiftness. Moreover, Zhang Jianfeng distinctly sensed Su Yun's remarkable control over his strength. Such mastery could not be achieved by someone untrained. Colonel, I truly didn't expect this. Brother Su is indeed a talent. I cannot compete, Zhang Jianfeng admitted. Colonel Hu sighed, watching Su Yun's departing figure. After some time, he accepted this newfound reality. All right, he is a guest. Our constant sparring isn't appropriate. Since I cannot win, there's no need to continue. This kid, I've seen his live streams before. To be honest, if Director Chun of the Longhai City Police Department didn't suffer a heart attack, it speaks volumes about his health. Let be. If he enjoys scavenging, then let him scavenge. If he wishes to eat, drink, and stay for free, we shall treat him well. Colonel Hu's slight desire for victory dissipated entirely. As long as he didn't cause trouble, he could do as he pleased. Zhang Jianfeng nodded in agreement. Ha! Colonel, I'm glad you see it this way. Honestly, Brother Su is quite endearing when he's not causing trouble. Colonel Hu raised an eyebrow. Are you not used to him not causing trouble? Observing Zhang Jianfeng's smitten smile, Colonel Hu felt a sense of alarm. Old Zhang, it's all right to admire strength, but don't tell me you've been swayed. Zhang Jianfeng chuckled. Colonel, don't be tense. We often bathe together in the public bathhouse. What's there to fear? Let us just enjoy the match. Meanwhile, on the other side, having accurately located the faucet, Su Yun positioned the brick directly beneath it. Wang Fan couldn't help but tease. Brother, what kind of junk do you pick up every day? It was one thing to scavenge before, but now you're washing a broken brick? If you're that bored, why don't you wash my hair instead? Hearing this, Su Yun glared fiercely. Fatty, are you itching for a fight? Wang Fan quickly backed down. Just kidding, just kidding. You go ahead and wash. Make sure to wash Chong Wei afterward. He is starting to smell. Awoo. Chong Wei growled at Wang Fan with an unpleasant sound. Su Yun laughed. Fatty, go grab me some soap. I'll give Chong Wei a good scrub later. All right. Wang Fan set up the camera near the faucet while Su Yun rolled up his sleeves, placing the brick flat and steady. With everything prepared, he turned on the tap. Splash. Chilly water cascaded over the brick, the black stains slowly peeling away.